I'm in the Southern Kingdom, standing among a crowd under the scorching sun of this hot summer month. Everyone has gathered around a high platform where the masters of the Tai Chuan sect will be selecting new disciples today. There's an air of anticipation. Everyone hopes for the life-changing opportunity to join the sect. I, Shu Yushiyu, am just a girl with rare spiritual roots, a combination of water and fire, but my health is far from perfect. My family has always dreamed of me becoming a disciple of the sect, but due to my illness, this chance seemed unreachable. Nevertheless, I decided to take the risk and participate in the trial. This is my opportunity not only to gain health, but also to prove to everyone that I can overcome any obstacles in my way. Standing before the sect's masters, I felt a mix of excitement and determination. At that moment, nothing could stop me. I was ready for the trial, despite my physical weakness. When the masters discovered my rare spiritual roots, I saw surprise and interest in their eyes. It was a confirmation that I was on the right path. Today, I took the first step toward my dream of becoming a disciple of the Tai Chuan sect. With every step forward, I became more convinced that no matter what trials await me, my determination and unique spiritual roots will help me overcome them all. When it was my turn to undergo the trial, I approached the Tai Chuan sect's masters, my heart pounding. My rare spiritual roots, a combination of water and fire, which could be both my advantage and my curse, immediately caught the master's attention. Despite my physical weakness and illness, they saw potential in me. My path to cultivation was full of obstacles due to the contradictory nature of my spiritual roots, but I was filled with the resolve to overcome them. After the initial testing, to my surprise, I was accepted into the sect as an external disciple. This was far from what I had dreamed of, but the very fact of being accepted gave me hope and a chance to change my destiny. This opportunity to be part of the Tai Chuan sect, even as an external disciple, was a significant achievement for me. Later, my unusual spiritual roots caught the attention of the sect's elder, and I faced a meeting that could determine my entire future within the sect. With trepidation and hope in my heart, I headed to the meeting with the master, ready to prove that my uniqueness was not an obstacle for cultivation, but a valuable gift that could bring new victories and achievements to the Tai Chuan sect. Standing before the Tai Chuan sect's elder, I, Shu Yushiyu, felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. Hope and anxiety battled in my heart, as my future depended on his decision. My unique spiritual roots, a combination of water and fire that intrigued the elder, could either unlock a new life for me or lead to disappointment. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. I reflected on my journey that led me here, about the dreams and trials I had undergone in my quest to become a disciple of this great sect. I prayed that my uniqueness would be seen as an opportunity, not an impediment. The elder meticulously examined my roots, occasionally asking questions that I answered with complete honesty and confidence. Each minute of waiting felt like an eternity, but I maintained my composure, understanding that this moment could change my entire life. I was prepared for any outcome, but deep down, a spark of hope still flickered. Hope that I would be given the chance to show my potential and reach new heights in cultivation within the walls of the Tai Chuan sect. When the elder finally looked up and met my eyes, my heart froze in anticipation. His gaze was insightful, but I saw a spark of understanding in it. The words he spoke sounded like music to me, filling my heart with joy and relief. He said that despite the contradiction of my spiritual roots, my potential and determination were worthy of becoming part of the Tai Chuan sect. This decision became the most important moment in my life, opening doors to new opportunities and a path to healing my frail body. I was most grateful for the chance at further spiritual development, the opportunity to study ancient cultivation practices, and explore the depths of magic that had previously seemed inaccessible to me. I understood that difficult trials and challenges related to my unique spiritual roots lay ahead. But now, with the support of the sect and the chance to learn from wise masters, I felt ready to take on these challenges and overcome them. Thanks to this decision, I not only gained hope for a new life, but also the opportunity to prove to myself and the world that my uniqueness is a strength, not a weakness. Thus began my new chapter in the Tai Chuan sect, full of promises of healing and spiritual growth. A chapter in which I, Shu Yushiyu, will step by step reveal my true potential.
Just as Deacon Lin said, Senior Sister Luo will take Zhu Yuxiu to the inner hall to meet Elder Zhao, and the 4 of us will send the rest to where they should go. After Chen Quan finished speaking, he and the remaining 3 left with the children traveling with him, leaving behind only Senior Sister Luo and the silent Zhu Yuxiu. Yuxiu, come with me. Zhu Yuxiu nodded and followed Senior Sister Luo as they walked together towards the inner hall of the Grand Hall. Passing through the heavy crowds, it wasn't long before they arrived at the gate, guarded by 2 disciples. Seeing someone coming, the 2 disciples reached out to stop them with a cold face. Hello, 2 senior brothers. In bringing the new disciples to see Elder Zhao, this is the passage jade token, seeing the 2 blocking the way. Senior Sister Luo hurriedly handed over the jade token given by Deacon Lin. Hearing Senior Sister Luo's words, the 2 disciples guarding the gate clearly had a strange color in their eyes. Being in their position, they naturally knew what it meant to bring a newly initiated disciple to see Elder Zhao. The 2 men swept their eyes over Zhu Yuxiu, who was following behind Senior Sister Luo, and after checking that there were no problems with the jade tags, they smiled and said, "There are no problems with the passage jade tags. Elder Zhao is in the inner hall. So you guys go in." Seeing the diametrically opposite attitudes of the 2 before and after, Senior Sister Luo naturally understood. But as to whether Zhu Yuxiu was really as the 2 guessed, she didn't have a clue in her heart, and still said thank you to the 2 guarding the door before leading Zhu Yuxiu into the inner hall. The inner hall is undoubtedly a lot less people than the outer hall, but also a lot of cleanliness. Zhu Yuxiu swept the eyes of the inner hall, only to see a little more than a dozen people, of which there are a few such as Luo's senior sister General Taixuan, Sect disciples. In the upper position of the inner temple, sitting in a gray robe extraordinary old man, I think that should be Elder Zhao. At this moment the hall was silent, only Elder Zhao stood in front of a brocade, clothed young man with fair skin and handsome appearance. His age looked about 14 or 15 years old. Obviously from a wealthy family. Elder Zhao's eyes turned around on the teenager. Then he opened his mouth and said earth and wood dual spiritual roots. Wood spiritual root reaches 60% quality, can directly become an inner disciple. After saying that, he gave the teenager a jade token and waved his hand for him to retreat. After the teenager received the jade token, a look of delight appeared on his face, and after hurriedly bowing to Elder Zhao, he followed the disciple who had led him out of the inner hall. Zhu Yuxiu took all this in her eyes, and inwardly she secretly compared the young man's spiritual root with her own, and felt that the quality of her spiritual root was much higher than that of the young man's, and that if he could become an inner disciple, I should be able to do the same, thinking like this. She also gained a few more points of confidence in her heart. After that, Elder Zhao sized up a few more people consecutively, and each of them was able to come up with a result with just one look, those who were measured by Elder Zhao. Almost all of them had double spirit root qualifications, and only one person had a single spirit root, the so-called heavenly spirit root. Zhu Yuxiu had also carefully sized up that heavenly spirit root qualifier. It was a child who was even more poorly dressed than her, with a disheveled, beggar-like appearance, and seemed to be even younger than her, a single spirit root of the wood system, and the quality has also reached 79%. Not bad, very good. Elder Zhao clapped his hands in praise, and it looked like there was an essence light bursting out of his eyes. The entire inner hall was almost illuminated by the essence light in his eyes. "What is your name?" Elder Zhao finally collected himself. Changing his previous blandness, his attitude was amiable, and he spoke out to ask the little beggar his name. Hearing Elder Zhao's inquiry, the little beggar stammered and somewhat timidly replied back to a mortal. I don't have a name." Elder Zhao was stunned, looking at the timid appearance of the little beggar. He quickly understood and no longer continued to pursue the question, "You and stand by my side first. After that, I will personally send you to see the sect leader." After Elder Zhao said that, he beckoned to Zhu Yuxiu, signaling her to come forward. Senior sister Luo also nodded to Zhu Yuxiu. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu then carefully walked in front of Elder Zhao. Standing in front of Elder Zhao and feeling it up close, she only felt that Elder Zhao was like a lofty mountain that she couldn't see the top of. Under the gaze of Elder Zhao, she even forgot to breathe. I don't know how long it took, but when a light eek sound entered Zhu Yuxiu's ears, she suddenly woke up and breathed in several mouthfuls of air. Only then did she feel a little more comfortable in her chest. Water and fire dual spiritual roots. The quality of the spiritual roots have all reached the number of 99 perfect. Elder Zhao's words reached Zhu Yuxia's ears. She looked up at Elder Zhao, only to see Elder Zhao's brows slightly furrowed. As if he was pondering something, seeing Elder Zhao like this, Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but drum in her heart. Previously, everyone else had been swept by Elder Zhao and concluded to give the appropriate arrangements. And to their own ear, Elder Zhao delayed to speak, which let Zhu Yuxiu heart that not much of the bottom of the air. Some began to falter. Just as Zhu Yuxiu's heart was about to hit rock bottom, Elder Zhao suddenly clapped his hands, seemed to think of something, said, I have read in a volume of ancient books the perfect quality of water and fire spiritual roots. In the ancient times there is a law can be solved, but since the destruction of the ancient times, the inheritance of all kinds of things are also lost. Alas, a pity, after listening to Elder Zhao's words, as well as the final sigh. Zhu Yuxia's heart thumped. Perfect quality dual spiritual roots, although water and fire, but also not worse than other dual spiritual roots. Just destined to be difficult to build a foundation, life may also stop refining Kai. You will go to be an outer disciple. Is not buried you, go. Elder Zhao waved his hand to indicate that she could leave. Zhu Yuxiu didn't say much and silently accepted Elder Zhao's arrangement for herself. With a lost mood, the two of them left the inner hall with senior sister Luo. When they walked to the door of the inner hall, the two guarding disciples saw the two of them and intentionally spoke out to ask which peak of the inner sect is this young senior sister going to. In their opinion, those who could come out of the inner hall were almost all already inner sect disciples. Although the average inner sect disciple was not enough for them to deliberately take the initiative to make friends, it was also not a bad idea to take the opportunity to get to know each other on the road to cultivation. It was always better to have one more Dao friend than one more stranger, or enemy. Hearing the duo's inquiry, senior sister Luo was somewhat at a loss for words, and Zhu Yuxiu was naturally silent, two senior brothers. This little senior sister has traveled all the way thinking that she is also tired, so I will first take her to arrange for a place to stay. And I will have the opportunity to talk to you two in detail later. Senior sister Luo politely spoke to the two gatekeeper disciples before hurriedly leaving with Zhu Yuxiu. When the two gate guards saw the two who had hurriedly left, their faces turned cold. An outer disciple, a newcomer to the inner sect who has just entered. How dare you not give us face, humph, under the leadership of senior sister Luo. Zhu Yuxiu arrived at the outer sect's miscellaneous affairs hall. The outer door miscellaneous affairs hall is in charge of the outer door disciple cultivation resources issuance. An exchange inside is very wide. There are many uniformly dressed outer door disciples walk in and out. To and from a counter, Sister Luo brought Zhu Yuxiu to one of the counters and began to go through the entry procedures, assigning accommodation, as well as receiving all the things that a new disciple should have. Taixuan sect's outer disciples were divided into two peaks, with male disciples residing in Little Yang Peak and female disciples residing in Green Bamboo Peak. After assigning Zhu Yuxiu a place to live, the disciple behind the counter was seen taking out another storage bag and placing it in front of Zhu Yuxiu. This is issued to you a thing, are in this storage bag, their own inventory, away from the counter is not responsible. Zhu Yuxiu heard, picked up that palm-sized, like a brocade bag, do not know what material to make the storage bag. Face showed a difficult color. Seeing this, Sister Luo explained for her, you don't have cultivation yet. You can only stick the storage bag to your forehead and use it. Try it. Well, thank you, Senior Sister Luo. Zhu Yuxiu thanked Senior Sister Luo and followed the method taught by Senior Sister Luo, sticking the storage bag to her forehead. Instantly, she felt as if a third eye had opened on her forehead, looking at many, many things afterward. With the help of Senior Sister Luo, she began to count the things inside the storage bag according to the list that was enumerated. Only after she finished counting to make sure that there were no mistakes did she then carefully and cautiously hide the storage bag in her bosom. After all the matters related to entry were handled, Senior Sister Luo took Zhu Yuxiu and left the Hall of Miscellaneous Matters. After sending Zhu Yuxiu to Green Bamboo Peak, a small courtyard for 5 people, Sister Luo briefly instructed a few sentences, then left, leaving Zhu Yuxiu standing alone in front of the small courtyard. At this time, Zhu Yuxiu hands empty. That parting her father handed over to the hands of the bag has also been put into the storage bag. The door of the small courtyard was not closed, and looking inward from the door, one could see that there were 5 houses next to each other. Zhu Yuxiu walked into the courtyard, her gaze somewhat hesitant, not knowing which house to go to, right in the middle of her indecision. A room door was opened, from which a young girl dressed in outer sect disciples' attire stepped out. The young girl was not very old, looking to be only around 12 or 13 years old. The young girl had just gone out and noticed that there was someone inside the small courtyard. When she saw that it was Zhu Yuxiu, a flash of surprise appeared on her face and she blurted out, "Why are you here?" The young girl was none other than Shen Fengjiao, who had come here together in the immortal boat. After hearing Shen Fengjiao's words of surprise with questioning, Zhu Yuxiu's heart was a little blocked. Yes, why am I here? My qualifications are no worse than other double spirit roots. Why can't I become an inner disciple in an instant? Her previous silence and loss turned into resentment. Anger and jealousy crawling over her heart and occupying her mind. Is it because I'm a water, fire dual spirit root that I'm destined to not be able to build a foundation? Hey, what's wrong with you? When Shen Fengji saw Zhu Yuxiu frozen in place, not responding for a long time, she voiced out and patted her. Zhu Yuxiu was awakened by this pat and let out a cry of alarm, her eyes filled with panic. What's wrong with me? How could I have thought that way? Before saying goodbye, Mother had instructed me to be obedient and not to cause trouble. Recalling her previous inner thoughts, Zhu Yuxiu felt a pang of uneasiness. She was afraid that her previous thoughts would be known by others. Looking at your appearance, you should have only become an outer disciple as well. You were assigned to this small courtyard. Shen Fengjiao finished this sentence, seeing that Zhu Yuxiu did not utter a retort, without reason some complacency. And her heart balanced a lot. It was also true that a village girl with a lower origin than herself. How could she have a higher status than her titular Shen family's second miss once she entered the immortal sect? It was true that the eyes of the immortal sect elders were sharp. Thinking of this, Shen Fengji unconsciously straightened her chest, head held high, and said to Zhu Yuxiu, "There is only the last house left unoccupied in this small courtyard." "The one in the far corner, is it? Well, thank you." After knowing which house is unoccupied, Zhu Yuxiu lowered her head and said thank you to Shen Fengjiao, and walked straight into the house in the most corner. After watching Zhu Yuxiu walk into the most corner of the house, Shen Fengji muttered to herself, "Oops, talk to her about what to do. Should be good to see her make a fool of herself." "Forget it. This time as this young lady to send a kind heart," said. She also no longer pay attention. Out of the small courtyard to do their own things to go. After Zhu Yuxiu walked into the house, she looked at the layout of the house. A bed, a table, and some simple ornaments. This place was much better than the home she once had, yet it lacked the warmth of her previous home. Looking at this unfamiliar environment, a wave of homesickness spread in her heart for no reason. She was homesick. Unconsciously, a wave of sleepiness came over her, days of running around, coupled with the ups and downs after the introduction. has long since made her young mind feel tired. As soon as she touched the soft bedding on the bed, she unconsciously drifted off to sleep. Sleep until noon the next day. Zhu Yuxiu only woke up from her sleep. Woke up with tears in the corners of her eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar things around her, Zhu Yuxiu wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes as her eyes gradually became determined. I have worshipped in the immortal sect and have become an outer disciple of the Taixuan sect. I must cultivate well and strive to be able to go back to visit my parents soon. With conviction in her heart, her entire body recovered its spirit, taking out the storage bag that was only the size of a palm from her bosom. She pressed it to her forehead, took out all the things inside, and put them on the table within the room. With a flash of light, the not-so-large tabletop was filled with an array of things. One of the biggest things was the bundle she had brought from the secular world. Zhu Yuxiu opened the bag. The things inside the bag were displayed. Many of them were clothes she had worn. Although old and patched everywhere, but they were mixed with an unspeakable affection in the center of the package. Clothing package Zhu Yuxiu, and found a silver ingot. Silver is not much, only 2. See this 2 silver. Zhu Yuxiu knows a little sour. She knows what this 2 silver means. This may be her family's entire savings. She did not expect her parents to stuff her with all their savings before they said goodbye, although these were equivalent to waste for cultivators. Zhu Yuxiu didn't throw them away, but instead cherished and repacked everything and put it back into the storage bag to carefully collect it. After that was the set of things that were distributed to the new disciples. Among them were 2 bottles of pills, 3 jade slips, 2 sets of uniform clothing for outer disciples, 1 identity token for outer disciples, and 10 crystal-rounded spirit stones. Pills Zhu Yuxiu knew, 1 bottle for the grain, preventing Dan. 1 bottle is the exclusive benefits of the outer disciple. Helps cultivation of the condensation of Kai Dan. All of these were told at the time of collection. The 3 jade slips were also told how to use them, not allowing Yuxiu to rush to use the slips. Rather, she first washed up, changed into the outer disciple's clothes, wore the identity token, and put the extra set of clothes into the storage bag before picking up the jade slips. The 3 jade slips were engraved with corresponding words, but for Zhu Yuxiu, who had never read a book, she did not recognize these words. Could it be that we need to learn to recognize words first? Zhu Yuxiu's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't know where in this Taixuan sect's outer gate there was a place that taught character recognition. After thinking about it, she directly followed the method of using the jade slip and pasted it to her forehead. Just as the jade slip was pasted to her forehead, a huge wave of information rushed into her mind. Cultivation 100 stories, Zhu Yuxiu murmured and spat out the words. Then she quickly reacted. I can read. In order to verify her suspicions, she hurriedly picked up another jade slip and scrutinized the words engraved on it. The Taixuan sect rules. She picked up the last jade slip again, the Kai refining technique at this point. Zhu Yuxiu's face finally showed joy. Really literate. Is this the means of an immortal? Even an illiterate who can't read only words can read and write with just a few pointers. It's truly amazing, without indulging too much in the joy of being literate. Zhu Yuxiu directly picked up the jade slip engraved with the Kai refining technique and pressed it to her forehead. The next moment, the contents of the jade sketch flooded into her mind. Kai refining, no, how? The most widely circulated technique in the cultivation world, practiced by Kai refining stage cultivators. Totaling 12 layers, corresponding to the 12 layers of Kai practicing perfection, there were records of the Kai refining technique in the 100 stories of cultivation. It is said that in the ancient times, there was no such thing as cultivators, and it was the world of Kai refiners, who only focused on refining Kai and did not cultivate Jindan Yunying, but could still ascend to immortality. And Kai refining skill is the introductory gong method for Kai refiners. Even if it is put into the current cultivation world, there is no Kai refining stage gong method that can be compared to it. It is for the Kai refining stage practitioners to cultivate the gong method of the second choice. Ancient, upon hearing those two words again, Zhu Yuxiu thought of what Elder Zhao had said. My hidden spirit root. There is a way to solve it in the ancient world. Is it that if I find the ancient world's way, I will be able to build my foundation? Thinking of this, Zhu Yuxiu felt hopeful, and her mood couldn't help but cheer up if her thoughts were known to other cultivators. They would definitely laugh their asses off. The ancient period of things can be handed down to the present how many? And one by one are from those dangerous ancient relics. No big cultivation of big ability body. How dare to go to break those dangerous ancient relics? But Zhu Yuxiu first entered the world of cultivation, not so broad insight. She naturally does not know how naive her own ideas. At this moment, with a face full of joy, she was already a little impatient and wanted to start trying to cultivate. The initial step in the cultivation of the Kai refining technique is to sense the existence of the spiritual Kai and draw it into the body. Inside the room, there is a futon dedicated to meditation. Zhu Yuxiu sat on top of the futon, according to the Kai refining skill technique described in the posture of the 5 hearts toward the sky, closed his eyes, and began to perceive the existence of spiritual Kai. There is aura in heaven and earth. Aura nourishes all things, and with the method of attracting, it can be transformed into one's own use. Between closed eyes and concentration, less than a moment's effort, Zhu Yuxiu will sense a little bit of light in the darkness lit up. Immediately after is more points of light in turn. She can feel these points of light seems to have the spirit of like. Around her body fluttering, one is like an elf, like very active. This is aura, closing her eyes and gazing at such a scene. Zhu Yuxiu could not hide the excitement in her heart, her pale and tender little face revealing the color of joy. Sensing the presence of aura, Zhu Yuxiu did not stay too long to watch, but quickly began to operate the Kai refining skill, trying to introduce that one aura point of light into her body. Between the operation of the Kai refining technique, those points of light seemed to receive guidance and began to fly towards her body. When the first wisp of spiritual Kai entered her body, she only felt that her body seemed to be filled with a wisp of cool air, a feeling that made her feel relaxed and happy, wanting to immerse herself in it and enjoy it. Zhu Yuxiu did not immerse in it. She knew that the introduction of gas into the body is only the initial. When the spirit of gas into the body, but also to guide the spirit of gas to the abdomen dantian to be refined, until the spirit of gas refining into spiritual power, only then is considered to be really belong to themselves. Refining Kai skill continued to run. Zhu Yuxiu began to guide the strand of spiritual Kai that entered his body towards the abdomen dantian. The spiritual Kai traveled along the peripheral meridians and then quickly drilled its way into her dantian. At this time, a sudden change occurred, just as the wisp of spiritual Kai entered the dantian, as if it had suffered a great impact. It was dispersed in an instant. This change made Zhu Yuxiu opened her eyes in surprise. Her eyes were full of disbelief. What's going on? Thinking for a moment, she carefully compared the Kai refining skill technique once again, but did not find the corresponding answer. Immediately, she closed her eyes and gazed again, sensing the situation within her dantian. As her mind sank into her dantian and looked within it, Zhu Yuxiu detected something strange within her dantian. According to reason, the average person's dantian was relatively peaceful, and the aura entered it only needing to run according to the gong method to begin refining the aura. Her dantian, however, was somewhat different. When she gazed inward, Zhu Yuxiu saw that her dantian was filled with frenzy. And even when she had just sunk her mind into it, she was almost shocked. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, stabilized her mind, and only then was not washed away by the frenzy within the dantian. Seeing this appearance within the dantian, she already pretty much knew what the cause was. Water and fire are mutually exclusive, and the conflict has caused my dantian to become berserk as well. And the aura that enters it is bound to be impacted, making it difficult to retain much of it. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuxiu's mood was a little lost, It is no wonder that he is clearly a double spirit root, but can only be reduced to the outer disciples. Thinking about this, Zhu Yuxia's mood eased a lot. She dispersed those cluttered thoughts in her mind. Path of cultivation can only rely on oneself. The color of determination in Zhu Yuxia's eyes grew even more. The speed of my cultivation is not as fast as others, so I will use time to erase it. I will cultivate for 10 hours if others cultivate for 1 hour. She firmly believed that by relying on her hard work, she would not lag behind others. When she said it, she did it. She continued to close her eyes and gaze, sensing the spiritual Kai and guiding it into her danshan to refine it as described in the Kai refining technique. The moment she practiced this, it was dark. At that time when the sun and moon alternated, a strange fluctuation emanated from Zhu Yuxia's room. When she opened her eyes again, the haze between her brows had dispersed and instead surfaced, a joy that was hard to hide. First level of Kai practicing. I've reached it, feeling the drop of spiritual energy like a water droplet within her danshan. Zhu Yuxiu could not hide the excitement in her heart, achieving the first level of Kai cultivation in 1 day. This was considered to be an outstanding talent amongst most cultivators, if it wasn't for the special nature of her danshan, which caused most of the spiritual energy to be dispersed. She probably wouldn't have needed such a long time to reach the first level of Kai cultivation. However, she also detected something strange. The vast majority of those spiritual Kai that had been absorbed and guided into her danshan had been washed away. But the ones that remained seemed to be purer and easier to refine. The spiritual energy that was refined into spiritual energy through this pure spiritual Kai also seemed to be purer than what was described in the Gong method. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuxiu felt that her danshan wasn't so difficult to accept. At least she knew that although it was easy for cultivators to refine spiritual energy. However, if one wanted to purify one's own spiritual energy, one would have to spend a lot of energy and time, and would not necessarily be able to purify one's own spiritual energy by much. This is undoubtedly a great advantage. Zhu Yuxiu was secretly delighted, and didn't intend to tell anyone else about this. It was her secret. Her cultivation had reached the first level of Kai cultivation, and she felt that her sickly body had also been nourished by her spiritual energy. Just like the land that had been dry for a long time and was moisturized by sweet, sweet rains, it gradually began to take on life. Originally, her small face, which was always as pale as paper, also began to have a little bit of redness, and was transforming into a healthy color. The thin little hand without a few pairs of meat held also felt not as powerless as before. After breaking through the first level of Kai refining, she also noticed that even her spirit was fuller. With a single thought, she was able to release her divine sense. Divine sense was incomparably subtle and magical. Even if her eyes were closed, she could still see things around her through her divine sense. It was just that her current divine sense could only cover 3 meters around her body. Through her divine sense, she could feel Shenfeng Jiao's aura in the next room. She was also practicing. But it seemed like she hadn't even reached the point of drawing Kai into her body, and she could only feel the regular sound of her breathing rising and falling without any fluctuation of aura. Zhu Yuxiu did not have the habit of prying into her people's privacy, and quickly withdrew her divine sense. The first level of Kai cultivation is just the beginning. I have to keep working hard, borrowing this spiritual momentum. Zhu Yuxiu once again closed her eyes and concentrated, entering into a state of cultivation, with the cultivation of the first level of Kai cultivation as a base. When she once again concentrated on absorbing the spiritual Kai, her speed was obviously much faster than before. But even so, she could only refine a small amount of spiritual Kai. This cultivation, 3 days passed. When she woke up from her cultivation again, it was because of a transmission note. It was a unified transmission note sent out by the sect. Mainly aimed at them, the new disciples, through this transmission note, Zhu Yuxiu understood that the Taixuan sect's current disciple intake had completely ended today, and that the sect had issued cultivation targets for them, the newly entered disciples. she didn't know the targets for the newly entered inner sect and miscellaneous disciples. But the outer disciples are required to reach the third level of Kai cultivation within 1 year, and if they fail to do so, they will be relegated to the rank of servant disciple. If you want to regain your status as an outer sect disciple, you can only be promoted to outer sect disciple again if your cultivation reaches the 9th level of Kai cultivation within 3 years, and you pass the outer sect examination. Within the transmission note were not only the indicator requirements, but also some of the outer sect disciples' welfare instructions. Zhu Yuxiu noticed one of the very important ones, that is, the new disciples of the outer sect within this year. Once a month, free of charge, to go to the preaching platform to listen to the preaching and teaching opportunities. Since the outer sect was full of disciples in the Kai practicing stage, the preaching and teaching was mainly held by disciples in the foundation establishment stage. But sometimes there would be the occasional elder figure in the Jai Dan stage as well. This was undoubtedly a very important piece of news. Third level of Kai cultivation, preaching platform. Zhu Yuxiu organized and digested the contents of the transmission note in her mind. Her eyes gradually becoming brighter. I must reach the third level of Kai cultivation within a year, and by no means can I all be relegated to the rank of a miscellaneous disciple. She had already read the Taichuan sect's rules and regulations, and knew how difficult the situation of a servant disciple was. Basically, most of the chores within the sect were completed by servant disciples, and there was less than 2 hours a day to even cultivate. If she was relegated to the position of an odd job disciple, her cultivation time would have to be greatly shortened. A sense of crisis arose in her heart, forcing her to hurry up her cultivation. Zhu Yuxiu once again gazed at her mind and focused into her cultivation. There were no years in cultivation. As soon as she cultivated this time, she closed her door to cultivate for more than half a month. So much so that the other female disciples who were in the same small courtyard, except for Shen Fengjiao at the beginning, had almost never seen her once. All of them treated her as a strange person who was silent and didn't like to go out. Originally, in such an unfamiliar environment, coupled with the oppression of the sect's indicators, Zhu Yuxiu did not want to go out, but after practicing for more than half a month, she only felt that her cultivation speed did not improve much, but instead had a hidden tendency to decline. Seeing this, she had to stop, wanting to find the reason. However, it was because she was new to the cultivation world and her knowledge was shallow. So she was not able to find the reason from her gongfu. Fortunately, she also remembered that new outer disciples had the opportunity to go to the preaching platform once a month to listen to the sermon. And it just so happened that this month was also nearing the end of the month. So she didn't intend to waste this opportunity. So she ended her cultivation in preparation to go to the preaching platform once to look for the answer. Pushing the door out, she was greeted by the scorching sunlight. The piercing sunlight shook Zhu Yuxiu, somewhat unable to open her eyes. And after adapting for a while, she was able to open her eyes and see things normally. At this time, the sky was bright, the sun was rising high into the sky, and the hour was close to noon. Cultivators do not have the habit of mortals to eat 3 meals a day. So, even if it is almost noon, did not see how many outer disciples walking around. Zhu Yuxiu didn't survey the surroundings too much. Just according to the location of the preaching platform that had been mentioned in the transmission note. After recognizing the direction, he walked straight towards the preaching platform. Taichuan Sect's outer doors preaching platform is quite some distance away from Green Bamboo Peak. Walking alone will take 1 hour. A round trip will take more than 2 hours. This was simply a waste of time in Zhu Yuxiu's opinion. With these 2 hours of time, how good to use to cultivate she didn't understand why the preaching platform had to be built so far away. But in order to solve her own cultivation confusion, she had to go to the preaching platform. It was good that Zhu Yuxiu was now at the first level of Kai cultivation. And with more than half a month of cultivation, The spiritual energy in her dantian had already accumulated more than a dozen drops, and her body, nourished by these dozen drops of spiritual energy, had already almost recovered to the state of a normal person. But even if she had returned to her normal state, she was still just a 7-year-old girl. This trip to the preaching platform also took her an hour and a half. Not only did it take a long time, but the rush of an hour and a half also made Zhu Yuxiu tired enough. When she arrived at the preaching platform, she directly sat on her butt on the ground, panting heavily, listening to the sermon on the preaching platform, 100 contribution points at a time, before Zhu Yuxiu could catch her breath. A voice came to her ears on the day. Looking for the voice, she saw a deacon disciple staring at her sitting on the ground with a serious face. His eyes full of dislike. Zhu Yuxiu, some unknown, don't know why this deacon disciple look at themselves like that. Just after hearing to 100 contribution points, she hurriedly got up and took out her own identity token and said, "This deacon brother, I am a new disciple of the outer door. Once a month, there is an opportunity to listen to the sermon free of charge." Newly initiated disciple, no wonder it's so embarrassing. That deacon disciple just took Zhu Yuxius' identity card and swiped it on the stone tablet beside him, and returned it to Zhu Yuxiu after seeing that there were no abnormalities. "Go in, thank you, deacon brother." Zhu Yuxiu carefully received his identity token and thanked that deacon disciple before walking into the preaching platform square. The preaching platform is actually a very wide square, and in the center of the square, there is a high platform that can accommodate 3 to 5 people. And that is the preaching platform. And at a glance, this square can also accommodate thousands of people. Taixuan Sect has 100 0 outer disciples, such as this preaching platform square is not only here one. At this time, this preaching platform square has gathered almost hundreds of people. It can be seen that there are many of them, such as Zhu Yuxiu, like new disciples, are quite young. A glance can be recognized, although Zhu Yuxius' arrival had also attracted a few gazes. Most of them just swept a glance at her before withdrawing their gaze. There was no one to be seen on the high platform in the center, so it could be seen that the preaching platform here had not yet officially begun to preach. Thus, Zhu Yuxiu casually found a spot and began to sit on her knees and wait. Dang, after about a quarter of an hour of sitting and waiting, a distant chime awakened Zhu Yuxiu from her meditative state. When she opened her eyes, she saw a light sword light streak across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the preaching platform in the center of the square, revealing a tall and beautiful figure. Seeing this scene in front of her, Zhu Yuxius' eyes lit up. Good fast speed. If I can also have that fast speed, good. So that every time to and from the preaching platform can save a lot of time thinking about it. But she knew that with her current cultivation of the first level of Kai cultivation, she would never be able to do it. Wow, the one who came to preach for us this time is actually the inner sect's senior sister, Jiang Yuyan. I've heard that senior sister Jiang has already cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment. And senior sister Jiang is also beautiful, really a combination of cultivation and beauty. This time I must listen to senior sister Jiang's sermon. Hey, I don't understand what's on your mind. You want to listen to the sermon. You are craving for Jiang's body. With your cultivation base of the 5th level of Kai cultivation, I think you'd better save it. The arrival of Jiang Yuyan on the sermon stage set off a chorus of comments. Zhu Yuxiu listened to the words in those murmurs, but also a rough understanding of the stage that is called Jiang's senior sister of some basic information. Zhu Yuxiu guessed that an inner sect genius disciple who had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment at such a young age as senior sister Jiang should be difficult to encounter on a normal day at the sermon stage. This made her feel that she hadn't come in vain this time. Dang, another distant bell sounded, and a deacon disciple shouted silence towards the crowd of outer disciples on the stage. Immediately, the stage quickly quieted down. Seeing the crowd of outer disciples sitting quietly, that deacon disciple retreated behind Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan also only revealed a smile to the crowd before she began to talk about the cultivation insights of the Kai refining skill. She was already extremely beautiful, and with just one smile, she attracted the gazes of a large number of people present. And as she slowly began to recount her cultivation tips, everyone's attention was focused on her. Zhu Yuxiu was no exception and began to listen carefully. Jiang's senior sister's narration is very simple and clear, from the first layer of Kai refining skill until the 6th layer. The beginning of Zhu Yuxiu can still listen to understand, but to the back of the somewhat confused and difficult to understand. After all, she had only reached the first level of Kai cultivation, and she hadn't come to remember to scrutinize the subsequent levels of the technique. But she had still memorized all of what elder sister Jiang had said. I don't know if it was because she had reached the first level of Kai cultivation, but it wasn't too difficult for Zhu Yuxiu to memorize the content. When senior sister Jiang finished talking about the cultivation tips for the 6th level of the Kai refining technique, she stopped at this time, only to hear her say today will be here. The rest of the time, if you have any doubts on cultivation, you can raise them to be solved by me for you. Upon hearing this, many disciples' eyes lit up thus. There were soon disciples who began to raise the difficulties they encountered in their cultivation. Seeking answers from senior sister Jiang, Zhu Yuxiu looked on and couldn't help but be moved as well. It was just that there were so many people asking questions right now that it was hard for her to make a name for herself, as she was so small. Every time she wanted to open her mouth, she was immediately snatched up by someone, which made her a little chagrined. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. There's still plenty of time left. Ask your questions one by one, and I'll answer them for you one by one. Seeing the scene of a rush of questions under the stage, senior sister Jiang immediately came up with a solution. After hearing her program, the stage quickly regained its calm and began to ask questions in turn. Seeing that she was able to ask questions in turn, Zhu Yuxiu was finally relieved. Her position wasn't too far forward, nor was it too far back. It happened to be sandwiched in the center, and it wouldn't take much time for her to take her turn. Jiang's senior sister's speed of answer is very fast. Every time is in the question just raised, she can immediately give the answer, as well as the corresponding solution. And those questions, as well as the answers of senior sister Jiang, Zhu Yuxiu listened in the ears and felt that there are quite a few points of truth. So she also will be those questions and answers to write down, with such quick answers. It was soon Zhu Yuxiu's turn to ask questions. At this time, many gazes were also focused on her, and senior sister Jiang on the sermon platform also looked over. For the first time, being watched by so many people, especially by the foundation establishment stage sister Jiang on the sermon stage, Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She stood up and began to stammer about the difficulties she had encountered in her cultivation. Senior sister Jiang. I'm a newly enrolled outer disciple. I've already succeeded in drawing Kai into my body to reach the first level of Kai cultivation. What I want to ask is that recently, when I'm cultivating, the speed of absorbing Kai is getting slower and slower, and there's still a hard feeling in my body. What's going on? Hearing Zhu Yuxiu's question, senior sister Jiang smiled faintly and said a new outer disciple should have only been cultivating for more than half a month. For you to be able to successfully draw Kai into your body and reach the first level of Kai cultivation in such a short period of time, it is evident that your qualifications are also quite good. Senior sister Jiang paused and continued, your question is also very well answered. Before answering, I will ask you a few questions. How long do you cultivate every day? I cultivate for 10 hours a day. Zhu Yuxiu answered truthfully, have you taken any pills, apart from the valley rescuing pill? I have not taken any other pills. Has there been any use of spirit stones for cultivation? Have not used them? Then the answer is obvious. After asking these questions, senior sister Jiang said, cultivation is a journey that seeks a degree of relaxation. Although diligence can make up for clumsiness, but you need to remember that too much is not enough. Your problem is overcultivation, resulting in their own meridians are difficult to withstand and thus cannot effectively absorb the spiritual Kai. If it continues, you are likely to leave irreparable dark injuries. Then it will be too late to regret. Zhu Yuxiu, who received the answer, was like being enlightened, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in her mind, leaving her frozen on the spot. So that's how it is, she murmured under her breath, and her eyes began to drift. Born sick and weak, she was fortunate enough to meet the immortal fate, and had thought that if she worked hard on her cultivation, she would be able to change her fate. Coupled with the targets issued by the sect, she felt doubly pressurized. And under heavy pressure, she could only desperately cultivate, and cultivate again. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was the desperate cultivation that caused the trouble, which made her how to be good in the future. Wake up, boom. Just as Zhu Yuxiu fell into self-doubt and confusion, a voice like thunder exploded in her ears, pulling her back from the edge of confusion. Zhu Yuxiu, who had come back to her senses, stared blankly at the figure on the platform, unconsciously feeling her nose a little sore, and her eyes reddened for a while, with tears welling up in her eyes. Jiang Yuyan on the platform saw Zhu Yuxiu this appearance, sighed, and said to her, "The road of cultivation is bumpy. When things need to be calm and collected, I don't know what you've been through, but you're still young. There's still a lot of time for cultivation. Don't let the difficulties in front of you disturb your state of mind. Then I'm afraid you'll stop here for the rest of your life." This was considered Jiang Yuyan's advice to her. Zhu Yuxiu heard it in her ears and remembered it in her heart. She forced herself to hold back the tears that were welling up in her eyes as she bowed to Jiang Yuyan on the high platform. "Many thanks to Senior Sister Jiang for clearing up my confusion. I will definitely keep Senior Sister's teachings in mind." Jiang Yuyan nodded slightly, and Zhu Yuxiu once again sat back in her original position. The questioning wheel went to the next one. Zhu Yuxiu collected her mind and continued to start listening to the other people's doubts on cultivation and the answers given by Senior Sister Jiang. Time passed quickly in this questioning and answering. Near dusk, this sermon on the preaching platform finally came to an end. Jiang Yuyan's sword transformed into a touch of light sword light and disappeared into the sky, and the crowd of outer sect disciples also dispersed in twos and threes. Zhu Yuxiu got up and also strolled towards. This time, she did not come to the eagerness, from time to stop to view the scenery along the way, all the way to walk and stop, only to feel the mind incomparable relaxation. Even the physical fatigue also seems to disappear without a trace, become much lighter. So the scenery along the way is so beautiful. Why didn't I pay attention to it when I came? Life is very tiring. The road of cultivation is very bitter. When you are tired, you might as well stop and look at the scenery along the way. More or less, you can get some solace in your soul. A gust of wind blew by, accompanied by the light shed by the setting sun, putting a layer of golden veil on the undulating bamboo sea, standing in the bamboo sea, accompanied by the breeze brushing the forehead of the green silk. This moment Zhu Yuxiu feel as if he and the bamboo sea as one. This feeling is a mysterious and indescribable. It was also at this moment that the aura of heaven and earth began to converge around her. This is. Zhu Yuxiu only felt a fluctuation coming from within her dantian, and in the next moment, she felt the Kai refining skill actually operate on its own, and began to absorb the spiritual Kai that had gathered around her. Seeing this, she didn't make any movements and just let the technique run on its own, absorbing and refining the spiritual Kai. I don't know how long it took. When she awoke from that subtle state, it was already nighttime, and a full bright moon hung in the sky. At this time, she only felt a sense of fullness coming from within her dantian. When her divine sense probed within the dantian, she saw that a puddle of spiritual energy had already gathered within it. Second level of Kai refining, Zhu Yuxiu was somewhat in disbelief. She had just broken through to the second level of Kai refining. She carefully examined it several more times, and also compared it to the Kai refining technique V. Description, and finally determined that she had truly broken through to the second level of Kai refining. Although the breakthrough to the second level of Kai refining, but Zhu Yuxia's face did not as originally as excited, but instead appeared to be very calm. The second level of Kai cultivation is only the beginning of the road of cultivation. There is nothing to be happy about. She continued to stroll towards the small courtyard where she lived. Just as Zhu Yuxia's silhouette faded away in the bamboo forest and completely disappeared without a trace, a figure revealed itself where she had originally stood. To have such a state of mind at such a young age. Not bad, the words fell. A gust of wind blew through the bamboo forest, a wave of undulation, only the echo gradually drifted away in the wind. The bamboo forest can no longer be seen half a trace. Zhu Yuxiu strolled back to their own living small courtyard. Small courtyard quiet, can only vaguely feel some fluctuations in the aura. Should be the other 4 people are practicing. She did not disturb, gently closed the courtyard door and returned to her room. This time, Zhu Yuxiu did not continue to cultivate, but instead lay down on the bed after a long time, quietly entering dreamland. Ever since she had been initiated for more than half a month, she had seldom laid down on this bed to rest, and sometimes she would directly take a nap in meditation, and then quickly wake up to continue her cultivation. Such days were obviously very hard for a young child like her, who was only 7 years old. As soon as she laid down, she quickly entered dreamland. She slept for a long time, so long that she swept away all the fatigue that had accumulated over the past half-month. Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Yuxiu woke up again by a knock on the door. She opened her hazy, sleepy eyes and wondered how someone could knock on her door. Out of politeness, she still got up and went to open the door for the person knocking. As soon as the door was opened, she saw Shen Fengji raising her hand to knock on the door again. Fortunately, she stopped in time. Otherwise, she would have to fall headfirst into the house. What the hell? Before knocking for so long, there was no response. All of a sudden opened the door. Almost caused me to fall. Shen Fengji glanced at Zhu Yuxiu in dissatisfaction. Muttering under her breath, Zhu Yuxiu ignored her disgruntled words and instead asked her curiously, "What do you want from me?" In her opinion, whether she had been on the immortal boat or after entering the sect, she and Shen Fengji had not crossed paths. Moreover, Shen Fengji obviously looked down on people of her type of origin, so she was curious what Shen Fengji was looking for herself to do at this time. It's not a big deal. It's just that a few of us who were initiated together are ready to have a small gathering. They know that the 2 of us live in a small courtyard, so they entrusted me to ask you if you want to go. Do you want to go? Shen Fengji stated the purpose of coming to her. After listening, Zhu Yuxiu felt a little surprised. Feeling that Shen Fengji seemed to have changed a little, the proud breath on her body was much less. If it was the previous Shen Fengji, she would not have come to invite someone like her who came from a lowly background. Are you sure you want to invite me? Seemingly somewhat certain, Zhu Yuxiu still asked Shen Fengji. That's for sure, otherwise why would I come to ask you? Zhu Yuxiu nodded. When, in a while, then go with that. Zhu Yuxiu was ready to go out the door, but was stopped by Shen Fengji. She looked at Shen Fengji in confusion. What are you stopping me for? You want just go like this? Shen Fengji's eyes turned around on her body and said with some disdain, look at your current appearance. Your hair is messy, as if it has never been combed, and your clothes are also worn loosely. What does it look like? After a slight pause, she waved her hand and said, you hurry up and take care of yourself, freshen up, dress neatly, and then well set off. Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu froze in place. Her face expression was a little hesitant. I think this is fine. I don't care how others look at me. You don't care I care. I don't want to walk with a slovenly person. Hurry back to the house to freshen up. Shen Fengji's attitude was tough. Zhu Yuxiu was still about to say something when she saw that Shen Fengji had already pushed her into the house. Well, in the end, she still said what she wanted to say. I don't know how to comb my hair. In the past, it was my mother who did it for me. And I've never worn such good clothes. I don't know how to dress neatly, when Shen Fengjiao heard this. Her expression froze. Then she said with some indignation, "I'll help you. You go fetch a basin of water." Saying that, she walked back to her house and went to get a wooden comb over. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu also obediently went to fetch a basin of water back. In Zhu Yuxia's room, Shen Fengjiao dipped the wooden comb into the water and little by little helped her comb her messy hair neatly, then pulled it up into a bun and pinned it with a hairpin, letting the excess green silk fall down behind her head. After that, she began to teach her how to dress up as an outer disciple, under Shen Fengjiao's teaching. Zhu Yuxiu finally learned how to wear the outer disciple's clothes. After everything was organized, Shen Fengjiao was relieved. "Look at you now, only like an immortal disciple's appearance. I did not expect you to be born quite well." Only to see that Zhu Yuxiu, who was fully dressed at this time, was like a different person, behind her head. Green silk like a waterfall hanging down, perhaps because of spiritual nourishment. Her skin has also become a lot more tender than before. No longer the kind of sickly white, in such a skin set off, her appearance appears to be out of the ordinary. With the immortal disciple's clothing, she added a few points of fairy atmosphere. It was like a fairy walking out of a painting. Hearing Shen Fengjiao say that she was born well, Zhu Yuxia's small face slightly blushed. "Then can we set off?" "Well, let's go with that." The two of them left the small courtyard together. After following Shen Fengjiao out of the green bamboo peak together, the two of them came to a place lined with pavilions, which was just like a street in the world, except that unlike in the world, there were no shouts or various vendors here. There were only the disciples of Taixuan Sect who walked between the various pavilions. Followed Shen Fengjiao into a pavilion, went up to the second floor and turned the corner, then saw several familiar figures. It was the several people who had once come here together from Linen County in an immortal boat. Only a few figures were missing from them. Zhu Yuxiu and Shen Fengjiao caught their attention as soon as they went upstairs. Here, little fatty Wang Fugui was the first to get up and waved at them. After Shen Fengjiao nodded in response, she took the lead and walked over, followed by Zhu Yuxiu, who also walked over. This one is." After Shen Fengjiao took her seat, the rest of the few people looked at Zhu Yuxiu, who followed her, and were all a little confused about who she was. When Shen Fengjiao saw the others' puzzled looks. Her face could not help but reveal a wry color. You guys guess, hearing her words. A few people all revealed a look of hard thinking. And they did not guess the answer for a good half a second, but right at this moment, a somewhat uncertain voice rang out, "You are." Yuxiu, hearing this, several people couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. "Congratulations, guys." "You got it right." Shen Fengjiao clapped her hands in affirmation. "Irma, it's me." Zhu Yuxiu also nodded in affirmation. Wow, the few people who received an affirmative answer were once again surprised. "Yuxiu, you've changed so much. We almost didn't recognize you. Yeah, you're so pretty now. Just like a real little fairy, in the face of the marvels and praises emitted by several people." Zhu Yuxiu acted a little subtle, not knowing how to respond. "Yuxiu, I'm not called Urya anymore. I have a name now." "It's Lai Xiolian. A deacon of the outer gate gave me that name, the once Urya." Now Lai Xiolian approached Zhu Yuxiu and said, "Congratulations, no Xiolian." Zhu Yuxiu almost called out Urya again, but luckily she changed her words in time. "Well, thanks." Lai Xiolian accepted Zhu Yuxia's congratulations and turned to her and asked, "Right, Yuxiu, didn't you go with senior sister Luo to meet that elder Zhao in the beginning? How come you're still in the outer sect?" "I heard those outer door senior brothers and sisters said can go to see the Jindan elder at the time of entry. Have become the inner disciplate. The pain that once existed was mentioned at this moment." Shen Fengjiao just wanted to say something. "Just saw," Zhu Yuxiu said with a calm face in the beginning. "It was senior sister Luo and the others who misjudged me." I didn't have that good of a qualification. Elder Zhao saw it at a glance, so I returned to the outer sect. So that's how it is. A few people came to a realization. In fact, the outer sect is also quite good. I heard that the inner sect disciples' target can be strict. We are to cultivate to the 3rd level of Kai, refining in a year. While the inner sect disciple, but only half a year. If you can't reach the 3rd level of Kai, refining in half a year, you can be relegated to the outer sect disciple. That kind of ups and downs is really too hard to bear. Said this is Wang Fugui. Zhu Yuxiu listened to him say carefully. Also do not know where his information is obtained. Out of curiosity, she asked, and what about the servant disciples? Servant disciples, also like us. There is a year for cultivation. If you can reach the 3rd level of Kai refining within a year, you can be directly promoted to the outer disciples. That's also quite good. At least it's one more chance to easily become an outer disciple than someone who has long been an odd job disciple. Zhu Yuxiu nodded. Good, what good? You are not aware that, although the handymen disciple this in a year, do not have to be so laborious, but still have to work every day. Plus the handyman disciple's qualification is already very poor. Want to reach the 3rd layer of Kai refining in a year is also extremely difficult. Alas, let's not talk about it. Taiju is the odd job disciple. I was the one who went to invite him to this gathering, but it turned out to be rejected directly by him. I saw him still picking water when he was leaving. Taiju was the only 5 spirit root qualification in their line. When they were initiated, he was the one who was assigned to be a servant disciple. Zhu Yuxiu still had an impression of this. We need to work hard too. The sect isn't raising us for nothing. If we don't reach the 3rd level of Kai refining within a year, then we'll be relegated to the rank of servant disciples. Yes, I've been practicing for more than half a month. I only sensed aura not long ago, and I haven't been able to draw Kai into my body yet. I don't know if I can reach the 3rd level of Kai refining in a year. Someone sang his praises, which instantly caused several people to resonate. I'm fine. I've already managed to draw Kai into my body. Lai Zayolian uttered these words at this time. Looking a bit smug, that's really congratulations. Hearing her words, the few people who had yet to channel their Kai into their bodies looked a little sullen, but still uttered words of congratulations. Zhu Yuxiu looked at the somewhat complacent Lai Zayolian, her eyebrows slightly frowning, but she did not say anything more. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene appeared somewhat dull. Hey, are the few of you bothering about inducing Kai into your bodies? Perhaps the sound of their conversation was a bit too loud, coupled with the fact that this attic where they were having a small gathering was originally a place like a secular tavern. The 2nd floor wasn't their table either. There were many other outer disciples present, following the sound. They saw a slim young man in his 20s or so walking towards them. If you want to quickly draw Kai into your body, you can look for me. As soon as the slim youth arrived, he smiled and uttered this. You have a way to help us quickly induce Kai into our bodies. Hearing the youth's words, those few that hadn't yet induced Kai into their bodies let out a question. That's right, I do have a method. It's just that the method isn't given to you for nothing, if you want it. You have to pay some price. The youth was still smiling, and his words were filled with certainty. What method? What price do we have to pay? Upon hearing the price, a few sessions that had yet to cause initiation revealed a wary look. Having already been initiated for such a long time, they also understood some of the things between the cultivators. So for what the youth said, they also raised a few points of vigilance, and did not easily believe what the youth said. Kai drawing pill to understand, for the vigilance of a few people, the youth did not put it in his eyes, only to see him backhandedly take out a small jade bottle from his waist storage pouch and shake it in front of the crowd. Kai drawing Dan, how come we haven't heard that there is this kind of elixir? That's because you guys are ignorant. There are thousands of types of elixirs in the cultivation world, only the ones you can't think of, the young man said confidently, with his head held high. This Kai drawing pill is from the hands of one of the 7 main peaks, the Jade Balance Peak Alchemist. It's a highly sought-after item that ordinary people can't even buy if they want to. And this time, it's considered that you're lucky to have met me. One of the 7 main peaks of Taishuan Sect, Jade Balance Peak, specializes in the Tao of pills. This point was clear to several people here. After hearing the youth say that the Kai drawing pill was from the hands of the Jade Balance Peak Alchemist. Those few who had yet to draw Kai into their bodies couldn't help but believe it for a few moments. Then what is the utility of this Kai drawing pill that you are willing to give it to us? The effect of the Kai drawing pill is very simple. Taking one will help you all to quickly achieve Kai drawing into the body. The youth said the effect of the Kai drawing pill. Then he paused for a moment and continued, but there is no such thing as a free pill in this world. If you want this Kai drawing pill, you will have to buy it with spirit stones, hearing the spirit stone. A few people also sort of understand. It seems that this youth is here to sell pills. Then how many spirit stones apiece for this Kai drawing pill of yours? It's not expensive, 10 spirit stones apiece. It's already cheap. The price quoted by the youth caused the faces of the few people who had yet to draw Kai into their bodies to change. 10 spirit stones, and you still say it's cheap. Someone's face turned ugly, and he couldn't help but yell out, "How do you talk to senior brother? I can sell it to you because I think highly of you. It's fine if you don't appreciate it. But you even dare to rebuke me loudly. I don't think this will end so easily today." The youth suddenly collected the smile on his face and changed to a cold look. His tone was not kind. "What do you want?" Someone clapped his hands and stared angrily at the youth. The youth's tone was icy cold. "You're very brave. A mere minion who hasn't even reached the point of drawing Kai into the body dares to be the first to take the lead just as well. Let's give you some lessons so that y'all know how to respect your senior brother." Just as the youth's words fell, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the teenager, who was the first to shoot up. The remaining few people also felt that powerful aura, and all of them instantly changed in color. Zhu Yuxia's expression also became serious at this, and she secretly began to mobilize the spiritual energy within her Danshan. Punt, in the next moment, a sound of kneeling rang out, and the crowd hurriedly looked over to see that the teenager who had taken the lead in clapping his hands had already knelt on the ground with a trembling body. "Wu Ming!" the crowd exclaimed in shock, and Wang Fugui turned to look at the youth angrily. "You dare to make a move within the sect? Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the sect rules? HMPH, little fellow, you still dare to press me with the sect rules. I see that you also have itchy skin." In the next moment, the oppressive aura on the youth's body pushed straight into Wang Fugui, who also followed in Wu Ming's footsteps and directly flopped down on the ground as well. Seeing this situation, the remaining people did not dare to say anything more, and each of them looked at the youth vigilantly. "Today, this Kai drawing pill of mine, you guys have to buy it even if you don't buy it. And you have to buy it for me even if you don't buy it." The youth looked down condescendingly at everyone present. "Now take out the spirit stones you have on you." Just as the youth watched smugly, as some people began to take spirit stones from their storage bags, suddenly a petite figure stood up. It was none other than Zhu Yuxiu. Zhu Yuxiu stood up, a pair of clear eyes looking straight at the youth. "We don't need the Kai drawing pill. Oh, interesting. A little girl's family has some backbone." But, before the youth could finish his words, he felt from a strong aura coming from his face. He couldn't help but be startled. Who dares to meddle in my business? However, when he looked around, he didn't find any other veteran outer disciples approaching, so he couldn't help but turn his gaze and landed on Zhu Yuxiu. When he felt Zhu Yuxiu's body that emitted the breath of the second layer of Kai refining, the color of his face suddenly changed greatly. As you actually reached the second level of Kai refining in just over half a month of initiation. No, you are definitely not an outer disciple. You are an inner disciple. The youth's eyes were a bit flustered at this moment. How could he not have imagined that there would be an inner disciple amongst a group of outer disciples? Even if it was an inner disciple, there weren't many who had reached the second level of Kai refining within half a month or so of being initiated, and this little girl in front of him had reached it, although her own cultivation level was higher than hers now. She would definitely achieve more than herself in the future. By then, thinking of this, the color of panic in the youth's eyes increased. After struggling in place for a few moments, he then dropped the harsh words, "Count yourselves lucky." After dropping a lucky for you, he hurriedly left. With the youth's departure, the pressure exerted on Wang Fugui and Wu Ming instantly disappeared, and the two staggered up from the ground. However, at this time, everyone's gazes were not on the two of them. Instead, they were all focused on Zhu Yuxiu. Yuxiu, you really have cultivated to the second level of Kai refining. Zhu was a bit incredulous, and Lai Xiaolian, who was close by, was the first to ask. Zhu Yuxiu did not hide it and nodded in response. Receiving her affirmative nod in response, the people present all revealed shocked colors. How did you cultivate so fast? The crowd let out a gasp, and also beside her, Shen Fengjiao's eyes moved slightly, as if she had thought of something. Yuxiu, thank you so much this time. Without you we might have. Wang Fugui and Wu Ming both came forward and thanked her. From the eyes of both of them, it was not difficult to see that they were genuinely thankful to Zhu Yuxiu for stepping in this time. No need to thank. This time I am also saving myself. Otherwise, we are all going to be extorted by that person for all the spirit stones on our body. Zhu Yuxiu waved her hand and sat back down. Seeing this, Wang Fugui and Wu Ming also stopped talking, and each returned to their own seats. This small gathering resumed once again. Only the atmosphere of the scene fell into a dullness, and the few people hurriedly ordered some spirit food and quickly dispersed after eating. Through this experience, they really understood the cruelty of the cultivation world, which was more real than what they had read in the Cultivation 100 hearings. Before they were a bit unconvinced, but now they were completely convinced. No strength in the cultivation world, only to be slaughtered. I believe that in the coming year, these people will rarely get together again. In a small alley, two figures met here. One of them was the same youth who had previously extorted Zhu Yuxiu and the others, while the other was a short, fat man, both of them dressed in outer disciple clothing. How much did you earn this time? As soon as the short and fat outer disciple met the youth, he opened his mouth to inquire. Don't say it, this time is really bad luck. The youth's face was unsightly as he waved his hand, and his tone of voice seemed a bit gloomy. What's wrong? Seeing the youth's appearance, the short and fat outer disciple asked suspiciously. This time, I actually encountered a newly entered inner disciple. It's a good thing I didn't say my name, or else I'd be in big trouble. A newly entered inner disciple, yes, and it's not an uncommon new inner disciple. Her qualifications are afraid that she could take her place amongst those new inner disciples. Is it as exaggerated as you say? Why not? She's only been initiated for more than half a month, and she's already cultivated to the second level of Kai refining. Just tell me how long it took you to cultivate to the second level of Kai refining in the first place. It took me almost 5 months back then. Hearing you say that, her talent is really extraordinary. Good to know. I want an extra 20% this time. Are you okay with that? All right. The alley quickly regained its calmness again after the two had finished negotiating. After the small gathering hurriedly ended, Zhu Yuxiu left with Shen Fengjiao and Lai Xiaolian to head to Green Bamboo Peak. To a fork in the road, Lai Xiaolian and the two separated, after returning to the small courtyard again. Shen Fengji only said, I haven't finished my cultivation today, so I'll go back to the house to cultivate first. After that, she went straight back to her own hut, watching Shen Fengjiao's room door close. It did not take long for the fluctuation of spiritual Kai to come from inside the house. Zhu Yuxiu knew that today's experience had dealt a great blow to Shen Fengjiao and the girls. However, through today's experience, Zhu Yuxiu also learned about her own shortcomings. Spell cultivation himself is not that young man's opponent. His hasty escape was only to mistake himself for a talented inner disciple, not always have such good luck. Although luck is also a part of strength, but there are too many unpredictable situations. You cannot just fight luck. In terms of cultivation, she felt that the young man was at least 2 or 3 levels stronger than herself. And in addition to cultivation, the comparison of strength between cultivators also had arts. Cultivation is only equivalent to an empty brute force, although it can also play some role, but the role is far from the arts to bring the promotion of large. It is thought to understand this point. Zhu Yuxiu should not bury his head only to enhance the cultivation. Art must also be matched with the cultivation, taking advantage of the fact that it was just afternoon. There was still time. Zhu Yuxiu did not go back to her room to cultivate, but turned around and walked out of the small courtyard, heading towards the outer door's scripture cabinet. The hidden scripture cabinet is divided into the inner door. The outer door. The inner door hidden scripture cabinet is specially for the inner door disciples to select the technique. Check the books of the place which are hidden than the outer door to be much rarer. As for then above is related to the clan inheritance important place. Only in the 7 main peaks it is said that only become a true disciple is qualified to dabble in. The inner and outer disciples that is not even think about. These are in the sect rules recorded clearly. Although the outer door of the hidden scripture cabinet is not as rich as the inner door of the hidden scripture cabinet, but cannot help the outer disciples of 100, 0, 0, so the outer door of the hidden scripture cabinet every day. There are many outer disciples in and out. Zhu Yuxiu had just arrived in front of the scripture cabinet, and as far as the eye could see, there were all the outer sect disciples coming and going. She only swept a few glances before lifting her foot and walking into the scripture cabinet. Although the outside of the Bible pavilion looked a bit noisy, once she entered the inside, it became quiet. No one was clamoring here, and each and every one of them were orderly picking out the books or jade slips that they needed. Most of the book items were ancient books. Jade slips were only gradually popularized after the ancient immortal and demon wars. Most of the jade slips were used to record feats and techniques, and seldom were used to record those miscellaneous secrets, because that would be too wasteful. Inscribing a jade brief not only consumes spiritual energy, but also consumes divine sense. So jade briefs are much more convenient to use than books. The hidden scripture pavilion was large, and there were also guide markers. Zhu Yuxiu recognized the location of the spell markers, and then walked straight to the area where the spells were placed. The area of spells was filled with jade slips, but there was still a wooden sign beside the slips to introduce the spells recorded in the slips. Zhu Yuxiu raised her eyes and swept over the nearest wooden plaques, and saw that they were written on them, such as Inferno Sun Technique, Wind and Fire Killing, Cold Spring Breaking, and so on. All of them were advanced combination techniques. And she knew that these techniques were not suitable for her current cultivation, with a cultivation level of the 2nd level of Kai refining. There weren't many techniques that she could cultivate. Zhu Yuxiu searched around and finally stopped in front of some basic arts. Indeed, with her current cultivation level at the 2nd level of Kai cultivation, coupled with the fact that she had never practiced arts before, choosing basic arts to cultivate was most appropriate. Although basic arts were basic, there were also a wide variety of them. Among them, there were 5 basic arts for the 5 elements alone, which were the golden mango art, water flow art, wood spirit art, flame art, and earth dust art. There were also some basic arts exclusive to mutated spirit roots, such as the wind spinning art, thunder light art, ice condensation art, and so on, knowing his spiritual root attributes. Zhu Yuxiu directly chose the flame art and water flow art from the 5 elements arts, picking up the jade slips that recorded these 2 arts. She then went directly to the registration desk within the scripture pavilion to register. behind the counter of the registration office. There was a recliner on which an old man with a kind face was lying there with half mild eyes. Zhu Yuxiu swept her eyes at the old man, only to realize that there was an abyss-like aura on the other party, making it impossible for her to see through the amiable-faced old man. She was suddenly startled, understanding that this amiable-looking old man definitely had a terrifying cultivation strength, and hurriedly withdrew her sweeping gaze. "Greetings, elder. I would like to exchange these two arts," Zhu Yuxiu said as she respectfully bowed to the old man in front of the counter. The old man opened his eyes, raised his eyes, and scanned the jade slip Zhu Yuxiu was holding in his hands, then said basic arts, 2 spirit stones in total. After saying that, he then half squinted his eyes again and lay back on the recliner, no longer looking at Zhu Yuxiu. Zhu Yuxiu did not hesitate, took out 2 spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the counter. And after a respectful salute, he walked out of the cabinet. After choosing the basic technique, Zhu Yuxiu didn't go back to the small courtyard, but instead found a deserted place on the green bamboo peak and began the technique's cultivation. She first used her divine sense to record the cultivation methods of the arts within the 2 jade slips before she began to speculate. After about a quarter of an hour, she had almost understood the cultivation of the flame technique. So she began to work on releasing the flame technique for the first time. The release of the flame art was very simple. It was just to mobilize the spiritual energy within the Danshin as described in the art, and transform the spiritual energy into flames to be released. It was as simple as that. The rest of the basic arts were mostly similar. Zhu Yuxiu stood still in the same place, gazing and holding her breath to start mobilizing the spiritual energy in her Danshin. However, while she was mobilizing the spiritual energy within her Danshin, it was due to the natural rage within her Danshin that made the mobilization of spiritual energy very difficult. Often, when she mobilized a trace of spiritual energy, it was pressed back by the rage within her Danshin, causing her to try several times in a row, but she was unable to successfully mobilize a strand of spiritual energy out of her Danshin. This had undoubtedly dealt her a heavy blow. Fortunately, her heart had already changed greatly from when she first started, and this blow did not discourage her, but instead calmed her down, and she no longer blindly tried to mobilize her spiritual energy. After a slight pause, Zhu Yuxiu began to recall the feelings she had felt when mobilizing her spiritual energy a few times before. Rage, disorder, and suddenly her eyes lit up. In the midst of the berserk disorder, there seems to be gaps. If I mobilize my spiritual energy along those gaps, will I be able to mobilize it? As soon as she thought of it, she did it. Thus, she began another round of attempts. This time, she sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes and concentrated, sinking her entire mind into the Danshin, which she used to observe the situation within the Danshin. After about a quarter of an hour, when she felt that it was almost ready, she began to mobilize her spiritual energy again. This time, she didn't try to mobilize the spiritual energy within the Danshin at once as she did before. Instead, she turned the spiritual energy into a thread and slowly used her divine sense to pull the spiritual energy, moving it along the gap that she had already discovered to the outside of the Danshin. This process was very long, and not only did it require calm and collected patience not to mention, it was also extremely taxing on the divine sense. After only a few moments of duration, Zhu Yuxiu could already feel the corners of his forehead begin to sweat. Finally, after spending about an hour or so, she silently opened her eyes and raised her hand. A cluster of flames flared up at her fingertips. Seeing this cluster of flames at her fingertips, Zhu Yuxia's face finally revealed a smile, but just as her mind relaxed a little, the flames snapped and went out. It finally succeeded once, but the release time of the spell was too long. Zhu Yuxiu understood her own problem. When fighting between cultivators, the release for a spell was often done in an instant, and if she wanted to achieve instantaneous release of flame arts, she still needed a lot of practice for proficiency in the way she mobilized her spiritual energy. But the good thing was that with the first time, practicing again wouldn't be as difficult as it was in the beginning. Thus, she began to start practicing her spiritual power mobilization. Time hurriedly passed as she practiced mobilizing her spiritual energy. When Zhu Yuxiu once again released a cluster of flames the size of a thumb, she had finally exhausted the spiritual energy within her danshan. Although the spiritual energy had been exhausted in practicing the technique, she had gained much more. From needing about an hour to mobilize her spiritual energy in the beginning to only needing half an hour to complete it now. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. That's all for today's practice of the art, after letting out a long breath. Zhu Yuxiu got up and walked towards her residence. The day's practice didn't consume much physical strength, but the exhaustion of concentrating for a long period of time was even greater than the physical exertion. And after she meditated to recover her spiritual energy, she simply collapsed into a deep sleep. Thus, Zhu Yuxiu's next days turned into cultivation, plus art practice, every day, although the time she spent on cultivation was not as long as before. It was still a full 6 hours. The reason why she only cultivated for 6 hours was because she had carefully felt that her body's daily tolerance limit was 6 hours. Any longer and she would feel unwell. After cultivating, she went directly to the unoccupied area of Green Bamboo Peak to start practicing her arts. With her spiritual energy reserves at the second level of Kai refining, her daily practice in arts could only last for about 2 to 3 hours, and that was because she couldn't release her arts in their entirety. However, with a great deal of practice, her release on her spells gradually became complete. This also caused the time she spent practicing her spells daily to gradually shorten. Another half a month passed in a flash of time. At this time, it was already near the end of August, and the dry heat in the air was gradually fading away, with a tendency for autumn to rush in. However, for the disciples in the Taixuan sect, there was not much feeling. Taixuan Gate has a large array guard. Regardless of spring, summer, fall, and winter, in Taixuan Gate are 4 seasons like spring. On this day, Zhu Yuxiu came to a deserted place in Qingzhou Peak to start practicing her arts as usual. After determining that no one was really around, she began to stand still and regulate her breathing. After about half a quarter of an hour, she adjusted her state to the best and began to release her spells. As she raised her small hand gently, a dry and hot aura immediately rose around her, smelling the burning heat before seeing the flames. This was a vision that could only be seen after the cultivation of a spell to a certain degree, although basic arts could also do it. The power of basic arts was there. Almost no one in the cultivation world would spend a lot of time practicing basic arts. That would be a pure waste of time, as the burning aura around his body became more and more prevalent. In the next instant, a ball of flame flared up from Zhu Yuxiu's outstretched palm. Go, with a light reprimand. The flame was thrown out by her raised hand. The flame struck a green bamboo, bursting into a large piece of flame, and then quickly dissipated when the flames were all dissipated, revealing the green bamboo that had been struck. It was seen that the green bamboo had already been burnt off by the flames, and there were still a few sparks flickering at the break, which was only completely extinguished when the wind blew. 5 breaths, Zhu Yuxiu mused, not looking at the green bamboo that was burnt off by her own flame technique, but muttering to herself, another breath faster than yesterday, still a bit slow. The release of a cultivator's technique was instantaneous, and after practicing for such a long time, she could only manage to release a flame technique in 5 breaths. This was clearly not up to what she demanded of herself. After practicing for the past half a month, Zhu Yuxiu could clearly feel that the further she went, the more difficult it would be to shorten the time it took her to release a spell. It seemed that up until now, this was already her limit, but the limit is used to break. She always firmly believed that through a lot of continuous practice, she will one day be able to do like a normal cultivator, to achieve the release of magic spells in an instant. It was not that she had not gained from practicing for such a long time. After all, in the beginning, she was unable to release even a complete flame art, but now she was able to release a complete flame art. This was progress. Since the flame art had been practiced with some success, Zhu Yuxiu felt that it was also time to start practicing the water flow art. With the practice of the flame art as a base, when the water flow art started practicing, Zhu Yuxiu did not feel much difficulty, but instead, she managed to transform her spiritual energy into water in one go, compared to the flame art. The water flow art is much more peaceful. At this time, only see in Zhu Yuxiu's palm a clear water flow like a small snake in her palm flow. Condensed but not scattered, water was invisible and could change in thousands of ways, although the water flow art cannot gather too much water. But change some individual small objects can still do, but it is extremely test cultivators on their own spiritual power, detailed control. Otherwise, the water flow art in the shape of the object, it will appear rigid, a touch will be scattered. However, these for Zhu Yuxiu is already easy to do. Just see her stretch out the other hand, with the finger gently touched, that like a small snake-like water flow. That water flow just around her finger flow through. Gust of coolness from the fingertips to pass from the water flow did not spread out. Seeing that the most difficult control of the water flow technique is no longer a problem, Zhu Yuxiu disperses the water flow in her palm and decides to try the killing power of the water flow technique. Although the water is soft, but it does not mean that the water does not have the power to kill, like the sea that seems to be unperturbed in the past. Once a big wave is set off, it also has the power to smash mountains and rocks, although the water flow art is not as powerful, but can also be transformed into water arrows, water blades. Killing power will not be weaker than the flame art. The technique of utilizing the water flow technique was not something that Zhu Yuxiu came up with on her own, but rather what she learned after going to the preaching platform this month to listen to the sermon. This month, she went to the preaching platform that specialized in teaching tips on arts and crafts. The first time she went to the preaching platform, she didn't know that there was a difference between the preaching platforms, and it was only after she learned more about it that she realized that the different preaching platforms also taught different things each time. It was good that she didn't go wrong the first time. This time, the art preaching platform to come to preach is an inner Sect Foundation stage senior brother. His content is precisely the basic art cultivation related to the refining stage of the insights. It was also by listening to his insights that Zhu Yuxiu was able to practice the flame art in this short period of half a month. Otherwise, in her own situation, if she wanted to refine the flame art, it would feel like it would take her at least more than 2 months. From this, she also realized how important it was to have a guide on the road to cultivation. The stream of water turning into water arrows wasn't difficult for Zhu Yuxiu. In just a few moments, she had already condensed a water arrow of more than half a foot in her palm. With a soft reprimand, "Go," the water arrow shot out from her palm, shooting towards a 1-finger-wide green bamboo. Swoosh, with a sound on the ground. The water arrow instantly penetrated the green bamboo, and continuously penetrated the 3 green bamboos behind it, before completely dissipating. Seeing the killing power caused by the water arrow, Zhu Yuxiu felt satisfied. However, like the flame technique, the water stream technique could not be instantaneous, which was a point of dissatisfaction for Zhu Yuxiu. In the end, how to make the spell instantaneous? In the middle of contemplation, Zhu Yuxiu remembered what that Foundation establishment senior brother had said that day on the preaching platform. Techniques are different from Gongfu. It's hard to achieve anything by working behind closed doors. Instead, it's more of a bull's eye. And techniques can only get a long way forward through practical application of jutsu. Zhu Yuxiu chewed on these words. All she could think of were the fights between cultivators. Besides the fights, where else could she use the flame technique and water flow technique? Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she thought of a place. That place was outside the Taixuan sect, but the distance wasn't too far. only a short 20 miles or so, and it was called the Wind Wolf Ridge. It was said that in the depths of that Wind Wolf Ridge there was a foundation establishment stage Wind Wolf King. And even though it was so close to the sect didn't bother with it, and was intentionally using it as a place of trial for the sect's disciples. On weekdays, there were also many outer disciples in the Wind Wolf Ridge who went there to do tasks, most of which were nothing. Zhu Yuxiu felt that Wind Wolf Ridge was just right for her, however, for new disciples like her. Wanting to leave the sect was a problem. They didn't have to do missions within the year, so naturally there was no need to leave the sect. And only when the sect's protection period expired after a year did they, the disciples, have to complete a certain amount of sect missions as required. Thinking for a moment, Zhu Yuxiu clapped her hands and had an idea. There was no task she could take the initiative to take the task The clan also did not say that these new disciples could not take the initiative to receive tasks to do. After deciding on this idea, Zhu Yuxiu hastily ended the practice of today's arts and rushed back, before going to take over the mission. She still needed to make some preparations. Doing a mission for the first time, Zhu Yuxiu wasn't sure exactly what to prepare. It was just a matter of carrying on a standardized sword weapon issued to her by the sect. This sword weapon was a spirit weapon. It just had the potential to be promoted to a spirit weapon. It needed to subsidize its own materials and ask a refiner to refine it a bit before it could be promoted into a spirit weapon. She didn't have those refining materials and couldn't afford to hire a refiner, so that was all she could do. The distribution of the Taixuan sect's disciples' tasks were all handled by the contribution hall. There were many people in the outer sect's contribution hall, and Zhu Yuxiu attracted many gazes as soon as she entered the contribution hall. After all, her age was there, and in this contribution hall, anyone could tell at a glance that she was a newly entered disciple. They were all curious as to what a newly initiated disciple was doing in the contribution hall at this time. Could it be that she was also here to receive a mission? Zhu Yuxiu ignored the gazes of those curiously sizing herself up as she scanned the contribution hall and found the place where the quests were issued. It was a smooth stone wall that could be seen as soon as one walked into the contribution hall. Light and shadows floated on the stone wall, as if words were projected onto the smooth stone wall, approaching to take a closer look. One could see that each of the floating and changing text on it was the description of a task. Zhu Yuxiu's eyes searched through it and found that there weren't many tasks suitable for those below the 3rd level of Kai refining. And she felt a little puzzled. Could it be that outer disciples below the 3rd level of Kai refining didn't need to do tasks? In fact, what she didn't know was that the Taixuan sect's outer disciples were basically all above the 3rd level of Kai refining. And only the new entrants were below the 3rd level of Kai refining. The new outer disciples didn't have to do the tasks. Plus, the contribution points of the tasks below the 3rd level of Kai refining were originally less. And there weren't many outer disciples willing to do them, so almost all of them were pushed to the miscellaneous service hall, which distributed them to the miscellaneous service disciples to do them, sort of give the poorly qualified, not strong, handyman disciples a chance to earn clan contribution points and survive. Zhu Yuxiu, who didn't understand why there were so few tasks below the 3rd level of Kai refining, locked her gaze onto the few tasks that disciples below the 3rd level of Kai refining could do. 100 Mang Mountain capture demonic beasts quest. Demand to capture 3 snow hares. Reward contribution points of 10. Divine Break Mountain mining task. Demand to dig up 100 pounds of black cloud sand. Reward 100 contribution points. Wind Wolf Ridge medicine picking mission. Demand to collect 20 wind spirit grass. Reward 20 contribution points. Wind Wolf Ridge medicine gathering. This is it. Zhu Yuxiu locked onto the Wind Wolf Ridge with a glance, and immediately handed over her identity token to a deacon disciple next to the stone wall, saying, "This deacon brother, am going to take on the Wind Wolf Ridge medicine picking mission." Seeing Zhu Yuxiu handing over the identity token, That deacon disciple was also stunned. Once the task is taken over and cannot be completed, it is subject to punishment. The punishment is to deduct the corresponding double contribution points of the task taken over. Do you really want to take over that task? Sure. Zhu Yuxiu gave an affirmative reply, and the deacon disciple saw this and said nothing more. Swiping her identity token on the stone wall, that Wind Wolf Ridge medicine-picking quest was taken and disappeared. This is the corresponding mission description. When that deacon disciple handed the identity token back to Zhu Yuxiu, he gave her another jade slip along with it. Thank you, deacon brother. Zhu Yuxiu took the identity token and the jade slip, and after thanking the deacon disciple, she went straight out of the contribution hall, looking at Zhu Yuxius departing back. The deacon disciple muttered to himself, in previous years, only inner disciples dared to take on tasks during the new disciple protection period. But I didn't expect that this time there was also a courageous one in the outer disciples, which is a bit interesting. After Zhu Yuxiu left the contribution hall, she went straight to the sect's mountain gate. After registering properly with the guarding disciple at the mountain gate, she smoothly exited the sect. Wind Wolf Ridge was in the southeast of Taixuan Sect, and after recognizing the direction, she set off for Wind Wolf Ridge, a distance of more than 20 miles, not far to say the least. The cultivator Royal Sword Flight can arrive in just a few moments. However, flying with a sword required a cultivation level of at least the 6th level of Kai refining in order to do so. Therefore, Zhu Yuxiu could only rely on her legs to travel on foot. Fortunately, she was now at the 2nd level of Kai refining, so this distance would not tire her out. After spending half a day, Zhu Yuxiu finally arrived at a small town called Qingfeng Town outside of Wind Wolf Ridge. Qingfeng Town was a town established by cultivators, and there were no mortals inside. As soon as Zhu Yuxiu walked into the town, she saw a large number of cultivators, among them, apart from the disciples of the Taixuan sect. The rest were all casual cultivators. And in this not-so-big town, there was also a cultivation market, in which one could see cultivators setting up stalls. Some were yelling, while others sat silently in place, seemingly confident in the items they had set up to sell. Zhu Yuxius' arrival immediately attracted a large swath of attention. Her outfit as an outer disciple of the Taixuan sect was truly conspicuous. The Tianlan continent is not only a vast area, the sects, which in turn to the strength of the top 10 sects of the most horrifying. For all the sects of the first, Taixuan sect is one of the 10 sects. Even among the 10 sects, Taixuan sect can be ranked into the top 3. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the Taixuan sect was in the Tianlan cultivation world. And as a disciple of the Taixuan sect, even if he was an outer disciple, he could attract a large amount of attention from outside. Realizing this, Zhu Yuxiu thought in her heart, I need to change my clothes when I go out in the future. This is too eye-catching, ignoring those gazes of attention. Zhu Yuxiu was not in a hurry to go to the Wind Wolf Ridge immediately, but instead was interested in turning around in the marketplace. In the secular world, she hadn't even done much shopping. But now that she had come to the cultivation world, she was a little playful for a moment, after all. At her age, she was still just a child, and having a playful heart was unavoidable. Quickly see, quickly come to buy. Superior art secret books, children and old men, come late will be gone. As soon as he walked into the marketplace, a yelling voice came from his face. It was a loose cultivator as thin as a bamboo pole, on the stall in front of him. There were volumes of beautifully bound wire-bound books. Zhu Yuxiu just swept her eyes and stopped looking, then continued to walk inside. When she gradually walked away, that thin as a bamboo pole of loose cultivators did not attract to her this cultivation white. Stopped mouth no longer yell, little fairy. It's dangerous to be out there alone. Buy some talismans for defense. As Zhu Yuxiu walked, she was suddenly stopped by a voice that sounded like broken sandpaper. Turning her head, she saw a sharp-tongued, Monkey cheeks of a loose cultivator, is showing a face of treacherous smile. Said Im here talismans can be good talismans. Look at this fireball talisman. Runes full of spirit. I can break the refining 5-layer of demonic beasts of defense. The reel into the wind wolf ridge must have things Talisman for the cultivation of 100 arts famous 4 arts. Danfu array weapon, widely known to cultivators. Although Zhu Yuxiu knows the talisman, but she has not seen it with her own eyes, she is not sure if what the sharp-tongued monk said is true or false. Fireball talisman, how does it compare to the flame art? The reason she asked this was because flame arts could also condense into the shape of a fireball. It made her a little skeptical of what the sharp-tongued and cheeky loose cultivator had said. Look at what you're asking. Flame art is just a basic technique. How can it be compared to my fireball talisman, even if flame art is practiced to perfection? At most, it can only touch demonic beasts at the 3rd level of Kai refining. Stop, farewell, when she heard that even if the flame art was practiced to perfection, it could only deal with demonic beasts at the 3rd level of Kai refining. Zhu Yuxiu knew that he was fooling himself. So she lost the patience to listen to him continue and left without looking back. Alas, don't go, little fairy. Can't see my fireball talisman. I still have other talismans, this water arrow talisman, seeing that Zhu Yuxiu had already walked away. The sharp-tongued monk didn't continue along the way to see a variety of scattered cultivator fooling skills. Zhu Yuxiu this time is also considered open eyes. Understand that in this cultivation world really cannot easily believe the words of other cultivators. Immediately, Zhu Yuxiu carried the sword and went straight to the Wind Wolf Ridge. Just entered the Wind Wolf Ridge. As far as the eye could see, there were dense forests, and the weeds in the forest were of different depths, some of which were even taller than her body, being in it. The line of sight is somewhat obstructed. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but sigh, only feeling a headache. No wonder no one took this task. The low cultivation of the servant disciples can't do it, the cultivation of the higher outer disciples, but also can't see this contribution point. Only their own blind cat met the dead rat, took this task. However, since they have come, they can only go on with their heads. The mission only has a time limit of half a month. It's still important to find the wind spirit grass first. Muttering with her small mouth, Zhu Yuxiu let go of her divine sense, which did not have a large range, and began to search amongst the dense woods and grasses, at the 2nd level of Kai refining. Her divine sense could only be released for 5 meters, and she had almost reached her limit, along the periphery of the Wind Wolf Ridge. She searched until it was almost dark, and finally found a wind spirit grass in a flourishing weed bush. Wind spirit grass is not big, only the size of a palm. The whole body is blue, green, and there seems to be a tiny whirlwind surrounding it. Before his hand touched it, he could feel a subtle wind, when this wind spirit grass was carefully picked into her hand. She was practically in tears with excitement. It could be so difficult, after carefully putting this wind spirit grass in a wooden box and storing it in her storage bag. Zhu Yuxiu did not intend to continue searching. At this time, it was already dark, and it was night. The night of the Wind Wolf Ridge was the home ground of the demonic beast Wind Wolf, and wolf-type demonic beasts liked to come out at night the most, or in packs. Once she encountered a pack of wind wolves at night, with her cultivation at the 2nd level of Kai refining. She would only be torn apart by the wind wolves. Fortunately, this time, she was only in the outer fringe of the Wind Wolf Ridge, and it would be very quick to get out of the Wind Wolf Ridge. Zhu Yuxiu no longer stay, straight to the Wind Wolf Ridge outside the Qingfeng town. After half a quarter of an hour out of the Wind Wolf Ridge, she saw that the Qingfeng town had already lit up. Just like the bright lights at night, the entire Qingfeng town was brightly lit. Zhu Yuxiu took a step into Qingfeng town, found the residence that Taixuan Sect had opened here, and paid a spirit stone to live in. A spirit stone could be used to live here for a month. This was a price that was exclusive to disciples of the Taixuan Sect. If it was a casual cultivator, the price would naturally be more expensive. Is this junior sister a new disciple? The one who brought Zhu Yuxiu to the living room was a woman who was also an outer disciple of the Taixuan sect. She looked to be around 20 years old, and there was a beauty mole a little to the right between her eyebrows, giving her a different kind of beauty when she smiled. That's right, hearing her inquiry, Zhu Yuxiu didn't intend to hide it. After all, at her age, it wouldn't be hard for anyone from the Taixuan sect to tell that she was a new disciple. That's really something. Zhu Yuxiu was curious as to why she was extraordinary in her mouth, generally for new entrants. Only inner disciples dare to come out for training at this time of the year, and among the outer disciples of the last few sessions. You're the only one who's like this. Only after hearing this did Zhu Yuxiu realize it. All right, junior sister. This is your room. Have a good rest. Although there aren't too many dangers in the Wind Wolf Ridge, you have to be in high spirits at all times. Or else you might run into danger if you're not paying attention a little bit. Thank you, senior sister, for reminding me. Thanking this senior sister goodbye, Zhu Yuxiu then took a step into the room before closing the door. No longer paying attention to the lights outside, after a day of rushing today, coupled with entering the Wind Wolf Ridge in search of the Wind Spirit Grass. She was also a little tired, however. Her daily cultivation had not yet been completed, so she slowly recovered her spirit while absorbing the spiritual Kai and refining it with the effort of meditating and exhaling. This was how cultivators rested. As long as they weren't too tired, their rest was usually spent in meditation and cultivation. The night was silent the next morning. Just as the sky was breaking light, Zhu Yuxiu had already set off from her residence, heading towards the Wind Wolf Ridge. Along the way, she had also seen a scattering of a few scattered cultivators who had risen early and were also rushing towards the Wind Wolf Ridge. Zhu Yuxiu did not enter the Wind Wolf Ridge with them, but only after seeing those few loose cultivators enter the Wind Wolf Ridge. She chose a different direction from them and entered it alone. After having the experience of searching for Wind Spirit Grass on the first day, this time the search was obviously much faster. She specialized in picking the kind of lush grass to look for. As expected, after only half an hour of turning around in the forest, she found a Wind Spirit Grass. A second plant was later found in another nearby thicket, just as she was elatedly trying to capitalize on this momentum and continue her search. It was as if her luck had run out. For the entire next morning, she did not find another Wind Spirit Grass. Zhu Yuxiu was somewhat undeterred. Since the periphery cannot be found, then go a little deeper to find. Out of caution, she had only been moving around the outer edges of the Wind Wolf Ridge for the past 2 days, not daring to go much deeper, and she had almost wandered through most of the outer fringes and had only found a total of 3 Wind Spirit Grasses. At this rate, the mission would most likely be delayed. Failure to complete the mission would result in a penalty of 40 contribution points. Zhu Yuxiu was still only a new disciple, and she didn't have any contribution points on her. What is the penalty for not having contribution points? Although such a question had risen in her heart, her instincts told her that it was best not to try. After making up her mind, she carried her sword and carefully explored deeper into the outer reaches of the Wind Wolf Ridge. As expected, not long after going deeper in the periphery, Zhu Yuxiu keenly relied on her divine sense to discover a Wind Spirit Grass. That is a strain of Wind Spirit Grass growing on a rock. The appearance looks verdant. Color than the edge of the location of the Wind Spirit Grass looks even better on a few points. Zhu Yuxiu was overjoyed and was about to go over to pick this Wind Spirit Grass. However, just as she took a few steps, she felt a dangerous aura coming from behind the rock. The next moment, a huge black shadow scurried out from behind the rocks. When she fixed her eyes on it, it was the most numerous type of demonic beast in the Wind Wolf Ridge. The Wind Wolf, only to see that this Wind Wolf was covered in a green mane of hair, grinning, a blood basin, large wolf mouth, canine teeth exposed, staring ferociously at Zhu Yuxiu. From this Wind Wolf, Zhu Yuxiu felt a dangerous aura. Third level of Kai refining, Zhu Yuxia's small face became ugly. Her own cultivation was only at the second level of Kai refining, while the aura emanating from this wind wolf in front of her was as strong as the third level of Kai refining. For a while, the scene became tricky. Facing a demonic beast for the first time, Zhu Yuxia's palms couldn't help but ooze out a layer of fine sweat, and her hand holding the sword felt a little sticky. Flame art without hesitation. She took the lead in launching her attack. As the saying goes, it's important to get a head start, especially when facing an existence that's stronger than one's own. However, just as the flames condensed in her hands, the Wind Wolf had already moved sensitively. Wind Wolf, this kind of demonic beast, especially known for its speed, high, ranking wind wolves can also spit out extremely fast and lethal wind blades from their mouths, which can be used to attack the enemy in front of her. This wind wolf equivalent to the third level of Kai refining. Although it could not spit out wind blades from its mouth to attack, its speed was extremely fast. The fireball that Zhu Yuxiu had condensed had stayed in her hand for almost 5 breaths. It wasn't that she didn't want to throw it out, but she simply couldn't aim at the extremely fast-moving wind wolf. Going on like this is not a solution. Sooner or later, I will be consumed by this wind wolf. I have to think of a way to restrict the movement of this wind wolf. Zhu Yuxiu wanted to think of a way to restrict the wind wolf's movements, but the wind wolf seemed unwilling to give her time to think. Only when her attention was slightly cheaper, the wind wolf's body suddenly turned in the air and opened its mouth to bite over to her. In the heat of the moment, Zhu Yuxiu only had time to hastily throw the fireball condensed into a flame art in her hand, and hurriedly dodged to the side. A ball of fire in the forest bang burst, and then quickly faded away. Zhu Yuxiu turned back to look at the place where the flames exploded, and saw that the wind wolf was still unharmed. Obviously, just now, that blow did not hit the wind wolf, but only blocked its pounce, forcing it back. Zhu Yuxiu carefully discovered that the wind wolf was not completely fine. The hair on its body appeared a little scorched black. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxia's eyes lit up. She had already thought of a way to restrict this wind wolf's movements. Although the wind wolves were extremely fast, the flame technique was capable of ranged bursts by using a wide range of flames. It would be possible to limit the movement of the wind wolves to a certain range, although that would greatly reduce the power of the flame art. It was the only method that was currently feasible. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhu Yuxiu raised her hand and mobilized almost 30% of the spiritual energy within her dantian, condensing the flames in her palm and waving her hand. A large area of flames spread out. The wind wolf, which has seen this situation, the face of a large area of flames, it directly draws body flashes in its eyes with its own speed. This flame is simply impossible to burn themselves. However, it does not know is that at this retreat. Just in Zhu Yuxia's mind, flames from the center split into 2 shares. One left and one right into a pincer attack situation will be surrounded by the wind wolf. The wind wolf saw its range of movement gradually shrinking. Its pair of spiritual pupils also seemed to have a color of anxiety. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Water current technique. Water arrow. Zhu Yuxiu didn't care. Taking advantage of the wind wolf's restricted movement, she directly mobilized 50% of the remaining spiritual energy within her dantian, transforming it into 3 half-foot-long water arrows. Go. With her light reprimand, the water arrows shot out, shooting towards the wind wolf that was surrounded by the fire circle. Swoosh, swoosh, O tilde. A series of sharp shooting sounds were accompanied by a final wolf howl. The wind wolf's body was hit by 2 water arrows one after another and fell to the ground. Only then did the flames surrounding the wind wolf slowly disperse. Looking at the wind wolf that fell to the ground, it was still gasping for breath and was not dead. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu did not hesitate to mobilize the last bit of spiritual energy in his body and condensed it into a water arrow. Piercing through the wind wolf's head and ending its life, The battle between a cultivator and a demonic beast came to an end. Zhu Yuxiu let out a long breath and sat down on the ground. Her own spiritual energy had been consumed, and her dantian only felt empty, very uncomfortable. However, she knew that in this Wind Wolf Ridge, the smell of blood would attract more wind wolves, and it was not advisable to stay here for long. She braced herself for the feeling of powerlessness and came to the body of the wind wolf, put it into the storage bag, and then picked the wind spirit grass, and then hurriedly left, after rushing all the way out of the Wind Wolf Ridge. She went straight to her rented residence. It wasn't until she walked into her rented room and closed the door that she completely relaxed and began to meditate to recover her spiritual energy. After spending about half an hour or so recovering her consumed spiritual energy, Zhu Yuxiu then began to summarize this battle. Through her summarization, she discovered that not only did her use of magic spells not become faster when facing the wind wolves, but instead it took an extra 1 or 2 breaths of time. This made her feel somewhat dissatisfied. However, after thinking that this was the first time she had faced a demonic beast directly, and that not only did she have to condense her spells, but she also had to be distracted and pay attention to the wind wolf's movements, she was justified. In the past, during practice, she had been fully concentrated, only using her attention to the coagulation of her spells, and not having to care at all about the changes in the field. Now Zhu Yuxiu finally understood the reason why arts could only get a long way forward in battle. And therein lay the reason. After summarizing the battle, Zhu Yuxiu began to sort out the harvest of this trip. The carcass of a wind wolf, together with 3 wind spirit grasses. The harvest was not bad, with the wind spirit grass plus the one I picked yesterday. I've collected 4 plants, 16 short of the 20 required for the mission. Contemplating for a moment, she placed her gaze on the wind wolf's corpse again. I also wonder how many spirit stones this wind wolf can be sold for. After thinking about it, she collected all her things and went out the door. Although the marketplace of Qingfeng Town was mostly filled with scattered cultivators setting up stalls, there were also some stores that existed. After searching around, Zhu Yuxiu went straight to a store called Jumbo Store and walked in. As soon as she entered the store, she saw an acquaintance, and that person also saw her, junior sister. We meet again. The outer sect senior sister who had arranged her living room yesterday greeted her with a smile. Senior sister, why are you here? Zhu Yuxiu saw this senior sister, sitting behind the store's counter. And it was obvious that this store was also under her control. Junior sister may not know. Wind Wolf Ridge is originally the training place for Artaxian Sect's disciples. Naturally, this Qingfeng town is also under Artaxian Sect's control. I am the person in charge who was sent here to manage this place. My surname is Yu. You may call me Senior Sister Yu, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Senior Sister Yu explained for her. Zhu Yuxiu drifted off, so that's how it was. Junior sister came here, but do you have something to buy or sell? Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head and took the wind wolf she had killed out of her storage bag, asking, can this wind wolf be accepted by Senior Sister? Senior Sister Yu stepped out from behind the counter and slightly bent down to inspect the wind wolf on the ground. A wind wolf at the 3rd level of Kai refining strength, not much useful on its body, only worth 8 spirit stones. Are you willing to sell it, Senior Sister? Senior Sister Yu quoted the price and stopped speaking, the price of 8 spirit stones. Zhu Yuxiu thought about it and felt that it was not bad, and immediately agreed to Senior Sister Yu's offer. Does young Senior Sister have anything else to buy, seeing that Zhu Yuxiu didn't leave after selling the wind wolf? But rather her eyes flickered to the rest of the store. She spoke out to ask. Zhu Yuxiu indeed still had things to buy. Through the battle with the wind wolf, she had also learned of one of her own extremely fatal shortcomings, which was that she had too few means. Whether it was spiritual weapons or talismans, she didn't have any of them. And even for her regular pills, she had only brought a bottle of sect-issued grain-resistant pills with her. With such a configuration, she had blindly barged into the Wind Wolf Ridge, which she might not have known earlier. Now she only felt that her previous self was really overconfident, daring to break into the Wind Wolf Ridge with only a single technique. Truly a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Luckily this time, she only encountered a wind wolf of the 3rd level of Kai refining. If there was one more, even if it was just one more wind wolf of the 2nd level of Kai refining, she would have to be accounted for there. I want to buy some talismans. I wonder about the price. Elder sister, you was also able to see Zhu Yuxia's ignorance and didn't do anything to hide it. Talismans are categorized into 3, 6 and 9 grades. High grade talismans are not available here. The highest here is only the 3rd grade talismans for sale. The 1st grade talismans are worth 1 spirit stone apiece. The 2nd grade ones are 10, and the 3rd grade ones are 100 spirit stones apiece. Which grade talismans are you looking for? Elder sister, hearing the price of the talisman, Zhu Yuxiu was taken aback. She had thought that talismans might be a bit expensive, but she hadn't thought that they could be as expensive as this, counting the spirit stones from selling the Wind Wolf just now. She only had a total of 20, 8 spirit stones on her now, 20 of which were still issued by the sect. As new outer disciples, the sect would issue 10 spirit stones to them every month for a year, and after that, they would need to complete the sect's tasks in order to receive them. How powerful is a 1st grade talisman? Gritting her teeth, Zhu Yuxiu still asked this, since the expensive ones can't be afforded. Let's see how the cheap ones are. And if they are suitable, it's not impossible to buy the cheapest talisman. The highest power of a 1st grade talisman is equivalent to a strike from a cultivator at the 4th level of Kai cultivation. In the Wind Wolf Ridge, as long as you don't go deeper, a 1st grade talisman is also enough for you to use as a junior sister. After listening to senior sister Yu's explanation, Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head. A 1st grade talisman it is then. She then followed senior sister Yu to the counter where the talismans were placed. There were many kinds of 1st grade talismans. Among them was the one called the Fireball Talisman. The rest of the talismans were such as the Ice Needle Talisman, Wind Escape Talisman, Earth Stabbing Talisman, and so on. Under Senior Sister Yu's explanation, Zhu Yuxiu also had a preliminary understanding of these talismans. After a moment of contemplation, she bought 5 Fireball Talismans, 5 Ice Needle Talismans, and then 3 Wind Escape Talismans, spending a total of 13 spirit stones. Now she only had 15 spirit stones left in her pocket. Half of her fortune had gone in one go, causing her some pain. At the same time, she also understood the importance of spirit stones to cultivators, causing her heart to yearn for them, doing quests, practicing, earning spirit stones. Now she had another goal. After buying the talisman, Zhu Yuxiu did not rush to re-enter the Wind Wolf Ridge. Instead, she returned to the rented room and began to rest. Today's battle was not only spiritually draining, but also physically and mentally exhausting, and it was no longer appropriate to venture out again. She would have to nourish her state and recover to her peak before going to the Wind Wolf Ridge, after a night of recuperation. Zhu Yuxiu felt refreshed, and after letting out a long breath of turbid air, she headed out to Wind Wolf Ridge. Entering the Wind Wolf Ridge again, with the talisman at her side, she also had the confidence to go deeper to look for the Wind Spirit Grass. According to the quest information, the Wind Spirit Grass, as a common spirit grass in the Wind Wolf Ridge, shouldn't be that hard to find. She thought that the place where the Wind Spirit Grass grew densely should be in the depths of the Wind Wolf Ridge. Not long after going deeper, she encountered another Wind Wolf attack. The same Wind Wolves that were also at the 3rd level of Kai refining. This time it was no longer just one, but 2 Wind Wolves at the 3rd level of Kai refining, with the experience of dealing with the Wind Wolves for the first time. Zhu Yuxiu was much calmer. She had already hidden a talisman in each of her left and right handcuffs. Facing the 2 Wind Wolves in a backhand, 4th attack, she locked her eyes on the Wind Wolf in front of her, while her divine sense was alert to the Wind Wolf behind her, preventing it from launching a sudden sneak attack. As expected, it was the wind wolf behind her that was the first to attack, Zhu Yuxiu only felt a gust of fishy wind coming from her back. And without hesitation, she threw out a talisman to her back, immediately afterward, without even looking behind her. She unleashed a flame art towards the wind wolf in front of her. The flames erupted vacantly, restricting the wind wolf directly across from her. That wind wolf was restricted in its movements by the flames, and just jumped around anxiously one after another. Unable to jump out of the fire circle, seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu did not hesitate to condense several water arrows in a row, and raised her hand to fling it at the wind wolf surrounded by flames. Poof, 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 the successive sound of the water arrows hitting. The wind wolf fell to the ground in response. At the same time, Zhu Yuxia's back also heard a boom sound. That was the sound produced by the fireball magic explosion. When she looked back, she saw that the sneak-attacking wind wolf had already had half of its head blown apart. The body was also charred by the flames in many places. Seeing the appearance of the wind wolf, Zhu Yuxiu also had a clear understanding of the power of the talisman. After collecting the bodies of the two wind wolves, Zhu Yuxiu only felt that the storage bag was heavy. Like it was filled with spirit stones, it's not just that. 2 wind wolves at the 3rd level of Kai cultivation could be sold for 16 spirit stones. Counting the talisman he consumed this time, he was able to net 15 spirit stones. It's true that it's still faster to earn spirit stones by hunting demonic beasts. Just as Zhu Yuxiu was immersed in the joy of earning so many spirit stones, several auras approached. Her divine sense sensed that someone was approaching, and she hurriedly found a nearby tree to hide. Just as she had hidden herself, she saw 5 loose cultivators cautiously coming to the place where she had fought before. Judging from the aura of the 5, their cultivation levels were all higher than her own. The middle-aged man, like loose cultivator at the head of the 5 loose cultivators, had an aura that was even as high as the 5th level of Kai practicing. She guessed that it might be because of her battle with the 2 wind wolves that attracted these 5 loose cultivators to come and check. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu hid herself in the tree. Even her breathing lightened up a lot as she tried to collect her own aura as much as possible. She was aware that in the cultivation world, there were countless people who killed and seized treasures. The casual cultivators especially liked to rob and kill clan disciples, because most of the clan disciples were well off. In an environment like the Wind Wolf Ridge, even if they were killed, the clan wouldn't be able to say much. These are the traces of someone who has fought with demonic beasts. None of the breaths are strong. Only around the 3rd level of Kai practicing, the middle-aged man at the head of the group, who was at the 5th level of Kai refinement, only took a few glances and then spoke of the situation here. I don't know how many people are on the other side. Should we go after them? Another loose cultivator sniffed and proposed. The middle-aged man shook his head. There aren't many traces of battle here. The battle ended in a very short period of time. Maybe there are stronger cultivators amongst the other party. Don't venture to test the waters, seeing that there was no oil and water to salvage. The 5 casual cultivators quickly left. Zhu Yuxiu, who was on the tree, waited for a while after the 5 casual cultivators had gone away. Seeing that no one was coming again, she then came down from the tree where she was hiding. Afterwards, she will not return to her head, and ran towards the Wind Wolf Ridge, after fighting with the 2 wind wolves. She had very little spiritual energy left in her body, and it was not suitable for her to continue staying in the Wind Wolf Ridge. Sure enough, the cultivation level of the 2nd level of Kai refining was still a little too low. Zhu Yuxiu deeply felt the difficulty of having a low cultivation level. After returning to her rented room in Qingfeng Town, she began to meditate to recover her spiritual energy. After her spiritual energy was fully restored, she opened her eyes and meditated for a while, taking out a jade bottle from her storage bag. Inside the jade bottle was the Kai condensation pill issued by the sect. Newly enrolled disciples of the outer sect could receive 1 Kai condensation pill every month. Right now, she only had 2 on her. The effect of the Kai condensation pill was used to aid in cultivation, and could accelerate the absorption of spiritual Kai by Kai refining stage cultivators, since her cultivation until now. Zhu Yuxiu had not taken any pills other than the Kai condensation Dan. Before, she was unable to give it up. But now she had realized, when one's own strength was insufficient, the good things on one's body were nothing more than a dowry for others. Only when one's own strength was strong could one keep the belongings on one's body without much thought. Zhu Yuxiu poured out a Kai condensation Dan from the jade bottle, and after sending it into her mouth, she began to cultivate with her eyes closed. After the Kai condensation Dan was imported, it transformed into a clear stream that spread to all the limbs and bones. At this moment, Zhu Yuxiu clearly felt that her perception of aura had become sharper, and as the Kai refining skill technique operated, a large amount of spiritual Kai began to gather around her body before being quickly absorbed into her body. She estimated and realized that after taking the Kai condensation pill, the speed of her own absorption of spiritual Kai was at least 3 times faster than before. However, even if the speed of absorbing spiritual Kai became so fast, there still wasn't much spiritual Kai that could be left in the danshan. After a large amount of spiritual Kai entered her danshan, it was worn down a little bit by the frenzy within her danshan, and the amount of spiritual Kai that could be left behind was not much at all. The good thing was that the aura that remained was still pure, and it was very easy to refine it into spiritual energy. This was also considered to be a disguised way of accelerating her refining speed on the aura. About 3 hours had passed, the effect of the Kai condensation Dan began to weaken. Zhu Yuxiu could clearly feel the speed of her absorption of spiritual Kai start to gradually slow down until about another half an hour had passed. The effect of the Kai condensation pill completely dissipated. Zhu Yuxiu also opened her eyes. A Kai condensation Dan can only support my cultivation for 3.5 hours. Her face was thoughtful. The instructions of the Kai condensation pill stated clearly that 1 Kai condensation pill could support the cultivation of a Kai refining stage cultivator for nearly 3 days. And how was it that she only had 3.5 hours left? She was somewhat unable to figure out what factors were at play here. But cultivation still had to continue. After having tasted the sweetness of the Kai condensation pill with accelerated cultivation, Zhu Yuxiu wanted more Kai condensation pills, but right now, she only had 1 left on her, so if she used it up, she wouldn't have any more. After thinking about it, she got up and left the door, going to the jumbo lounge that the sect had opened here. In the jumbo lounge, senior sister Yu was still sitting behind the counter as usual when she saw Zhu Yuxiu come in. She smiled and said, "Junior sister, you're here again. Did you get something this time, after 2 transactions?" Zhu Yuxiu had pretty much gotten acquainted with senior sister Yu. She wasn't ambiguous either, and after nodding, she took out the corpses of the 2 wind wolves. Senior sister Yu's eyes couldn't help but change after seeing the corpses of the 2 Kai refining 3rd layer wind wolves. Although wind wolves at the 3rd level of Kai refining were nothing to her, however, she could see clearly that Zhu Yuxiu only had a cultivation level of the 2nd level of Kai refining. Killing a demonic beast at the 3rd level of Kai refining with the 2nd level of Kai refining was already difficult. The first time she only thought that Zhu Yuxiu was lucky and killed a wind wolf of the 3rd level of Kai refining. This time, she didn't think that Zhu Yuxiu was simply lucky. It seemed that this unheard of junior sister was also a powerful one. Senior sister Yu slightly valued Zhu Yuxiu. 2 wind wolves. The price is the same as always. Is there a problem? Zhu Yuxiu nodded, just as senior sister said. After the sale was completed, Zhu Yuxiu asked senior sister Yu about the price of the Kai condensation pills. Senior sister Yu quoted the prices of various qualities of Kai condensation pills and explained the differences between the qualities. Zhu Yuxiu listened, and only then was she able to have a basic knowledge of pills. After pondering for a while, she said, "I want 2 ordinary quality Kai condensation pills, Ordinary quality was the kind that was issued by the sect. On top of that, there was the superior quality, as well as the extreme quality Chi condensation pills. The superior quality Chi condensation pills, according to senior sister Yu, were 3 times as effective as the ordinary quality Chi condensation pills. As for the price, it was naturally much more expensive than the ordinary Chi condensation pills. Ordinary quality Chi condensation pills only need 10 spirit stones apiece, while the top grade will need 50 spirit stones. As for the best quality is even more expensive. Zhu Yuxiu simply couldn't afford to buy the top grade and top quality Chi condensation pills right now, and could only afford to buy the ordinary quality Chi condensation pills. The ordinary quality Chi condensation pills were also enough for her to use now. 2 of them, along with the one she had left, could provide her with 3 days of rapid cultivation. As soon as the spirit stones in her pocket went down by half, touching her storage bag that only had a few spirit stones left. Zhu Yuxiu only felt panicked by her poverty. Thus, after resting for a night to refresh herself, she continued to enter the Wind Wolf Ridge to explore. For the next 3 days, she didn't encounter any more loose cultivators. During the 3 days, she was also able to find all the wind spirit grasses required for the mission in the Wind Wolf Ridge. During that time, she encountered 2 more wind wolves. The first time, it was only a wind wolf of the 3rd level of Chi refining, which she easily solved. The second time was a bit dangerous, encountering 3 wind wolves at once. Although only one of the 3 wind wolves was at the 3rd level of Chi refining, the other 2 were at the 2nd level of Chi refining. However, their degree of difficulty was no weaker than the 2 wind wolves of the 3rd level of Chi refining that she encountered last time. It took her a lot of effort and 5 talismans before she was able to finish off these 3 wind wolves. She also suffered some injuries and spent a day recovering from them. The wind wolves at the 2nd level of Chi refining could only be sold for 5 spirit stones, and the 2 together didn't earn much. Overall, it was not bad. At least the mission had almost been completed, and there was just the matter of returning to the sect to hand in the mission. It was just that her main purpose for coming out this time was to practice. The progress in her art cultivation still left her somewhat unsatisfied. Luckily, there was still quite a bit of time left for this mission. For the next period of time, Zhu Yuxiu was going to focus entirely on practicing, which meant taking the initiative to find demonic beasts. The number of demonic beasts in the Wind Wolf Ridge was still quite large, and the variety wasn't small either. Zhu Yuxiu learned smartly this time and bought a map of the distribution of demonic beasts in the Wind Wolf Ridge before she broke into the Wind Wolf Ridge again. This time, the demonic beast she was looking for was a kind of demonic beast called Barbarian Bear. The Savage Bear wasn't as fast as the Wind Wolf, but it was just strong, so it was the most suitable for practicing spells. Unlike the Wind Wolf, its speed was so fast that Zhu Yuxia's spells could not even aim at the Wind Wolf, which made them meaningless. The area where the Savage Bear was located was on the southern side of the Wind Wolf Ridge periphery. Zhu Yuxiu cautiously felt her way to the south side of the Wind Wolf Ridge. As soon as she arrived, she saw a black, furred, large-sized barbarian statue that was rubbing against a tree, fishing for honey from the honeycomb hanging above it to eat. Zhu Yuxiu was overjoyed to see this, and after using her divine sense to determine that this savage bear only had a strength of around the 2nd level of Chi refining, she then no longer hesitated, directly condensed 2 fireballs to the savage bear smashed over. The fireballs smashed on the savage bear, causing it to roar in raw pain. However, the fireballs that could cause damage to a wind wolf at the 3rd level of Chi refining only left some scorched black on the savage bear's body. It didn't seem to cause much damage to it at all. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxia's eyes condensed, and her expression couldn't help but tense up. It seemed that this savage bear's defense was much stronger than the wind wolf. At this time, the enraged savage bear also lunged at Zhu Yuxiu like a madman. The savage bear was extremely strong. Running will be a tree blocking the road were broken, if this hit the human body. How also have to break bones and tendons. Zhu Yuxiu didn't dare to fight with it, and hurriedly threw out a few water arrows. Shooting towards the savage bear, the power of the water arrows seemed to be stronger than the fireballs. Only a moment to pierce the skin of the savage bear, however, it immediately lost its momentum and dissipated after piercing the skin of the savage bear. Although the several water arrows did not cause much damage to the savage bear, they still blocked the speed of the savage bear as it rushed over. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhu Yuxiu also managed to dodge the barbarian bear's charge. Repeated attacks did not cause much damage to the savage bear. Zhu Yuxiu was at a loss as to what to do, seeing that the savage bear has already turned the direction and is going to come charging again. Zhu Yuxiu directly took out a fireball talisman and threw it out. Boom! The fireball exploded on the savage bear's body, bursting into a burst of flames and loud noises. When he looked again, one of the barbarian bear's arms had already been blown off by the fireball talisman. Wailing there, but such an injury didn't seem to make the savage bear fearful. Instead, it aroused its ferocity even more. Only 2 legs left, an arm of the savage bear climbed up again. Eyes fierce light to Zhu Yuxiu pounced. Zhu Yuxiu's reaction was also very fast. She threw out 2 fireballs without hesitation. The fireballs hit the savage bear, causing the savage bear to suffer again. One of the fireballs, which hit the wound of the savage bear's broken arm, caused the savage bear to let out a howl of pain, seemingly causing it great damage. Seeing that her spells were finally able to cause great damage to the savage bear, Zhu Yuxiu next looked at the wound of the savage bear's broken arm and greeted it with spells one after another. Finally, after exhausting all the spiritual energy in his dantian, the savage bear collapsed with a wail in the last fireball. After determining that the savage bear was really dead, Zhu Yuxiu was able to breathe a long sigh of relief. Fighting with a demonic beast like the savage bear that had great strength and defense was much more tiring than fighting with the wind wolf. After cleaning up the savage bear's corpse, Zhu Yuxiu no longer stayed and directly left the place. The battle between her and the savage bear seemed to have lasted for a long time, but it was only about half a quarter of an hour. The aftermath of the battle sounds that erupted during this period was enough to attract the attention of some cultivators and demonic beasts. Leaving the battlefield, Zhu Yuxiu found a cave, and after using her divine sense to check that there were no demonic beasts within it, she entered it and began to meditate to recover her spiritual energy. After recovering almost all of her spiritual energy, she recalled the battle with the savage bear and unconsciously condensed a fireball in her hand. Looking at the fireball in her hand, she revealed her thoughts. The fireball condensed by the flame technique should be able to be more condensed. That way it would also be more powerful. This was what she had summarized through her battle with the barbarian bear. Her experience in using the flame art. Thinking about it, she tried it. If you want the condensed fireball to be more condensed, you have to compress the flame. This was the only way Zhu Yuxiu could think of at the moment, as the flame was compressed. The fireball in her hand also began to become smaller and smaller, until it was finally compressed to only the size of the palm of her hand, so little. Compressing it this big was already the limit of what Zhu Yuxiu could do. She stopped compressing and threw the fireball out with her backhand. Boom! Only a muffled sound was heard as the fireball smashed into the cave wall, blowing out a pit half a foot deep. Seeing the power of the fireball, it was indeed much stronger than before, but Zhu Yuxiu was not yet satisfied. Just as she wanted to try to compress more flames into the fireball, suddenly there was a loud noise from outside the cave. Her divine sense probed out to see several figures that stopped near the cave she was in. Fortunately, when she entered this cave, she had already sealed the entrance with rocks, plus the fact that the area around the erstwhile cave entrance was already overgrown with weeds. It was very hidden. Those few cultivators also didn't notice the existence of another cave nearby. Fellow Taoist you, is your map real or not? We've been accompanying you around here for most of the month. An impatient voice rang out. Attracting Zhu Yuxia's attention, the map can't be wrong. It's just that the time hasn't come yet at this moment. A middle-aged cultivator, in a Taoist robe, said according to my projections, by the time sunrise comes tomorrow, we will be able to judge the exact location of that ancient relic, so let's rest for a night today and raise our spirits. Good, I'll trust you one more time. With that, they saw the Tao-robed cultivator take out a formation disc and lay down a protective spell formation around them, and the group began to rest, from start to finish. They didn't notice that there was another cave near them. Also, this cave location is hidden enough. The cave entrance is only half a person high, and there are weeds to cover. If not for Zhu Yuxiu body small, afraid that it is also difficult to find this cave is located. Unluckily, the position of the formation and the cave are covered. Zhu Yuxiu now as long as dare to approach the cave. Afraid is immediately to be found by the few cultivators. This made Zhu Yuxiu a little angry, but there was nothing she could do. Right now, she didn't even dare to probe outside with her divine sense, after the spell formation was laid down. As long as there was a slight abnormality in the spell formation, the formation disc in the hands of the person who laid it would be able to detect it immediately. Ancient ruins. Zhu Yuxiu pondered over what they had said. Could it be that these few cultivators had a map of the location of the ancient ruins in their hands? This brought up a few points of interest in her. She remembered that Elder Zhao had said that the only way to solve her hidden spiritual root problem was the ancient method. And the only way the ancient method could be obtained now was through the ancient ruins, after a sleepless night. The second day was still young. The group of cultivators had already woken up. They withdrew the spell formation and waited quietly for the sunrise. When the sun just showed its head from the sky, the Tao, a strobed cultivator surnamed Yu, took out a compass and began to project. After about half a quarter of an hour, he looked solemn and pointed to a direction. It's in the southeast with that. Their group set off to the southeast. Only when they had traveled a bit farther did Zhu Yuxiu carefully move away from the rocks at the cave entrance and exit the cave. Southeast direction. She hesitated for a moment, and with a clench of her teeth, decided to follow and take a look. Following along the way, Zhu Yuxiu didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered by them. It wasn't until they were out of the range where Wind Wolf Ridge was located, and after circling around for 7 or 8 miles, the group of cultivators stopped at the entrance of a valley. Zhu Yuxiu saw them stop from afar, then also stopped the pace, climbed a higher tree, hiding in the tree to the group of cultivators' look, only to see that the group of cultivators stopped at the entrance of the valley. Delayed without the intention to go in, Zhu Yuxiu didn't know what they were doing and couldn't hear their voices. Crossing the group of cultivators to the entrance of the valley to look at, can see the entrance of the valley is coiled with a thick fog. Pressure cannot see the situation inside the valley. At this time, the Tao, a strobed cultivator surnamed Yu, was seen holding a compass, circling around the valley entrance, then stopping at a location and starting to pinch and arrange. A few moments later, he was seen striking out a spell, and the fog at the entrance of the valley suddenly surged, cracking open an opening that was only for one person to pass through. It's done. Everyone's faces revealed joy. Immediately afterward, they entered one after the other through the mouth that the fog had cracked open, and it didn't take long for the fog to surge and cover the cracked opening again. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu hesitated for a moment and decided to go over and take a look. Coming to where the group of cultivators stood before, she surveyed the mist at the entrance of the valley in front of her for a few moments and did not see anything. She picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the mist. Immediately afterward, she saw that the stone was instantly dissolved by the mist after it touched the mist at the entrance of the valley. Not even a dregs remained. Seeing this, a chill rose in her heart and she unconsciously retreated farther away from that mist. It seems like there is no way to get in. Zhu Yuxiu muttered with some loss of emotion, but she was still a little undecided. So she hid near the entrance of the valley. This wait was the passage of several days. However, there was still not the slightest change at the entrance of the valley. And the group of cultivators never came out again, seeing that the time to return to the sect was getting closer and closer. There were only 2 days left. Zhu Yuxiu did not intend to spend any more time here, just as she was about to leave. The fog at the entrance of the valley suddenly surged, and then a person violently rushed out from it. It smashed down onto the ground outside the valley and rolled around several times before stopping. Zhu Yuxia's eyes immediately fell on that person. She immediately recognized that person. It was the Taoist robe cultivator surnamed Yu. Only to see him at this time looks very miserable. A Taoist robe tattered, stained with blood, fell there motionless. Zhu Yuxiu did not know whether he was dead or alive, did not dare to venture forward to investigate. But after seeing his miserable appearance, she still carefully probed out her divine sense to check. Dead a moment later. Zhu Yuxiu withdrew her divine sense and could already roughly conclude that he had lost his breath. Thus, she boldly walked forward to check. It was only when she got closer that she could thoroughly see the miserable state of the Tao-robed cultivator. Half of his body was already as if it had been eaten by something, and had completely lost its human form. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxia's heart chills. There is a kind of want to vomit impulse, but she was forced to stop. And at that moment, she saw the Tao-robed cultivator. The right hand that looked like it had been gnawed on seemed to be clutching something tightly, driven by curiosity. She forced herself to hold back the chill in her heart and prepared to go and break open the Tao-robed cultivator's right hand to take a look. Just as she was about to do so, the Tao-robed cultivator suddenly opened his eyes like a flashback. "What are you?" His voice was hoarse, like a broken bellows, and with his terrifying face, it sounded very creepy. Zhu Yuxiu didn't answer, but vigilantly distanced herself from him, her body's spiritual energy already secretly mobilized. And there was already a hidden flicker of fire in her hands. The Tao-robed cultivator might have seen that Tai Chuan sect disciple's costume on Zhu Yuxiu. Or perhaps he sensed that he was not going to live long, and with only half of his face remaining, a miserable smile appeared. It's really true that creation and destiny are messing with people. To think that I, Yu Chengdao, have been cultivating for dozens of years. But now I've ended up in this situation. He first laughed at himself, then turned his gaze to Zhu Yuxiu, fellow Taoist. I have a short life ahead of me, and I am powerless to resist before I die. I can gift you with a great opportunity. But you have to help me do one thing. Hearing Yu Chengdao's words, Zhu Yuxiu didn't immediately agree and didn't choose to make a move. I can get all the things on you just as well when you die. I won't say it. Even if you get it, the odds are that you will become like me. Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu hesitated. Actually, what I want you to do, with your identity as a disciple of the Taochuan sect. There is no difficulty in doing it, perhaps dying. Yu Chengdao spoke with some urgency. What is it that you want me to do first? Yu Chengdao saw Zhu Yuxiu loosening his tongue. He did not have any more nonsense. I want you to go to the secular Lokfeng town. Find Yu Fu if Yu Fu's descendants have spirit rooters. You have to guide one of them into the immortal path. If not, just keep Yu Fu rich for 100 years. Good. I promise you. Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head and agreed to this matter. It was indeed not difficult for her. Seeing Zhu Yuxiu agree to this matter, Yu Chengdao's face also showed relief. So he gave Zhu Yuxiu the item he was holding tightly in his hand. This is the key to a treasure trove within this ancient relic. This ancient relic is very dangerous. There are countless shadowy souls. Before entering, you'd better prepare some more means to deal with shadowy souls. Yu Chengdao next spoke out some of the situations he saw within this relic, also stating that this ancient relic had already been activated by them, and it was believed that it wouldn't be long before it would be completely out of this world. After saying that, he completely cut off his life. After Zhu Yuxiu pocketed his storage bag, as well as the key to the relic's treasury. She used a flame technique to burn his corpse. After that, she left the place, just as Zhu Yuxiu had walked back to the Wind Wolf Ridge Range. She heard a loud bang as she turned back. She saw a pillar of light rise up into the sky. She knew that it was the vision of that ancient relic that was about to come out. At the same time, she also saw a trail of recluse lights from different directions, speeding towards where that vision was. Retracting her gaze, Zhu Yuxiu knew that that ancient relic was not something that her current self could explore yet. She no longer lingered. When Zhu Yuxiu returned to Qingfeng Town, it was already evening. The town is still brightly lit. Walking around, she heard some casual cultivators talking about the phenomenon of the relics out of the world. Only those who do not know, that is the ancient relics out of the world, only as that is what the treasures issued by the light. One by one, they talked about it with great fervor, and Zhu Yuxiu didn't listen much. After disposing of the corpses of several demonic beasts in her storage bag and earning more than 50 spirit stones, she went straight to her residence to rest. On the second day, just as the sky dawned, Zhu Yuxiu had already left Qingfeng Town and headed towards the Sect. Today was the last day of her mission on this trip, after taking about the same amount of time to return to the Sect as when she arrived. She went straight to hand in her quest. There were a lot of people handing in their tasks in the contribution hall. Mostly old disciples, and she was the only one who was a new disciple, therefore, when handing in the task. It also attracted some attention, but they were only slightly surprised for a moment, and then turned to talk about what they had seen and heard. Zhu Yuxiu also listened to some of them. Most of them were some of the gains from their trip, or they had gotten to know a certain senior brother or sister of the inner sect. She didn't hear any talk about the ancient relics coming out of the world. Think about it. The ancient relics only came out yesterday. So the news shouldn't have reached the sect so quickly. One of the things that made her somewhat concerned was that some people talked about how among the new disciples of the inner sect, there were also people who went out to do missions. It was said that they went to the 100 Demon Mountain Range, which was relatively dangerous for Kai refining stage cultivators. The 100 Demon Mountain Range was even more dangerous than the Wind Wolf territory. And it was said that there were Kai practicing stage demonic beasts all over the place, with a dozen or so foundation establishment stage demonic beasts, and most likely all of the connecting Dan great demons. Zhu Yuxiu listened for a while and then stopped listening. 20 wind spirit grasses. The quality is up to standard. This is the contribution points rewarded for the mission. From the hand of the deacon disciple, he received the identity token and saw that there were 20 more contribution points on it, determining that there were no omissions. He put away the identity token. Zhu Yuxiu walked out of the contribution hall and went straight to the outer sect miscellaneous affairs hall to receive this month's cultivation materials. After receiving this month's cultivation materials, she returned to her residence, returning to the small courtyard again. There was a feeling as if a long time had passed. Coincidentally, as she was returning, she saw the door of a house open, from which a girl of a similar age to her walked out. The girl saw her, just nodded at her, seemed to have something and did not make conversation. Hurriedly left the small courtyard. She didn't care and opened the door and walked into her house. After closing the door, she began to organize the harvest of this mission. Most of the things she had already organized and placed neatly. The only things she had yet to carefully organize and observe were Yu Chengdo's storage bag and the relic treasure vault key. She first took out the relic treasure vault key and observed it. The shape of this key was quite peculiar, and it was unknown what material it was made of, and when it was said to be a key, it was actually more like a token. The token was engraved with complex ancient scripts, and there seemed to be some sort of prohibition. Zhu Yuxiu tried to use divine sense to probe. The results did not probe out anything, putting away the key to the relic treasury. He opened Yu Chengdao's storage bag and dumped out the contents. As a loose cultivator, Yu Chengdao didn't own much. Adding to that, after a trip in and out of the ancient ruins, there were even fewer things left among them. There were only a few things that made Zhu Yuxiu care: spirit stones, pills needless to say. What she cared more about was the compass that she had seen Yu Chengdao use. A book and a map made of some unknown material, The map was the map of the ancient ruins, which Yu Chengdao had explained before his death, and she carefully put it away separately, picking up the book. He saw that the 4 big words formation annotation on its cover were particularly conspicuous. Flipping it open and looking at it, all that was written in it was Yu Chengdao's insights related to the study of formations. Formation. Zhu Yuxia's heart raised its interest in formations after reading this formation annotation. Speaking of which, she still hadn't decided what exactly she wanted to learn among the 100 arts of cultivation until now. Since it was already readily available, it would be good to pick formation. That compass was precisely a relevant artifact for the art of formation. And it was also a spiritual artifact, although on the surface, this compass looked plain and ordinary, and there was not even an indicator pattern on it, as long as spiritual energy was injected into it. The pattern would appear on the surface of the compass after playing with this compass for a while. Zhu Yuxiu was already a bit in love with it, counting. This was still the first spirit weapon she had ever owned. Just as she was playing with the compass, the door of the room was knocked. Hearing the knock, Zhu Yuxiu put everything away and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw Shen Fengjiao standing outside the door. "Yuxiu, it's really you who's back. When I heard a commotion in your room earlier, I thought it was a burglar." Shen Fengjiao's eyes brightened for a moment. At the first moment, the door was opened. "Right, Yuxiu, I haven't seen you for most of the month. Where have you been?" Seeing Shen Fengjiao again, Zhu Yuxiu felt that she seemed to have changed again. The condescension that she had before was completely gone. It was also unknown what she had gone through these days. "I took up a mission and went out of the clan to do a mission." Zhu Yuxiu did not hide it. "You actually went on a mission?" Hearing her answer, Shen Fengjiao was filled with surprise. "I heard that doing a mission can be dangerous. There is also the possibility of encountering demonic beasts." "Did you encounter them?" "Uh-huh." Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head. Demonic beasts. Not only had she encountered them, she had also killed them. Shen Fengjiao's expression couldn't help but be a little nervous after hearing that she had even encountered demonic beasts. Immediately, she seemed to have thought of something. "Could it be that you have already broken through the 3rd level of Kai refining?" She had also heard about the power of demonic beasts, and had heard that only when one reached the 3rd level of Kai refining could they have the strength to fight demonic beasts. Zhu Yuxiu was able to encounter a demonic beast and still come back unharmed. It was no wonder she thought so. Zhu Yuxiu shook her head in denial. Demonic beasts aren't actually that powerful, after she said some of the basics of the demonic beasts. Shen Fengjiao's complexion then eased. "You just came back from doing a mission. You must be very tired." "So I won't bother you anymore." After saying this, Shen Fengjiao excused herself and went back to the house. Zhu Yuxiu watched her leave and also went back to her room. Afterward, she did not rest, but took out that book, Formation Annotations, and began to watch it. Formations were profound, but compared to alchemy, talisman making, and weapon refining, the threshold for entry was much lower. The reason why I say this is because whether it's alchemy, talisman making, or weapon refining, wanting to get started requires consuming a large amount of resources in the form of spirit stones. But it was much easier to get started with formations. Only need to understand the basic structure of the formation, as well as learn the common techniques for laying formations on the line. These Yu Chengdao's book formation annotations had all of these, and they were also recorded in great detail. After a cursory glance at the book, Zhu Yuxiu had already made up her mind to incorporate formations into her daily cultivation. In this way, in addition to her daily cultivation and practicing her arts, she would have another item to study on formations. Thus, the next thing Zhu Yuxiu did was to follow her own arrangement and begin her cultivation. In a flash of time, another 3 months had passed. Almost half a year had passed since Zhu Yuxiu had joined the Taixuan sect. During this period of time, many new disciples like her had almost reached the 2nd level of Kai refining. Within the inner sect, it was even heard that someone had already reached the 4th or 5th level of Kai refining. Zhu Yuxiu did not care about this. Her speed in the absorption of spiritual Kai, in fact, is not inferior to those people in the slightest, just in the way of their own Danshan reason, only to let her cultivation speed slower. But recently, she also had a vague feeling that she was not far from breaking through the 3rd level of Kai refining. In recent days, she could feel the agitation of the spiritual energy within her Danshan, which was a sign of a breakthrough. It just lacked an opportunity. In this regard, she was not impatient, but continued to cultivate step by step. On this day, after she finished practicing her arts and consumed all the spiritual energy in her body, a sudden flash of light appeared in her mind. She knew that the opportunity for her breakthrough had come. Right on the spot, she directly plopped her knees and settled down. In the next moment, strange fluctuations began to appear around her, and the spiritual Kai in the heavens and earth converged towards her circumference in large quantities. The Kai refining technique worked, guiding the spiritual Kai along the meridians around her body and into her Danshan. The frenzy within the Danshan remained, dispersing and crushing a large amount of spiritual Kai until the purest spiritual Kai remained for her to refine. About 2 hours later, Zhu Yuxiu, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, had a steep surge of spiritual pressure around her, and then returned to calm in the next moment. When she opened her eyes again, a smile appeared at the corner of her eyes. The 3rd level of Kai refining she had broken through, feeling the spiritual energy within her Danshan, which was like a pool of water. She couldn't hide the joy that appeared on her face. All in all, by virtue of her own hard work and cultivation, she had already broken through to the 3rd level of Kai refining in just 5 months' time, which was not much different from those new disciples of the inner sect. After breaking through the 3rd layer of Kai refining, Zhu Yuxia's first feeling is to feel a burst of relaxation. Like unloading a heavy burden on the shoulders, no longer need to worry about being relegated to the outer door disciples. Not only that, she also had a vague feeling. Raising her hand, a fireball instantly condensed in the water. Flinging her hand, the fireball flew out, and only dispersed after consecutively penetrating several thick green bamboos. Sure enough, as she thought, after breaking through the 3rd level of Kai refining, not only had the amount of spiritual energy increased, along with the power of the spells, it had also increased. Now that she was releasing basic arts, she was already able to do so in an instant. This was undoubtedly another thing to be happy about. I wonder what kind of power my spells, when released at full power, can achieve. With this thought in mind, Zhu Yuxiu also wanted to try and see to what extent the power of her own jutsu had been raised. Thus, she began to mobilize the spiritual energy within her Danshan and proceeded to try it out. With the mobilization of spiritual energy, flames spread out from her palm, converging together to condense into a fist-sized fireball. However, she did not directly throw the fireball in her hand out, but continued to inject spiritual energy into it in order to reach the limit of the fireball's cohesion. As a large amount of spiritual energy was injected into it, the fireball continued to grow in size in her hands. Finally, after consuming almost 30% of her spiritual energy, the fireball rose to a size larger than her person, and could no longer continue to grow. At this time, Zhu Yuxiu still didn't push the fireball out, but started compressing it again. Artistic compression was precisely the way she had comprehended the use of an art during her last mission experience. After 3 months of diligent practice, she was already able to do it with unrivaled skill, compressing the 2 spells she already knew. Zhu Yuxiu focused her mind and compressed the fireball, which was even larger than herself, into a smaller size. Gradually, the fireball became the same size as her, only to continue to be compressed again until it was finally compressed to the size of a human head, and then it could no longer be compressed. This was already the limit of what she could do. Feeling the burning heat coming from the fireball in her hand, Zhu Yuxiu aimed at a bamboo forest and raised the fireball in her hand to push it fiercely towards that bamboo forest. Boom, the fireball flew out, hit the bamboo forest in the blink of an eye, burst open, setting off rolling waves of heat and glare. Stabbing people to open their eyes, Zhu Yuxiu instinctively, by the strong light stabbed, closed her eyes. Wait until the heat wave that came to her face gradually subsided. She slowly opened her eyes when she took in the sight of the bamboo forest. Her entire being was stunned. The originally verdant bamboo forest from before had been blown out into a large crater of several feet at this time. None of the originally grown bamboos were intact. They were all burned by the flames, leaving only ashes and stumps. The power is surprisingly this great. Zhu Yuxia's surprised little face had an overwhelming excitement. She also didn't expect that with her cultivation at the 3rd level of Kai refining, she would be able to unleash a flame art with this much power when she used the compression art. This had already completely surpassed the limits of what a basic technique could achieve in terms of power. It was just that this kind of wanting to compress a flame art could only be compressed in this way of condensing into a fireball. Thinking so, Zhu Yuxiu felt that he could rename this jutsu. Let's call it the fireball technique, the fireball technique. True to its name, just as Zhu Yuxiu was reveling in the fact that she had given the spell a new name. A dainty voice came, who dares to wreak havoc on Green Bamboo Peak. Zhu Yuxiu only felt a silhouette in front of her, and a tall, delicate figure had appeared in front of her. 3rd level of Kai refining. What are you doing here? Facing the arriving senior sister's questioning, Zhu Yuxia's eyes were filled with panic. I, she stammered for half a day. But she didn't dare to say what she had done before. It was obvious that this senior sister was the culprit who had come to track down and wreak havoc here. What kind of spell caused the destruction? The power is at least at the level of the power of a cultivator at the 6th level of Kai refining. Releasing a spell, did you see anyone come here before? Hearing that the power of her own spells had actually reached the level of the 6th level of Kai refining. Zhu Yuxiu was still somewhat delighted in her heart, but after hearing this senior sister's question, she didn't know how to answer. She couldn't lie and cheat this senior sister. Alas, think about it is not impossible. So she said, I saw there was a very powerful senior sister. When she flew over here from the sky, she threw a very big fireball down. And then Zhu Yuxiu was a bit unable to make it up, and her voice was getting smaller and smaller as she spoke. Flew away from the sky, listening to Zhu Yuxia's nonsense. This senior sister seemed to believe it. I know. You go back first. Don't come here again in the future without anything, so as not to be mistakenly injured by that saboteur. Zhu Yuxiu lowered her head and answered with a blushing face, then trotted away from here. Only after running back to her own small courtyard did Zhu Yuxiu let out a long sigh of relief. Good danger, the future tests the power of magic, can no longer in the Green Bamboo Peak, or escape this time. The next time may not be able to escape the past. In the future, you have to choose a desolate point. Know one's place after making up her mind. Zhu Yuxiu returned to her room and began to stabilize her cultivation level that she had just broken through. Perhaps the previous noise was too loud. Many female disciples living on the Green Bamboo Peak all came out from their respective rooms to investigate the situation. However, these were no longer relevant to Zhu Yuxiu. After Zhu Yuxiu returned, she spent 3 days consolidating her cultivation. She had thought that the furore over the art experiment had just passed, but she hadn't expected that in just 3 days' time. It had been rumored in the female disciples of Green Bamboo Peak. It was even going in the direction of becoming more and more outrageous. Have you heard? Green Bamboo Peak has recently had a drunken senior sister. She likes to release spells everywhere when she is drunk. A few days ago, she blew up the back of the mountain. That's right. I heard that the reason why that senior sister drinks heavily is because she was abandoned by a senior brother. That senior brother is said to have a new love. The senior sister was overly sad when she found out. So she drinks all day long and washes her face with tears and gets drunk every day, so it can be seen that she is deeply in love with that senior brother. Well, if I say that the senior brother is also too heartless, put so love his senior sister do not want, say abandonment on abandonment, a little bit do not take into account the feelings of the senior sister. If I say that kind of man, a little bit is not worthy of the senior sister. So for his heartbreak, crisp murmurs came from the small courtyard. Zhu Yuxiu heard it clearly in the room, and her little face burned. Where else could she not hear who this discussion was about? It was not that senior sister that she had made up. She also didn't expect that a sentence she had casually made up could be rumored to be like this. And this is still living in the same small courtyard rumors. Maybe outside the rumor is even more outrageous. The truth was really as Zhu Yuxiu guessed. In the past few days, the female disciples on Qingzhou Peak had become hostile to the male disciples on Zaihuang Peak because of this incident. No matter which male disciple they look at, it is like they are looking at the senior brother who has abandoned them. Especially the male disciples with high cultivation, the most hostile to them, even daily walking in the sect, are deliberately pulled away from them. This makes the male disciples of the outer door are somewhat puzzled. Later on, I don't know which male disciple inquired about the situation, and only then did a group of male disciples from the outer sect learn about the cause of the incident. They all hated the senior brother who had abandoned them, and they all hated him with a passion, so that in the outer door male disciples also set off a wave of anger to look for that senior brother. They promised the female disciples of Green Bamboo Peak that they would find that senior brother and send him to that senior sister to make him repent his faults. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more serious, it was only after a few foundation stage deacons of the sect stepped in and assured them that they would investigate the matter closely, that the situation gradually calmed down. It seems that it is not advisable to go out during this period of time. Zhu Yuxiu sighed in her heart. But what should she do about her art cultivation if she doesn't go out? After some thought, she still decided to go out. Only that when practicing her arts in the future, she could no longer be on the Green Bamboo Peak. There were so many people here that she might be recognized one day. When that time comes, just thinking about it, Zhu Yuxiu had a shuddering feeling on this day while she was practicing. The door to her room was knocked. Zhu Yuxiu opened the door and saw that it was the senior sister she had tricked that day. Standing in front of her house, her heart couldn't help but thump. Could it be that this senior sister had found out? This junior sister, my name is Fang Lin Evening, am an outer sect deacon disciple and am here this time to find you to understand something. This senior sister Fang Lin Evening had a standard melon face, and when she said it, her tone was not as serious as that day, but was much more calm, however, after hearing that she was looking for her to learn something about herself. Zhu Yuxiu was still a little apprehensive inside. Has junior sister ever seen the face of the female disciple you mentioned? Hearing this question, Zhu Yuxiu was sort of relieved as she shook her head. That senior sister flew in the sky. I couldn't see her face. Oh, then does she have any more obvious features? Zhu Yuxiu still shook her head and did not speak. She knew that the more she said, the more obvious the breakage would be. Next, Fang Lin Evening asked a few more relevant questions and left without getting any useful information from Zhu Yuxiu. It's true that behind one lie, it takes many lies to round it up. After sending Fang Lin Evening away, Zhu Yuxiu's face was a bit ugly. She also didn't expect this matter to alarm the deacon disciples. Although it was fooled here at Fang Lin Evening, the other deacon disciples might not be, in order to avoid being approached by other deacon disciples. She could only go out to avoid the wind. Zhu Yuxiu simply cleaned up a bit. Then directly out of the Green Bamboo Peak, outside Green Bamboo Peak, on a quiet path, Zhu Yuxiu walked aimlessly. Where to go next, she sighed as she walked. If she had known, she wouldn't have told that lie. That way, things wouldn't have gotten so big, and at most, she would have been punished. Zhu Yuxiu muttered under her breath. Not realizing that she had already walked a long way, when she stopped walking, she realized that she had arrived at an unknown place. This place was a bit far away from the green bamboo peak. The environment was mountainous and beautiful, with lush greenery, and there was also a mirror-like lake that reflected the surrounding scenery. Zhu Yuxiu, through their own understanding of some of the formation knowledge, can see this place vein trend, although not considered abundant spiritual energy, but in the secular world, it is also considered to be a Zhongling Lixiu place, if it is then nourished by the spirit of 100 years. It is not unlikely to be able to give birth to a small spiritual vein. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxia's eyes lit up. Why don't we just pick here? It's a beautiful environment, secluded and haven't seen any signs of people coming. And it can also help me study formations. Thus, Zhu Yuxiu made up her mind, and for the next period of time, she would stay here temporarily. Cultivator's cultivation, for the place of residence, in fact, is nothing fussy. As long as can live on it. Zhu Yuxiu walked around the place and stopped in front of a mountain wall. She then utilized her fireball technique and blew out a large hole in the mountain wall, using it as a temporary resting cave. After that, she placed a concealment formation at the entrance of the cave to cover it up before she clapped her hands and walked into the cave. The concealment formation she had set up was just a simple basic formation. The art of formation lies in observing the momentum of heaven and earth and arranging formations. To put it in layman's terms, it meant that everything in heaven and earth had its own running pattern. Those who practiced formations needed to observe these patterns and utilize them to form formations. Cultivation of powerful formation master, but also can force change the heaven and earth momentum, so that it formed their own desired formation, such as Taixuanmen clan is located, is to this kind of means to transform out. The entire Taixuanmen are shrouded in a huge protective array within. With such means, Zhu Yuxiu could only look at it and smack her lips. She now only learned some basic law. Simply cannot be compared to that. Inside the cave, Zhu Yuxiu entered and did not directly start cultivating. Instead, she began to use her spiritual energy to carve formation patterns on the inner surface of the cave. Not long after, when she finished carving the formation pattern, she started placing spirit stones on the several nodes of the formation. The formation she had set up was called the Spirit Gathering Formation, a formation that could gather spiritual Kai. Since it wasn't set up on a spirit vein, what was consumed could only be the spirit stones she placed on the nodes of the formation. When the last spirit stone was placed, the spirit gathering was activated. Not long after, the cave gradually began to fill with spirit Kai. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu took out a futon and placed it in the center of the spirit gathering formation. And this temporary residence was considered to be built. Zhu Yuxiu spent another month or so in this place of beautiful mountains and water. Finally, she was able to eat up the knowledge related to primary formations in the formation annotations. Her gaze also began to aim for the primary formation. By the calm, wave-free lake under a tree, Zhu Yuxiu held the book of formation annotations and flipped through it. Only her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if she was hesitating and pondering over something. Which of the primary formations do I learn first? Only after a while did she stretch her brows, her eyes locking onto a page in the book. Misty Tracer Formation. Let's learn this one first. The Misty Tracer Formation belonged to the psychedelic category of formations, which did not require the engraving of aura supply lines to be set up, nor did it require the materials to lay the formation, and could be set up by simply relying on the terrain of the landscape, and the place she was in right now would be just right for practicing setting up the Misty Tracer Formation. Zhu Yuxiu got up and began to carefully observe the terrain here. The psychedelic type of formation was extremely detail-oriented, and it was all about a falsehood. Therefore, the details of the terrain should be observed extremely carefully. She first walked around the lake and climbed a mountain, standing on the mountain and looking down. She was able to see the whole picture. Zhu Yu's beautiful eyes gradually lit up with a spiritual light. This is the formation master must know a spell. Spirit Eyes. Spirit Eye is not difficult to learn in the study of formation. She also learned this spell in passing. Now it was time to try out the magic of this spiritual eye. After opening her spiritual eyes, Zhu Yuxiu could see more details. When she looked at the whole picture, she could see a striped road intertwined between the mountains, forests and lakes like an intertwined route. It looked like a messy mess, but if one looked closely, one could still see some of the rhythms, after observing for about a quarter of an hour. Zhu Yuxiu took out a pen and paper and began to draw on it. What she drew was not a landscape, but the striped road. Moreover, in her drawing, she also skillfully dotted nodes between those stripes. That was this place. The intersection point of the mountain range's terrain trend, and only after understanding these intersecting nodes could they be utilized to set up formations. This was where the advantages of the formation method lay. In the early stages, it did not require much profound cultivation, just like Yu Chengdao. Even if he only had the cultivation of the Kai refining stage, he was still able to set up advanced formations. However, he was unable to set up a large formation. And this was where the limitations of cultivation lay. This place is not big, just a few 100 meters in a circle. Against that mirror, like lake, it was like a mirror, and the surrounding mountains and forests were all decorations of the lake. This place is so much like a mirror, might as well call it Mirror Lake. The aura in Zhu Yuxia's eyes receded. She clapped her hands, took the chart of the mapped-out ripples, and went down the mountain. After returning to the cave, she spread out that ripple walk chart, and she began to deduce the exact location of the formation. This intersection point is unstable and changes from time to time. It's not suitable to be a node. The terrain here is too open. Once the formation fluctuates, it is extremely easy to be recognized. It needs to be improved in the midst of sketching and picking. It took several hours until it was dark before she finished labeling the nodes of the formation, and also marked some of the terrain that needed to be improved. Zhu Yuxiu put away her pen and picked up the formation map that was full of markings, with an overwhelming excitement in her eyes. Perhaps it was because she had relaxed her spirit all of a sudden and had lost her previous concentration. She hadn't been excited for long before she felt a wave of fatigue hit her, and a hunger pang came from her abdomen. Performing formations was extremely mentally draining. Zhu Yuxiu also didn't expect that the first deduction of an elementary formation would make her so exhausted. So tired, so hungry, she took out the grain-resisting pill from her storage bag and ate one, and although the hunger immediately subsided, the tiredness remained. Forget it. Let's rest first, after a night without words, early the next morning. Zhu Yuxiu finally recovered her spirit and walked out of the cave. She unfolded the deduced and completed formation diagram and glanced at it once again to make sure it was correct, then went straight to a terrain intersection point, unable to wait to start trying. The complete Misty Trail formation had 22 nodes. On the formation diagram, she had only drawn 12 formation nodes, which was considered the limit of what she could do. The effect of the Misty Tracer formation laid out like this was undoubtedly going to be greatly reduced. But this was only her first attempt. She had to practice first, didn't she? Zhu Yuxiu came to the first terrain intersection, looked around, determined that there was no misunderstanding, and began to condense spiritual energy. Engraving formation patterns on the ground. Elementary formation pattern, compared to the basic formation, although complex, but not much more complex. Zhu Yuxiu confidently began to carve formation patterns at the intersection of the terrain. However, not long after she did so, her hand suddenly lurched, and the formation pattern that she had carved some of immediately dissipated. Her first attempt ended in failure. What's going on? Zhu Yuxiu put away her confidence, and her face became serious. Just now, I was clearly carving properly. How did the spiritual energy seem to be blocked all of a sudden? She pondered for a moment, not finding an answer, and decided to try again on her second attempt, just as she had carved the array pattern to a third of the way to the previous point. Suddenly, that feeling struck again. Her hand stuttered once again, and the engraved formation pattern fell apart all over again. 2 failures in a row caused her face to grow grave. Zhu Yuxiu thought about it and was never able to find an answer. Thus, she took out the book of formation annotations again and carefully flipped through it. After some searching, she finally found the answer in the opening chapter. So this is where the problem lies. The opening chapter stated that formation masters set up formations with the great momentum of heaven and earth. And Yu Chengdao had said in the notes of this great potential, wherever various patterns intersect, they will repel foreign objects, and formation patterns are also considered foreign objects. As for the solution, Yu Chengdao also mentioned it. That was to use one's own cultivation to suppress the repulsive force of the intersection point. Having obtained the solution, Zhu Yuxiu closed the book and once again began to carve the formation pattern. Her cultivation at the 3rd level of Kai refining was released, and a spiritual pressure spread out from her surroundings. Zhu Yuxiu raised her hand, her spiritual energy gathered at her fingertips, and began to carve the formation pattern again. This time, she was extraordinarily serious in her carving, and as one stroke of the formation pattern was carved to the point of intersection, she also felt the presence of the repulsive force. Fortunately, her cultivation was enough to suppress the repulsive force of this node. And this time, she carved without any pause and finished in one go. As her last formation pattern fell, the formation node instantly took shape. Only after Zhu Yuxiu saw the formation node take shape did she let out a long sigh of relief. Surprisingly, I've consumed 10% of my spiritual energy. This is only the first formation node. There's still terrain to be transformed in the back. For a moment, she felt doubly pressurized. After resting slightly for a while, she headed straight for the next intersection point. Next, she did as she had done. It took nearly 2 days to carve all the remaining formation nodes. The terrain that should be remodeled was also remodeled. As everything was prepared, Zhu Yuxiu stood by the mirror lake and pointed towards the sky with her knuckles. Formation, a burst of light and shadow transformed and immediately returned to normal if at this point someone else entered this place. 9 times out of 10, they would get lost. Maze formation, no. It could only be considered a small maze formation. The fact that the small misty tracer formation could be completed in one go caused Zhu Yuxiu's eyes to brighten up, and a joyful color appeared on her small face. It made her feel that her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. It was just that she wasn't sure if her little misty trail formation could have the effect it should have. Zhu Yuxiu scanned her surroundings, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it at a tree not far away. The stone passed through the tree. The light and shadow shook for a moment and soon returned to normal. Seeing this, she frowned slightly. The effect is a bit poor. The effect of the small misty trail formation was a little too far from what she had expected. Just a small stone could cause the environment within the formation to fluctuate slightly with such an effect. It was definitely unable to trap a cultivator. It was feared that any cultivator at the 1st or 2nd level of Kai refining would be able to easily break through her little misty trail formation just by releasing their own pressure. It still needs to continue to be perfected. Recognizing her shortcomings, Zhu Yuxiu took out the compass from her storage bag and began to carefully inspect the formation. Spiritual energy was injected into the compass, and the lines on it appeared. Zhu Yuxiu activated her spiritual eyes and circled around one of the nodes of the small misty trail formation. Examining it at the same time, she also took out the cloth formation diagram she had drawn and compared it. After some inspection, she had depicted 3 more nodes on the cloth formation diagram. She was somewhat silent. Even if these 3 more nodes were added, the effect of the little misty trail formation would not be enhanced by much. Zhu Yuxiu pondered in silence for a while and made a decision. It was better to have a discovery than nothing. Right, let's first fill up these newly discovered 3 nodes and see how much the effect can be boosted. Thus, she began to get busy again, carving the formation nodes. A formation that had already been molded and wanted to carve new nodes would undoubtedly be much more difficult. Zhu Yuxiu had only just started carving when she encountered an obstacle. She had just carved a formation pattern when the formation flowed and took that pattern away. It was like a duck that had just been cooked, and before it had a chance to be cooked, it was served away. Fortunately, she could sense that the formation pattern that she had just carved had not dissipated as a result. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu immediately chased after them. The good thing is that her little misty trail formation is running. The speed of each change is not so fast. Zhu Yuxiu quickly caught up with the array pattern that was taken away. And after a slight pause for a moment, she gathered her spiritual energy and began to carve the array pattern again. Soon, she finished carving the formation pattern for this node. The node lit up and melted into the small misty trail formation in no time. At that exact moment, the formation transformed once again. Zhu Yuxiu could clearly feel that the speed of the transformation of the little misty trail formation had become a little faster again. Without stopping, she quickly rushed to the next place and started carving. This time, she also rushed to finish carving the second new node. When she wanted to carve a third new node again, she was slightly hindered. This was because with the incorporation of the 2 new nodes, the transformation speed of the little misty trail formation accelerated a lot, so much so that when she was carving the third new node, she chased after it twice before she was able to finish carving the node on the 3rd time. When the 3rd new node was integrated into the little misty trail formation, a noticeable change arose within the range of the formation. A trace of mist began to appear in the forest. Although it wasn't obvious, Zhu Yuxiu, who was the one who laid the formation, was able to keenly notice it. She picked up another stone and tried the effect of the small misty trail formation. This time, the stone did not affect the environment within the formation. With 15 nodes, it should be able to trap cultivators below the 3rd level of Kai refining. Zhu Yuxiu gave this judgment after trying several more times with her spells, one after another. However, a complete misty trail formation, trapping a Kai refining stage cultivator was no big deal. Unless one encountered a foundation establishment stage cultivator, or maybe it was a Kai refining stage cultivator who possessed a powerful spirit weapon to forcefully break the formation. Compared to that, the small misty tracer formation was far worse now. Zhu Yuxiu let out a soft eek and looked into the forest. She sensed that something seemed to be trapped where her gaze was looking. Driven by curiosity, she held the compass in her hand and headed in that direction. Not long after, she saw a rabbit in the forest, hopping around in circles in place, already lost. Zhu Yuxiu saw this confused. Hopping bunny and got a hint of the idea of playing a trick on it. She fingertip light change, take the initiative to manipulate the small lost track formation. Seeing the surrounding environment change, the little rabbit leaped and jumped onto a rock, immediately. Just as the bunny became even more confused as to why it jumped onto a rock, the rock under its feet disappeared and turned into a lake. This made the bunny startled. The 2 short legs underneath the body stomped desperately, but could not stop the momentum of its fall. Just as it was about to fall into the lake suddenly disappeared and turned back into the environment it was in before. Zhu Yuxiu's teasing had made the bunny a little dizzy. Seeing this, she didn't tease this ordinary bunny anymore. And with a change of spells in her hand, she opened a way out for the bunny and let it leave the spell formation. After playing with the bunny, Zhu Yuxiu had a clear understanding of the effects of this small, misty tracer formation. The essence of the Lost Trail formation is nothing more than distorting the cognition of living beings, so that living beings have the wrong cognition, just like the secular mortals think of ghosts hitting the wall. With this understanding, Zhu Yuxiu had a flash of light in her head and hurriedly took out the formation diagram and began to mark it up again. This time, she used the compass to deduce while observing the markings on the formation diagram. After spending more than 2 hours of effort, She finally depicted the last few formation nodes on the cloth formation diagram. Success, she jumped up joyfully, her little face blooming with excitement that was hard to hide. Now, all that was left was to carve out this remaining formation nodes. Soon after her excitement, she felt another wave of mental fatigue hit her. There was no other way but to recover her mental state first before going to finish carving out the remaining formation nodes. Zhu Yuxiu returned to the cave and began to meditate to recover her recovery state with respect to the spiritual Kai within the cave. The next day, the sky had just dawned. Zhu Yuxiu couldn't wait to rush out of the cave and begin her formation node engraving. Just like yesterday, she once again ran around, carving out one node after another and integrating it into the small misty trail formation. However, as the nodes continued to merge more and more, even if she did not actively control it, the transformation speed of the formation continued to accelerate, so much so that when she was carving out the last node, she nearly fell down from exhaustion before she was able to finish carving out the last node. Since then, the 22 formation nodes within the small misty trail formation lit up, connecting with each other to take shape, turning into a true misty trail formation. At the moment the misty trail formation was completed, everything within the area covered by the formation underwent a huge change. The mountains, rocks, grass, trees, and the lake were all connected into one. A thick fog was hidden within the formation. Outside might not be able to see anything, but once stepping into the misty trail formation, the Kai refining stage cultivator would be instantly lost. Zhu Yuxiu sat on his butt on the ground, looking at his own masterpiece, his face full of smiles, along with the fatigue generated by the engraving of the array pattern. All swept away. March is the month of spring, and the flowers are blooming. Everywhere is a scene of vitality, overflowing with the breath of spring. However, the immortal sect remained as usual. The disciples were busy running around doing tasks, earning resources, cultivating. Occasionally there will be disciples who want to relax and walk around. This day, a few outer disciples who wanted to take a break came from the vicinity of Mirror Lake. There were 3 of them. All youths around 20. Alas, I failed again in this retreat. My cultivation has been stuck at the 6th level of Kai, refining for more than a year, and I don't know when I will be able to break through Kai refining to the 7th level of Kai refining. A skinny youth sighed and complained to the other 2. Cultivation matters can't be rushed when the opportunity to break through arrives. The cultivation will naturally break through. A short and fat youth spoke out to comfort him, and then said, I recently heard that the clan discovered an ancient relic, and sent out a lot of Jai Dan stage elders, and even Yuan Ying stage elders, have sent out several of them. Oh, an ancient relic. Why did the sect send out so many elders after the skinny youth was comforted? He obviously also became interested in the short and fat youth's words. Heh, what can that be? A few other sects have discovered it as well. The short and fat youth apparently said with some indignation that relic is said to be within our clan's jurisdiction. But I didn't realize that when the relic came out, the visions were too conspicuous. The ancient spirit sect, which is the closest to our sect, also discovered it. And then the guys from the ancient spirit sect went around proclaiming it, so that several other big sects also knew about it. The ancient spirit sect clearly wanted to muddy the water so that they could fish in troubled waters and reap enough benefits from it. And the sect had no choice but to send so many elders to confront them. Otherwise, that ancient relic would have been our Takeshuan sect's exclusive possession. When did the fog start? Just as the short and fat youth was speaking indignantly, the youth who hadn't said anything suddenly let out a light eep, attracting the attention of the 2. At that moment, the short and fat youth and the thin youth also noticed the fog that gradually surged out around them. Harm, it is not just a fog. What is the big fuss? It is hard not to have a ghost, even if there are ghosts. We as cultivators can also raise our hands and feet to beat them into oblivion. The short and fat youth looked like he didn't care, and turned to continue talking about the things related to that ancient relic. besides the ancient spirit sect. The sects involved this time are also the Divine Sword sect, the Fire-worshipping sect, and the Purple Sun Mountain. Just as they were dispersing their thoughts and talking, suddenly they gradually sensed that something was wrong. "This place, have we been here before?" The three of them walked here, feeling somewhat familiar, but somewhat unsure. They all stopped and began to carefully survey their surroundings. The short and fat youth released his divine sense and began to investigate his surroundings. Not long after, he withdrew his divine sense and his face became grave. "We're really back in the same place again." It's not just that. The youth who hadn't said much said with the same gravity, "Since we first came here, we've been circling around. This is already the third time we've returned to the same place." After saying that, he pointed to a tree and said, "Look, you guys, this is the mark I made when I passed by the second time." The short and fat youth and the thin youth, their gazes followed the direction of his finger, and they saw that on a tree there were several clear scratches. Seeing this, their faces both changed. Could it be that we really hit a ghost? The skinny youth stared with wide eyes. Among the three, his cultivation was the lowest, and the other two had all reached the 7th level of Kai refining. HMPH, the short and chubby youth, let out a cold snort. "I'd like to see what kind of ghosts dare to wreak havoc in our Taishuan sect." After saying that, he slapped the storage bag on his waist, and with a flash of spiritual light, a flying sword hovered at his side. Seeing this, the other two also called out their flying swords from their storage bags. For a time, 3 flying swords with flashes of cold light hovered, emitting a murderous intent. Boom! While the 3 of them were going to kill the ghost thing with solemn faces. A loud noise came, causing their steps to stall. What movement? The 3 of them looked in unison in the direction where the sound came from. "Go and take a look." They looked at each other and nodded. Lifting and gathering their spiritual energy, they rushed towards the direction where that loud noise came from. By the mirror lake, Zhu Yuxiu was practicing her newly learned spells. After the misty trail formation was completely set up, she went out once and went to the scripture cabinet to exchange 2 new arts and began practicing. The fiery flame decree and the Xuan Shui transformation cost her a total of more than 50 spirit stones. The 100 or so spirit stones that she had originally obtained from Yu Chengdao's storage bag, along with her original spirit stones, almost most of which had been spent on the spirit gathering formation to assist her in her cultivation, left her with 50 or so. This time it made the spirit stones on her body bottom out. However, it had to be said that the power of these 2 arts was simply a qualitative change in power compared to the basic arts. This made Zhu Yuxiu feel that the 50 or so spirit stones spent were truly worth it at this moment. What she was practicing was precisely the Xuan Shui transformation. After more than a month of cultivation, she had successfully mastered the Xuan Shui transformation art. She was now using the technique of compressing the technique, wanting to try out what kind of power Xuan Shui transformation could explode after compressing it to the extreme. Borrowing the water of Mirror Lake, Xuan Shui transformation was able to maximize its power. Zhu Yuxiu gathered the spiritual energy within her dantian and mobilized the water in Mirror Lake. Under the guidance of her spiritual energy, the calm surface of Mirror Lake rippled and a stream of water slowly rose. Initially small, as Zhu Yuxiu continuously injected spiritual energy to guide, the thin stream gradually became thicker and larger, until it became a water column. The water column continues to rise. The more it becomes bigger and bigger. There is already a hidden sense of oppression until it reached a height of 10 feet in the air. The whole water column is already like a thick and huge python out of the water. Radiating a powerful sense of oppression, Zhu Yuxiu stood in front of the lake's giant python, appearing incomparably small. Her small face became incomparably serious, and a fine sweat was already faintly seeping out from her forehead. Maintaining such a huge water python was a huge drain on her spiritual energy. Her hands were trembling, and several times she almost couldn't maintain it. Her silver teeth clenched as she began to compress the giant water python. Zhu Yuxiu once again strengthened the output of her spiritual energy, and the giant python's size began to be compressed and become smaller. It wasn't until the giant python, which was eventually 10 zhang in size, was compressed to 3 zhang in size that it stopped. Although the python's size became smaller, but the sense of oppression from its body was more prevalent. Zhu Yuxia's forehead was already moist with sweat, and his hands were trembling, about to be unable to maintain it. Go, in the end, with a delicate cry from her, the water python rose up in the air and spiraled down towards the lake below in a furious rush. At that exact moment, the short and fat youth trio also arrived at the edge of the mirror lake. Zhu Yuxiu was the first to notice the incoming people. Her brows furrowed as she changed the spells in her hands, and a large amount of dense fog instantly surged out, shrouding the entire mirror lake surroundings. What happened? The sudden surge of dense fog caused the 3 people's faces to flush with panic. Before the 3 could react, a terrifying might erupted from the mirror lake, that powerful impact, wrapped in a mighty pressure, came crashing down on the 3. Vaguely, they could only see a huge black shadow in the thick fog. Immediately, they were lifted off by that powerful impact. Bang, 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 the 3 of them were lifted far out by the impact, and rolled on the ground several times consecutively before coming to a stop. Cough, it hurts. The trio coughed and cried out in pain as they rose from the ground in a sorry state. What was that just now? Didn't see it clearly. I only saw the lake, as if there was a huge black shadow. Shit, there won't be a powerful lake demon here. Hiss. The 3 of them all sucked in cool air at the thought. Then why stay here? Run. The 3 fled as if they were leaving, and Zhu Yuxiu didn't stop them, instead opening the way out for them. She hadn't expected that someone would break in here either, previously. All of her attention had been focused on the spell, and she hadn't even noticed that someone had entered the Misty Trail formation. However, since they were already gone, Zhu Yuxiu didn't think much more about it. She had also nearly exhausted the spiritual energy in her body just now by trying to compress the Xuan Shui transformation. This one used up all of my spiritual energy, but it's not bad in terms of power, although Zhu Yuxia's Danshan now felt empty. The smile on her face was undisguised. However, immediately, she pondered such an attack. With my current cultivation, can only be unleashed once. But it is also a trouble. It seems that it cannot be used easily, after thinking about it. Zhu Yuxiu felt that she still needed to raise her cultivation. After breaking through the 3rd level of Kai refining, she had unloaded the heavy burden given by the sect, and had been a bit lax for 2 months in a row, although the cultivation was also continuing. It was clear that there was no more tension than before. It was only after noticing this that Zhu Yuxiu once again looked at herself squarely, but immediately she encountered another problem. The spirit stones in her pocket had already bottomed out, touching the few spirit stones left in her pocket. Zhu Yuxiu thought for a moment. Could it be that she was going to take on quests to earn spirit stones again? Suddenly, it occurred to her that she wasn't still a formation master. I should be able to count myself as a formation master now. After all, I'm already able to set up elementary formations. There weren't really many ways for formation masters to earn spirit stones. Not as simple and convenient as earning them from alchemy, talisman making, or weapon smithing, but it wasn't as if there weren't ways to earn spirit stones quickly. What Zhu Yuxiu could think of right now was refining portable array discs and flags to earn spirit stones. She still had 20 contribution points on her body that she hadn't spent, which should be enough to exchange for some simple materials. In the Taixuan Sect's outer sect, the place to exchange items was called the Treasure Pavilion in Qingfeng Town. The Treasure Pavilion is actually controlled by the Treasure Pavilion. Zhu Yuxiu, out of the Mirror Lake, went straight to the outer door Treasure Pavilion and just walked into the Treasure Pavilion. The eye is a dazzling array of all kinds of items, and exchange prices are also labeled on it. compared to the Qingfeng town's treasure pavilion. It was many times richer. Zhu Yuxiu only swept a few glances before withdrawing her gaze. Most of the things here she couldn't afford to exchange. That one price, some could simply scare people to death. She walked straight to a counter and started asking a round-faced senior sister behind the counter. Soon, she received a reply. The items you want are all ordinary materials, and the total price is 18 contribution points. The round-faced senior sister quickly quoted the price, and then she added junior sister. You want these things because you're preparing to refine formation flags, formation discs, and other items, right? I see that junior sister is only at the 3rd level of Kai refining. Could it be that you're a formation master? Disciples who could work in a place like the treasure pavilion generally didn't have bad eyes. These things that Zhu Yuxiu wanted, disciples with a little bit of eyesight would have no trouble seeing what they were for. Zhu Yuxiu didn't hide it and nodded her head in acknowledgement, since her identity had already been revealed. She felt there was no need to hide it. Junior sister, with you being able to break through to the 3rd level of Kai refining so quickly, your qualifications should still be good, but I still have to remind you that although it's simple to get started with formations, but if you want to study them in depth, it's extremely exhausting, and you might even delay your cultivation. So with your qualifications, it's still better not to spend so much energy on formations. Round-faced senior sister spoke out, kindly giving her a wake-up call. Thanks for reminding senior sister. I'll pay attention. Zhu Yuxiu didn't resent it, but just by looking at her appearance, the round-faced senior sister shook her head slightly and didn't say anything more. Then she found all the things Zhu Yuxiu needed and handed them over to her. After exchanging the materials, Zhu Yuxiu rushed back to Mirror Lake without stopping. After returning to the cave, she didn't immediately start refining it right away. Instead, she first restored her spiritual energy before taking out the materials from her storage bag. Zhu Yuxiu flipped through the formation annotations and chose the formation she wanted to refine. The formations she currently knew were at the highest level of elementary formations. There were only 2 or 3 that she could master. One of them was the Misty Trail formation. Although the Misty Trail formation was an elementary formation, it was quite material intensive to refine it into a formation flag or a formation disc. The materials she had exchanged were simply not enough. After searching for some, she finally decided to refine the flag of the Flame formation. The Fiery Flame formation was a primary formation that belonged to the attack category. Elementary attack formations were not only simple and straightforward to set up, but even refining the formation, flag, and disc did not consume much material. Because of this blazing fire formation, there were only 8 nodes in total, and it was only necessary to inscribe these nodes, as well as the articulated formation patterns onto the formation flag. Zhu Yuxiu picked up a short black stick that was about as thick as a thumb from the materials laid out. This was made by melting black cloud sand, and when she exchanged it, she directly asked for such a finished product, sort of eliminating the melting process. After that, she pulled over a piece of cloth made of Xuan silk and began to pick up scissors to cut it. Xuan silk cloth and silk is tough. Ordinary scissors naturally cannot cut. She used a special scissors. Only this kind of scissors can cut Xuan silk cloth and silk. After some cutting, a triangular flag was obtained. Sewing it together with the black cloud iron flagpole is considered to be a preliminary made of a pole formation flag, just missing the inscription of the formation pattern nodes on it. Zhu Yuxiu did not immediately inscribe on it. But will all the materials are made into such a formation flag, only then began to prepare for the inscription of formation nodes. The black cloud iron was so hard that it was very difficult to inscribe on it with just her spiritual energy. So she had also exchanged a sharp carving knife this time. Just this carving knife alone cost her 5 contribution points. Zhu Yuxiu picked up the carving knife and began to inscribe formation patterns on the flagpole, the first time she used this tool. She was still a bit unskilled, and although the inscribed pattern did not make any mistakes, but it was so crooked and twisted that it looked really eye-catching. After spending some effort, she finished inscribing the formation pattern on the flagpole. Immediately, she put down the carving knife, condensed her spiritual energy at her fingertips, and began to draw nodes on the formation flag. The Xuan silk cloth was soft, and it was quite a struggle to draw. In the end, after spending nearly 3/4 of an hour, she was able to finally finish drawing the nodes. At this point, a formation flag was considered completed. It was very simple. Zhu Yuxiu looked at the formation flag in her hand, although it was made in one go. It was ugly in every way. There was no sense of beauty at all, however. She didn't care that much as long as she could use it. After putting down this completed formation flag, she didn't stop and continued to pick up another formation flag and began to inscribe it. Just as Zhu Yuxiu was in the middle of making the formation flag, a man and a woman came from outside the mirror lake. They were dressed in outer sect disciple attire, and all of them had special patterns embroidered on their left chests, which was the mark of a deacon disciple. Among them, the female deacon was none other than Fang Lin Evening. The two stopped outside the Mirror Lake Forest. After watching for a while, the male deacon disciple was the first to speak. This place is not too far from Zayoi and Peak. Are the 3 people who came to report wrong? How could there be a lake demon here? Fang Lin Evening shook her head. The lake demon, they said, was too powerful. It has at least the strength of the Foundation establishment stage. It cannot be fully believed. After a pause, she added, inside may just be got some creation of demonic beasts, coincidentally stronger than those 3, only to let them mistakenly think that it is a powerful lake demon. This kind of thing has happened before. Just in case, we'd better go in to take a look and make sure it's better. What senior sister Fang said is also true. If it was really a powerful demonic beast at the Kai refining stage, with the 2 of us joining forces, I believe that we would be able to take care of it, so it seems that there is no need to report it. The male deacon disciple nodded and said confidently with an air of confidence. After saying that, he wanted to take a step into the forest. It's better to be careful, Fang Lin Evening reminded. Immediately, the 2 of them walked into the forest together. Ka-Ching Zhu Yuxiu, who was in the process of inscribing the array pattern, suddenly sensed that someone had come within the Misty Trail formation, and with a slight distraction, she made a mistake, resulting in the flagpole of the formation flag in her hand being damaged by the carving knife. Why is someone coming again? Zhu Yuxiu looked at the badly carved formation flag in her hand with some annoyance, and complained with dissatisfaction. Now the formation flag that was supposed to make 3 sets is missing a pole, so it can only make up 2 sets. She directly threw away the engraved bad formation flag in her hand, got up and went out of the cave, about to go and create some trouble for the incoming people to calm the anger in her heart. The spell in her hand changed, and the Misty Tracer formation began to take charge for her. In the forest, Fang Lin Evening was walking and gradually sensed that something was wrong. She suddenly stopped walking, her face showing an odd expression. What's wrong, senior sister Fang? When the male deacon disciple saw her stop, he also couldn't help but stop and ask her. Fang Lin Evening swept a glance around and said, "There's something odd here." We're walking back to where we were. Just as she finished saying this, suddenly fog surged up in the forest. Not good. The 2 reacted almost at the same time, quickly summoning their respective spirit weapons to protect themselves. With a flash of spiritual light, a sword and a shield manifested, hanging in front of the 2. Go. Fang Linian raised her hand and pointed ahead. The spirit sword in front of her flew out and stabbed straight at the surging mist. With a flash of sword light, the spirit sword did not enter the fog. Fang Lin Evening's divine sense was connected to the spirit sword, only to realize that after her spirit sword flew into the fog, not long after, it suddenly lost contact with her. Her face changed greatly. Retreat quickly. What's wrong? The male deacon disciple hurriedly inquired when he saw her face change drastically. Fang Lin Evening did not hide. I lost contact with my flying sword. This mist is dangerous. Hearing this, the male deacon's face also changed greatly. Seeing that the fog was about to surge over, the two no longer stayed, and gathered their spiritual energy, drew back and flew away. As they sped away, the male deacon hurriedly asked Sister Fang, "What did you sense in the mist?" Fang Lin Evening took the time to answer my divine sense, instantly lost contact with the flying sword. "I didn't sense anything. How is this possible?" He was well aware of Fang Linian's cultivation, 9th level of Kai refining, and was on the verge of breaking through to the 10th level of Kai refining, to be able to make her lose divine sense contact with her flying sword in an instant. Thinking of this, the male deacon disciple's face changed greatly. Could it be that there really is a lake demon here? Fang Lin Evening was silent and didn't say anything. She couldn't be sure now, to be able to instantly take away her flying sword. The existence here, its strength had at least reached foundation establishment. "Stop!" The male deacon disciple suddenly let out a loud shout. His protective spirit weapon shot out and blocked in front of the two of them, only to see that in front of them, another large area of extremely dense fog came pouring in. Under this two-sided attack, the two of them already had no way to escape. Seeing this situation, both of them looked serious, and cold sweat couldn't help but seep out from the corners of their foreheads. What to do? Fight? The two of them looked at each other, and both of them had their spiritual energy surge around them. Each of them utilized their strongest techniques. Fang Linian was an earth, gold, and water spiritual root, of which her gold spiritual root was of the best quality, and she majored in gold arts, with just a flash of white light. She condensed thousands of golden auras. Go! She pointed at the fog in front of her, and those golden ons instantly shot towards that surging fog. The male deacon disciple, on the other hand, had an earth-colored glow converging around him. He raised his hand and pressed the ground, and an earthen thorn broke through the ground, spreading out in a fan shape towards the fog in the back. Both of them offered up their strongest spells. For a while, there were constant roars in the forest, and large swaths of trees were destroyed by the duo's spells. The mist was also gradually dispersed under the duo's spells. Seeing the fog dissipate, both of them were relieved. This was solved. Wasn't it too easy, however, before they could completely relax? Their surroundings suddenly changed drastically, after a burst of light and shadow transformations. They saw that everything around them was back to normal, and in the forest, a trace of mist gradually appeared again. How, seeing this, both of them were wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. The environment that returned to normal in front of them was like mocking them that everything they had done before was nothing but an exercise in futility. This made them despair. Suddenly, Fang Lin Evening seemed to have reacted, and cupped his fists towards the forest and said in a loud voice, "Outer Sect Deacon Disciple Fang Lin Evening, I don't know that Sect seniors are here, trespassing and disturbing seniors." "I hope that seniors will be generous, Sect Senior." The male deacon disciple froze, somewhat not understanding what Fang Lin Evening was talking about. Fang Lin Evening explained to him, "This place is set up with a formation. We just fell into the formation. All the attacks seemed as futile. The only ones who can set up such a formation are the seniors within the sect." Hearing her explanation, that male deacon disciple also quickly came to his senses, and similarly clasped his fists and apologized respectfully to the forest. Zhu Yuxiu was holding the array disc, and when she heard the voice coming from her, the expression on her small face eased a bit. "HMPH, counting on your good sense to apologize to me. I'll let you off this time, immediately." She changed her hand techniques, releasing the flying sword that had been isolated with the formation and sending it back, where Fang Lin Evening, the duo, was. There was another distortion of light and shadow, and a flying sword appeared in front of her. Seeing that it was her own flying sword, Fang Lin Knight once again bowed to the forest. "Many thanks, Senior." After that, a path appeared behind the duo. Seeing this, both of them were relieved, It seemed that the senior who was here had spared them thus. The two of them, Fang Lin Evening, did not dare to stay any longer and stepped onto the path that appeared and left.
He, why is that voice somewhat familiar? Zhu Yuxiu heard the incoming voice again and felt a sense of familiarity.
But for a moment, she couldn't recall where she had heard it before and shook her head, so she didn't think any more about it.
Her formation flag hadn't been inscribed yet, so she continued back into the cave and started inscribing the formation flag.
The two of them, Fang Lin Evening, who had left, didn't dare to fly here for fear of offending that senior again. It was just that both of them had some hesitation on their faces. Senior sister Fang, what happened here?
Should we report it? Fang Lin Evening pondered for a while and shook her head. It's better not to report it.
That senior is probably here because it's a clean place and doesn't want to be disturbed. Let's not get ourselves into trouble.
Also right. The duo stopped talking. Zhu Yuxiu had thought that no one would bother her after that, but the truth was still beyond her expectations. Fang Lin Evening, two people left a few days later.
She noticed that the misty trail formation into the people. Initially, she only frowned and followed her previous practice of slightly intimidating those people before letting them go.
But gradually, more and more people broke into the mist tracking formation, so much so that when she was refining the formation flags, she made frequent mistakes, scrapping 5 or 6 formation flags one after another. This made her, for no reason, burst into flames. Can we still make formation flags quietly? She got up in annoyance and decided to go out to see what had gone wrong. Outside the Mirror Lake Outer Forest, many outer disciples came at this time. They stopped to watch,
most of them with a curious look in their eyes. Suddenly, a person stumbled and ran out from the forest. The crowd's eyes instantly focused on the person who ran out. It was a somewhat skinny youth who ran out in panic.
And before he had time to catch his breath, he was surrounded by people who began to ask questions with their mouths agape. This senior brother, what did you see in the forest? Is there a lake demon or not? Yes, hurry up and tell us.
What did the lake demon look like and how strong was it? Everyone, allow me to slow down. The youth took several long breaths before slowing down.
Seeing that the crowd's expectant gazes were all gathered on him, he also inexplicably had a kind of confidence.
Said, gentlemen, this time I entered this forest, but I saw that lake demon. He spoke without blushing.
Without his heart skipping a beat, hearing his words, the light in the eyes of the crowd grew even brighter.
Quickly speak. The youth coughed a few times. Before he said, I tell you, that lake demon is really horrible.
Only the length of the body is up to 100 feet. The thickness of a few people are not as thick as a hug.
And it's almighty, just standing in front of it, are all chilling, and cannot fight against it. If not, I have reached the 6th level of Kai refining.
I am afraid that even in front of the lake demon struggling gas are not, so with my cultivation of the 3 elements of the sword decision.
But with the lake demon fight a few rounds, but the lake demon is too strong. I know that I cannot defeat.
Which is to show means to escape. Did not destroy the lake demon. It is really a shame, the youth said, putting on an appearance of being ashamed of the crowd's expectations. Chi, hearing what he said, the crowd let out a sigh.
What you said with those who said before is not also similar. If that lake demon really body length of 100 feet.
And is not your refining Kai 6th layer can be resisted. For fear of people a tale can kill you in seconds.
What I said is true, that lake demon. The youth still wanted to defend himself with a few words, but a sudden voice made him not dare to speak. Didn't you say that with your cultivation at the 6th level of Kai refinement, you would be able to pass a few moves in the hands of that lake demon?
It just so happens that I am at the 8th level of Kai refinement, which is stronger than you. So do you dare to go into the forest with me again?
To go and fight with that lake demon one more time, this. The youth was dumbfounded, and his face was flushed with shame. He wouldn't dare to go into the forest again. He could only tell the truth actually. I didn't encounter the lake demon.
I knew it. Scattered. Another one to find existence for himself. The crowd dispersed, no longer surrounding the youth.
At that exact moment, two sword lights flew in from afar, landing and transforming into Fang Lin Evening and the male deacon disciple who had been here before. "What are you guys gathering here for?" As soon as the male deacon disciple arrived, he loudly scolded. "It's the deacon disciple. Great, the deacon disciple is here. Now we can ask the deacon disciple to take action to get rid of the demon." Among the gathered disciples, some let out exclamations of surprise, while others shouted out in joy. At this moment, one person stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Senior Zhang. Oh, you recognize me." Charter looked at the person in front of him. His mind did not have any impression of him, junior brother Wang Yuan. It was senior brother Zhang who handled the initiation procedures for me when I joined the sect. "I see." Charter then nodded his head, not caring, and turned to ask, "What are you and others gathering here to do?" He spoke in a serious tone, bringing with him an imposing presence. Back to senior brother Zhang, Wang Yuan replied truthfully, "We heard that there is a lake demon here. So we want to come to find out if there is really a lake demon with the power of all our brothers and sisters. We can also remove the scourge for the clan." As soon as his words left his mouth, the statue's face looked stunned. Fang Lin Evening's face also changed, and immediately questioned with a cold face, "Who told you that there is a lake demon here?" Wang Yuan was a little confused by the question, but seeing that the other party was also a deacon disciple, he could only reply it was Fatty Zhu and the others who said that. Simply nonsense. After hearing this, Charter also angrily rebuked the Fatty Zhu in their words. Must be the person who came to report that day that there was a lake demon here. After coming to investigate a few days ago, the two of them, himself and senior sister Fang, had also just left without thinking to go over to warn them. This place is within the sect. Where did the lake demon make a mess? You and others still don't disperse quickly. Charter's face was serious, his voice cold and stern. What was in this place they knew best, and intended to let the crowd disperse before going to make amends to that senior. Someone, while the disciples were reluctantly leaving, a voice suddenly rang out, and all of them stopped again and looked towards the forest. "There's someone in the forest." Fang Lin Evening and the Charter duo also couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. They saw a petite figure, probing and looking towards from the forest. "Who is it? Don't come out of the forest yet." Zhu Yuxiu was shocked by the chorus, and she instinctively stepped out of the forest. Third level of Kai refining. New disciple. It wasn't until Zhu Yuxiu walked out that she noticed that there were actually so many outer disciples gathered here. And there were also deacon disciples. Among them, there was also a deacon disciple she had seen before. Fang Lin Evening, oh no, she instinctively felt within her that things were going to be bad. "Why, it's you." Fang Linian recognized Zhu Yuxiu at a glance as she walked forward, her gaze staring at Zhu Yuxiu from top to bottom. "Why are you here?" Being asked this question, Zhu Yuxiu was somewhat at a loss for words, but after seeing that so many outer disciples were here, her eyes lit up and she pointed at those outer disciples. "I came with them." "Oh, is that so?" Fang Lin Evening scrutinized Zhu Yuxiu, her tone a little strange, obviously skeptical. Zhu Yuxiu didn't care that much. She just gritted her teeth and nodded her head. That is, she came with those outer disciples. Fortunately, Fang Lin Evening did not go to find and ask those outer disciples that she pointed out. Zhu Yuxiu was then slightly relieved. It seems that this place can't stay any longer. At the same time, she sighed in her heart. "All right, you can also leave with them. You are not allowed to come back to this place in the future." After Fang Linian finished speaking, she reprimanded the crowd of outer disciples again before letting them leave. Zhu Yuxiu was also sandwiched in the crowd and left together. "This junior sister, when did you come? Why haven't I seen you before in the crowd?" A person suddenly came beside her and asked. Zhu Yuxiu raised her eyes and was startled to see a face with large pores. I came yesterday." "Oh, that's right. I just came today. No wonder I haven't seen you." Zhu Yuxiu casually pulled a reason and didn't dare to walk slowly with again, speeding up her steps. breaking away from the crowd and heading towards Green Bamboo Peak. It wasn't until after returning to the small courtyard of Green Bamboo Peak again that she took a long breath. Zhu Yuxiu once again returned to the small courtyard without disturbing the other people in the small courtyard. She just quietly returned to her room. Inside the room, she was a little depressed. That place before. Good for nothing. How did it attract so many people? She couldn't figure it out. If she couldn't figure it out. She didn't think much about it, and anyway, she didn't plan to go there anymore. It was just that the misty trail formation that had been set up there hadn't been removed yet. So she didn't know if anything would happen, but since a deacon disciple had intervened, it wasn't her turn to worry about it. Zhu Yuxiu collected her heart, took out the contents of her storage bag, and began to make formation flags in her room. After so many days, she had already finished making one set of formation flags, and the second set of formation flags was almost ready to be completed. If it wasn't for those people coming to disturb her and making her make frequent mistakes, the second set of formation flags would have been completed long ago as well. Originally, the materials she had bought were enough to make 3 sets of formation flags. There's no point in thinking about that. It's better to finish making the formation flag in her hand first. Zhu Yuxiu shook her head, no longer thinking about that, and started working on the formation flag in her hand. After 2 days of hard work, she finally finished making the second set of formation flags as well. Afterward, she checked the 2 sets of formation flags in her hands again, and after making sure that there were no mistakes or omissions, she put away the formation flags and left the door. Once again, she came to the treasure pavilion. Zhu Yuxiu went straight to the counter of the round, faced senior sister, who had bought the materials last time. Junior sister, you're here again. What do you want to order this time? The round faced senior sister had a good memory and recognized Zhu Yuxiu with a glance. Zhu Yuxiu hesitated for a while and asked senior sister, does the treasure pavilion accept things, receive? Of course, but the items that the treasure pavilion receives from disciples will only pay for spirit stones, not contribution points. Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu nodded in understanding. This point was stated in the Taixuan sect's disciplinary rules, that sect contribution points could only be obtained by doing quests, and could not be obtained in any other way. She took out the 2 sets of fiery flame formation flags in her storage bag and placed them on the counter. Senior sister, I want to sell these 2 sets of formation flags. When the round-faced senior sister saw the formation flags on the counter, she didn't say much. She just inspected them one by one and nodded her head. Fiery flame formation flags. Each set is recycled at 10 spirit stones. What do you think of this price, junior sister? Zhu Yuxiu nodded. Just follow the price that senior sister said. Last time she went out to buy some tools, the remaining materials were probably only worth 10 spirit stones. A set of formation flags could earn back the spirit stones used to buy the materials. Zhu Yuxiu felt quite satisfied. After thinking about it, she added, senior sister, I don't want the spirit stones. All of them will be replaced with the materials I bought last time. Round-faced senior sister heard this, is also some surprise, but she did not say anything more, in accordance with what Zhu Yuxiu said. Will all the spirit stones into the material. After Zhu Yuxiu put the materials away, she directly left. This little senior sister, it seems that she is determined to study formation techniques. The round-faced senior sister looked at Zhu Yuxius departing back and muttered to herself. Zhu Yuxiu took twice as many materials as last time, and after returning to her room in the small courtyard, she started working on the formation flag again. Having made 2 sets of formation flags, she was already almost proficient in the process of making the flame formation flag. After making another set of fiery flame formation flags, she then set her sights on other formations. Nowadays, the formations she knew, apart from the Misty Trail formation, were the Flame formation, as well as a set of defense-type formations, the Thick Earth formation. This time, she set her sights on the Thick Earth formation. Defensive formations were more complex than attack formations. Not only were there more formation nodes, but they were also a bit more complicated than the fiery flame formation in terms of the inscription of the formation pattern. Because the defense formation was a large area defense, it was more demanding in terms of details than a single attack formation. Otherwise, once a loophole appeared, it would be difficult to play the effect that a defense formation should have. Zhu Yuxiu carefully looked at the formation nodes of the thick earth formation once more to ensure that there were no misunderstandings at all. Before she began to make it, holding a carving knife in her hand, she picked up a small black cloud iron flag and began to inscribe it. It was also unknown if it was a credit to the making of the flame formation flag. She realized that when she was inscribing the thick earth formation array pattern, it wasn't as tough as she had imagined. Instead, she had a smooth feeling that the water had flowed into her hands, and she was able to finish it in one go. In a short while, the inscription of a formation flag was completed. It did not encounter any obstacles at all. This caused her expression to relax, and her nervousness disappeared. Thus, she quickly picked up another small flag and began to inscribe it. In this way, after inscribing 15 array flags in a row, she then stopped. The thick earth formation had 15 nodes, and the formation flag naturally had 15 poles. Only after carefully inspecting the 15 array flags once more, with no mistakes or omissions, did she pack away this set of thick earth formation flags. For the next 2 months or so, Zhu Yuxiu spent her time in making formation flags. After selling a batch of formation flags, she bought materials to continue making them anyway. Right now, she couldn't go out to practice her arts apart from her normal cultivation. Otherwise, if she made a big commotion again, there would be no way to explain it. There was no choice but to make formation flags to earn some spirit stones while practicing. As she continued to make formation flags and sell them, the spirit stones in her pockets were also increasing, until she was nearing the end of another cultivation session, when she only felt a stirring of spiritual energy within her danshan. It's about to break through. Zhu Yuxiu snapped her eyes open. The feeling within her danshan was familiar to her. Thus, without hesitation, she took out the spirit stones she had earned in the past 2 months on her body and filled them one by one into the spirit-gathering formation within the room. The spirit-gathering formation within the room was set up within a few days of her return, since she already had some attainments in formations. The spirit-gathering formation she had set up within the room had 12 nodes that could condense the spirit Kai within 12 spirit stones, at a time for her to absorb and refine. The spirit stones were filled. Zhu Yuxiu no longer stayed, sat back on the futon with her knees crossed, and began to run the Kai refining technique with her eyes closed. As the Kai refining skill technique ran, she only felt the agitation within her danshan grow more and more prevalent. A large amount of spiritual Kai entered the danshan along the meridians, and was hammered into pure spiritual Kai by the frenzy within the danshan, and then absorbed and refined into spiritual energy by the technique. As this cycle repeated itself, the spiritual energy within her danshan was increasing little by little. At the third level of Kai refining, spiritual energy was like a pool within Zhu Yuxiu's danshan. As the spiritual energy continued to increase, the spiritual energy that was originally only a small pool of water was also gradually increasing. Ka-ching! She heard a crisp sound. It was the sound of a spirit stone being exhausted and shattered. Without much thought, she directly raised her hand to fill a spirit stone in, just like that, under the constant replenishment of spirit stones. The spiritual Kai in the spirit-gathering formation always remained at a very dense level. Zhu Yuxiu didn't know how many times she had filled in the spirit stones. And when she heard a sound of a spirit stone shattering once again, she raised her hand and prepared to fill it in, only to realize that she no longer had any spirit stones left. This caused her to pause slightly, but immediately, the sense of breakthrough that rose violently within her danshan brought her back to her senses, no longer caring whether or not she still had spirit stones. Closing her eyes and concentrating, she fully immersed herself into her dantian, with a sigh of window paper being pierced. Zhu Yuxiu only felt a wave of relief around her body, in a sound of spirit stones constantly breaking. Her cultivation finally broke through the 3rd level of Kai refining, reaching the 4th level of Kai practicing. With the breakthrough in her cultivation, a spiritual pressure rose up around Zhu Yuxiu, but it was quickly suppressed by her. She slowly opened her eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of light in her eyes. 4th level of Kai cultivation. Cultivation broke through the 4th level of Kai cultivation. Zhu Yuxiu felt that her entire body had changed considerably. The spiritual energy within her dantian had doubled, and her body also seemed to have become lighter. She ran the Kai refining technique slightly, only to realize that the meridians in her body were already able to knit together to run in small circumferences. In this way, her speed in absorbing spiritual Kai could be sped up a lot more, closing her eyes and concentrating to release her divine sense. At this moment, she could feel her divine sense, spreading out more than 10 meters away, had been able to cover the entire small courtyard. In the sensing of her divine sense, she felt the condition of the other 4 people in the small courtyard. They were all immersed in cultivation and were not aware of it. Zhu Yuxiu withdrew her divine sense and focused her gaze between her hands. I also don't know the power of my current spells, how much they've been enhanced, after thinking about it. She still shook her head and averted her gaze. This was not a good place to test the power of a spell. Suddenly, her gaze went to the pile of broken stones on the floor of the room, and there was a hint of flesh pain in her eyes. One breakthrough has used up all the spirit stones I've accumulated over the past 2 months. One must know that she had accumulated almost 300 spirit stones in these 2 months by selling formation flags, and this breakthrough had made her consume all of these accumulated spirit stones, saying that she didn't care. Was it possible Zhu Yuxiu, who had once again reached the bottom of her fortune, felt that it was not a solution to go on like this? Relying on refining array flags alone, the speed of earning spirit stones was still too slow, but now there were only 2 months left before the clan's new disciple assessment. There wasn't much time for her to leave the sect to earn spirit stones. She had no choice but to focus on the formation flags. With the cultivation of the 4th level of Kai refining, the production of formation flags was much faster. It was just that ordinary formation flags were sold too cheaply, and she wanted to try her hand at refining more complex formation flags, or even formation discs. Should I try the Misty Tracer formation? The Misty Tracer formation belonged to the primary formation, but the nodes were as many as 22, which was not only difficult to make, but also quite costly in terms of materials. However, after more than 2 consecutive months of making formation flags, she already had a full grasp of how to make the Misty Tracer formation's flags. After counting the remaining materials, there was just enough to create a set of Misty Tracer formation. Zhu Yuxiu immediately began crafting. After spending nearly 3 days, she was able to complete the production of a full set of lost track formation flags. It was fortunate that there were no mistakes during this period, or else this set of lost track formation flags would not be complete, and would not be a set. She looked at the 22 array flags with complex patterns in front of her and breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if the Misty Tracer formation set up with this formation flag can have a few points of the effect of the Misty Tracer formation I set up in Mirror Lake. The formation flag was considered a weakened version of the spell formation, and only had an advantage in terms of portability. In terms of power and utility, it was still inferior. Zhu Yuxiu organized all the formation flags and set off for the treasure pavilion. Just as she entered the treasure pavilion, Zhang Yuanyuan caught a glimpse of her. Zhang Yuanyuan was that round-faced senior sister, and after more than 2 months of contact, they were considered to be acquainted just as she was about to open her mouth. She suddenly stared and noticed the change in Zhu Yuxiu's body. Only see Zhu Yuxiu around the body seemingly, if not. There is a breath coiled, walking, seems to have a spirit light follow. This little sister had been initiated for less than a year, and had actually broken through to the 4th level of Kai refining. This made Zhang Yuanyuan feel a little surprised. She remembered that when she had broken through from the 3rd level of Kai refining to the 4th level of Kai refining, it had taken her a whole year to do so. Senior Sister Zhu, many days have passed. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the 4th level of Kai refining. To be able to break through to the 4th level of Kai refining in less than a year of initiation. Up to now, you are considered to be the first amongst the outer disciples. Congratulations. As soon as Zhu Yuxiu arrived at the counter, she heard Zhang Yuanyuan's words of congratulations. Just after hearing these words, she was a bit curious. Could it be that the only one to break through the 4th level of Kai refining in such a long time? It's hard to say. There might be new outer disciples who have also reached it. Guessing the total won't be more than a handful. The speaker had no intention of saying it, but the listener had the intention of hearing it. Zhu Yuxiu felt that he had broken through so quickly, but also revealed his cultivation in this way, whether it was too high profile. It seemed that sometimes one had to hide their clumsiness. By the way, is Zhu Yuxiu here to sell formation flags again this time? And how many sets will be sold? Zhang Yuanyuan spoke again at this time. Not much, just 5 sets of formation flags. Zhu Yuxiu collected her thoughts and took out the formation flags from her storage bag. Zhang Yuanyuan's gaze seemed to be somewhat surprised. Senior Sister Zhu, I remember that the materials you bought last time. At least, you were able to produce 7 or 8 sets of formation flags. How come there are so many less this time? This time, I made a set of Misty Tracer formation flags, which consumed more materials. Zhu Yuxiu answered truthfully. Misty Tracer formation. Zhang Yuanyuan's eyes moved slightly, and then she quickly noticed that among the array flags on the counter, there really was a set of 22 flags in a set. She could not help but be a little surprised. It is said that the Misty Tracer formation is extremely complex amongst the primary formations. Some cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of Kai refining may not even be able to produce it. I didn't expect that you, Junior Sister, would be able to produce it. Zhang Yuanyuan picked up the set of Misty Tracer formation flags one by one and inspected them. After checking it once, she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I didn't expect that the youngest sister not only has excellent cultivation qualifications, but even in the comprehension of the array formation, it's also extraordinary. Look at your set of Misty Trail formation flags. At least you can also play the Misty Trail formation 70 to 80% of the power. When it comes to the top quality of the array flags, only able to utilize 70% to 80% of its power in this regard. Zhu Yuxiu had almost expected it, but she still felt a little dissatisfied. Zhang Yuanyuan then opened her mouth and said, Sister Zhu, I see your attainments in formations. There is something I would like to discuss with you. I wonder if it is possible. Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu's eyes moved slightly. What is it that Senior Sister has? Actually, this matter is related to my family. Zhu Yuxiu was somewhat confused. Zhang Yuanyuan explained the cultivation world not only has large and small clans. There are also many cultivation families. I am from the cultivation family Zhang family. Original is this. Zhu Yuxiu sort of understand. Zhang Yuanyuan continued, I would like to ask Senior Sister Zhu to set up a spell formation for our Zhang family. I don't know if you are willing. Why does Senior Sister want to invite me? Zhu Yuxiu was a bit puzzled. There should be someone within the clan who has deeper attainments in formation than me. Why doesn't Senior Sister ask them to do it? In fact, I'm not going to hide it from you. I've also invited disciples from the heavenly Pivot Peak. But the price they asked for was too high for our Zhang family to afford, so I've been delaying it all along. Originally, some days ago invited a loose cultivator, some array attainments, but did not expect that loose cultivator in the receipt of the deposit. Then inexplicably disappeared without a trace, until now have not found. The loose cultivator really can't be trusted. Zhang Yuanyuan said here with some indignation. Zhu Yuxiu was also listening. She pondered for a while and asked elder sister, "My attainments in formation Dao are not very high. I wonder what kind of formation your Zhang family is going to set up." "Our Zhang family is only a small family. We can't afford to set up a high-level formation. We are only setting up an intermediate-level formation. And according to your attainments in formations, junior sister, you should be able to set it up successfully." Upon hearing about intermediate-level formations, Zhu Yuxiu was a little hesitant, seeing Zhu Yuxiu show hesitation. Zhang Yuanyuan hastened to add, "Sister Zhu, rest assured, if the array arrangement is completed, our Zhang family will certainly have a generous gift to offer." Zhu Yuxiu shook her head and said, "Senior sister, I don't mean that. I can only be considered a primary formation master now. I haven't studied intermediate formations yet." She paused slightly and added, "if senior sister doesn't mind. Give me 2 more months. After I study some intermediate level formations, then I'll go and set up formations for senior sister's clan." "How about that? Like this?" Zhang Yuanyuan thought about it before nodding her head. "Let's follow what senior sister Zhu said. Anyway, we've already waited for so long. It's not that bad for these 2 months. Just come back here to find me after 2 months. This matter was finalized. Zhang Yuanyuan also seemed much happier. After receiving the set of Misty Trail formation flags at a price of 30 spirit stones, the rest of the flags were also received at the previous price. With the transaction completed, Zhu Yuxiu returned to the small courtyard. During the remaining 2 months at the end of the 1-year period, after stabilizing her cultivation, Zhu Yuxiu devoted a great deal of time to the study of intermediate level formations. During this period, she had also researched a means of hiding her cultivation. That was the technique of compressing artifacts. She applied this technique of compression spells to her own spiritual energy. At first, it was just something to try, but it turned out to be really useful once she tried it. Thus, she used this method to compress the spiritual energy within her danshin. However, her spiritual energy was already pure, and it was very difficult to compress it. After trying for more than 2 months in a row, she ended up only being able to compress a small portion of her spiritual energy. On this day, Zhu Yuxiu in the room was meditating. Only the aura around her body was suddenly strong and weak, hovering between the 3rd level of Kai refining and the 4th level of Kai practicing. With no fixed attribute, finally, at a certain moment, her aura around her body completely smoothed out and settled at the 3rd level of Kai refining. Only then did she open her eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, "I've suppressed my cultivation to the 3rd level of Kai refining." It was at this moment that the door to her room was knocked on. "Yuxiu, are you awake?" Shenfeng Jiao's voice came from outside her room door. Zhu Yuxiu got up to open the door and saw Shenfeng Jiao standing in front of the door. "Today is the day of our new disciples' 1-year deadline assessment. I saw that your room was late and didn't move. I was afraid that you had forgotten, so I came over to call you." Hearing Shenfeng Jiao's words, Zhu Yuxiu then remembered, the cultivation target given by the sect to the outer disciples could be more than just words. And when the 1-year deadline arrived, they still had to go to the assessment to test it. "Well, thank you for coming to remind me." "I really almost forgot." Shenfeng Jiao was a bit speechless. "Then let's hurry up and get going. It's not good if you go late and don't let us take the test." Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head. Immediately, the two of them set off and went to the new disciple assessment location. The outer sect's new disciples examination was in a wide square. When Zhu Yuxiu and the two arrived, there were already many people gathered here, and at a glance it looked like a sea of people. Among them, there also seemed to be the figures of a few odd-job disciples. This caused Zhu Yuxiu to raise a few moments of curiosity. "Yuxiu, Feng Jiao, why did you guys just come?" At this time, the little fatty Wang Fugui, as well as Wu Ming and a few others walked over. Wang Fugui opened his mouth and said, "The examination is about to start. If you guys come a little later, y'all directly lose the chance to take the examination, and you'll be directly relegated to the rank of miscellaneous service disciple. Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu had a moment of fear. It was fortunate that Shen Fengjiao had come to call herself. Otherwise, if she missed the examination time and was directly relegated to a servant disciple, there would be no place to cry. I heard that among our outer disciples this time, there are a few extraordinary ones who have broken through to the 4th level of Kai refining in a year's time. Wang Fugui added at this time, 4th level of Kai refining. Shen Fengjiao showed surprise. How did they cultivate so fast? Wang Fugui shook his head. What else could it be? They hugged their thighs, speaking here. His words could not help but give a start. His face seemed to be a bit strange. Zhu Yuxiu was curious. His eyes searched among them, and asked, "Have you seen Lai Xiaolian?" As soon as she said this, several people were silent. Their faces were a bit ugly. Yuxiu. It was at this moment that Lai Xiaolian's voice came from the crowd. Zhu Yuxiu raised her eyes and saw Lai Xiaolian walking over from the crowd. Just beside her, there were a few strangers following her. Only when she came in front of a few people did Zhu Yuxiu feel the aura on her body. The 4th level of Kai practicing. Yuxiu, I've reached the 4th level of Kai practicing. How about you? Lai Xiaolian came over and asked towards Zhu Yuxiu. Her face, with a smug smile, seemed to be showing off. Zhu Yuxiu frowned slightly. I've only cultivated to the 3rd level of Kai refining. Yeah, how come? Yuxiu, didn't you reach the 2nd layer of Kai refining very quickly? Why did it take so long to reach the 3rd layer of Kai refining? Lai Xiaolian's tone was surprised, but her face was blossoming with smiles. Yuxiu, why don't you join me, Lai Xiaolian? Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Wang Fugui. You want to be someone else's lackey yourself. Don't drag Yuxiu along. Wang Fugui. I'm just trying to help you guys out of old friendship. Don't speak so harshly. I'm the inner sect's senior brother Zhao's escort, not a lackey. Please keep your mouth clean. Lai Xiaolian collected the smile on her face, and her tone was also a few points colder. Just because you guys don't want this opportunity doesn't mean that Yuxiu doesn't want it either. Yuxiu, what do you say after saying that? She placed her gaze on Zhu Yuxiu again, hearing her words. Wang Fugui, Shen Fengjiao, and the others all looked at Zhu Yuxiu somewhat nervously. Yuxiu, Shen Fengjiao pulled on her large lapel. Zhu Yuxiu ignored it and looked at Lai Xiaolian with all eyes. She felt that the current Lai Xiaolian had become completely unfamiliar. For her mouth, becoming an inner disciple's escort was even less interesting. Cultivation not only required resources, but more importantly, a heart to cultivate. It was understanding this point that Zhu Yuxiu directly shook her head and refused sorry. I don't like to rely on others. I thought you would have a longer-term vision, but I didn't expect it to still be so short-sighted. Lai Xiaolian's face cooled down. Since you're not willing, I won't force you to be better, but if you see me again in the future, you'll have to call me senior sister. Go. After saying that, she waved her hand and left with the people following her side in triumph. Bah, still a senior sister, Wang Fugui disdainfully pooh-poohed. I wouldn't call her senior sister even if it killed me. Soon, the examination began. Zhu Yuxiu then didn't care about this matter anymore. After all, that was Lai Xiaolian's own choice. And she had no right to interfere. At this time, a group of deacon disciples appeared and began to maintain order in the square. Behind them, high above the square, there were several other figures with powerful auras. Those were the foundation, establishment stage, sect deacons. It was them who were presiding over the examination of the new disciples of the outer sect this time. After all, the disciples were quietly divided into many teams and arranged neatly. The examination officially began. A deacon disciple stood out and announced in a loud voice, "This examination is divided into 3 items: cultivation, divine sense, and arts. Now the examination begins." With his announcement, 10 high platforms were raised. All the disciples were divided into 10 teams and went to each of the 10 high platforms for the assessment. On each high platform, a foundation establishment deacon was in charge. Zhu Yuxiu was in the middle of the line, and she looked at the high platform in front of her, only to see that the one in charge of their team was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. The assessment was also very simple and rough as soon as the first disciple stepped onto the stage. The middle-aged deacon said, "Release your cultivation and divine sense to see." The tone of his voice was filled with a sense of impatience. It was as if he wanted to quickly finish the test and leave. The truth was similar, in that middle-aged deacon's opinion. The assessment of these disciples of the outer sect could be left to those deacon disciples. There was no need for them to come personally. It was simply a waste of their time. He was still thinking about the jasper Dan that was being refined within the Dan furnace, and he didn't know if the pill boy had looked after it. Cultivation divine sense qualified. Go there and release your spell. Following the middle-aged deacon's point, that disciple came to a stone wall. Immediately, he saw that disciple raise and gather spiritual energy, and a layer of faint yellow light lit up between his palms. A grain of dust was condensed into his hand and covered his palm. When his palm was completely covered with dust, he slammed his palm out and hit the stone wall. Only a muffled sound was heard, and a shallow palm print appeared on the stone wall. "You passed." The middle-aged deacon only glanced at it before waving his hand for that disciple to retreat. That disciple originally had a joyful face after learning that he had passed, but after seeing the impatient look of the middle-aged deacon, he too collected the joy on his face and walked off the stage with his head lowered. The next thing was for the deacon disciple to do. The deacon disciple ticked a few strokes on that disciple's identity token and returned it to him. At this point, this disciple was considered a true outer disciple. Zhu Yuxiu looked at the impatient, middle-aged deacon on the stage. Combined with when she was initiated, by now, she had pretty much realized that the sect's attitude towards outer disciples doesn't care at all. Unless one became an inner disciple, one could not enter the sect's eyes, one by one. The disciples went up to the stage and followed what the previous disciples had done, and did it again. And the deacon on the stage almost didn't even bother to open his mouth. Just after taking a look, nodding his head would be considered to have passed the test. Such an attitude also let those who passed the examination disciples should have the color of joy. Also cannot help but dim. Just as the team was moving forward in an orderly manner, suddenly, an episode interrupted the team's forward movement. "Humph, such a clumsy trick, and you still want to muddle through. Think that we deacons are blind." A powerful aura emanated from the stage. In the next moment, a silhouette flew out from the stage and then smashed heavily to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Zhu Yuxiu looked sideways and saw that it was a teenager. He was lying on the ground at this moment, his entire body limp, only his chest still slightly undulating, showing that he was still alive, trying to muddle through with a potion to raise his breath. Something that doesn't know how to die, cancel his status as an outer disciple, relegate him to the rank of a miscellaneous service disciple, and penalize all contributions earned for 3 years as an example. As soon as these words came out, the disciples were chilled, and they all couldn't help but take a step backward. Zhu Yuxia's pupils shrunk slightly. This punishment was just too harsh. She looked towards the foundation, establishment deacon on the stage. It seemed that this was killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey, lest anyone else use this method to delay. Continue with the foundation establishment deacon flinging his robe. The examination continued to begin. The disciples who were once again on the stage all had nervousness in their expressions. This time, the procession seemed to have traveled much faster. It was soon Zhu Yuxia's turn. She calmly walked onto the stage, releasing her cultivation, aura, as well as her divine sense. The middle-aged deacon only glanced at her lightly. A mere 4th level of Kai cultivation, still hiding her cultivation. I really don't know what there is to hide. The middle-aged deacon had undisguised disdain in his eyes. Zhu Yuxiu had noticed it since, but she didn't care. Instead, she continued walking to the stone wall and started releasing spells. Previously, she had seen the spells released by the other disciples, all of which were basic spells. Zhu Yuxiu knew that she couldn't use the Fiery Flame Decree or the Xuan Shui transformation as a demonstration. She decided to just use the basic spells she had learned as a demonstration, just as she was about to unleash the spells. A cry from the neighboring high platform attracted her attention. Surprisingly, it's the Three Elements sword art. That's a refining stage art that's much stronger than the basic art. I didn't realize that there was already someone among us who could unleash such a powerful technique. Zhu Yuxiu slightly eyed the high platform and saw that the person standing on top of that platform was none other than Lai Zhaolian. In her hand there was also a lightweight spirit sword with a hidden spiritual light flashing, although it was not a spirit weapon. It was as if it was on the verge of being advanced into a spirit weapon. What are you still standing there for? Roll down if you don't want to take the test. Just as Zhu Yuxiu was slightly distracted, the middle-aged deacon's impatient voice rang out. She then no longer looked at it and raised her hand to condense a fireball, which she threw out suddenly. Her complexion was stunned. How did I release a fireball spell? Boom, immediately, a loud bang came. The stone wall in front of Zhu Yuxiu was blown apart. Seeing such a sight, she let out a cry of badness in her heart. What kind of spell is this? The middle-aged deacon's voice came out, and in his words, the impatience was no longer there. But instead, he was somewhat surprised. Many people's gazes at this time also looked over. That loud noise was really too noticeable. When they saw the destruction Zhu Yuxiu had caused, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss, what kind of technique is this that can cause such great destruction? Don't build it. I haven't seen it in the hidden scriptures either. You guys look at the person on the stage. She's at the 3rd level of Kai refining. Is this the kind of destruction that the 3rd level of Kai refining can cause? Zhu Yuxiu knew she couldn't hide anymore and had to say to the middle-aged deacon, back to the deacon's words, "This is a technique I accidentally acquired when I was out on a mission." She did not tell the truth. If she were to say that it was a technique she had comprehended, it would be too shocking. She was only at the 4th level of Kai refining with a cultivation level like hers. How could she comprehend and create a technique, if not for the fact that this was truly her own comprehension? I'm afraid that even she herself wouldn't believe it, let alone anyone else. I see. It seems that your cultivation in this art technique is quite good, counting you with an excellent rating. Hearing this, the middle-aged deacon waved his hand, and then was unwilling to look at Zhu Yuxiu one more time. Excellent evaluation. Zhu Yuxiu didn't know what it was, but thought that amongst the outer disciples like them, there were definitely not many who could obtain this evaluation, at least in the previous appraisal tests. She hadn't seen a single disciple obtain this evaluation. Zhu Yuxiu walked the high platform in front of the crowd's gaze and arrived in front of the deacon disciple. "Thank you, deacon brother." She handed over her identity token. The deacon disciple took her identity token and didn't casually scratch a few strokes as he had done before and acted hastily. Instead, he took out a seal and stamped it on her identity token. Only a flash of light was seen on the identity token, which then gradually faded away, leaving behind an exquisite seal. That was precisely the branding of an outstanding outer disciple. This is the lower grade spirit weapon issued by the sect to the disciple who evaluated excellence in this examination. As the deacon disciple handed back the identity token, he also took out a spiritual weapon from a storage bag along with it and sent it to Zhu Yuxiu's hands. The nearby disciples who had yet to take the test, seeing that the excellent evaluation was rewarded with a lower grade spiritual weapon, all cast envious gazes in their eyes. At the same time, there were also people who had greed in their eyes. The color of envy. Zhu Yuxiu didn't care about those gazes and calmly received the identity token and spirit weapon. This spiritual weapon was a flying sword. The shape is exquisite. The sword body is slender, not much long. Only about 1 foot 7 inches in length, some short, however. Zhu Yuxiu felt just right when she used it. She put away this inferior flying sword with a smile. The examination continued. There was no need for Zhu Yuxiu to stay here now. After passing the examination, she could leave on her own, Yuxiu. Congratulations on receiving an excellent evaluation and a spirit weapon reward. Shen Fengjiao and Wang Fugui, who had already passed the assessment, came up to congratulate Zhu Yuxiu after seeing her walk out. Hearing their words, Zhu Yuxiu secretly sighed. In fact, she didn't want to be so flashy, but she didn't control it for a moment. So she casually threw a fireball spell out. Fortunately, this fireball spell wasn't compressed to the extreme. Otherwise, the power might have shocked everyone present. Congratulations on passing the examination as well. Zhu Yuxiu smiled and also gave words of congratulations to a few people. Formally passing the examination also meant that one had truly become an outer sect disciple and no longer had to worry about being relegated to the position of a miscellaneous servant disciple. This was indeed a matter worth celebrating happily. Thus, Wang Fugui proposed in order to celebrate us all passing the examination. Why don't we go to Fu Manchuzhai to get together? That's exactly what I want. The rest of the people also agreed one after another. Zhu Yuxiu and Shen Fengjiao also nodded in agreement, so the group left the examination square and headed to Fu Manchuzhai. Fu Manchuzhai, it is the place where they first gathered for a small gathering. This time, however, there was one person missing. Fu Manchuzhai sells spiritual food, that is, food with spiritual kai, although the cultivator does not eat earthly food, but occasionally will have a desire to eat. Mortal food is not only unhelpful to cultivators, but also hinders cultivation. Therefore, the birth of spiritual food. There were various kinds of spiritual food, such as spiritual grains, demonic beast meat, spiritual fruits, and so on. After a few people were seated, they started ordering. 1 chopped pepper 3-tailed fish, 1 braised blue water shrimp, 1 roasted white wind chicken, 1 braised savage bear paw. Wang Fugui seemed to know the cuisine here extremely well, and without even looking at the menu, he ordered several large plates of dishes in one go. Gentlemen, is this enough? Should we order a few more? So many dishes, almost enough. Several people echoed one after another, all feeling that it was almost enough. Wang Fugui nodded his head and said to the waiting store assistant, "That's it. How many spirit stones?" Hearing so many dishes, the store assistant was also happy and said, "Sir, honestly 120 spirit stones." Hearing this, several people's faces changed. They didn't expect that ordering so few dishes would cost so many spirit stones. Wang Fugui patted his chest at this time and said, "In this case, I'll pay the big head. Just give me 10 spirit stones for each of you." There were 7 of them, apart from Wang Fugui. Each of them would contribute 10 spirit stones, which was 60. And Wang Fugui alone would have to contribute 60. This caused the rest of them to look slightly sideways. Feeling a little embarrassed, "Fugui, you're at too much of a disadvantage like this. Why don't we each contribute more?" Wang Fugui smiled. "I've made a small fortune recently, so don't worry about it," hearing him say that. The crowd was relieved immediately. Everyone contributed 10 spirit stones, making a total of 120 spirit stones, and handed them over to the store assistant. Soon, the store assistant brought up plates of dishes. Only after the dishes were served did the crowd begin to eat. Zhu Yuxiu was naturally not polite. Ever since the last small gathering, she had been thinking about the taste of spiritual food. It was only because of the matters of cultivation that she hadn't come back. This gathering lasted for a long time, and it wasn't until dark that they dispersed. Zhu Yuxiu and Shen Fengjiao parted ways in the small courtyard, and each went back to their own houses. A year of cultivation. Some people were happy and some people were sad, even when it was already late at night. The nearby small courtyards did not rest. Among them, there were laughter filled with those who had passed the test. And there were also sad cries from those who had not passed the test and were about to move out of the place. Zhu Yuxiu heard in the ear, "The heart also has some feelings. If I also did not pass the examination at this time, how should I face?" She did not know and did not understand. However, she vaguely had a feeling of wanting to improve even more eagerly. Passing the examination this time could only be considered as her passing a small hurdle on the road to cultivation. There were more hurdles of varying sizes waiting for her in the future. Thinking this way, the joy of passing the examination suddenly dissipated. The night was silent, and the next morning, Zhu Yuxiu washed up, cleaned up a bit, and then prepared to go out. This time, she was going to find Zhang Yuanyuan and fulfill the promise she made 2 months ago. In 2 months' time. She had already almost read through the intermediate level formation related once, through Yu Chengdao's notes on it. She was also considered to be familiar with the construction of intermediate level formation patterns. She already had a grasp on arranging intermediate level formations. She just hadn't tried it yet. She didn't use much time before she had already walked to the treasure pavilion. As soon as she walked into the treasure pavilion, she saw Zhang Yuanyuan behind the counter with a bored look on her face. Noticing that someone was coming, Zhang Yuanyuan raised her eyes to look at the door of the treasure pavilion. And then a smile appeared on her face. "Senior Sister Zhu, you came so soon. You just passed the outer sect new disciple examination. I thought you were going to rest for a few more days. Well, there was nothing to do around, so I decided to come first to fulfill my agreement with Senior Sister." Or to help fulfill a wish. Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head and replied. Zhang Yuanyuan was astonished, listening to what Junior Sister said. "It's hard to believe that in just 2 months, you are already able to set up intermediate level formations." Fortunately, Zhu Yuxiu nodded once again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan really wasn't calm anymore. "I didn't expect that you, Junior Sister, would be so powerful in your understanding of the formation method. I think that in the future, there will be a place for you in the 7 main peaks." Zhang Yuanyuan pondered for a while. "Tianshu Peak is known for its formations. I think Tianshu Peak would be perfect for you." Zhu Yuxiu waved her hand. "Senior Sister is flattering. I am still an outer disciple now, not even an inner disciple. How can I talk about joining the Heavenly Pivot Peak? I have a premonition, Junior Sister, as long as you cultivate well, you will definitely be able to join the Heavenly Pivot Peak in the future." Zhang Yuanyuan patted her chest and said with a guaranteed look, "Take Senior Sister's good advice." Zhu Yuxiu also responded with a smile. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, they agreed on a departure date, which was set for tomorrow. Next, Zhang Yuanyuan brought Zhu Yuxiu and went to do some formalities related to leaving the sect, which was granted a month's time to leave the sect. A month for a trip between the Zhang clan and the Tai Chuan sect was also enough after waiting for another day. Zhu Yuxiu followed Zhang Yuanyuan and left Taixuan sect. On her second trip out of the clan, Zhu Yuxiu was no longer as young as she was the first time. And this time, she was well prepared. A flatboat flew out of Taixuan sect's mountain gate. On it rode 2 people. It was Zhu Yuxiu and Zhang Yuanyuan. Since Zhu Yuxiu was only at the 4th level of Kai refining cultivation, she could not fly with a spirit vessel, so she had to rely on Zhang Yuanyuan. Zhang Yuanyuan was at the 8th level of Kai refining. And with her work at the treasure pavilion, she had also saved up some spirit stones, the immortal boat she was driving. Although not big, but it was quite exquisite. 2 people ride also loose, from the Taixuan sect to Zhang Yuanyuan's Zhang clan. It would take about a day and a night to fly in the immortal boat. This distance was still considered a bit far. At least for Zhu Yuxiu, who couldn't fly. This distance would take at least 4 or 5 days for her to run on her legs. This demonstrated where the advantages of flying lay. Along the way, the two talked and laughed. Zhang Yuanyuan recounted many insights of the cultivation world for Zhu Yuxiu. There were no obstacles encountered on the way. After spending a day and a night, they finally saw a place like a paradise far away. There were lush greenery, clear water, dignified houses, men, women, old and young walking to and from the place. All in order, unlike the mundane clutter. Sister Zhu, this is where my Zhang family is located. This is where my Zhang family has settled for generations. As they approached, Zhang Yuanyuan opened her mouth to introduce Zhu Yuxiu. Zhu Yuxiu opened her spiritual eyes and took a glance. Immediately noticing that this place was extraordinary, under the observation of her spiritual eyes. The terrain of this place, between the interlacing, comes with a sense of spiritual Kai compelling, but immediately, she frowned slightly. Strange what? Zhu Yuxiu's whispered mutterings were heard by Zhang Yuanyuan, who curiously looked at Zhu Yuxiu and asked, "Oh, nothing. It's just that as I look at the direction of the terrain here, it seems that after a short while, it will be able to spawn a spirit vein out." Zhu Yuxiu casually made up a reason to explain. Zhang Yuanyuan agreed with her words and praised her for her attainments in the art of formations, that she had seen the situation here at a glance. This made Zhang Yuanyuan add a few more points to her confidence. The immortal boat quickly flew above a large mansion and slowly landed here. As soon as the immortal boat landed, they saw someone coming to pick it up. "Miss, you're back," a butler, like old man, greeted them. "Uncle Fu, why isn't my father here?" Zhang Yuanyuan was a little puzzled that only Uncle Fu came to greet her. She had clearly notified in advance using the transmission note, "Master, he has some business and hasn't rushed back yet." Uncle Fu explained. Then he swept his gaze at Zhu Yuxiu and turned to Zhang Yuanyuan and asked, "Miss, didn't you find a fellow array master to set up a guardian array for our Zhang family? Why haven't we seen that formation master?" Zhang Yuanyuan pulled Zhu Yuxiu in front of her and said, introducing, "This is my youngest sister, named Zhu Yuxiu. She has been an intermediate formation master since she started a year ago. She is the fellow disciple I was talking about." Intermediate formation master, Zhu Yuxiu didn't know if she could. She did have the confidence to set up an intermediate level formation. But in the end, she still hadn't set it up before, so she couldn't help but still be a little weak. She's a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. An intermediate level formation master. Fu Boss eyes were a bit surprised and skeptical. However, since it was what the young lady had said, it was assumed that it wouldn't be false. At least he, a Zhang family steward, couldn't tell the difference. In that case, then please invite little Fairy Zhu inside. The guest room has already been prepared. Take a short rest. And we will host a reception banquet for you tonight. Saying this, Uncle Fu was about to lead Zhu Yuxiu into the mansion. Zhang Yuanyuan waved her hand and said, "Forget it, Uncle Fu. It's better for me to bring little senior sister to the guest room. You guys go and busy yourselves with the reception banquet." This, all right, seeing Zhang Yuanyuan say so. Uncle Fu hesitated for a while before answering and leaving. "Junior sister, let me take you to the guest room to rest. And perform well at the reception banquet tonight. Perform well." Zhu Yuxiu was a little confused, not knowing the meaning of Zhang Yuanyuan's words. Being led by Zhang Yuanyuan, she came to a spacious attic with good decorations. "Junior sister, this is your residence." Zhang Yuanyuan pointed at the second-floor attic and said to Zhu Yuxiu. Zhu Yuxiu looked at this second story, somewhat ornate attic, and could not help but be a little surprised. "Senior sister, it's so big. Am I the only one living here?" "That's right, next in arranging a few maidservants for you, to take care of your living during this period of time in the Zhang family." "What do you think?" Zhang Yuanyuan said with a smile. "Everything will be arranged by senior sister. For these." Zhu Yuxiu knew nothing about them and could only say so. "Well then, let's do this first. I'll come over to find you again in the evening." After saying this, Zhang Yuanyuan left. Zhu Yuxiu walked into the attic and looked around. The first floor of this attic was very spacious. There wasn't a single room, only a hall that was like a living room. The second floor of the attic was the place to live. There was a boudoir within it, which had a very womanly atmosphere. It was thought that this should be the place where the female members of the Zhang family had used in the past. Thinking like this, Zhu Yuxiu walked into the room, casually took a piece of paper and pen, and began to draw. What she drew when traveling in the immortal boat, she used the spiritual eye technique to see the veins of the scenery. In a few moments, she drew what she saw, looking at the distribution of the terrain above. Zhu Yuxiu frowned slightly. Such a scene, according to reason, should have been able to breed a spirit vein. Why is the spirit vein laid out? Puzzled, Zhu Yuxiu could only call it quits. This was the Zhang family's territory, and whether or not a spirit vein had been birthed was none of her business. As long as it didn't affect her, with this thought, she put away the drawn paper and began to meditate. Waiting for the night to fall, at dusk, Zhang Yuanyuan came again. Junior sister, the reception banquet has been prepared. Just waiting for you, follow me. Zhu Yuxiu went out and followed Zhang Yuanyuan through the threefold long corridor. Walking into a spacious living room, as far as the eye could see, there were already several people waiting in the living room. A large round table that could accommodate more than a dozen people was filled with dishes of various colors. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade cloud-patterned robe walked out. Yuan, is this the fellow formation master you invited? That's right, second uncle. This junior sister's attainments in formation have reached. However, before Zhang Yuanyuan could explain more, the middle-aged man, whom she had called second uncle, flung his face. Nonsense. A 7 or 8 year old little girl. How can she understand formations, even if she does? How much can she understand? He gazed straight at Zhu Yuxiu, his eyes full of skepticism. Zhang Yuanyuan was not happy. Second uncle, how can you be like this? I invited someone. Can I not have a number in my heart? Don't forget that you are only at the 6th level. How can you tell if the youngest sister is good or bad? After saying that, she threw off her face, also. This time I came back. Why is there a delay in seeing my father? Every time I come back, he will come back at the first time no matter what the matter is. This time the matter is not the same as before. It is related to the survival of our entire Zhang family. It must be handled by the family head personally. Zhang Yuanyuan's second uncle, after being rebuked by Zhang Yuanyuan, also sank in color, not even daring to pose with the dignity of being an elder. As Zhang Yuanyuan said, he was only a cultivator at the 6th level of Kai refining, 2 levels behind Zhang Yuanyuan. So he didn't dare to retort loudly. Moreover, since you dared to come back, then you don't want to leave again. A cold light flickered in the depths of the Zhang clan's second uncle's eyes, and then he replaced it with a smiling face and said, since Yuan has personally examined it, then there is no problem with that. He turned to Zhu Yuxiu and said, I heard that the young fairy's surname is Zhu. Then please ask Fairy Zhu to take a seat. Zhu Yuxiu glanced at him lightly, without saying a word, walked straight to the top position and sat down. When the rest of the people saw her, the main guest, take her seat, they all took their seats as well. And Zhang Yuanyuan also sat next to her. The Zhang family's second uncle, on the other hand, sat on the other side. As a companion, the reception banquet was officially opened. During the banquet, the Zhang family's second uncle said, I heard that Ferix's attainments in formation are extraordinary. Can I listen to a little girl? I would like to see. You have a few skills. Zhu Yuxiu heard, did not care much, only faintly said formation together. Vast and profound, I only understand 8 words. Oh, which 8 words? Can you tell me? Uncle Zhang followed up with a question. The rest of the people also cast curious gazes. Zhang Yuanyuan was also attracted by her words, seeing that everyone was watching her. Waiting for the next words, Zhu Yuxiu did not keep her words to herself and said, Observe the way of the heavens, and execute the deeds of the heavens. Her words at once made everyone present in the room spiritually stunned. Observe the way of the heavens, execute the deeds of the heavens. Hiss, it's hard to figure out. What exactly is the meaning of this? Some people whispered, and after pondering for half a second, they couldn't figure it out. The Zhang family's second uncle also had a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was also caught up in it. Zhang Yuanyuan similarly pondered for half a second, but also did not understand. In the end, It was the second uncle of the Zhang family who spoke out again. Dare I ask, little fairy Zhu, what exactly do these 8 words mean? Zhu Yuxiu shook her head. This is the true meaning of the Tao of formation. Everyone has their own insights. Even if I say it, it will only be what I have comprehended, and for you guys. It might become a shackle, so that you will never be able to obtain the true meaning of the Tao of formation. Oh, I see, the color in Uncle Zhang Er's eyes changed. Little girl, it's nothing more than that. This reception banquet didn't last long. After the banquet, Zhu Yuxiu returned to the attic. Zhang Yuanyuan also followed. Senior sister, is there something on your mind? Zhu Yuxiu asked this for a reason. It was also because on the way back, she saw that Zhang Yuanyuan's face was a little different, and she seemed a little silent all the way. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded. This time when I came back, I realized that there is something strange about the Zhang family, but I can't tell where. Senior sister Zhu, can you help me pay attention to it tomorrow? Saying that, she turned to look at Zhu Yuxiu, meeting her gaze. Zhu Yuxiu nodded. I will pay attention, receiving an affirmative reply. Zhang Yuanyuan then felt a little more at ease. Then, Senior Sister Zhu, you take an early rest and I'll pay attention to the rest of the other matters myself. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and left the attic. Weird, Zhu Yuxiu recalled the situation during the reception banquet. To say that the most bizarre was afraid that Zhang Yuanyuan's second uncle. His words and demeanor looked like he was about to directly show his cards. Although he only has the cultivation of the 6th level of Kai refining, but dares to be in front of the 8th level of Kai refining, Zhang Yuanyuan, so this performance. Surely there is where his bottom line is. I believe this point. Zhang Yuanyuan also saw it otherwise. It is estimated that she had already taken action against Zhang Erjun during the reception banquet. Before everything is clear, it's better not to tear the face off. This way, there was at least a chance to find a breakthrough. Zhu Yuxiu could only think this way now. The next day, early in the morning, Zhu Yuxiu, under the service of the maid, washed up and prepared to go out. The maid was sent by Zhang Yuanyuan, said to be her personal maid since childhood, named Kaiouer. In this regard, Zhu Yuxiu was also much relieved. Fairy Zhu, do you want to eat something before going out? Kaiouer inquired. Zhu Yuxiu shook her head. Cultivators such as myself have long since stopped caring about this. There's no need to prepare. After saying that, she lifted her foot and left the door outside the pavilion. She saw Uncle Fu as soon as she went out. Under Uncle Fu's leadership, Zhu Yuxiu quickly arrived inside a council chamber. Inside the council chamber, there weren't many people. Both second Uncle Zhang and Zhang Yuanyuan were there. However, there was one more person. It was a loose cultivator dressed in a Taoist robe with an eagle-hooked nose. Zhu Yuxiu noticed that Zhang Yuanyuan's complexion seemed a little ugly. After seeing Zhu Yuxiu's arrival, the second uncle of Zhang Haha smiled and said, Fairy Zhu, much offense. This is a formation master that my Zhang family invited a few days ago. Called Eagle-Hooked Nose, quite famous amongst the casual cultivators. It is said that in the formation of the road has already reached the level of the intermediate formation masters. The two of you can communicate with each other. Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu sized up Eagle Hooker and was somewhat noncommittal. She could clearly feel this Eagle Hooker's disdain for herself. Second Master Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Obviously, you have already invited me. Why did you invite others? The Eagle Hooker immediately got up. Not even looking at Zhu Yuxiu, directly questioning second Uncle Zhang. Zhang's second uncle snorted, sighed, and said this matter is also my fault. Did not speak clearly with you in advance. This Fairy Zhu is from Taixuan Sect. Formation attainments are also quite extraordinary. Almost can be the same with you. This time, there are two of you to help, to set up guarding formations for my Zhang family. I believe that it is a handful, no need. Eagle Hooker threw off his robes. This time I am sufficient. If there is one more person in the way, I am afraid that there is a possibility of failure. This, second Uncle Zhang revealed a difficult look. Why, can't Second Master Zhang make the decision? Eagle Hooker was quite dissatisfied when he saw the difficult look on Second Uncle Zhang's face. He naturally can't be the master. It's not his turn to be the master of the Zhang clan. Zhang Yuanyuan stood out at this time. A casual cultivator. How high can your attainments in the art of formations be? How dare you underestimate my Taixuan sect disciples? Who are you? Are you the master of the Zhang family now? Eagle Hooker looked at Zhang Yuanyuan with disdain in his eyes. So, what if I am a disciple of the Taixuan sect? I have been studying formations for more than 10 years. Am I still no better than a little girl? How high can she be in formation attainments? Zhang Yuanyuan was just about to say something else. Uncle Zhang hurriedly came out and snorted, saying, "Fellow Taoist Eagle Hooker, this is my elder brother's only daughter. Freely spoiled, I hope you don't mind, since both of you are unwilling to cooperate. Then I do have a proposal." "Oh, what proposal?" Eagle Hooker asked. Zhu Yuxiu, however, did not say a word from start to finish. She hadn't said a single word, yet she was said to be unwilling to cooperate. She didn't care. She just wanted to see what this second Uncle Zhang wanted to organize again. No matter what, since both of you call yourself intermediate formation masters, how about competing in the field of formations? Whoever wins will be used by our Zhang family. Second Uncle Zhang spoke with conviction. Yes, Eagle Hooker agreed with a confident face. What does little fairy Zhu think? Second Uncle Zhang asked with a smile. Zhu Yuxiu glanced at him, casual. In that case, then it's a good solution. Second Uncle Zhang nodded. How's that for a competition? Eagle Hooker turned to look straight at Zhu Yuxiu. Directly about to start the competition, fellow Taoist Eagle Hooker is in no hurry. Uncle Zhang spoke out again at this time. I do have a method of comparison. It's very simple. Oh, tell me. The Eagle Hooker's gaze shifted to second Uncle Zhang again. Zhu Yuxiu's gaze also looked at him. How about using the formation that my Zhang family is going to set up this time as the content of the competition? Second Uncle Zhang proposed. Then bring out the formation diagram and take a look. Eagle Hooker seemed to be quite eager and unwilling to talk too much. Seeing this, second Uncle Zhang nodded his head and took out a formation diagram made of animal skin from his storage bag. Then he spread out the formation diagram. It was only at this moment that Zhu Yuxiu realized what kind of formation the Zhang family was going to set up. Only a few large words were labeled on the formation diagram. Golden Gate Locking Stone Formation, as soon as the formation diagram was unfolded. Eagle Hooker couldn't wait to walk up and start observing. He looked at it extremely carefully, his eyes sweeping over every corner of the formation diagram. Not sparing a single moment, Zhu Yuxiu wasn't in such a hurry, so she first sat down on the side. Zhang Yuanyuan came to Zhu Yuxiu's side at this time, looking a little nervous, and asked Zhu Senior Sister, "How much certainty do you have to win him?" Zhu Yuxiu shook her head. "I don't know," she said truthfully, hearing her answer. Zhang Yuanyuan could not help but feel a little anxious. "Senior Sister Zhu, you must win him, otherwise, immediately." Zhang Yuanyuan did not say another word, but instead used her divine sense to transmit her voice. "This formation diagram was originally kept by my father personally, but now it has fallen into the hands of my second uncle. This matter is definitely not simple." Hearing her words, Zhu Yuxiu nodded before getting up to observe the formation diagram as well. She and Eagle Hooker each stood on one side, not disturbing each other, each looking at their own. Zhu Yuxiu swept her gaze over the Golden Gate Locking Stone Formation. This formation had a total of 49 formation nodes, and the connection between each node was quite close and complex. With just a glance, it could make someone who didn't know about formations dizzy and feel like they were reading a heavenly book. While Zhu Yuxiu was observing the formation diagram, she also swept her eyes at Eagle Hooker. She only saw that the other party seemed to have immersed himself in it, and was observing it with a serious face. She then stopped paying attention to Eagle Hooker's situation. Finally, after about 2 hours, the two of them had finished observing the entire formation diagram. Each of them had gained something. Second Uncle Zhang understood when he saw that Zhu Yuxiu and the two of them had both withdrawn their gazes. Seeing the appearance of the two of you, you should have seen some of the doorway, so you might as well ask the two of you to say something. After his words, Eagle Hooker took the lead and said, "Then let me say it first," immediately, then heard him confidently said this Golden Gate Lockstone Array. Array Node 49, for the 5 elements in the earth and gold born of the array, so in the time of the array. Need to rely on the mountain and build, so that the array can let the maximum draw to the earth line of power. Used to enhance the array of guarding and killing power. After saying that, he waved his hand, picked up a cup of tea and sat back in his original position, no longer speaking. Wonderful, wonderful. Second Uncle Zhang clapped his hands and praised, "Fellow Taoist Eagle Hooker is truly worthy of having studied the art of formations for more than 10 years. And, with a single word, he has pointed out the wonders of this Golden Gate Locking Stone formation." After saying that, he turned his head and looked towards Zhu Yuxiu. "Little Fairy Zhu, fellow Taoist Eagle Hooker has already finished. Now it's your turn." Zhu Yuxiu nodded. "What Eagle Hooker Sr. said is true. Oh, then in that case, Little Fairy Zhu is admitting that fellow Taoist Eagle Hooker is better than you." A smile had blossomed on Uncle Zhang Er's face. Eagle Hooker glanced at her as he heard the title senior and was rather self-congratulatory. Zhang Yuanyuan looked a little anxious. Zhu Yuxiu smiled and slightly shook her head. "Not really." Immediately, she heard her say the Golden Gate Locking Stone formation. Although it follows the 5 elements of earth to generate gold, it is not dominated by earth. This earth is a supplement. Joke. Eagle Hooker just heard this, and his face showed mockery. Uncle Zhang also seemed to be interested. "What does Fairy Zhu mean by this?" Zhu Yuxiu was not impressed. The core of the Golden Gate Locking Stone formation lies in a lock, with the Golden Gate locking potential. Exhaustive changes. People cannot find its doorway. Naturally, it is impossible to break the formation, unless it is broken by brute force, which will require at least the late stage of foundation, establishment, strength. At these words, Eagle Hooker could not help but be stunned. He hurriedly got up to look at the formation diagram again, and carefully observed it for a long time before finally revealing a look of dawning realization. Immediately, his gaze turned to Zhu Yuxiu. "At such a young age, you actually have such insights on the subject of formations. Truly worthy of being a disciple from one of the top 10 sects." After saying that, he flung his sleeves and arched his hand towards Second Master Zhang. "Second Master Zhang, this is my loss. I shall leave." It was only after Zhang Yuanyuan saw Eagle Hooker say these words that he finally seemed to be relieved. Second Uncle Zhang couldn't say anything else at this point. Eagle Hooker did not stay any longer and turned around before leaving the hall. Now there were only Zhu Yuxiu, Second Master Zhang, and Zhang Yuanyuan left in the hall. It was only then that Second Master Zhang revealed his smile again and said, "In that case, then I'll be grateful to Fairy Zhu." After a pause, he added, "I wonder when Immortal Zhu plans to start laying the formation." "There's no rush." Zhu Yuxiu slowly said, "The arrangement of this formation is not that simple. I need to spend a few days observing the terrain and selecting the best location for the formation, nodes to be arranged. I need someone to lead the way for me." Then, Second Uncle Zhang was about to open his mouth. Zhang Yuanyuan was the first to speak out. "Just leave it to me. I've wandered around this place since I was a child. There's no place I'm not familiar with." "What do you think, Second Uncle?" Seeing Zhang Yuanyuan's gaze looking over, Second Uncle Zhang couldn't say anything else, and only said, "That's it then. I also need to take this formation diagram away. There are still quite a few mysterious points in it that I need to verify carefully." Zhu Yuxiu proposed to take away the formation diagram, and after hesitating for a while, Second Uncle Zhang finally nodded his head in agreement. Afterward, Zhu Yuxiu put away the formation diagram and left the hall together with Zhang Yuanyuan. There was a flash of coldness in the bottom of Uncle Zhang's eyes after the two of them left. "I thought it was just an ordinary little girl, but I didn't expect to have a few skills, but that's about it. Senior Sister Zhu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Even an intermediate-level formation master who has been studying formations for more than 10 years is no match for you. I really didn't misjudge you. As soon as Zhang Yuanyuan came out, she praised Zhu Yuxiu with a smile on her face. Zhu Yuxiu was noncommittal. In fact, if she really had to say it, at most she would say it was similar to Eagle Hooker. But she had the formation annotations left behind by Yu Chengdao. Yu Chengdao was a senior formation master, and his notes were quite detailed. Zhu Yuxiu's previous remarks were borrowed from the contents of the formation annotations. If not for that, she would have only been able to go 50-50 with Eagle Hooker. Formations are profound. And I just happen to be more familiar with the 5 elements of change. Zhu Yuxiu did not forget herself because of Zhang Yuanyuan's praise. Turning to Zhang Yuanyuan, she said, "Senior sister, I think there is something wrong with this formation diagram." Hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan's face tightened and she hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with the formation diagram?" Zhu Yuxiu shook her head. "I haven't found the specific problem yet. When I was observing the formation diagram before, I only detected some clues and didn't see anything too deep." "That's why I didn't say anything before. Luckily you didn't say anything." Zhang Yuanyuan looked like she was relieved. "If you had said it before, perhaps it wouldn't have been so easy to get this formation diagram." Zhu Yuxiu nodded. "Then what are we going to do next?" Zhang Yuanyuan was a bit indecisive. She only knew a little bit about simpler formations, and she really didn't know anything about intermediate-level formation diagrams like this one, only asking Zhu Yuxiu. Zhu Yuxiu pondered for a while before saying, "I will first carefully study this formation map in the next few days, and the rest will be according to what was said earlier. You will take me to check the terrain," saying so. The two of them did not say any more. Inside a hidden room, the Eagle Hooker who had left earlier and Second Master Zhang were sitting opposite each other across a table. "She has already left," Second Uncle Zhang said. Eagle Hooker nodded. "Where is the formation diagram?" Formation diagram was allowed to be taken away by her. There shouldn't be any problems. Second Uncle Zhang hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Upon hearing this, Eagle Hooker's face changed, confused. "You're underestimating her with this rat's eye." Eagle Hooker turned his attitude from earlier in the hall, and turned to reprimanding Second Uncle Zhang, as if he was reprimanding a subordinate. Her attainments in formations are by no means as simple as it seems. Just based on the previous remarks, it's already close to advanced formations, with the formation diagrams in her hands. It's inevitable that she will find out the end of the story. How could that be? She's only a few years old. How could she have such high attainments in formations? Second Uncle Zhang was also taken aback. Then what should we do if she discovers it? What to do? Eagle Hooker's eyes turned cold, a wisp of murderous aura showing in his eyes. It's better to kill before she realizes it. Kill? Second Uncle Zhang couldn't believe it. She's a disciple of the Taixuan sect. If we kill her just like that, will it attract the Taixuan sect's powerhouses? Eagle Hooker shook his head. The Taixuan sect are all a bunch of ruthless people. The death of a disciple, and moreover it's a death in an outer sect. They want care. Don't forget what the Taixuan sect's most famous legacy is. Taixing is heartless. Uncle Zhang recited these words thoughtfully, and killing intent surged in his eyes. That's it for the next few days. Zhu Yuxiu lived a quiet life. During the day, she was led by Zhang Yuanyuan and went out to investigate. She rushed back at dusk and continued to study the formation diagram at night. As she delved deeper into the formation diagram, she could clearly feel that her understanding of intermediate formations was deepening and strengthening at an extremely fast pace. This made Zhu Yuxiu feel somewhat curious. Could it be that this formation diagram was some kind of treasure? This conjecture did not last long before she had already dismissed it. This was because through her in-depth study over the past few days, she had already seen some of the problems that existed in the formation diagram. Inside the room, Zhu Yuxiu spread out the formation diagram of the Golden Gate locking stone formation on the table. Her gaze was fixed on one spot of the formation diagram, and her brows furrowed slightly. The formation pattern here, How come the more I look at it, the more redundant it seems? She was a little unsure and immediately took out the formation annotations and took another piece of white paper with a pen and began to verify it. Finally, after some frowning and pondering verification, only then did Zhu Yuxiu stretch her brows, and there was a clear color in her eyes. She put down the pen and muttered to herself, the 5 formation patterns here do not exist in the Golden Gate locking stone formation at all. Immediately, she was also a bit puzzled, since these 5 formation patterns shouldn't have existed here in the first place. Then why are these 5 formation patterns in the formation diagram? Test, she was puzzled, but her intuition told her that there must be a hidden mystery. Only now, with her ability, she was unable to fully pry out the hidden mysteries. The next day, Zhu Yuxiu and Zhang Yuanyuan climbed to the top of a mountain. Looking down from the top, one could see most of the Zhang family's scenery at a glance. Suddenly, Zhu Yuxia's eyes moved slightly, raised her hand and pointed to a place, asking senior sister, "What is that place?" Zhang Yuanyuan looked at the place she was pointing at and said, "There is a deep pool there." "It is the source of the stream under the mountain." Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu had a flash of light in her mind, and her eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Zhang Yuanyuan looked at her appearance and couldn't help but ask senior sister Zhu, "Is there any problem there?" Zhu Yuxiu shook her head and didn't answer, instead asking senior sister, "Can we go there to take a look?" "Of course you can. You can inspect whatever you want all around the Zhang clan." Saying that, the two of them walked towards the place where the deep pool was located. Not long after, when the duo arrived at the place where the deep pool was located, Zhu Yuxiu then saw a mouth of the pool that was about 3 feet square. Just by standing here, one could feel a cool aura. Looking closer, one could see that the water in the pool was clear and seemed to be able to see the bottom at a glance. However, as the line of sight further down, you can only see a black piece and cannot see the bottom of the deep pool. Zhu Yuxiu looked at a while. Unconsciously, a chill rose from the bottom of her heart. She felt that the bottom of this pool is like a bottomless black hole, as if one does not pay attention to fall into it, be swallowed by it, after only looking at it for a moment. She withdrew her gaze. "Senior sister Zhu, can you see anything?" Zhang Yuanyuan immediately asked when she saw her withdraw her gaze. Zhu Yuxia's face revealed a hint of gravity. "There is something odd here." "Odd?" Zhang Yuanyuan's face showed doubt. "Then do you want me to go down and take a look?" She was at the 8th level of Kai refining, with her own cultivation. Entering a deep pool was no big deal. Zhu Yuxiu shook her head. "I feel that the bottom of the pool is dangerous. It's better not to personally go down and explore, senior sister. You can just use your divine sense to probe a bit." Divine sense probing. Zhang Yuanyuan also understood why Zhu Yuxiu said that. After all, in her opinion, Zhu Yuxiu only had a cultivation level of the 4th level of Kai cultivation. Her divine sense was naturally no match for her. So probing with her divine sense would be able to avoid a great deal of danger. She nodded and immediately released her divine sense. Probing into the deep pool, Zhu Yuxiu, on the other hand, watched from the side, secretly pinching a talisman in her hand. Not long after, Zhang Yuanyuan shivered violently and withdrew her divine sense. "Senior sister, did you detect anything?" Zhu Yuxiu immediately asked. Zhang Yuanyuan slowed down for a while before she shook her head and replied no. "The further down the pool goes, the colder it gets. My divine sense could not stand it after only 30 feet. 30 feet, a cultivator at the 8th level of Kai refining. His divine sense can release more than 40 zhang at least." Zhu Yuxiu didn't expect this deep pool to be deeper than he had expected. In that case, it would be impossible to check it out. Zhang Yuanyuan was also thankful in her heart at this time that she did not recklessly go down directly in person. She felt that if she went deeper into the location where her divine sense was probing, she was afraid that even the spiritual energy in her body would be running sluggishly. In that case, she herself would be in danger. What exactly is in this deep pool? Such doubts welled up in Zhang Yuanyuan's heart. Zhu Yuxiu was silent for a moment before she said, "Senior sister, let's stop here today. I have some doubts that I want to deduce and verify on the formation diagram." "All right then," immediately. The two of them stopped staying and went straight down the mountain back to the Zhang family's main residence. Right after the two left, the water in that deep pool surged, as if something was about to rush out. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared. Lifting his hand, a few spells struck out, printed in the pool. A moment later, the surging water in the pool gradually calmed down. "I almost let you come out, probably because I felt your daughter's aura." The man's gaze was grim, his tone chilling. "I didn't expect that little girl to be so perceptive, to have discovered the abnormalities here so quickly." "It seems that we have to do it quickly." Saying that, the silhouette disappeared, and peace returned to the edge of the pool. Returning to the attic, Zhu Yuxiu didn't rest and immediately took out the formation diagram and spread it out. Then the compass was also taken out. At the same time, also took out the topographical map that had been observed and drawn in the past few days, and began to deduce the entire formation map in accordance with the topographical map, with the injection of spiritual energy. The compass lit up with patterns as the lines flowed. They followed a particular pattern, revealing different instructions. Zhu Yuxiu lifted his pen and began to outline the formation nodes on the terrain map, although she had yet to finish observing all the terrain. There was no other way to do so now, only then could she verify the guesses in her heart. This deduction of hers took a day and night. It didn't end until noon on the second day. Just as she had put down her pen, a strong sense of dizziness hit her mind. Zhu Yuxiu only felt a blur before her eyes and almost fell unsteadily. At this exact moment, a jade arm reached over and held her up, preventing her from falling. "Senior Sister Zhu, how are you?" Zhang Yuanyuan's somewhat anxious voice came. Zhu Yuxiu raised her eyes to see her anxious face and shook her head. "Senior Sister, why are you here?" "I didn't see any sign of you all morning today, so I came over on my own, and seeing that you were deducing formation diagrams." "I didn't disturb you," Zhang Yuanyuan explained slightly, then revealed a look of concern. "None of this is important. Your current body is the most important thing. I'm fine. It's just that deducing the array consumed too much of my mind. Resting for a while won't be a big problem," Zhu Yuxiu said breathlessly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan was relieved. "Then I'll help you to bed. Just rest for these few days." Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head. Zhang Yuanyuan then helped her onto the bed to lie down. It was at this time that Fu Bo came to the attic. "Miss, the family head has returned with a message." "What?" As soon as Zhang Yuanyuan heard this, her face immediately showed joy. But then she looked a little hesitant after seeing Zhu Yuxiu. "Elder sister, go about your business." Zhang Yuanyuan hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. Then, "Senior sister, take care of yourself. I'll come back to see you later." After saying that, she followed Uncle Fu and left the pavilion. Inside the room, there was silence. Only a wisp of green smoke curled up, emitting a relaxing, mesmerizing aroma. Unconsciously, Zhu Yuxiu felt a wave of drowsiness come over her, and her eyelids closed uncontrollably. A dream. She seemed to be having a dream. In her dream, she heard someone talking. It felt like someone whispering in her ear. Suddenly, Zhu Yuxiu only felt a chill come over her, and she woke up with a jolt. When she opened her eyes, she saw that she was no longer in the attic room. "Where is this place?" She rubbed her eyes, driving the last trace of sleep from her eyes, and wanted to get up to check, but immediately she felt a wave of weakness in her body, and her 2 feet were so weak that she couldn't lift the strength to get up at all. "What's wrong with me?" Zhu Yuxiu had a bad feeling in her heart. She hastily mobilized her body's spiritual energy. But as soon as she did so, she felt a stabbing pain in her meridians. If she continued forcibly, she was afraid that her meridians would be damaged. Zhu Yuxiu hurriedly stopped, not daring to continue mobilizing her spiritual energy. She knew that she was being drugged. "Little Fairy Zhu, did you sleep well?" At this moment, a sinister laughter, accompanied by clear footsteps came, and the figure of Uncle Zhang walked out slowly from the darkness. He wore a smile on his face, and under the dim lamplight, it made his smiling face look extraordinarily eerie. What do you want to do? Zhu Yuxiu had also seen her current situation clearly by now. The place where she was now was a cell, and the surroundings were dim with only the burning torch bringing some light. Moreover, although her hands were movable, her feet were locked by heavy chains, making movement a problem. What do I want to do? Second Uncle Zhang laughed. Still that mocking laugh, you still have the face to ask me. If not for the Taixuan sect wanting to snatch my Zhang family's spirit vein, how would I have come up with this plan? Everything is your Taixuan sect's fault, as well as my shameless elder brother, who prayed for Taixuan sect's protection. He also deserved what he got, seemingly not intending to conceal any more. Second Uncle Zhang directly spelled out his true purpose. Do you think our Zhang family can't even hire a formation master? Do you need you to set up a spell formation for my Zhang family? Second Uncle Zhang's expression gradually became fierce in telling you. Once this formation is successfully set up, the spirit vein of the land where my Zhang family is located will be activated, and at that time, Taixuan sect will come to my door and take this spirit vein for themselves. At that time, my Zhang family's hundreds of years of waiting here is just a dowry for you, Taixuan sect. You big clans are simply detestable to the extreme. Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu was also considered to have basically figured out the beginning and end of the matter. However, there was one thing she was still curious about, and that was what method the Zhang family had used to breed a spirit vein. From the terrain that she had surveyed before, she could tell that the trend of the aura veins in this region where the Zhang family was located was not considered good. And even if a spirit vein could be birthed, she was afraid that it would take more than 1,000 years. In the end, however, she still did not ask this question out, looking at second Uncle Zhang's state. She felt that it was better not to say too much. The only solution for today was to wait and see what happens. But you're not completely useless. If you didn't still have some use, you'd already be a dead man now. Second Uncle Zhang gathered his fierce look. His face instantly cold. Now you stay here properly. Don't think of any crooked thoughts, even if you do. You won't be able to walk out of this dungeon. After saying that, he flung his sleeves and turned around to leave. Zhu Yuxiu didn't act rashly. Her entire body couldn't muster much strength right now, and even her divine sense, which had consumed a great deal of her mind due to the previous deduction of the formation, made it difficult to release it. Adding the fact that her feet were chained together made it even more difficult for her to make any movements. She was now trapped in a predicament that seemed like certain death. What to do? She also had trouble thinking of a solution for a while. Since there was no way, then she would first slowly let her body recover on the cold, hard floor of the dungeon. Zhu Yuxiu laid flat on the ground, eyes closed, and began to slowly run the Kai refining technique, trying to relieve her own lack of energy. Fortunately, there was still aura in this dungeon, although it was thin, but running the Kai refining technique was still able to absorb it. As the Kai refining technique ran for a short while, she suddenly opened her eyes. The medicinal power in my body, it seems to have weakened a touch. Zhu Yuxiu didn't dare to be sure if it was an illusion, and immediately she continued to try to run the Kai refining technique and absorb the aura. As the Kai refining technique operated, she focused all of her remaining mind on the spiritual Kai that was traveling along her meridians, under the watchful eye of her divine sense. The faint spiritual Kai that traveled through the meridians slowly headed towards the dantian as the Kai refining technique guided it. Not long after, the moment that wisp of spiritual Kai entered the dantian, it was crushed by the frenzy within her dantian. At the same time, Zhu Yuxiu also noticed that amongst the stranded aura, there was also a strand of greenish-gray smoke, which was also stranded by the frenzy. There is a show seeing this situation. Zhu Yuxiu also no longer hesitated, and began to run the Kai refining skill with all her might, in order to absorb more spiritual Kai, so that the spiritual Kai would bring the medicinal power in the meridians into the dantian. And let the berserkness within the dungeon deal with those medicinal powers. Outside the dungeon, why don't you kill her? With dissatisfaction in his eyes, Eagle Hooker looked towards Second Uncle Zhang. Second Uncle Zhang's mood did not fluctuate in the slightest, but his eyes carried a bit of coldness in them. She is comparable to you in terms of formation attainment, so there is still some use in keeping her. You don't trust me. Hearing this, Uncle Zhang snorted and said, Eagle Hook, don't think I don't know your mind. Now I might as well tell you. My Zhang family's things are not something you can get your hands on. Do your thing properly. The benefits will naturally come to you when it's done. After saying that, his aura around him changed abruptly. A powerful pressure was released. It was clearly the cultivation of the 8th level of Kai refining. When Eagle Hooker felt the pressure of Uncle Zhang's 8th level of Kai refining, his face changed dramatically. Good, I hope your words count. After saying that, he stopped talking and turned around to leave. Second Uncle Zhang collected his aura around his body and once again changed back to the 6th level of Kai refining. A mere casual cultivator. You also want to try to get your hands on my Zhang family. You don't know how to die. The dungeon was dim, not knowing the hour. Zhu Yuxiu also did not know how long she had been in the dungeon. When she opened her eyes again, she only felt that most of the medicinal power in her body's meridians had dissipated. It was impossible to get rid of the remaining ones, as the aura in the dungeon had already been absorbed by her. She tried once again to mobilize the spiritual energy within her dungeon, this time as the spiritual energy was mobilized out of the dungeon and into the meridians. Although she could still feel some pain in her meridians, it was already much lighter than before. Thus, she endured the pain and began to dispel the last of the medicinal power in her meridians with her spiritual Kai. It took some more time before all the medicinal power in the meridians was dispelled. Zhu Yuxiu opened her eyes and exhaled a breath. In that breath, there was a wisp of greenish, gray smoke mixed in, until after spitting it all out, she recovered. What kind of medicine is this, to get rid of so little? It actually consumed 10% of my spiritual energy. Zhu Yuxia's gaze was bright and uncertain. Compared to the frenzy within the dungeon, her own spiritual energy seemed to be more than a little worse. If only she could control the rampage within her dungeon. She shook her head. Now was not the time to think about this. Immediately, her gaze moved to the rope chain on her feet, raising her hand to condense her spiritual energy. She chopped at the chain with a crisp sound. The rope chain snapped in response. Zhu Yuxiu was also a little surprised, but immediately she understood. It seems that second Uncle Zhang was extremely confident in the drug that was placed, and did not use any special rope chain to lock her up. After cutting off the chain, Zhu Yuxiu got up and walked towards the cell door. However, just as she touched the cell door, a light flashed on. Zhu Yuxiu instantly retreated when she saw the light. Formation, she recognized the abnormality at the cell door at a glance. It seemed that second Uncle Zhang wasn't as careless as she thought. From this, she also saw that besides second Uncle Zhang, there should be a formation master helping out as well. Suddenly, she thought of someone, Eagle Hooker. Zhu Yuxiu now dared to conclude that Eagle Hooker was definitely in league with Uncle Zhang. The current formation should also be set up by the Eagle Hooker. Zhu Yuxiu could only rely on herself to break this formation. When she woke up, the storage bag was no longer on her body, thought it should be taken away by Uncle Zhang. Zhu Yuxiu utilized the spirit eyes technique and began to observe the formation at the cell door. Break the formation. For the general cultivator, or to spirit weapon magic treasure to break it, or to strong cultivation to break it. However, for formation masters, although it was also difficult to break formations, it was not that difficult, especially in front of this kind of formation. No one has yet to control the formation, to break this kind of formation. All that is needed is just a matter of time. Through observation, Zhu Yuxiu quickly searched for a node of the formation. She waved her hand and used her spiritual energy to carve the location of this node on the ground, and continued her search. Then came the second node, the third, the fourth. In this way, under her unremitting efforts, she finally found all the formation nodes. There were a total of 28 formation nodes, a formation that was close to intermediate level. She was not able to recognize what kind of formation it was. The formations Zhu Yuxiu currently knew were all from Cheng Dao's book. Formation annotations. The formations recorded in it were limited and not comprehensive. Thinking about this, she felt that if she could escape this crisis, she would definitely need to learn more about other formations. Otherwise, if she encountered another formation she didn't recognize, whether she could crack it or not was unknown. As for the formation she encountered this time, she was confident that she could break it, after finding the nodes of the formation. The next step was to project the location of the formation I through the distribution of these nodes. When a formation master broke a formation, what he had to break was actually the formation I. The eye of the formation is the core of a formation. Once the eye of the formation is broken, then the entire formation is equivalent to the destruction of the majority. The aura in Zhu Yu's eyes faded, and she began to deduce the nodes of the formation engraved on the ground. With her own understanding of formations, it was not difficult to deduce. What was difficult was that without the aid of the compass, she needed to spend more time and energy to deduce, considering the current environment she was in. She did not focus her entire mind on the projection of the formation I, but left a part of her divine sense to guard the outside world. Zhu Yuxia's gaze was placed on the engraved nodes on the ground, and the fingers in her hand pinched, beginning to calculate the laws of transformation of each node. The first node echoes the seventh node, the second and the sixth, as she projected. A map of the formation's operating laws gradually formed in her mind. The operation of the entire formation also gradually became clearer in her mind. Tap, 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 suddenly. A sound of footsteps came. Zhu Yuxia's divine sense immediately perceived it, and immediately stopped projecting. And with a wipe of her spiritual energy, she erased the formation nodes carved on the ground. After that, she picked up the rope chain on the ground and wrapped it haphazardly onto her feet, just as she finished doing so. The sound of footsteps had also approached. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared in front of the cell door. Zhu Yuxiu fixed her eyes on it, and her face instantly went cold. Immortal Zhu, I was ordered to bring you some food. The person who came was none other than Kaiouer, who carried a food box and came to the cell door and said. Then she opened and unveiled the food box, taking out the food inside and arranging them one by one into the cell. Immortal Zhu, you'll leave first if there's nothing else. After doing so, Kaiouer was about to turn around and leave. It was only at this time that Zhu Yuxiu spoke up. Take these things away. I wouldn't dare to eat what you sent me again. Hearing this, Kaiouer looked gloomy, but still said, Fairy Zhu, you were hit by the second master's drunken soul incense. Your body is still weak. If you don't eat, you might risk your life. Don't worry, all this food is clean. I didn't put any drugs in it. You even betrayed senior sister Zhang, who treated you like her own sister since childhood. How can I trust you? After Zhu Yuxiu finished saying this, she stopped speaking, her eyes slightly closed, putting on an appearance of unwillingness to listen to any more words. Seeing this, Kaiouer's expression became even more gloomy. Her lips trembled, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Immortal Zhu, I can't remove the food. So if you don't want to eat it, just leave it there. After saying that, she turned around and left, after Kaiouer left. Another moment passed. Only then did Zhu Yuxiu open her eyes. The corners of her eyes narrowed slightly, permission to enter and not to leave. This formation is somewhat interesting. She glanced at the food and directly chose to ignore it. Immediately, she immersed herself into the deduction of the formation's eyes again, although the formation nodes on the ground had been erased. It didn't affect her much. She had long since memorized those formation nodes in her mind. Next, she continued her deduction in her mind. With a new discovery, she deduced much faster, as the diagram of the formation's operation in her mind continued to be refined. The structure of the entire formation was completely presented in her mind. It wasn't until this moment that Zhu Yuxiu finally discovered where the eye of this formation was. Her eyes snapped open, her gaze locking onto one spot of the cell door formation like electricity. That's it. Zhu Yuxiu stood up, kicked the rope chains on her ankles apart, and lifted her feet to walk in front of the cell door. Immediately, she raised her hand and pointed into a sword finger. The tip of her finger flickered with spiritual energy and flew towards the formation eye. One finger hit the eye of the formation. Rumble, there seemed to be a thunderbolt exploding in her ears. The entire formation light suddenly released and soon dimmed, so flashing a few times. The entire formation will burst open a large hole. The cell door also crumbled in response to the sound. Seeing this situation, Zhu Yuxiu immediately flashed out of the cell. And then her footsteps were like electricity as she rushed towards the direction where Kyoer had left. Previously, she had already left a strand of divine sense on Kyoer's body. As an ordinary mortal, Kyoer naturally could not detect the strand of divine sense she had left behind. Zhu Yuxiu was precisely following the sensation of her divine sense at this moment. She knew that the sound triggered here would definitely startle others. Although she didn't seem to have seen many cultivators during the past few days in the Zhang family. However, she didn't dare to guarantee that that second Uncle Zhang hadn't hidden most of the cultivators in the Zhang family. Running, Zhu Yuxiu abruptly stopped as her divine sense sensed someone rapidly approaching in front of her. Her eyes twitched as she turned around and walked into another fork in the road. It had to be said that there were quite a lot of forks in this dungeon, and under 7 turns, although she had avoided the people of the Zhang family, but she also got a little lost. Zhu Yuxiu stopped at a fork in the road at this moment, and under her divine sense, she could no longer sense the divine sense she had left on Kyoer. Waist in front of the broken cell door, Uncle Zhang was filled with rage as he loudly scolded a few Zhang clan cultivators. The clan really raised you guys for nothing. You can't even watch over a little girl. What use do I need you for? Those few cultivators didn't dare to have the slightest retort in the face of his angry rebuke. What are you still waiting for? Give me back to find if you can't get that little girl back. Y'all be the next batch of people. The moment they heard the words next batch of people, those few cultivators' bodies involuntarily trembled. They immediately responded, "Yes, family master. We will definitely capture her back." After saying that, they each spread out and chased towards different forks in the road. The underground forks were intricate, and the deeper they went, the more difficult it was to find the exact direction. Zhu Yuxiu had been traveling underground for a long time and hadn't found a way out, so she didn't intend to continue circling around. She stopped at a fork in the road, her gaze looking up at the top of her head. If I can't find a way out, I can't blow one up myself. Seeing that she mobilized her spiritual energy, she condensed a fireball in her hand, and then through her spell compression technique, she compressed the fireball to the size of her fist, and then directly threw it towards the top of the slanting roof. Immediately, only a rumbling sound was heard. Picking up a large area of rubble and smoke, another burst of rubble collapsed after the sound when the smoke and dust dispersed. The front appeared a small area of collapse. Zhu Yuxiu fixed her eyes on it, and her pupils could not help but shrink. How could this be? Just how deep underground is this place? When she raised her eyes, she saw that the area above the collapse that had been blasted by the fireball spell was still thick and dimly colored dirt. Undeterred, she once again condensed a fireball in her hand once more. This time, she injected 30% of her spiritual energy into the fireball before compressing it to the size of her head. And then she threw it at the hole above the collapse. Rumble, the explosion was even more violent this time, causing the entire underground passage to tremble. In one of the forked passages, a Zhang clan cultivator who was chasing after him suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze slanting nigh toward the direction from which the explosion came. Over there, immediately, his aura was born and he shot out towards the place where the explosion came from. Like him, there were also several other Zhang clan cultivators in the other forks of the road, and after they sensed the commotion, They also turned in unison and rushed towards the direction where the explosions came from. And at this moment, Zhu Yuxiu was using her spiritual power to disperse the smoke and dust that filled the air. After the smoke and dust cleared, her gaze couldn't help but freeze, only to see that above that large area of collapse, there was still thick yellow soil. Realizing that this method would not work, Zhu Yuxiu had to extinguish the idea of trying to break through to the ground by brute force. I've made such a big commotion here, the Zhang clan's cultivators should have noticed. I have to get out of here quickly. Immediately, she stopped stopping and turned around, wanting to step into a fork in the road. However, right at this moment, a cold light suddenly attacked from behind her, accompanied by a drinking voice. "Little girl, don't go." Zhu Yuxia's divine sense was keenly aware of the incoming cold light, and with a flash of aura under her feet, her figure avoided the incoming cold light from behind by a fraction of a second, but immediately, a spell came to catch her off guard. It was a water whip, and the momentum of the attack was like a swimming snake. Zhu Yuxiu did not escape the attack of this spell, was hit by the water whip, and flew backwards into the collapsed ruins. Rushing cultivator in front of the ruins, slightly paws a refining Kai third layer of the little girl. It is not hand to hand. After saying that, he stepped onto the ruins, wanting to catch Zhu Yuxiu. Suddenly, firelight in the ruins rose up to the sky, startling like a fire python, lunging towards that cultivator. That cultivator also reacted extremely fast, quickly recalling his spiritual weapon, a flying dagger, and met the fire python that pounced on him. The moment the fire python clashed with the flying dagger, a large area of flame collapsed. However, the fire python was not destroyed by the flying dagger when the flying dagger reached 1/3 of the fire python's position. It stopped abruptly and was no longer able to advance the slightest bit. What? The cultivator was surprised and continued to inject spiritual energy into the flying dagger as if he didn't believe it. With the injection of his spiritual power, the flying dagger seems to have power again. Once again forward some. Just forward very difficult, as if in the mud puddle forward generally. Wow, wow, wow. At this time, the ruins of the sudden water seeped out. The water flow of the crisp sound of the cultivator, a moment of consternation, just as he was stunned. Something changed. Those streams of water instantly converged into a large pool of stagnant water, and the surface of the water rippled. In the next moment, a water arrow shot out from the rippling water. Poof, poof, poof. The cultivator was concentrating his divine sense on controlling the flying daggers. Where would he have expected such a turn of events? In just an instant, he was drowned by a rain of water arrows. Snap, a droplet of water dripped down. Zhu Yuxiu climbed out of the rubble with great difficulty. Her appearance at this time appeared to be very wretched. Not to mention the dust and dirt on her face. Her back had a deep blood stain. She looked down from above the ruins. She saw that the cultivator who had attacked her had already fallen in a pool of blood with blood holes all over his body. The blood flowing out of his body dyed the standing water underneath him red, but even so, his chest was still slightly heaving. Not completely dead, Zhu Yuxiu approached, picked up the flying sword on the ground, and came to the cultivator's body, ripping off his storage bag. Before turning around and walking away without looking back, not long after, another figure appeared and stopped in front of the cultivator, who still had a breath. How this cultivator's face was filled with surprise and dismay when he saw the fallen cultivator. Suddenly, two more figures sped over, and when they saw the fallen cultivator on the ground, both of them showed strange colors in their eyes. How did Zhang Shun become like this? I don't know. I just rushed here one step ahead of you guys, and when I came, I saw that he was already in this state. The cultivator, who was the first to arrive, shook his head back when he saw the two gazing at him. Could it be that little girl? Impossible. She is only at the 3rd level of Kai refining. Zhang Shun is at the 5th level of Kai refining. Could it be that little girl has helpers? The moment these words came out, all three of them were silent. If it was really as they had guessed, then their mission this time would not be so easy to accomplish. Hee, that's just as the three were silent. Suddenly one person noticed something and raised his hand to point. They are injured. The three looked at each other and nodded. Chase, immediately. The three of them no longer hesitated and chased after the fork in the road with the bloodstains, not caring if the cultivator named Zhang Shun on the ground was dead or alive. In their opinion, Zhang Shun was injured like that and was obviously hopeless. Collapsed on the ground, Zhang Shun, his eyes looked diagonally in the direction of the trio's departure. And finally, his eyes popped out, and he took a breath and carried on. In the passageway, Zhu Yuxiu was running in a sorry state. The previous battle had consumed almost 50% of her spiritual energy again. Now, she only had a little over 10% of her spiritual energy left in her dantian, which was completely insufficient to meet any of the Zhang clan cultivators again. It was just that she hadn't noticed that the blood flowing from the wound on her back was guiding the Zhang clan cultivators to her. PFFD, Zhu Yuxiu spat out a mouthful of blood as she ran away, causing her face to instantly pale a few shades. It made her stop in her tracks at that moment. Her gaze also noticed the blood she spat out. Crap. Suddenly she realized the injury on her back, and when she turned around again, she saw that the road she had walked on by herself was just like a spot of blood with varying distances. Zhu Yuxia's brows furrowed as she hurriedly searched through the storage bag she had grabbed. Soon, she took out a porcelain bottle from the storage bag. There were 3 big words Peiyuan Dan written on the porcelain bottle. Zhu Yuxiu knew what Peiyuan Dan was. It was a kind of solidifying and cultivating healing elixir that was commonly used by Kai refining stage cultivators. With only a slight hesitation, she poured out a Peiyuan Dan and swallowed it. Immediately, she took out another piece of clothing from her storage bag and pulled it into strips of cloth. Then wrapped the cloth around the wound on her back under the dual effects of the Peiyuan Dan and the cloth. The wound on her back quickly stopped bleeding. Only then did she feel slightly relieved and continued to flee deeper into the passageway. The deeper the passageway went, it seemed to be gradually becoming more spacious and less crowded. Zhu Yuxiu did not encounter any more pursuing cultivators from the Zhang clan. And on the way, after turning a few forks in the road, she also paused to rest for a while to recover some of the already small amount of spiritual energy in her dantian. It wasn't until she had recovered 50 to 60% of her spiritual energy that she moved again. It was only after turning the last fork in the road and walking forward for a long time that she didn't encounter another fork in the road. And as the passageway began to widen, her heart couldn't help but thump. Her intuition seemed to be warning her of something. But right now, she had no turning back either, and could only go one way. Zhu Yuxiu instinctively grew wary and put on her spirit, using her divine sense to scout the way ahead of her in a way that was careful as she walked forward. Walking in this way, not long before the front suddenly appeared light, led her footsteps, the light seemed to be an exit that guided those in the darkness to escape. Zhu Yuxia's heart is also instinctively born hope. Inexplicably have a want to rush to the light of the impulse. However, she quickly suppressed this impulse. She knew very well that in such a deep underground, where would be the light of hope? Zhu Yuxiu stopped where she was and probed towards the light with her divine sense. The moment her divine sense touched the light, it was bounced back by an inexplicable and strange force. Vaguely, her divine sense also seemed to hear a strange beast roar. A demonic beast, or what? Zhu Yuxiu couldn't tell what it was just by the sound. She crouched low and slowly moved towards the place of light, deciding to go and check it out for herself. There was no other reason to make such a decision. She now had no way back, and she might encounter the Zhang clan cultivators again in the future. And going forward, there might be a way to escape. Only when she carefully approached the light did she finally see what was behind the light. That bright spot was precisely the light of the formation, and looking through the light of the formation, Zhu Yuxia's entire body was shocked, only to see that within the formation was a large, wide area where there was a black stone altar. On each altar, as well as near the altar, there was a skeleton and white bones. Those altars, as well as the white bones, presented a star-like posture, all surrounded a huge dragon-shaped stone statue. Due to the distance, Zhu Yuxiu was unable to see the specific appearance of the dragon-shaped stone sculpture, and could only vaguely see that the dragon-shaped stone sculpture appeared to be bound by an iron cable, with scarlet liquid continuously flowing outwards from the dragon's mouth. What is this? Zhu Yuxiu was shocked by the sight in front of her, frozen in place for a long time before she spat out such a sentence in shock. Suddenly, between the sweep of her gaze, she noticed a silhouette on an altar. Senior Sister Zhang. The silhouette on that altar was none other than Zhang Yuanyuan. Zhu Yuxiu noticed that at this moment, Zhang Yuanyuan's entire body was bound to the altar by iron cables. There were even 2 hooked claws locking Zhang Yuanyuan's peepa bone, hanging her up, with only the toes of her feet touching the altar. Seeing this situation, Zhu Yuxia's face changed. She wanted to go over to save Zhang Yuanyuan, but the formation barrier in front of her stopped her. What kind of formation is this? Zhu Yuxiu wanted to break the formation, but in her anxiety, she did not have the slightest clue how to break the formation. Calm down, she shouted in her heart, trying to force herself to calm down, but this was obviously ineffective. Formation nodes. She activated her spiritual eye technique, wanting to follow the previous method of breaking formations to break the formation in front of her. However, under the spiritual eye's observation, one formation node was discovered by her though. However, she was getting more and more overwhelmed simply because of that formation node. It was simply too many. So many that she simply could not count them. Could this be a great formation? This thought inexplicably arose in Zhu Yuxia's heart. In her opinion, only the nodes of a large formation were this complex and numerous. If that was the case, with her attainments in formations, there would be no way to project all the formation nodes, and there would be no way to find the formation eye to break the formation. Impossible. How could the Zhang family afford a formation master who could set up a large formation? Zhu Yuxia's mind just appeared this thought. Just as soon as it appeared, an aura inexplicably flashed in her mind. Golden Gate locking stone formation. Her gaze steeply locked onto the formation barrier in front of her, from which she sensed a formation rhythm that was not far from the Golden Gate locking stone formation. Could this be the Golden Gate locking stone formation? Zhu Yuxiu couldn't be sure, but at the moment, she could only try. She had already studied the Golden Gate locking stone formation, and was 8 or 9% cognizant of the operating laws of this formation. Not to say she was very familiar with them. She raised her hand and pinched her knuckles, condensing a spell seal with her own spiritual energy. Immediately, she slapped it towards the formation barrier in front of her, as the seal was imprinted into the formation barrier. The entire barrier suddenly rippled like water. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu did not hesitate as she lifted her foot and stepped into the ripples. In the next moment, her figure appeared between the many altars. In a blink of an eye, a strong smell of blood poured out, the irritation making one want to vomit. It was only after Zhu Yuxiu whipped out a spiritual light, isolating her sense of smell, that she felt better. Only when she was in the middle of the many skeletons and white bones did she still feel a coldness rising behind her back. Having never seen such a scene before, she couldn't help but still feel fear in her heart. This was how it was in the cultivation world. One day of fame, one day of white bones and skeletons. She barely managed to suppress the fear in her heart with such a state of mind, and lifted her feet towards the altar where Zhang Yuanyuan was. Arriving in front of the altar where Zhang Yuanyuan was, she softly called out, "Senior sister, senior sister." After calling out several times in a row, no movement was seen from Zhang Yuanyuan. Zhu Yuxiu then directly stepped onto the altar, wanting to save her. However, just as she raised her foot and landed on the altar, she only felt a bloodbath aura coming over her. Without realizing it, she was pounced upon by the blood fury. A strong and crazy killing intent began to spread within her, wanting to rush to her mind, causing her to fall into madness as well. Seeing this situation, Zhu Yuxiu immediately used her divine sense to form a defense, blocking the crazy, spreading, killing intent, avoiding it from occupying her sea of consciousness. Just her divine sense is weak, in that such as the waves attack the crazy killing intent, just like a flat boat, seems to be at any time the risk of being submerged. But the good thing is that her divine sense can still hold on. Zhu Yuxiu opened her eyes, and without hesitation, she rushed up to the altar, lifting her hand and waving out a few spiritual energy pizzas, chopping at the iron cables that bound Zhang Yuanyuan. A few crisp sounds of gold and iron resounded. The iron cables were unharmed, obviously. The material used to create this iron rope was not ordinary. Zhu Yuxiu didn't hesitate and directly offered up the flying dagger. Her spiritual energy was injected into the flying dagger, which emitted a buzzing sound and instantly flew out of her hand, chopping towards that iron rope. Clang, clang, clang. A crisp sound of gold and iron clanking resounded as a gaping hole began to appear in the iron rope. Seeing this situation, Zhu Yuxiu continued to increase the output of her spiritual power, making the flying dagger a few points more severe. Finally, after dozens of knives, the iron rope clattered off. At this time, a large amount of fine sweat had already seeped out from her forehead, and her complexion paled a few more points. She collected her flying daggers and directly leapt up, removing Zhang Yuanyuan from the inverted hook before quickly jumping off the altar. Senior sister. Senior sister, Zhu Yuxiu fed Zhang Yuanyuan a Peiyuan Dan, then began to shake her in an attempt to wake her up. I wondered who had broken in here. So it was you, little girl, right at this moment. A sorrowful voice resounded throughout the altar space. The person who came was none other than Eagle Hooker, who stepped on the steps formed by the radiance of the formation and walked step by step from above. Zhu Yuxiu looked up and saw the face of Eagle Hooker with a grim smile. She raised her hand and condensed a fireball, smashing it towards Eagle Hooker. However, just as the fireball approached the Eagle Hooker, it was a formation light that bounced back. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu handed out another fireball to meet the fireball that bounced back. The two fireballs collided in the air and exploded, scattering large sparks. Just because Elder Zhang doesn't kill, you doesn't mean ill let you go. Eagle Hooker landed on the ground and let out a cold smile. If you were still in the hands of Zhang Lao, I would have to go through a lot of trouble to kill you. But now you're good. You've sent yourself to the door. His gaze was cold, as if he had already treated Zhu Yuxiu as a lamb to be slaughtered. When Zhu Yuxiu heard his words, her face changed, but she quickly regained her composure from Eagle Hooker's words. She heard something. It seemed that the two of them, Uncle Zhang and this Eagle Hooker, were not as good as she had imagined. Between the two, they were also on guard against each other. Zhu, senior sister, quickly escape. At this time, Zhang Yuanyuan also turned awake. Her body was still a bit weak, and upon seeing Zhu Yuxiu, she braced herself to let out an intermittent voice, telling Zhu Yuxiu to escape within my grand formation. Where else do you want to escape to? Eagle Hooker let out a strange laugh, his words filled with teasing colors. Zhu Yuxiu ignored his words and fed Zhang Yuanyuan another Peiyuan Dan before helping her to lean to the side. She then got up and stood opposite Eagle Hooker, the flying sword hovering at her side, emitting a clear chant. A great formation, how ridiculous. This formation of yours is nothing more than dozens of Golden Gate locking stone formations spliced together. It's simply broken. When Eagle Hooker heard her words, his face instantly changed greatly. I really underestimated you, little girl. But even so, what can you do? Broken, he seemed to be annoyed. Then you can break my heavenly gate dragon locking formation and see. Zhu Yuxiu said that was just to swindle him. But after hearing what he said about the heaven's gate locking dragon formation, it had become clear that this spliced up formation should have more than just spliced up the Golden Gate locking stone formation as a formation. She glanced over and suddenly noticed the huge dragon-shaped stone sculpture. The moment Eagle Hooker saw her gaze glance at the dragon-shaped stone sculpture, he struck without hesitation in an instant. Several array rays enveloped Zhu Yuxiu, sealing off her surroundings. Zhu Yuxia's expression was grave, and she also struck out without hesitation. The spells in her hands changed, condensing out Dea fangs and slapping them towards the array rays that enveloped her. Fa Seal meets the formation. Bursting out more intense light, soon opened a gap. Zhu Yuxia's feet flashed with a spiritual light, and her figure had already appeared outside the encirclement. Looks like I still have to do it myself, seeing that the formation couldn't help Zhu Yuxiu. Eagle Hooker intended to personally strike. Zhu Yuxiu didn't dare to be careless. She didn't have much spiritual energy left in her dantian right now, and there was absolutely no possibility of surviving a hard fight with Eagle Hooker. Her eyes flickered, looking for a way to delay. At this time, the Eagle Hooker's body breath has been released. The oppressive feeling of the 6th level of Kai refining attacked, so that only the 4th level of Kai cultivation Zhu Yuxiu, only to feel the pressure suddenly increased. She also no longer hid, and also raised her entire aura. In an instant, the Kai refining 4th layer of Kai broke out of the body, and the Eagle Hooker Kai refining 6th layer of the collision, but also can only retreat. Eagle Hooker couldn't help but be surprised for a moment after seeing Zhu Yuxiu unleash his Kai refining 4th layer cultivation aura. Immediately, he let out a cold laugh. 4th level of Kai refining. I didn't expect you to hide your cultivation. But even if that's the case, what can you do? Words fall. The Eagle Hook Sun bulldoze and come close to the time. A spiritual light from his sleeve between the flying out, straight stabbing to Zhu Yuxiu brow. Zhu Yuxiu did not hesitate to raise her hand and point. The flying dagger instantly met it. Ding, ding, ding. A series of clear sounds of gold and iron clanking resounded. The flying dagger was beaten backward one after another, obviously unable to defeat at this moment. Zhu Yuxiu also saw what spirit weapon Eagle Hooker had unleashed. That is a half a foot long and short. Celadon-colored needle, shaped spirit weapon. The tip of the needle flashes with emerald green light. That light is like emerald water droplets if you want to drip down like. Every time the flying dagger and that spirit needle touch, will be the tip of the needle, will be broken through the knife body of the spiritual power, so that the flying knife blade trembling, shaking. But the good thing is that Zhu Yuxia's spiritual power is pure enough, resulting in that spiritual needle can only break through a little square of spiritual power each time. If it wasn't for spirit power being pure enough, it was feared that the flying dagger would have broken at the first exchange of blows. Eagle Hooker's face twitched a few times as he saw that his spirit needle had actually frozen with that flying dagger. Worthy of being a sect disciple, the spirit power cultivated is unexpectedly so pure, just as he spoke. Another cold light from his other sleeve shot out, extremely fast, stabbing straight at Zhu Yuxia's face. Zhu Yuxiu has focused most of his attention on the flying dagger. Where would have expected him to have such a hand? Caught off guard, a roll on the ground, is a close and narrowly avoided the Eagle Hook Sun of this sneak attack. However, as she dodged, the spiritual power on the flying dagger was suddenly weakened a lot, under a few sharp stabs of the spirit needle. The spirit power on the flying dagger was broken in an instant, and the whole flying dagger also fell to the ground and became dull after losing the spirit power. Let's see where you are going to hide this time. Without any hesitation, Eagle Hooker controlled the spirit needles and then stabbed down at Zhu Yuxiu. Zhu Yuxiu instinctively felt a threat of death, and she directly vented the spiritual energy within her dantian. Flames rushed about, transforming into a Zhang-long fire python that coiled around to protect her entire person. This caused the spiritual energy within her dantian to instantly shrink by half, leaving only about 10% of her spiritual energy remaining. The spirit needles struck the fire python, stabbing holes in the python's flaming body, but those holes were immediately compensated for by the flames spreading up. The flame decree won't last long. Zhu Yuxiu struggled to get up, her gaze sweeping over rapidly, reflecting all the surrounding scenes into her mind. Ways, her mind raced, searching for a way to break the situation. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on an altar. And she recalled the blood, devouring aura she felt on the altar when she saved Zhang Yuanyuan, in combination with what Eagle Hooker had said about the Heaven's Gate dragon locking formation. Locking the dragon, it can't be that dragon that is locked. Zhu Yuxia's gaze turned fiercely. An aura rose in her eyes, and under the gaze of her spiritual eyes, she saw that what was spat out of the mouth of that huge dragon-shaped stone statue, where it was just a red liquid. The green spirit pill entered her mouth and transformed into a rich medicinal power, recovering the injuries on her body. In just 2/4 of an hour or so, the injuries on her body had recovered. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu poured out another spirit recovery pill and swallowed it. The moment the spirit recovery pill entered her mouth, it transformed into a huge spiritual kai that went straight into her dantian. Just her dantian is strange. That huge spiritual kai in the fall into her dantian is being wildly impacted. In a few breaths, a third of that huge aura was dispersed. After a few more breaths, only 1/3 of the remaining pure spiritual kai was left, which was slowly refined by her to restore her own spiritual power. However, even so, this spirit recovery pill had restored more than 30% of her spiritual energy. Seeing that this elixir was so effective, Zhu Yuxiu poured out 2 more from the jade bottle and took them. After about 3 more quarters of an hour, the spiritual energy within her dantian finally returned to its peak state. At the same time, the injuries on her body also completely recovered under the healing of the green spirit pill. Zhu Yuxiu took out a piece of clothing from her storage bag, and after changing the tattered clothes on her body, she got up and walked out, this time, with the guidance left behind by Zhang Yuanyuan. She smoothly made her way through the many forks in the road, and walked out of this underground labyrinthine passageway. Only when she had just stepped onto the ground, she saw that her surroundings were dark red, and the sky was shrouded in blood clouds. It was as if the entire world had become a blood-colored world, blood clouds in the shadow of the dragon tumbling, stretching body up to 100 miles, until this time, Zhu Yuxiu only saw the real face of the blood dragon. Only see that the blood dragon body seems to be bathed in blood, deep red to drip. The whole body is not like a real dragon, but like the accumulation of blood, it is in the blood clouds tumbling between. From time to time fall blood rain. Wherever touching the blood rain, no matter the mountains, rocks, grass, and trees, are invaded into the color of deep red. And opposite the bottom, there is a silver dragon. That silver dragon also looks quite strange. Silver, colored body is like a silver stone pile. Bumpy flat body, reflecting the piercing silver light, and at the position of its dragon's head, there was a silhouette with half of its body exposed. The other half of his body was like it had merged into the head of the silver dragon, fusing with the silver dragon as one. When Zhu Yuxiu saw this, she suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems that the spirit vein that was birthed in this mountain range should have been truncated into 2 segments. One segment birthed into that blood dragon, and one segment then transformed into that silver dragon. Spiritual veins, in the eyes of secular mortals, were also called dragon veins in the secular legend. The dragon vein, after molding like a real dragon, can soar to the 9 heavens, blessing a country's fortune. However, these in the eyes of the cultivators, but also just their competition for cultivation resources. Just Zhu Yuxiu do not know why a good end of a spiritual vein, Zhang family even want to cut it into 2. So not only exacerbated the spiritual vein molding time, but also on the spiritual vein itself will cause irreparable damage. This could be seen from the posture of the blood dragon in the sky, which was eager to devour that silver dragon to make up for its own damage. Zhu Yuxiu was only standing in place to watch at this point, and did not intend to go over to join in the fun. After all, she had only come to the Zhang family at the invitation of Zhang Yuanyuan to help set up the formation. Now that the situation had become like this, it was already far from the purpose of her coming here. Moreover, with her cultivation at the 4th level of Kai refining, she would only be sent to her death in the past. Just at this time, the blood dragon in the sky seemed to be unable to wait any longer. Its body in the blood cloud was stupidly moving. And below, the silver dragon perched on the mountain also seems to have noticed, raised its head, looking toward the blood dragon. The scene seems to be touch and go. Suddenly, a ray of light from the silver dragon is under the mountain lit up. Soon, there were dozens of rays of light lit up one after another, linking with each other to form a large formation. Trapping the silver dragon, seeing this, the blood dragon in the sky no longer had any scruples, raising its head and letting out a dragon roar. It swooped down from the sky. Halfway down, the blood dragon's mouth opened and spat out a scarlet blood fury that enveloped the silver dragon. The silver dragon was trapped by the formation and let out a furious roar, as a shadow seemed to emerge from its surface as the silver light around it soared. "Zhang Perrin, are you trying to destroy the Zhang family?" Suddenly, the half-silhouette on the silver dragon's head let out a furious cry. Its voice deafening, ha ha ha, however, his angry shout was exchanged for ridicule. As the figure of second Uncle Zhang appeared in the middle of the grand formation, only to see him holding a glowing formation disc in his hand, his feet stepping on the grand formation's spiritual light, so proudly standing in the void. "Big brother, your words can be wrong compared to you. I am in the whole Zhang family to pay, which like you, even want to our Zhang family. Spent dozens of generations of people bred out of the spirit vein, turn hand to send with others. You are the sinner of the Zhang family." Zhu Yuxiu, who was far away, could clearly hear the conversation between them. From their conversation, combined with the sights on the two dragons, she had finally figured out how the Zhang family had nurtured the spirit vein. If she had expected correctly, both the silver dragon and the blood dragon had been forcibly birthed by filling them with the cultivators themselves. It is no wonder that the blood dragon is surrounded by aura. I think that the cultivator who sacrificed the blood dragon was forcibly sacrificed, and only then will it give birth to a blood dragon that is full of aura. On the contrary, the silver dragon was much better. The silhouettes floating around it should be the souls of generations of the Zhang family, and they should all be willing to feed that silver dragon with themselves to take shape. In the short period of time between thoughts, the blood dragon spewed out fury has already enveloped the silver dragon. In that blood fury, the silver dragon body issued a strange noise. However, even if the silver dragon was trapped by the grand formation, it was not without room for maneuver. Ancestor of the Zhang clan, help me to destroy the blood dragon. The person at the head of the silver dragon let out a roar once again. Along with his roar, the silver dragon also raised its head and let out a dragon's roar. And at the same time, under the silver light surrounding the silver dragon, a shadow drifted out and hovered around the silver dragon. In the next moment, those shadows moved in unison and pinched their spells, although they were souls. They were connected to the silver dragon itself, and the spells they used were all based on the aura of the silver dragon. Soon, a spell took shape, hooking and combining like an astral image. In the blink of an eye, the star images combined to form a beam of shockingly huge swords. Chop the dragon, as the silver dragon-headed figure raised his hand and pressed. The astonishingly raised sword pointed at the blood dragon and chopped down in the air. Chopping the dragon asked me. Zhang Perrin held the formation disc in one hand, and with one hand, he changed his finger technique and made a point in the void on the formation. Instantly, a beam of light rays shot out and intertwined into a net of light. Pedaling towards the huge sword that chopped towards the blood dragon, the net of light touched the giant sword, and the sword's momentum steeply stagnated. Chop again. The person on the silver dragon's head was not the least bit moved, and continued to increase the output of spiritual energy, aiming to chop through that web of light and chop down the blood dragon's head. I don't know how to die. Zhang Perrin once again clicked the array plate in his hand, and that light net instantly transformed into a rope chain. Entangling the giant sword, bind, subdue, destroy. He changed his finger technique on the array disc in his hand 3 times in a row, and finally pressed down with one finger. Immediately, the rope chain that entangled the raised sword was violently tensed, then lit up with a brilliant array, and in just a blink of an eye, it twisted the raised sword into pieces. The giant sword crumbled into pieces, turning into a rain of light in the sky. The blood dragon was also approaching at this time, and was about to bite down on the silver dragon head-on. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. A sword light shot out, pointing straight at Zhang Perrin. Zhang Perrin reacted quickly, with a flash of light under his feet. He dodged it, however. The sword light suddenly turned and chopped at the formation disc in his hand. "How dare you?" Zhang Perrin watched as the sword light chopped the formation disc in his hand, his face furious. He let out a violent shout and looked at the visitor. "You're surprisingly still alive." The person who came was none other than Zhang Yuanyuan, only to see her drifting in on her immortal boat. Lifting her hand, and the spirit sword flew back to her side. "My good second uncle, how can I be willing to die before seeing you die?" Zhang Yuanyuan's face was filled with a cold color, and there was even killing intent surging in her eyes at this time. Her state has also been restored to the peak. Under the Kai refining 8th level cultivation aura, a forceful aura like a rushing river coiled around her. Vaguely condensed like substance, spiritual energy like a rushing river, it is the sign of the cultivation of the 8th level of Kai refining. After Zhang Perrin saw Zhang Yuanyuan's aura manifesting around her, his expression also sank. "Even if you return to your peak state, what can you do? I am also at the 8th level of Kai refining. What can you do to me?" As the words fell, Zhang Perrin's aura around him also surged, reaching the 8th level of Kai refining. "Today, both you and your father will die here." After Zhang Perrin finished speaking, he lifted his hand and pressed downwards, and the entire grand formation let out a roaring explosion. One formation exploded, and the silver dragon was in the middle of it, directly suffering a frontal impact. "Aang, the silver dragon roared sadly, and the dragon's roar was tinged with pain. Father," Zhang Yuanyuan's face changed greatly, and she was about to rush towards the formation. "Don't come over," just as she was about to make a move. The person on the silver dragon's head rebuked her in the successive explosions of the large formation. Although the silver dragon was not blown to death, its body was blown into pits and puddles, and its appearance was extremely miserable. At this time, the blood dragon also pounced on it as promised, transforming into a block of blood, covering the silver dragon and devouring it. Zhang Yuanyuan watched with eyes wide open. After a long time, she forced herself to resist the urge and turned to look angrily at Zhang Perrin. "You, damn you!" Spiritual energy collided and spiritual light flew. Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Perrin fought together. Every strike between them was like a collision of long rivers, picking up a sky full of spiritual light. Even those splashes of spiritual light were able to pierce through mountains, rocks, grass, and trees. And within a short time, the surroundings they were in became a mess. However, it was obvious that Zhang Yuanyuan was in the upper hand at this time. Her spirit power had already reached the point where 100 rivers had returned to the sea, a sign that her Danshan was about to turn into a spirit sea. Above the 9th level of Kai refinement, the accumulation of spiritual energy in the Danshan like a sea was called the Sea of Spirit. In ancient times, it was divided into separate areas and called the Spirit Sea Realm. However, in the current cultivation world, it was integrated with the Kai refining stage and divided into the 10th to 12th level of Kai refining. On the other hand, Zhang Perrin, his spiritual energy is like a rushing river, but not as close as Zhang Yuanyuan's, which is close to the point where 100 rivers return to the sea, the higher the cultivation level. The difference between one point is like mud, if Zhang Perrin was not using a thick earth attribute spirit power. I am afraid that Zhang Yuanyuan would have been chopped under the spirit sword. Zhu Yuxiu from afar saw such a fighting scene between cultivators for the first time, and her gaze refused to let go of the slightest detail. whether it was the release of spiritual energy between them, or the collision between the artifacts. It was all valuable experience in fighting. Ong, the dragon's roar broke through the dawn. The silver dragon's body was already mostly infested by the blood dragon, and it was struggling more and more feebly. However, at this time, the silver dragon, Zhang Yuan's father, but made a decision to fight to the death. Silver dragon's roar attracted Zhu Yuxiu. She will gaze slightly shift, see the silver dragon suddenly raised body. Silver light around the body convergence. A horror of the breath from the silver dragon body scattered out. The two of them, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Perrin, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, were also quick to sense that terrifying aura. Zhang Perrin's pupils shrunk violently. His face changed dramatically. Zhang Chengfeng, you dare to self-detonate. Aren't you afraid of destroying the entire Zhang family? The Zhang family has already been destroyed in your hands. Instead of you burying the Zhang family, it would be better for me to do it myself. Zhang Chengfeng on the silver dragon's head had a resolute gaze and was not moved in the slightest. Sinner, you sinner of the Zhang family, Zhang Perrin roared out this sentence in indignation. His aura soared around him, and he flew backwards. Father, don't, Zhang Yuan hissed with all her might, trying to salvage Zhang Chengfeng's resolve to self-destruct. Suddenly, a spiritual light flew out from Zhang Chengfeng's body and landed in Zhang Yuan's hands. This is my Zhang family's inherited treasure. Take it with you and leave the Zhang family, and don't even come back in the future. With that, he waved his hand, and an irresistible invisible force wrapped Zhang Yuan and threw her out. Zhang Yuan could only watch. No matter how much she exerted her strength, she could not break free from the invisible bondage, and could only fly farther and farther away. Zhu Yuxiu took one last deep look at the silver dragon, and then she also mobilized her spiritual energy without a word and fled outwards, as the silver dragon tried to blow itself up. The blood clots on its body were also speeding up their infestation. Both were competing for speed. The blood dragon could only stop the silver dragon from exploding by devouring it. The silver dragon is trying to speed up its own self-detonation speed, intending to die with the blood dragon. However, at this moment, a blood-colored silhouette rose up from the blood dragon's blood clot. If you want to explode yourself, have you asked me? The blood-colored silhouette's voice was cold, and as it appeared, it struck out several spells in a split second. The blood clots that compensated for the silver dragon's circumference began to wriggle and elongate. Resembling a blood snake twisting around each other, they combined to form a formation pattern, Heaven's Gate locking dragon. Suppression, the blood-colored silhouette let out a low shout, and those blood-colored entangled formation patterns instantly blazed with red light, and then shrunk inward, suppressing the silver dragon to the ground. Rumble, a muffled sound. The silver dragon was no longer able to struggle. Zhang Perrin, who was fleeing, glanced back, and his face first looked happy and then gloomy. Eagle Hooker. He sensed the Eagle Hooker's aura from that blood-colored silhouette, and he dared to conclude that the blood-colored silhouette was Eagle Hooker. It was just that even though the current Eagle Hooker had lost his person, his aura was more than dozens of times stronger than before. The Eagle Hooker suppressed the silver dragon and looked back at Zhang Perrin, a smile seemingly lifting up on his blood-colored face that was completely devoid of any facial features. Second Master Zhang, oh no, I should call you Zhang Family Master. I've helped you become the Zhang Family Master. Shouldn't you thank me properly? Zhang Perrin snorted coldly, seizing my Zhang family's spirit vein and still wanting me to thank you. You're just a loose cultivator. You really don't know the power of my Zhang family. All Zhang family cultivators listen to the order. Set up a formation as the words fell. Several silhouettes stepping on spiritual light flashed out from the mountains and forests. Surrounding Eagle Hooker in a circle, one by one, they took out array discs, holding them in one hand and pinching their fingers with the other. When they pressed their fingers on the array plate, an array fell in the air, trapping Eagle Hooker in the middle of the array. The Eagle Hooker didn't make a move to stop them. He stood above the silver dragon's body without the slightest bit of fear, and watched all of this with interest. Interesting. Trying to use my formation to trap me, he nodded slightly and looked towards Zhang Perrin. Are you trying to cross the river and break the bridge? As his words changed, Eagle Hooker's aura around him surged, and a mountain-like pressure instantly descended. All the cultivators who were close to him all stifled a grunt one by one, nearly being crushed to the ground. It was fortunate that there was the isolation of the formation, causing them to still be able to barely stand still. Zhang Perrin also felt that pressure on Eagle Hooker's body. He spat out 3 words with a gloomy expression: foundation, establishment stage. At this moment, the pressure emanating from the Eagle Hooker's body was clearly the pressure of the foundation establishment stage. Facing the foundation establishment stage at the Kai refining stage was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. Zhang Perrin knew that there was no room for maneuver now. His gaze flinched as he gritted his teeth and said, so, what if your foundation establishment? Even if your foundation establishment, y'all have to leave it behind for me, kill for me, he gave an order. All the Zhang family cultivators braced themselves and changed their finger techniques once again. In an instant, all the formations hooked up into a grand formation and ruthlessly pressed down towards the Eagle Hooker. The Eagle Hooker seemed to shake his head mockingly as he raised his hand and waved it. In an instant, the large formation that had been linked together shattered, turning into a rain of light in the sky. The Zhang clan cultivators controlling the formation also suffered a strong impact one by one, spitting blood and flying out. However, the blood they spat out did not land on the ground, but as if pulled, flew towards Eagle Hooker, and then merged into Eagle Hooker's blood, like body. Ah, the blood of a cultivator. It's really delicious. He seemed to let out a soft chant in comfort, but it's just a little less. Before his words were finished, he raised his hand and grabbed it in the air, and the body of a Zhang clan cultivator who was flying backwards was violently stopped. In the next moment, he saw that cultivator's flesh and blood writhing around his body, as if a small snake was weaving in and out of his flesh and blood. And he also let out a miserable scream of pain. In that Zhang clan cultivator's screams, the pores around his body opened wide, and the blood flew away from his body like silk threads, flying towards the Eagle Hooker. In a short while, that Zhang clan cultivator turned into a silent, dry corpse, with only a piece of skin hanging down on his body. Looking extremely horrifying, faced with such a scene, the rest of the Zhang clan's cultivators all panicked as well. And one by one, just as they stabilized their forms, each of them created light under their feet, wanting to escape from the place. Want to escape? Eagle Hooker, however, laughed coldly and opened his large hand, grabbing fiercely in the void. Instantly, all the cultivators of the Zhang family were fixed in place, and soon one by one, their bodies were like that cultivator earlier. Between the writhing of blood and flesh, blood flew away from their bodies like a cocoon, flying towards Eagle Hooker. Zhang Yuan, who was struggling desperately, suddenly felt the binding force around her body loosen. She first looked happy, but soon after witnessing the scene where the Eagle Hooker appeared, her complexion once again fell into grief. What to do? What to do? Zhang Yuan wanted to rush over to rescue his father, but she knew deep down that she was by no means a match for the Eagle Hooker. She looked around anxiously and helplessly, hoping that someone would lend her a helping hand, but who could help her here? The current Eagle Hooker is at the foundation stage, and his techniques are treacherous and unpredictable, so there is no one here who can be his opponent. At this moment, Zhu Yuxiu appeared in her line of sight. Junior sister, senior sister, Zhang Yuan looked at the arriving Zhu Yuxiu. Although she was older than Zhu Yuxiu, she now had the urge to cry, "Senior sister, what should I do?" She sat helplessly on the ground, tears rolling in her eyes as a single clear tear couldn't stop sliding down from her fair face. Seeing Zhang Yuxiu in this state, Zhu Yuxiu did not know how to speak out to comfort her, junior sister. You should quickly leave. Your cultivation is weak. It will be dangerous to stay here any longer. Zhang Yuanyuan held back her tears, and after uttering these words, a look of determination surged in her eyes. Zhu Yuxiu shook her head slightly after looking up at the Sky Senior Sister. None of us can leave. Why? Zhang Yuanyuan looked at her in disbelief. Zhu Yuxiu pointed to the direction they came from when they came to the Zhang family, and said this place has been blocked by the formation. None of us can get out. Zhang Yuanyuan followed her to look over, and saw that the two deep valleys of the mountains where they entered the Zhang family, as well as a layer of array barriers had appeared around them, isolating the entire Zhang family from the outside world. That should be the arrangement left behind by Eagle Hooker earlier. Zhu Yuxiu reminded again, seeing this. Zhang Yuanyuan's heart was like ashes. I'm sorry, junior sister. I'm the one who caused you harm. Zhu Yuxiu shook her head and turned to look in the direction where Eagle Hooker was. Senior sister, I want to try again. Can you stall him? Hearing Zhu Yuxiu's words, Zhang Yuanyuan's spirit was stunned. Senior sister, could it be that you have a way to defeat Eagle Hooker? Zhu Yuxiu shook her head once again. I'm not sure if my method will work. Fine, leave the Eagle Hooker to me. Zhang Yuanyuan got up and said with determination. The Eagle Hooker's blood body looked even more demonic after absorbing the blood from the entire body of several cultivators from the Zhang clan. Blood, I want more blood. As long as there is blood, I feel like I can advance infinitely. This feeling is so wonderful. He muttered to himself and let out a comfortable moan. Immediately, his eyes turned to Zhang Perrin. It's your turn. The new Zhang family head, Eagle Hooker, let out an evil laugh and reached out his hand towards Zhang Perrin. As he reached out, a large, blood-colored hand condensed in midair and grabbed down towards Zhang Perrin in the air. Zhang Perrin's face suddenly changed, and he did not hesitate to sacrifice his spiritual weapon. His spiritual weapon was a bell-shaped spiritual weapon. As he sacrificed it, the spiritual bell lit up with spiritual light and transformed into a large bell. Shielding his body around him, the blood-colored hand grabbed down and collided with the wall of the large bell. When at that moment a loud and clear bell resounded, it was considered to have blocked this grab by the bloody hand. This spirit weapon of yours is not bad. Is it for your own deathbed? Eagle Hooker did not have any dissatisfaction when he did not win with his strike. Instead, he teasingly said, I'm giving your mother a sen. Doff, Zhang Perrin exploded into foul language, and while the bloody hand did not attack again, he violently injected a large amount of spiritual energy into the spirit bell. In a blink of an eye, the spirit bell once again skyrocketed again, transforming into an even bigger bell that smashed down towards the Eagle Hooker's head. Is that all there is, facing the large bell that smashed down on his head? Eagle Hooker looked disdainful. And just as he was about to wave his hand to block the blow, a sudden change occurred. Plus me, the sword light cut through the sky and chopped down towards Eagle Hooker. Zhang Yuanyuan's rode the immortal boat and appeared in midair. Yuanyuan, seeing Zhang Yuanyuan's arrival. Zhang Perrin's face was overjoyed, and he couldn't help but shout out, Second uncle, I'll take it that you're still my second uncle. Right now, the only way we can defeat the Eagle Hooker and have a chance to live is if we join forces. Zhang Yuanyuan looked serious as she looked down at Zhang Perrin from above the immortal boat and uttered these words. When Zhang Perrin heard this, his expression darkened a few points. This time, it was second uncle who was wrong. I should not have believed the words of a loose cultivator, to the point of putting the entire Zhang family in such a critical situation. This time I will personally end the mistake I made. After saying that, he looked at Eagle Hooker with murderous intent in his eyes. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded her head as well, her eyes locking onto Eagle Hooker. Eagle Hooker faced the duo without any fear. What a pair of affectionate uncles and nieces, but suddenly his words turned, his voice a few points colder. Even if the two of you join forces, what can you do to me? After all, Kai refining is only Kai refining. How dare you provoke the majesty of Foundation establishment? In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to change. The blood clouds in the sky hovered and transformed into a huge vortex, seemingly devouring Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Perrin. Eagle Hooker's blood body rose below the vortex of blood clouds, looking down on the two from the sky above, releasing an even more powerful aura of pressure than before, facing the pressure of the Foundation establishment. Zhang Yuanyuan also had to drop the immortal boat and stand on the ground, which supported her form. Zhang Perrin is a little more difficult to see, his legs slightly curved, his feet have been plunged into the ground a few inches. As if he was about to be pressed to kneel down, this is the Foundation stage cultivator, just the pressure. Can make the refining Kai cultivator even stand stable form is difficult. How can talk about with it to fight against? However, at this moment, Zhang Perrin's body was surrounded by spiritual light, and various colors of spiritual light intertwined around him. Supporting his figure to stand straight, the aura on his body also skyrocketed at this moment, climbing upwards. And in just a few blinks of an eye, he reached the 10th level of Kai refining, spirit melting. Zhang Perrin shouted angrily, and the various colors of spiritual light around him violently fused together, causing his aura around him to rise another notch. Reaching the 11th level of Kai refining, only then did it stop. The Eagle Hooker in midair seemed to narrow his eyes as he watched this. Zhang Clan's secret method of spirit melting skill. His words were low, and after saying that, he directly struck out. The Eagle Hooker raised his hand and pressed it in the air, and between the blood clouds surging, a huge bloody hand poked out from the clouds and grabbed towards Zhang Perrin. The bloody hand was wrapped in a huge might, and before it came near, it set off a gale that pressed down. In the midst of that gale, Zhang Perrin's clothes were hunting, and he also recalled his spirit bell, which instantly surged to its limit under the infusion of spiritual energy. He slammed into the bloody hand. Zhang Yuanyuan also didn't say a word at this time and sacrificed his spirit sword. The sword light was like a rainbow as it shot straight into the sky and chopped at the bloody hand. The two of them joined forces and clashed hard with the bloody hand. Boom! A huge sound accompanied by countless blood spills. The bloody hand was first struck by the great bell, stopping its incoming momentum, and then immediately the spirit sword chopped off two bloody fingers. At once, it collapsed into a small half. Seeing this, Eagle Hooker let out a cold snort and raised his hand to once again condense two bloody hands. Die for me. He shouted coldly, and the two bloody hands pressed down together with the previous one. Zhang Perrin wanted to repeat the same trick, but just as his big bell touched the bloody hands, it was violently grabbed by three bloody hands. Immediately, the bloody hands pinched fiercely. That was clearly the blood fury that was condensed as if it were substantial. Seeing this situation, Zhu Yuxiu did not hesitate to extend the palm of her hand, injecting all of the little spiritual energy left in his dantian into the fire python. Then he compressed the fire python with a compression technique. Eagle Hooker was proudly attacking the fire python with his spirit needles, and his appearance appeared relaxed and casual. It was as if the hunter was toying with his prey. And when he saw that the fire python's body actually began to shrink under the attack of the spirit needles, the smile on his face grew a few points wider. Can't hold it up so quickly. The Sect disciples are nothing more than that. However, just as he was thinking this, the fire python's aura was becoming more and more prevalent. Zhu Yuxiu used his divine sense to mask the aura of the fire python. And at the same time, he had to perform the art compression under the attack of that spirit needle. In this way, the difficulty of the technique compression skyrocketed. Every time that spirit needle stabbed down, it caused her divine sense to tingle. In just a few moments, she was already sweating profusely, and her petite body was trembling. It was only when the fire python was compressed to only 3 feet in size that it finally stopped. Eagle Hooker lost his mind to continue toying with his prey after seeing that the fire python had shrunk to such a level. Next, let me give you a ride. He had just said these words. Suddenly, a powerful aura radiated out from the fire python. As Eagle Hooker sensed that aura, his face instantly changed drastically. How could that be? How could you cast such a powerful technique? Zhu Yuxiu was unmoved. Raising her hand, the fire python raised its head. Immediately, she pointed at the nearest altar. In the next moment, the fire python lunged straight at that altar. Boom, there was a loud bang. Firelight, accompanied by rock splashes, filled the air with a large amount of smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, when they looked towards the altar, they saw that the altar had already been blown to pieces. At the same time, a formation pattern light lit up on that altar, seemingly trying to repair that altar. However, right at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded in this altar space. Hearing this dragon's roar, Eagle Hooker's face instantly turned gloomy. Damn girl, look at what you've done. Eagle Hooker also didn't care about Zhu Yuxiu. Turned around with an anxious expression and dashed towards that dragon-shaped stone sculpture. Zhu Yuxiu was also drained of energy at this moment. And after insisting on sending the last Peiyuan Dan into her mouth, she sat on her butt on the ground. The elixir entered her throat and turned into a warmth that surged into all the bones around her body, mending her already injured body and also slowly restoring her strength. Senior Sister Zhu. Senior Sister Zhu. At this moment, Zhang Yuanyuan, who seemed to have recovered a little bit, held her pale face and searched over. After seeing Zhu Yuxiu sitting, paralyzed on the ground, she moved over with some anxiety, asking with concern Senior Sister Zhu, "How are you?" Zhu Yuxiu opened her eyes and slightly shook her head back. "Senior Sister, I'm fine. I'm just running out of spiritual energy. I'm a little dehydrated. That's good, that's good," Zhang Yuanyuan said, revealing a guilty look on her face. "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for my carelessness this time, it would never have been possible for second uncle and the others to catch me so easily. And it also dragged you into being injured like this as well, under the effect of the Peiyuan Dan's medicinal power." Zhu Yuxiu had sort of regained some strength. She struggled to support her body to sit back up before saying, "Senior Sister, now is not the time to talk about this. How is your recovery?" Me, hearing Zhu Yuxiu's words that sounded like she was concerned. Zhang Yuanyuan was quite touched. "I'm fine. I've already recovered to around the 4th or 5th level of Kai refining. I can now take you to escape from here." "No, we can't escape." Zhu Yuxiu shook her head. What she said was the truth. This place was blocked by a large formation. With Zhang Yuanyuan, there was no way to break through the large formation blockade. If she herself still had her spiritual power, she would be able to try. "Elder sister, listen to me. I only destroyed an altar just now. The impact on the pattern here won't be too big. At most, it will only make Eagle Hooker's hands busy for a while. Once he's done cleaning up the situation and comes back to his senses to deal with us, we'll be unable to escape with our wings." Hearing her words, Zhang Yuanyuan's expression couldn't help but become anxious. "Then what should we do?" Zhu Yuxiu pointed at the other altars. "It's very simple, Senior Sister. You just need to destroy more altars and make a mess here." Hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. Nodding her head, she was about to start destroying the altars. "Don't be hasty, Senior Sister. Those altars are all made up of formations. Attacking them indiscriminately won't have much effect." Zhu Yuxiu hurriedly called out to Zhang Yuanyuan, then pointed out the weak points of the altar for her. "Senior Sister, you only need to focus on attacking these points of the altar." Zhang Yuanyuan nodded her head, and without any hesitation, she headed straight for the closest altar. The dragon-shaped stone sculpture continued to vibrate, and not long after, a crack appeared on it. Eagle Hooker dodged to the front of the dragon-shaped stone sculpture and raised his hand to wave out a large amount of spirit light. Those spiritual light landed on top of the rope chain on the body of the dragon-shaped stone sculpture, and a formation pattern instantly lit up on the rope chain. It was only then that the vibrating stone dragon was narrowly suppressed. "Damn girl, when I'm done with this place, it'll definitely break you into pieces," Eagle Hooker cursed with a sinister gaze, while continuously strangling in his hands, striking out a formation pattern to stabilize the rope chain's seal on the stone dragon. Only after the stone dragon gradually calmed down did his expression relax, however, right at this moment. A loud explosion came. Eagle Hooker's face instantly changed drastically. At the same time, the stone dragon that he had just suppressed with his array pattern vibrated once again. And the amplitude of the stone dragon's vibration was getting bigger and bigger. And the formation pattern on the rope chain also became bright and dark and flickered in the stone dragon's constant vibration. Eagle Hooker did not hesitate, raised his hand and pinched the magic knob, and immediately a formation light lit up. In an instant, the entire altar space was illuminated by formation light. "Give me the town." Eagle Hooker let out a loud shout, and all the formations that he had mobilized hooked up with each other to form an even bigger formation that ruthlessly suppressed towards the stone dragon. But even so, the stone dragon's vibrations were only slightly weakened, and it wasn't completely suppressed. Ka-ching, ka-chow, crack. A crack also began to spread around the stone dragon, becoming more and more numerous. Seeing this situation, Eagle Hooker was also furious. He slapped his waist storage bag, and a formation flag flew out from his storage bag, scattering and inserting into the ground around the stone dragon. Then, he took out another array disc, bit the tip of his tongue, and sprayed out a mouthful of blood on the array disc. "I sacrifice my blood to the formation. Heaven's gate locking dragon, suppress me." The spiritual light around him skyrocketed, his aura reaching its peak in an instant, and the formation disc in his hand was instantly lit up with crimson lines. It was as if those lines were coming to life, constantly devouring the essence blood that he spewed on it. Soon, the essence blood on the array disc was devoured. Seeing this, Eagle Hooker once again spewed out several mouthfuls of essence blood. Just as these mouthfuls of essence blood finished spewing out, the aura around his body suddenly shrank, and his face instantly became unusually pale. Essence blood was originally a matter of life and death for cultivators. Cultivators easily will not let their own blood loss that will greatly damage their own vitality. Heavy can also greatly shorten the cultivator's own life. The Eagle Hooker had only spewed out so many mouths, and it was already about to damage his fundamentals. But he had to do it at this time, because he knew very well what that stone dragon was, once he let it break free from its sealing bonds. The first to die would definitely be himself. Cough, Zhang Yuanyuan had destroyed several altars in a row, and her body, which hadn't recovered much, weakened a lot more all of a sudden. "Senior sister, the bloodbath aura here is getting heavier and heavier. Let's hurry up and change places." Zhang Yuanyuan endured the pungent blood and ran over to help Zhu Yuxiu up. Both of them moved with difficulty, walking towards the edge of the altar space. As they walked, Zhu Yuxiu looked up at the sky above, only to see that those formations that were hooked together also began to become somewhat unstable. Not long after, a cracking sound rang out, and among the formations linked together, one of the formations shattered, turning into a large rain of light. However, at the time when that formation was shattered, the formations that were not shattered quickly made up for it. It was only that the entire formation, which was linked together, had shrunk a bit at the same time. There were a few more formations that glowed brightly and had a tendency to collapse. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu already knew that this grand formation, which was linked together by many formations, would not be able to support for much longer. She withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at the formation, as expected. Not much time passed before another sound of formation shattering rang out. A large rain of light showered down, and the entire grand formation shrunk once again by a large margin. At the same time, the suppressive blocking power of the entire formation also weakened a lot, and was no longer as powerful as before. This was the downside of splicing formations. As long as it was broken one by one, then the entire grand formation would be continuously weakened. This kind of formation was fundamentally different from a hybrid formation, and could not be called a great formation at all. Rumble, the ground began to vibrate, as if there were dragons churning underground. This was indeed the case. As the power of the grand formation weakened, the suppression and blocking force became weaker and weaker. The stone dragon's circumference was also covered with cracks, and there were stone chips that were continuously falling off. Suppress it for me, Eagle Hooker let out a frantic roar. His circumference had become parched, and his face, which was already eagle-hooked, was even more horrifying at this moment, resembling a skeleton clad in human skin. Strive, a pair of scarlet eyes lit up, and the ground shook even more violently, between Zhu Yuxiu and Zhang Yuanyuan's walking. They were already a bit unable to stand and only had to find a wall to lean on. Fortunately, they had already walked to the edge of the altar space. Relying on the wall, Zhu Yuxiu looked towards the altars, only to see that under the violent vibrations of the ground, cracks continued to appear on those altars and began to crumble. For every altar that crumbled, the corresponding formation above it would shatter. For a time, the entire altar space rained light in a brilliant and eye-catching manner. Ka 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 ka. When the altars crumbled to a certain number, they came to an abrupt end. In the next moment, a muffled dragon's roar filled with fury resounded violently. Accompanied by the sound of the dragon's roar, the remaining altars all shattered in an instant. The entire grand formation also shattered here. Instantly, a large area of blood mist emerged, occupying the entire altar space. In the midst of that blood mist, there seemed to be a pair of lanterns swimming around. Zhu Yuxiu only took one look and felt a threat of death approaching. The blood dragon had emerged. Zhu Yuxiu and Zhang Yuanyuan gazed into the depths of the blood mist. There was a huge crimson dragon shadow swimming around, emitting loud dragon roars from time to time. Perhaps the space was too small, making it unable to stretch its body. After hearing a dragon's roar, accompanied by a loud bang, the crimson dragon shadow rushed straight upwards, knocking out a huge hole in the upper part of the altar space. Rumble, there was another violent tremor, accompanied by the dirt and rocks falling down from above. And the entire altar space began to collapse. This place is going to collapse. Let's get out of here. Zhang Yuanyuan shouted anxiously, and pulled Zhu Yuxiu to rush towards a cave entrance. There, it was the very hole that Zhu Yuxiu had come through earlier. It's just that earlier there was a big formation blocking them. They couldn't get out, now that the big formation was broken. The hole was naturally revealed. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanyuan retained her spiritual power and brought Zhu Yuxiu to quickly rush into the hole. At the moment they entered the hole, a huge stone fell on their heads, blocking the entire hole. Zhang Yuanyuan led Zhu Yuxiu to run for a long time before finally feeling the vibration behind them weaken. When they stopped for a moment to catch their breath, they only glanced back and saw that the road they had run on before had collapsed beyond recognition. Fortunately, they ran fast enough so that they were not buried in the collapsed passageway. Only then did the two of them feel slightly relieved. After resting for a while, Zhang Yuanyuan was ready to continue forward. Zhu Yuxiu reminded, "Senior sister, let's be careful. Now the cultivators of the Zhang family may still be in these passages after this incident." Zhang Yuanyuan also knew that the Zhang family was now under the control of her second uncle, after hearing Zhu Yuxiu's reminder. She nodded, and her brows became much more grave. "Senior sister Zhu, let's find a place to hide for a while. When my body recovers some more, I won't be afraid of the other cultivators of the Zhang family." Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head. Immediately, the two of them walked a little further, circling around a few forks in the road without encountering any Zhang clan cultivators. They then stopped at a narrow corner, each resting on their knees to recover themselves. During this time, Zhang Yuanyuan took the initiative to release her divine sense to keep watch. However, they hadn't recovered for long when a sound of footsteps came over. Both of them opened their eyes in unison and looked towards the direction where the footsteps were coming from, both of their complexions showing vigilance. Zhang Yuanyuan had already secretly mobilized her spiritual energy and condensed it into an inch or so of sharpness in her hand. Zhu Yuxiu was also secretly mobilizing the little recovered spiritual energy in her body, making a readiness to strike at any time. Hee, it's Kiower. Zhang Yuanyuan suddenly let out a soft eek as her divine sense saw who the visitor was. Zhu Yuxiu was also a little curious when she heard her words. In her opinion, Kaor was just immortal. What was she doing here at this time? Zhang Yuanyuan carefully probed again with her divine sense, and after determining that Kaor was the only one, she gave Zhu Yuxiu a wink and quickly dashed out. After a shriek, the sound of footsteps disappeared. When she looked, Kaor had already been captured by Zhang Yuanyuan and returned to their hiding place. Kaor also saw the two of them at this time. She looked excited and wanted to say something. However, her mouth was covered by Zhang Yuanyuan, so she could only make whimpering sounds. After Zhang Yuanyuan tackled Kaor, she used her divine sense to probe for a while and found that there was really no one else coming. She then loosened her hand that was covering Kaor's mouth. "Miss, I finally found you." Just after Kaor was released, she looked at Zhang Yuanyuan with an excited expression. Zhang Yuanyuan, however, had a glazed look on her face and blocked her, saying in a cold voice, "I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense right now. Tell me the purpose of your coming here." Hearing these cold words from Zhang Yuanyuan, Kaor looked anxious. "It's not what you think, miss. Listen to me." However, before she could continue, she was shocked by an icy look from Zhang Yuanyuan. She didn't dare to explain more, and fished out 2 storage bags from her coat pocket, handing them over to Zhang Yuanyuan. "This is Miss and Ferrix's storage bags. I secretly stole them from the second master's room while he was out, and I am now handing them back to Miss." Zhang Yuanyuan received the storage bag with confidence, then swept her own storage bag with her divine sense. And only after making sure did she nod her head to Zhu Yuxiu, handing Zhu Yuxiu's storage bag back to her. Zhu Yuxiu also used her divine sense and swept through her own storage bag, realizing that nothing was missing from it. Before she could be considered relieved, with the storage bag returned intact, both Zhu Yuxiu and Zhang Yuanyuan could not help but feel curious about Kaor. "Kaor, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Yuanyuan's tone of voice eased up a bit at this point, but her words were still tinged with caution. After all, she wouldn't be able to trust someone who had betrayed her so easily. Kaor also knew that what she had done would not be easily forgiven by the young lady, and she had already prepared for it when she arrived. But in her heart, she still can't help but feel uncomfortable. Kaor held back the bitter taste in her heart. "Didn't explain, just urged and said, Miss, the family head's life may be in danger now. You quickly think of a way." "My father's life is in danger. How do you know?" Zhang Yuanyuan's complexion couldn't help but freeze when she heard this. Her first feeling was disbelief, just that it was about her own father. She couldn't help but believe a few more points. But she still asked again with a skeptical attitude. Seeing this, Kaor could only tell the matter briefly. The head of the family fought with the second master a year ago, and after being defeated by the second master, he was suppressed in a deep pool under Fushu Mountain, and just a short while ago, a red demonic dragon broke out of the ground and rushed straight towards that deep pool. The second master also took all the cultivators of the Zhang family at that time and headed towards that deep pool. And it was only because I took advantage of their departure that I stole your storage bags from the second master's room, Miss, and came to seek you out." Hearing her words, Zhang Yuanyuan finally sort of believed what she said. Zhu Yuxiu frowned in thought as she heard these words. "Senior sister, this is the spirit recovery pill and the green spirit pill. The spirit recovery pill is used to restore spiritual energy, and the green spirit pill has a marvelous effect in recovering from injuries. I'm going to take a step ahead now, so you stay and recover first." Zhang Yuanyuan was also a bit anxious at this time. She hurriedly took out 2 bottles of pills from her storage bag and handed them over to Zhu Yuxiu. Then she wanted to leave. Zhu Yuxiu didn't stop her. "Senior sister, you have to be careful too, Zhang Yuanyuan nodded her head. And then she did not stay any longer, turned around and pulled up Kaor and left. The two left, leaving Zhu Yuxiu alone. She didn't waste any time, first pouring out a green spirit pill, looking at it and sending it into her mouth. Creak! The big clock made a dull twisting sound and instantly sunk. PFFD, Zhang Perrin's divine sense spiritual energy was connected to the Great Bell. And as the Great Bell was traumatized, he also instantly spewed out a mouthful of reverse blood. Zhang Yuanyuan no longer held back at this point. She also utilized her spirit melting skill. Tao spiritual light rose from her body, converged and fused in the air, and transformed into a beam that was injected from the top of her head. Instantly, her body breath soared. In a few breaths, reached the 12th level of Kai refining, already vaguely approaching the trend of foundation establishment. Compared to that eagle hooker, it seems to be just a hair's breadth away. However, Zhang Yuanyuan's face was incredibly serious at this time. She knew that the Zhang family's secret method did not last very long. She had to fight quickly. Her figure also flew up in the air. Not relying on any spiritual weapons, Zhang Yuanyuan reached out and beckoned. Her spirit sword flew back to fly alongside her figure. And together they killed towards the eagle hooker, just as Zhang Yuanyuan fought with the eagle hooker. A petite silhouette quietly arrived in front of the silver dragon. It was none other than Zhu Yuxiu. How terrifying was the pressure of the foundation establishment! Zhu Yuxiu had practically fought with all her might to get close to the silver dragon. However, by the time she reached here, she was already inches away. "Who are you?" At this moment, a breathless, faint voice came. Zhu Yuxiu looked at the voice with difficulty and saw Zhang Chengfeng, who had half of his body merged into the head of the silver dragon. Looking at her weakly, fortunately, Zhu Yuxiu already knew Zhang Chengfeng's identity from Zhang Yuanyuan. She explained, "Zhang family master, I am a fellow disciple sister of senior sister Zhang Yuanyuan, and I came here to rescue you." The only way to defeat Eagle Hooker, who had already reached the foundation establishment stage, lay in the Silver Dragon. Only if they rescued Silver Dragon would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, when all of them were nothing more than turtles in a jar, their ultimate fate would be death at the hands of the Eagle Hooker. "Free me, you, a little girl at the 4th level of Kai refining. What can you do by coming here? Don't waste your energy. You'd better run away." Zhang Chengfeng smiled miserably and shook his head slightly. Zhu Yuxia's face was serious. "This place has been blocked by the Eagle Hooker with a formation. None of us can escape until the Eagle Hooker dies. Right now, the only one we can rely on is you. I can't protect myself even now. How can I save you all? It seems like we are all doomed this time." As Zhang Chengfeng spoke, he struggled a few times, but those blood-colored formations that imprisoned him did not show the slightest sign of loosening. Instead, as he struggled, they tightened a few more points, strangling the silver dragon's body as it crunched. "As you can see, I simply can't break free from these formation lines." Zhu Yuxiu swept a few eyes at those blood-colored formations, frowned and contemplated for a while, and said, "Zhang family master, I want to try, but also ask you to help me." As she spoke, Zhu Yuxiu took out the compass from her storage bag and injected her spiritual energy into it, causing the compass to appear strange. "You are also a formation master." Zhang Chengfeng also seemed to have a few colors in his eyes at this time, no longer as disheveled and resigned as before. "How am I going to help you?" Zhu Yuxiu didn't have too much nonsense, and said bluntly, "I also ask Zhang family master to row away the Eagle Hooker's pressure for me, so that I can act as usual." Good. Zhang Chengfeng agreed to the request made by Zhu Yuxiu, although he was imprisoned by the blood-colored formation pattern. He could still do this request. Immediately, Zhang Chengfeng began to struggle. As he struggled, the silver light around the silver dragon blossomed, actually holding up the blood-colored formation pattern a bit. Buzzing, the silver light collided with the blood-colored formation pattern, causing the air to emit a buzz. The abnormality here also attracted Eagle Hooker's attention. Luckily, the silver dragon's body was large enough to conceal Zhu Yuxia's figure, causing the Eagle Hooker not to discover her. Just a futile struggle. The Eagle Hooker in the sky slanted a glance at the silver dragon. His demeanor was bland as he flicked away Zhang Yuanyuan's chopped spirit sword with a single finger. And with a cold laugh, he no longer paid attention to the silver dragon's struggles. "Eagle Hooker, I'll fight you. Zhang Yuanyuan also noticed the silver dragon's movements and knew that at this point, Zhu Yuxiu should have already begun to act. She didn't hesitate to mobilize all her spiritual energy and shouted out, attacking the eagle hooker violently. Sect disciple, it's really hard to deal with. Eagle hooker snorted coldly and also exerted his maximum power. In a flash, the wind swirled, and the whistling fishy wind accompanied by a rain of blood spilled down. The rain of blood fell to midair and stagnated abruptly. Immediately, it elongated and transformed into a blood needle. Go, eagle hooker pointed, and the blood rain condensed into a blood needle that densely met the incoming Zhang Yuanyuan. Be careful seeing this. Zhang Perrin braced his body and sacrificed his spirit bell, which was already somewhat broken, and rushed straight towards those blood needles in an attempt to block the incoming dense blood needles for Zhang Yuanyuan. Soon, a series of dense blood needles hit the spirit bell. The continuous ringing of the bell resounded, and in the last loud boom, the spirit bell completely shattered into pieces with the destruction of the spirit bell. Zhang Perrin sprayed several mouthfuls of blood, and his complexion suddenly wilted, with the spirit bell as a barrier. Zhang Yuanyuan instantly closed the distance between her and the eagle hooker. She raised her hand and chopped down with a sword. The spirit sword softly chanted as the sword light encroached down like a long river, pointing straight at the eagle hooker's heavenly spirit. Plop the eagle hooker's bloody body, the encroaching sword twisted into a sky full of blood and water. Dead, Zhang Perrin supported his body with great difficulty and looked up at the eagle hooker that had turned into a sky of blood. His face could not help but show joy. However, the next moment, the joy on his face froze, only to see that the blood water in the sky did not spill down, but rather solidified in midair, in the blink of an eye. The blood and water coalesced and transformed into a human form once again. How is this possible? Zhang Perrin's face was filled with disbelief as he exclaimed in shock. This kind of tactic revealed by the eagle hooker directly shocked him. If he couldn't even kill eagle hooker like this, then how could he kill him? He was already desperate in his heart. Zhang Yuanyuan stared at the eagle hooker that was once again coalescing, her face looking grave, her body was also trembling slightly, and even the spirit sword suspended at her side also seemed to be trembling, vaguely showing some signs of instability. This was the struggle of her own spirit power being unsustainable. Her spirit power was going to run out. Not bad, not bad. A small Kai refining stage to be able to injure me. You are enough to be proud of yourself amongst Kai refining stage cultivators. The eagle hooker, who had polymerized once again, let out a grim and low voice immediately. His words changed. It's time to send you on your way. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanyuan clenched her teeth, her fair face carrying determination. Between her violent strangulation, she recited a tongue-twisting mantra as the mantra continued to be recited. The aura around her body became powerful once again, however, as her own aura became more and more prevalent. Her face gradually lost its blood color. Eagle Hooker's heart throbbed as he noticed her movements. His blood-colored face with no facial features swirled for a moment. And Ben sensed a crisis. Stop it for me. The Eagle Hooker didn't seem to be calm and shouted angrily, raising his hand and grabbing towards Zhang Yuanyuan. Eagle Hooker, however, at this moment, Zhang Perrin was angrily shouting as he harnessed his spiritual weapon and rushed up into midair, charging straight towards the Eagle Hooker. Get out of my way. The Eagle Hooker's grabbing momentum was disturbed by Zhang Perrin, who flung his hand in anger. A blood whip that looked like a giant snake instantly condensed and fiercely lashed at Zhang Perrin. Boom! A shower of blood exploded. Zhang Perrin's entire body was exploded in the air by the blood whip. Turning into a mist of blood, second brother, second uncle, Zhang Qingfeng and Zhang Yuanyuan cried out almost simultaneously. They could only watch Zhang Perrin, who had turned into a mist of blood, slowly float away in the air. Eagle Hooker, however, opened his mouth at that moment and instantly sucked the blood mist that Zhang Perrin had transformed into his body. I'll kill you, with Zhang Perrin sacrificing his body to block it. Zhang Yuanyuan had already completed the final secret technique. The current Zhang Yuanyuan had completely attained the same aura as Eagle Hooker. She looked at Eagle Hooker with hatred and anger, and her greenish-white jade finger pointed in the air. In an instant, a pillar of sword light descended from the sky, dispersing the Eagle Hooker's bloody body once again. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanyuan didn't stop. Her jade finger turned. Countless sword lights condensed from the midair, twisting and killing those blood waters that were dispersed. For a while, the square circle of heaven and earth where Eagle Hooker was located turned into an ocean of sword light. In that ocean of sword light, a mass of blood water was like a mayfly, being chopped to a small and small again. I don't know how long it took. Perhaps Zhang Yuanyuan was unable to sustain such majestic sword light. Those sword light suddenly stagnant, then completely collapsed and dissipated. When the sword light dissipated, only a tiny droplet of blood remained, slowly falling down from midair. Poof! Zhang Yuanyuan's body sprayed out a mouthful of blood in midair. Becoming shaky, no, he's not dead yet. Zhang Chengfeng watched this with eyes wide open. The droplet, like blood, slowly drifted down. Gradually, they continued to merge during their descent, waiting to fall to the ground at the time. And then once again polymerized into a human form, turned into the Eagle Hook Sun. Only again Eagle Hook Sun. He has no previous that powerful breath. The whole body of blood are withered and dull a lot. He raised his eyes to look at the mid-air. Already faltering Zhang Yuanyuan did not dare to strike again. His face, which had no five senses, swirled immediately. The Eagle Hooker turned around and charged towards the silver dragon. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanyuan braced herself and mobilized the last of her spiritual energy to point a sword. With this sword, she had already lost her previous momentum. The Eagle Hooker felt the aura of her sword, and his footsteps came to a violent stop as he let out a creepy laugh. Jai Jai, you've finally exhausted your means, without fear. He stretched out his two bloody fingers and clamped down on the incoming spirit sword in one go. The spirit sword trembled and chirped continuously between his two fingers, and no matter how much it struggled, it was difficult to break free from Eagle Hooker's two fingers. Only then did the Eagle Hooker put his heart down. Then this time, it really is time to send you to your death. Eagle Hooker loosened his fingers and then violently flicked the sword, instantly dispersing the spirit light on the spirit sword. The spirit sword let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. With the spirit sword broken, Zhang Yuanyuan in midair finally found it difficult to support herself any longer, and with a muffled grunt, her delicate body fell down from midair like a kite with broken strings. Yuanyuan, Zhang Chengfeng hissed at the top of his voice, accompanying his hissing. Silver light also blazed around the silver dragon, as he was trying his best to break free from the binding of the blood-colored array pattern. Next, it's on you. If not for the vast majority of my power being used to suppress you, how could I have been injured by a mere refined Kai? The Eagle Hooker turned back and took a step towards the silver dragon. Zhang Chengfeng stared at him angrily. Still struggling, struggle to your heart's content. Everything you do is nothing but futile. Eagle Hooker let out a creepy, evil laugh as he walked blandly, as if everything was under his control. Is that so? At this moment, Zhang Chengfeng suddenly let out a cold laugh. Aren't you too early to be happy? As his words fell, immediately, a formation pattern began to light up on the silver dragon's body. Each formation pattern corresponded to that blood-colored formation pattern. Only that the momentum of the flow was diametrically opposed to the blood-colored formation pattern. Clang, 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 a sound like an iron hoop being broken rang out. The blood-colored formation pattern was gradually pushed away by the formation pattern on the silver dragon. The aura around the silver dragon also became stronger and stronger as the blood-colored formation pattern was pushed away. Seeing this, Eagle Hooker's face changed greatly. How is this possible? He finally stopped being calm, his blood-watery face swirling continuously as he seemed to be panicking. Heaven's gate-lock dragon. Suppress me, Eagle Hooker frantically pinched, trying to suppress the blood, colored formation pattern back again. However, right at this moment, Zhu Yuxia's figure appeared above the silver dragon's body. She held the glowing compass in one hand, and with one hand, she changed her seals, controlling the formation pattern on the silver dragon's body to fight against the blood-colored formation pattern. "It's you, dead girl, again. You've repeatedly spoiled my good deeds. I won't share a single day with you." Upon seeing Zhu Yuxia's figure appear, Eagle Hooker's blood-soaked face wriggled crazily as he let out a furious roar filled with indignation. Facing his threats, Zhu Yuxiu was unmoved. After striking the last seal, she lightly drank break in an instant. The formation pattern on the silver dragon flew out of its body and crashed into the blood-colored formation pattern. Boom, there was a loud bang. The two collided and annihilated at the same time, exploding into a sky of blood mist. As the blood-colored formation pattern was broken, the Eagle Hooker's blood body also seemed to start to become unstable, as strands of blood water collapsed and fell, already showing signs of collapse. The silver dragon's breath instantly reached its peak after it was free from the suppression of the blood-colored formation pattern. It raised its head and let out a loud and clear dragon's roar, turning its head down to look down at the Eagle Hooker, who was already on the verge of collapsing. "Destroying my Zhang family, killing my second brother, and injuring my daughter. You deserve to die." Zhang Qingfeng's killing intent was revealed as he raised his hand and was about to exterminate Eagle Guzi, who was on the verge of collapse. At the critical moment, Eagle Hooker let out a loud cry return. As he let out this bellow, the blood mist madly surged towards his body. In an instant, he was wrapped in the blood mist. In the midst of the blood mist, a black shadow gradually grew bigger. Anon, not long after, a dragon's roar came out from the blood mist. In the next moment, a blood dragon's head poked out from the blood mist. Half of Eagle Hooker's body, like Zhang Qingfeng's, stood on top of the blood dragon's head, facing Zhang Qingfeng across the sky. At this time, Zhu Yuxiu mounted the silver dragon's head and stood behind Zhang Qingfeng. The reason for this was also to guard against Eagle Hooker's means of performing that blood-colored formation pattern again. In this way, the Eagle Hooker was also considered to have lost a killer move. Zhang Qingfeng turned around and glanced at Zhu Yuxiu. "Thank you, Fairy Zhu." Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head. Immediately, a spiritual light shield came down and protected her in it. Zhang Qingfeng then no longer hesitated and controlled the silver dragon before killing the Eagle Hooker's blood dragon. At this time, the blood dragon's body was not yet fully formed, with only half of its body poking out of the blood mist. As Zhang Qingfeng, who was controlling the silver dragon, charged, Eagle Hooker could only meet the attack in such a form. At this moment, both Zhang Qingfeng and Eagle Hooker had exploded their full strength. However, the Eagle Hooker, who only had half of the dragon's body, was obviously weaker than Zhang Qingfeng in terms of aura. The two just clashed. One of Eagle Hooker's arms was then chopped off by Zhang Qingfeng's finger, turning into a mist of blood that floated away without returning to his bloody body. However, soon, with the writhing of the blood, an arm once again formed at the broken arm of Eagle Hooker. "You'll see how many more arms you can grow." Zhang Qingfeng snorted coldly and once again condensed spiritual light at his fingertips. His silver, like spirit light, was like a sharp sword, and when it lit up at his fingertips, it was already sharp. Zhu Yuxiu was the closest to him and felt it most truly. She only glanced at him and felt a stinging pain in her eyes. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look again. Zhang Qingfeng used his finger as a sword and chopped out dozens of sharp edges in a row. Bang, bang, bang. Every blade that touched the Eagle Hooker's bloody body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist drifted away, causing Eagle Hooker to grow weaker and weaker. In the long run, he would definitely fall. Eagle Hooker let out a long whine, strangling his spell like a vicious man, chanting, "I sacrifice my body with my blood." Burning blood, as soon as his words fell. Continuous blood flames rose around the blood dragon. The blood flames burned fiercely. And the blood water around the blood dragon began to boil. Anon, the blood dragon let out a painful chant. However, its aura around it surged, and in an instant, it reached the same level as the silver dragon. Blood burning secret method. For the cultivation world most widely circulated a secret method which burns its own blood. To achieve a short breakthrough in their own limits for the purpose. Is the loose cultivators only under the desperation. We'll use a secret method. At this time, this burning blood secret method by the eagle hook sun show out. With the blood dragon, that all blood and water body, simply can be called a perfect combination. When Zhu Yuxiu saw the blood dragon's aura surging, she could not help but feel a little worried. Zhang Qingfeng was unimpressed. He looked at Eagle Hooker with cold eyes and shouted spirit-melting skill. Rumble as Zhang Qingfeng shouted. The mountains and rocks shook. An array of spirit light of different colors burst out from the mountains and rocks. It intersected in the sky and turned into a bucket, thick pillar of light, pouring in from the silver dragon's head. With a loud bang, the aura around the silver dragon soared once again, and in an instant, it surpassed the blood dragon that had been empowered by the blood-burning mysterious technique. Zhu Yuxiu, who was located on the silver dragon's head, truly felt that pillar of light passing by her side, and she could feel the terrifyingly extreme aura fluctuations in that pillar of light. She could feel the terrifying fluctuations of the aura in that pillar of light. She was afraid that just a single beam would be able to burst her body. Zhang Qingfeng no longer had any reservations. And as he pinched his hands together, a terrifyingly strong fluctuation of spiritual energy spread out from his surroundings. In the next moment, the silver dragon's silver light surged around its body, violently rising up to the sky, then lowered its head and opened its mouth, spitting out a waterfall of silver light, infiltrating down towards the blood dragon below. In the blink of an eye, the blood dragon was not as strong as the waterfall of silver light. Its huge body was instantly washed away by the silver light, turning into a roiling blood mist. The eagle hooker, who was in the middle of it, let out a horrifying howl of misery. When the silver light stopped, when they looked again, the blood dragon's body had already become tattered and torn. Just like a strain-shaped thing, and the eagle hook also lost half of the blood body. The appearance of extremely miserable spread in the blood dragon's mutilated head. It's over. Zhang Qingfeng in midair narrowed his eyes slightly and was about to land the final blow. Not willing, suddenly, the dying eagle hooker fiercely rose upright. As he rose, blood flames once again ignited on the blood dragon's body. Since I can't live, let's die together. Eagle hooker let out a maniacal laughter. Not good. He's going to explode himself. Zhang Qingfeng immediately realized what Eagle Hooker was going to do when he saw this maniacal appearance. Although he had been suppressed by Eagle Hooker with a blood-colored formation pattern when he was about to self-destruct himself earlier, if it was to be the other way around, he would have no way to suppress Eagle Hooker from self-destructing. Uncle Zhang, leave it to me. Zhu Yuxiu stood beside Zhang Qingfeng at this time. Zhang Qingfeng glanced at her and nodded. Allowing her to do her bidding, Zhu Yuxiu did not hesitate to strike, her hands strangling the spell and pointing towards the blood dragon. In the next moment, the aura around the blood dragon stagnated. Immediately, a formation pattern lit up from the blood dragon's circumference, linking and combining to form the Heaven's Gate Dragon locking formation created by Eagle Guzi. That was the lead that she had buried in the blood-colored formation pattern earlier with the help of Zhang Qingfeng, with the purpose of suppressing and sealing the blood dragon while it was wilting. However, just as she mobilized the Heavenly Gate Dragon locking grand formation, she only felt a great pressure coming from her divine sense, and her own spiritual energy was also tilted out crazily. It's you again. It's you again. Eagle Hooker felt the suppressive sealing power coming from the Heavenly Gate locking Dragon Grand formation, and he struggled frantically, causing the formation patterns to begin to brighten and fade. Zhu Yuxius' divine sense. At that moment, felt like it had suffered a heavy hammer blow, causing her to nearly plant herself from the silver dragon's head. Fortunately, Zhang Qingfeng stepped in time and stabilized her form. However, even so, Zhu Yuxiu seemed to be having a hard time controlling the Heavenly Gate Dragon locking formation, and the spiritual energy in her body had already tilted empty, seeing that the Heavenly Gate Dragon locking formation was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Qingfeng suddenly said, "Fairy Zhu, I'll come and help you." As soon as the words fell, Zhu Yuxiu felt a surge of pure spiritual energy injected into her. In an instant, she felt that all of her spiritual energy had been restored, immediately, without hesitation. She mobilized her spiritual energy and divine sense to increase her control over the Heaven's Gate Dragon locking formation. With a steady stream of spiritual energy, the Heaven's Gate Dragon locking gate quickly stabilized, and the struggling eagle hooker became more and more powerless, until he completely collapsed. Only then did Zhu Yuxiu change his formation technique, and a formation seal was struck out. In an instant, the Heavenly Gate Dragon locking formation looped and contracted. As the great formation contracted, the blood dragon seemed to still want to struggle, but its ponderous body, little by little, began to petrify. Starting from the tail, it spread a little bit to the head, eventually the blood dragon together with its head on the eagle hook, into a long teeth and claws of the stone sculpture. Only then did this farce come to an end. The breeze is gentle, but the strong blood is not blown away. Zhang family is located in this. The original place of beautiful scenery is completely destroyed, all around the pervasive blood. If the cultivator is not good, and mortals live here for a long time, will be deeply harmed. Therefore, the clansmen of the Zhang family are also considering the intention of moving out of here. Inside the attic, Zhu Yuxiu drafted a transmission note and sent it back to the clan. She leaned by the window and watched the transmission note turn into a stream of light until it disappeared into the sky before she withdrew her gaze. I also don't know how the sect will handle this matter. Zhu Yuxiu lowered her eyebrows and sighed. She thought of Zhang Yuanyuan. After this, under Zhang Yuanyuan's repeated use of secret techniques, her foundation had been severely damaged, and she was still in a coma. Fortunately, Zhang Qingfeng had fused with half of the spiritual vein and could use the spiritual vein origin to repair Zhang Yuanyuan's damaged foundation. However, I am afraid that this half of the Zhang family's spiritual vein will also be damaged again. Whether or not the people from Taichuan sect would be able to look at this half of the spirit vein would be a problem. Zhu Yuxiu sighed softly and took out a jade slip. Her eyes were somewhat complicated as she looked at the jade slip. This was the secret method of the Zhang clan that Zhang Qingfeng had given her, the spirit melting skill. It was to thank her for helping out this time. In Zhang Qingfeng's words, the current Zhang clan had nothing left to give her as payment. The only thing that was still precious was this spirit melting skill, which was the remnants of a volume of the Zhang family's secret method that had been passed down for generations. According to Zhang Qingfeng, the Zhang family was inherited from the ancient times and was once incomparably brilliant. But then the ancient times broke down, and the Zhang family went step by step into the doldrums, until it fell to such a state now. Don't look at this spirit melting skill as just a remnant. The spirit veins that the Zhang family nurtured relied on this remnant. These were the words of Zhang Qingfeng when he gifted the spirit melting skill. Let's hope that the Zhang family will have a good home since then. Zhu Yuxiu secretly prayed for the Zhang family in her heart and withdrew her gaze. She had also suffered considerable injuries after this battle. In particular, the final use of the Heavenly Gate Dragon locking formation had caused both her body and divine sense to be severely overdrawn, nearly jeopardizing her foundation. However, it was fortunate that Zhang Qingfeng's assistance had prevented her from damaging her foundation in the end. From this, she also realized the terror of the Grand Formation, even if it was just an unorthodox Grand Formation that was set up in a tricky manner. It was not something that the current her could control. Zhu Yuxiu withdrew her thoughts and began to close her mind to restore herself. The attic where she was located thereafter was quiet, and no one came to disturb her again. Time is in a hurry. The years are like sand between the fingers. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months have passed. During this period, Zhu Yuxiu spent more than a month's time to recover herself. Originally, she had already exceeded the 1-month deadline for leaving the sect and was planning to return to the sect. However, the sect had sent a transmission note saying that the sect was busy right now and was unable to send anyone, allowing her to wait in the Zhang family first. Thus, Zhu Yuxiu stayed in the Zhang family and continued to wait. On this day, she was meditating and practicing when she suddenly felt a throbbing in her dantian. This feeling, which Zhu Yuxiu was already familiar with, was the sign of a breakthrough. Immediately, she did not hesitate to take out the formation flag, laying down an isolation formation outside the pavilion before she began to concentrate on preparing for the breakthrough. After only a short delay of a few moments, Zhu Yuxiu returned to the attic room. When Zhu Yuxiu returned to the attic room, she felt that the spiritual energy in her dantian was becoming more and more restless, and she was already somewhat unable to resist. She immediately plopped her knees and settled down, concentrating on her breakthrough, refining Kai skill running. Her body formed its own small circumference, began to absorb the spiritual Kai in the world madly. However, this time there was no spirit stone to help her, plus the fact that this piece of heaven and earth were all bloodbaths also made the spiritual Kai carry a bloodbath aura of its own. When Zhu Yuxiu absorbed the spiritual Kai, her meridians felt a slight stinging sensation, making the speed of her absorption of spiritual Kai very slow. This greatly slowed down the speed of her breakthrough. However, it was fortunate that those auras with the fury were dispersed by the fury of her dantian after entering it, making it impossible for the fury to erode her dantian. It was also for this reason that Zhu Yuxiu dared to make a breakthrough here. Otherwise, once her dantian was infested by the Berserk Kai, she herself would be affected and might become murderous. Perhaps in this way, after another 10 days had passed, Zhu Yuxiu finally felt his dantian full incomparable. At the same time, she also seems to feel a layer of window paper like a breakthrough barrier. Like spiritual power, a rush will be able to pierce this layer of advancement barrier. Seeing this, she no longer deliberately control her spiritual power, letting it surge, and then it seemed like a boing sound rang out in her subconscious. In the next moment, the spiritual pressure around her body surged by a large margin, reaching the 5th level of Kai refining. At this point, her breakthrough came to an end. Next, Zhu Yuxiu spent another 3 days to consolidate her cultivation, making her newly broken through cultivation even more stable before she opened her eyes and ended the seclusion. Cultivation breakthrough to the 5th level of Kai refining. Zhu Yuxiu only felt that the spiritual energy within her dantian had again increased significantly. It was already close to the 6th level of Kai refining, the point where spiritual energy was like a lake. To be able to have such a large increase, Zhu Yuxiu felt that it should all be attributed to Zhang Chengfeng's assistance. That day, when she was suppressing the blood dragon, Zhang Chengfeng had replenished her with a huge and pure spiritual energy. That kind of spiritual energy was like a masterless spiritual energy, as if any cultivator could absorb it and transform it into their own spiritual energy. The process of refining the aura and transforming the spiritual energy was directly eliminated. Zhu Yuxiu was secretly grateful in her heart as she got up and pushed open the door to her room. It was November at this time. The outside world was chilly. Snowflakes whirled in the wind and drifted down. The mountains were filled with snowy white. This was not the Taixuan sect, and there was no large formation guarding the area, which was why this scene could be seen. Zhu Yuxiu reached out to catch a falling snowflake, her eyes filled with faint thoughts. However, when the snowflake touched her palm, it quickly melted, waving away the thoughts in her mind. She raised her feet and walked out of the attic. Let the snow and wind be bitterly cold, to Zhu Yuxiu, who was a cultivator at the 5th level of Kai refining. It did not have the slightest effect. Strolling up Fushu Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave entrance. Zhu Yuxiu stepped into the cave entrance, and the first thing she felt was the aura coming from her face. Raising her eyes, she saw another scene in the cave, silver dragon coiled, surrounded by light silver light. In its coiled body at the top of the body, a silver light floating, there were strands of silver light that were always injected into the ball of light. Zhang Qingfeng waited beside the silver, colored ball of light, not leaving for a moment. Zhu Yuxiu's arrival caught his attention. With just one glance, Zhang Qingfeng could tell that Zhu Yuxiu had already broken through to the 5th level of Kai refining. A smile appeared on his tired face. Fairy Zhu came here to visit Yuan. Right, aha. Zhu Yuxiu nodded. Has senior sister not woken up yet? Zhang Qingfeng shook his head slightly and let out a long sigh. I've already used my spirit vein essence to repair Yuan's foundation. It might take some time for her to wake up. Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu was a little more relieved. Zhang Yuan was in order to stall the eagle hooker, and had used the secret method, repeatedly making her foundation damaged. Zhu Yuxiu still felt guilty in her heart. And now that her foundation could be mended back, it was a good thing. Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head and turned to say, Zhang family master, the people sent by the sect should be arriving soon. I know. Zhang Qingfeng nodded his head in response. A look of relief on his face. I have to thank Fairy Zhu for guarding the Zhang family during this period of time. If the people sent by the Taixuan sect don't see my crippled body at that time, I still hope that Fairy Zhu will bring Yuan back to the Taixuan sect, where Yuan's best place to return to. I will. Zhu Yuxiu agreed to this matter. As she walked out of the cave, she saw an immortal boat flying from the sky. The people sent by the sect have arrived. Zhu Yuxiu glanced deeply before lifting her feet and walking down the mountain. Zhu Yuxiu had just walked to the Zhang family's main residence when she saw a silhouette already waiting for her there. It was a woman dressed in the attire of an inner sect disciple. She appeared to be in the prime of her life. Yet she gave off a sense of ethereal heights. When she looked back, her eyes seemed to have stars flowing in them, as if they contained all sorts of wonders. Zhu Yuxiu only locked eyes with her for a second before not daring to look into her eyes again. She felt as if she was about to fall into those starry eyes if she looked any further. Are you the outer disciple Zhu Yuxiu who is waiting here? The woman opened her mouth, her voice soft and soothing, as if a spring breeze was brushing her face. Outer disciple, Zhu Yuxiu, meet senior sister. Zhu Yuxiu nodded and saluted the woman. There's no need to be polite. Inner sect heavenly pivot peak disciple, Yu Xuangui. This time I've been ordered to come, so you can check my identity. After Yu Xuangui said that, he took out a jade tablet and handed it to Zhu Yuxiu, heavenly pivot peak disciple. Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart after hearing what Yu Xuanji said. If she were to say an ordinary inner sect disciple, it wouldn't be so bad that she would be like this. But Heavenly Pivot Peak was a different story. The Heavenly Pivot Peak was one of the 7 main peaks of the Taixuan sect. And below, the 7 peaks were the 36 peaks of the true transmission. And only after that were the 3 peaks of the inner sect, as well as the 2 peaks of the outer sect. And to be able to enter one of the 7 main peaks as an inner sect disciple, one was not a heavenly pride-like figure. Such inner disciples were also known as true disciple candidates. Obviously, the Yu Xuangui in front of her was a true transmission candidate disciple, for the sect to send such a disciple this time. It was clear that there was no intention to treat him lightly. Zhu Yuxiu hesitated for a while, but still took it and inspected it, and only after making sure that it was correct did she hand the jade token back to Yu Xuanji. Senior Sister Fish, is it time to go see the Zhang clan spirit vein now? Yu Xuangui shook her head. There's no rush. I'm a bit tired from rushing. First take me to your place to rest. Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu was slightly stunned. She had thought that Yu Xuangui would be the first to check out the Zhang clan's spirit vein. But she hadn't expected her to say that she was tired of rushing. This made Zhu Yuxiu somewhat skeptical that a true disciple candidate like her would really be tired from rushing. "Senior sister, please follow me." Zhu Yuxiu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head in agreement. Subsequently, under her lead, Yuxuanwei followed her back to the small two-story attic. Just before arriving at the attic, Yuxuangui's eyes moved slightly as she spoke out. "Junior sister Yuziu, I didn't expect you to be a formation master as well." Heavenly Pivot Peak was famous for its formation Dao. Yuxuangui was able to tell at a glance that a formation had been arranged in front of the pavilion. At this, Zhu Yuxiu was not surprised at all. She nodded. "Well, I only know a little bit about formations. I've only been studying formations for about a year." "Oh, 1 year." Yuxuangui seemed to be a little surprised. Her eyes moved slightly, as if she had discovered something new and strange, as she looked towards Zhu Yuxiu, and said to be able to study formations to this extent in such a short period of time. "Junior sister, your talent in the line of formations. It seems to be quite good." Saying so, she raised her feet and walked towards the attic. "Junior sister, be careful." Zhu Yuxiu was just about to say that she hadn't unlocked this formation yet, so she told Yuxuanqi to be careful. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yuxuanji stepped into the formation. Seeing that the formation was about to be activated and popped out, Yuxuangui just casually clicked her hand, and the real hair that had just lit up with spiritual light fell silent. Zhu Yuxiu looked at this scene in shock. One must know that ever since the lesson of being drugged and backstabbed last time, she had set up an intermediate-level defense-type formation. The Imperial Spirit formation, outside this pavilion. She didn't expect that this intermediate-level formation of hers, the Imperial Spirit formation, would be casually calmed down by Yuxuanji. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel a sense of scorn towards Yuxuangui. Sure enough, there were people outside of people, and there were heavens outside of heavens. The complacency she originally felt over the fact that she had been able to compete with Eagle Hooker in the field of formations was instantly reined in. "Well, it's still comfortable here. The rest of the place is filled with that bloodbath aura. Staying for a while will be unbearable." After Yuxuangui walked into the formation, she took a deep breath, stretched her waist, and said, "Junior sister, I'm going to go sleep for a while. Call me if there's something wrong." After saying that, she acted as if she was treating this place like her own home and directly entered the attic. Zhu Yuxiu didn't know what to say when she saw the two very different postures before and after Fish Xuanji. Perhaps senior sister Yu was truly tired. She could only think so. Then, she also entered the attic on her hind feet. Fortunately, this attic was large enough, although there was only a room on the second floor that was used for rest. The first floor of the attic was also large enough. Zhu Yuxiu then stayed on the first floor, so as not to disturb the resting Yuxuanji on the second floor. Just like this. The night passed. Early the next morning, Zhu Yuxiu had just awakened from her meditative state when she saw Yuxuanji walking down from the second floor. She immediately got up and went forward to ask Senior Sister Fish, "Are you going to see the Zhang clan's spirit vein?" "Oh." Yuxuangui paused in her steps and gave her a slightly meaningful look, revealing a smile. "Junior sister, you seem to want me to go see the Zhang family spirit vein quickly. Are you in a hurry to return to the sect?" Zhu Yuxia's mind was seen through. Her small face slightly reddened. She indeed wanted to return to the sect quickly. Ever since she had broken through to the 5th level of Kai refining, her need for spiritual Kai when practicing had become greater and greater. And this place was filled with the bloodbath aura everywhere, making the efficiency of absorbing spiritual Kai extremely slow. It was what made Zhu Yuxiu want to return to the sect quickly. All right. I had thought that I would be able to play for a while longer this time out. So since Junior Sister wants to return to the sect quickly, let's go and take a look at the Zhang family's spiritual veins. Yuxuangui stretched lazily before walking down the wooden stairs and heading out of the attic. Zhu Yuxiu was a little confused for a moment after hearing her words. What had she just heard? This senior sister Yu came out this time to play for a while before returning to the sect. Looking at Fish Xuangui's back, Zhu Yuxiu inexplicably seemed to see an invisible sense of exhaustion from her. Zhu Yuxiu froze, her heart unable to bear it, and instinctively called out, "Senior sister, Yu Xuangui stopped and looked back, asking lazily, "Junior sister, is there anything else that?" Zhu Yuxiu stammered, somewhat embarrassed. If senior sister is tired, she can rest for a few more days. I'm in no hurry to return to the sect, really. Really? Yu Xuangui suddenly had a change in attitude. Her original lethargic stance instantly disappeared, and her entire person was instantly energized. "Junior sister, let's go out and play later." She approached over and squatted down to be flush with Zhu Yuxiu. Happily inviting, "Really want to go out and play." Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but hesitate a bit when she saw this sudden transformation of Fish Xuanji. Could it be that this senior sister Fish's appearance just now was feigned, lying to herself, looking at the sincerity displayed on Yu Xuangui's smiling pretty face? It didn't seem like she was faking. Zhu Yuxiu secretly shook her head, dismissing this speculation in her heart. As a true transmission, candidate disciple, senior sister Fish shouldn't be able to lie to herself. Well, should not. Zhu Yuxiu quickly solidified what she thought in her heart. Where does senior sister want to go and play? During this period of time, Zhu Yuxiu had also familiarized herself with this area where the Zhang clan was located. Originally, this place had beautiful scenery, and there were quite a few places to play, but after Eagle Hooker made such a mess, those places that could be played in were already covered in bloodshed, losing their original beauty. She was also a little apprehensive, not knowing where to take senior sister Fish to play. Right. I heard earlier in the sect that junior sister, you assisted the Zhang clan in suppressing a blood fury vein. So how about we just go there and take a look? Yu Xuangui pondered for a while. Then her eyes lit up and she said, "To go there?" Zhu Yuxiu nodded. "Well, just listen to senior sister." The cold wind blew goose down like snow, falling all over the mountains. The surroundings of the blood dragon that had been suppressed and turned into a stone sculpture were filled with intense blood fury, and there was no room for a single snowflake. Zhu Yuxiu came here again, and seeing the blood fury that had gotten much stronger, her brows knitted slightly. What's going on? The blood fury here is much more intense than last time. She murmured secretly, a bad feeling looming in her heart. Is this the Bane vein? Well, the blood Bane aura is quite sufficient. It should be living sacrifices for quite a few cultivators. With a light step, Yu Xuangui walked around the stone sculpture that the blood dragon had transformed into, and then measured the process of raising the blood dragon. At this, Zhu Yuxiu was not surprised. It was only her next words that surprised Zhu Yuxiu. However, Fish Xuangui's words changed, stretching out her onion white jade finger, pointing out the formation patterns in these places are about to be almost eroded by the blood fiend. If we don't make up for it, I'm afraid that this fiend vein won't be able to be suppressed anymore. What? Zhu Yuxiu heard this and violently looked towards the several places she pointed out. At first, Zhu Yuxiu did not see anything, but after careful observation and deduction, she finally noticed something strange. Sure enough, in the places that Yu Xuangui had pointed out, there were several tiny formation patterns that had become dull and were on the verge of disappearing. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu was suddenly startled. No wonder the blood fury here was getting more and more prevalent. It was thought to be because this blood dragon was about to break free from its seal. If Yu Xuangui had come a few days later, it was feared that this blood dragon would be about to break through the seal once again. By then, I'm afraid that everyone here would be killed by it. And no one would be spared. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuxiu's back couldn't help but rise with a chill of fear. It was fortunate that Fish Xuanqi had arrived in time, sensing the abnormalities here. Please also ask Senior Sister Yu to take action and suppress it completely. This kind of array pattern repair was no longer something Zhu Yuxiu could meddle with, so she could only request for Yu Xuanji's hand. It's not impossible for me to step in, nodding his head and whispering. Yu Xuanji turned to Zhu Yuxiu and smiled. It's just that junior sister. Don't you want to give it a try? Me? Zhu Yuxiu shook her head and answered truthfully. I can't mend it, I can teach you, without hesitation. Yu Xuangui uttered such a sentence. Zhu Yuxiu was stunned at this. Senior sister wants to teach me. Yu Xuanji nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu only felt flattered. She had seen, with her own eyes, the attainments of Yu Xuanji in the Tao of formations. Although it wasn't complete, it was certainly much higher than her own, coupled with Yu Xuangui's status as a true disciple candidate. Being able to be instructed on formations by her was a great honor for Zhu Yuxiu, who is still an outer disciple of the Taixuan sect. It was nothing less than a great opportunity. Thank you, senior sister, without hesitation. Zhu Yuxiu first thanked Yu Xuanqi before nodding his head and agreeing to the matter. Then let's start from here. At this moment, the aura around Yu Xuanji abruptly changed, becoming serious and earnest. Simply a different person from before. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but get nervous as well. I'll give you a demonstration first. So watch. Saying so, Yu Xuangui then stretched out her green jade finger, condensing a bit of spiritual light from her fingertip, and began to mend that formation pattern. She seemed to have deliberately slowed down her movements, showing every detail, meticulously. Zhu Yuxiu was not distracted. Carefully observing her every move, this grand formation is made up of a total of 36 intermediate-level formations combined, and the formation patterns at the links between the various formations, while well done, are not perfect. And there are still many flaws while repairing the formation patterns, Yu Xuangui explained in a distracted manner. This formation pattern is where one of the imperfections lies. What you need is not only to repair and restore this formation pattern, but also to polish the formation pattern with your own spiritual energy, so that this formation pattern will link more closely with the other formation patterns, so that the flow between the formation patterns will be more rounded and smooth, and won't be corroded by the blood fiend as it was earlier. As she spoke, she had already finished mending this formation pattern. As Yu Xuangui withdrew her hand, the formation pattern instantly brightened, and then quickly merged into the entire grand formation. After Zhu Yuxiu saw that formation pattern integrate into the grand formation, she only felt that the entire ceiling grand formation seemed to become much smoother and less stagnant between its operations. See, Yu Xuangui turned back and looked towards Zhu Yuxiu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu nodded. Well then, I'll leave it to you next. After Yu Xuanji finished speaking, she waved her hand, erasing the spiritual light from the formation pattern she had patched up, causing it to become dim again. Seeing her actions, Zhu Yuxiu was first startled, then quickly regained her composure. Yu Xuanwei had already retreated to the side. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu didn't hesitate to step forward, coming to the front of the formation pattern. Looking at the formation pattern that had once again dimmed, she didn't immediately repair it, but first recalled in her mind what Yu Xuangui had done earlier, before she gained a bit of confidence and began to try. Zhu Yuxiu first followed Yu Xuanji's example, condensing a bit of spiritual light on her fingertips before pointing it towards the formation pattern. Yu Xuangui watched her movements with a rather deep sense of humor, not stopping them, just as her fingertip touched the formation pattern. She felt a massive resistance coming on. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu concentrated, increasing her spiritual power output in an attempt to press back the resistance. However, just as she increased the output of her spiritual energy, an even stronger rebound force suddenly came, directly bouncing her fingers away. It caused her figure to stagger back a few steps. How could this happen? Zhu Yuxiu turned back in disbelief and looked towards Yu Xuanwei, trying to find an answer from her. Do you know where you went wrong just now? Yu Xuanji didn't give her first pointers, but instead asked in a serious manner. Zhu Yuxiu stared and pondered for a moment, but still shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. It seems like I'm somewhat overestimating you. There seemed to be some disappointment in Yuxuangui's eyes, as she shook her head slightly and said, I observed your technique, but it was merely imitating my previous movements. Completely failing to comprehend the divinity of my previous movements, could it be that you have always relied on imitation ever since you've been studying formations? Hearing these words, Zhu Yuxiu was stunned for a moment. Indeed, it was just as Yu Xuanwei had asked. When she had begun to study formations, she had been imitating according to the Book of Formation annotations that Yu Chengdao had left behind. Through imitation, she had achieved success time and time again, and even Eagle Hooker's Heaven's Gate Dragon locking formation was something she had imitated. Zhu Yuxiu had felt that this was already enough, and now, after hearing Yu Xuanwei's question, she began to have doubts about herself. Her understanding on the subject of formations, I'll also ask senior sister to enlighten me. Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head in acknowledgement, and then she whirled around to ask for advice from Yu Xuanji with an open mind. Seeing her acknowledgement, Yu Xuangui said, imitation is certainly feasible, but one must also prioritize. You are overly reliant on imitation. If you continue like this, your achievements in the Tao of formation will be nothing more than that. After a pause, she continued, if you want to change, it's also very difficult. If you can repair this formation in your own way within 3 days. I'll tell you. After saying that, Yu Xuangui turned around and left, leaving Zhu Yuxiu alone here. 3 days. Mending the array pattern in your own way. Zhu Yuxiu looked at Yu Xuanji's departing back and fell into deep thought. The wind and snow between heaven and earth seemed to have gotten even bigger. The whistling cold wind could not blow away the blood fury around them. Ka-ching, a crisp sound interrupted Zhu Yuxia's contemplation. When she looked in search of the sound, she saw that a crack had unexpectedly appeared on the petrified blood dragon at that moment. What that crack meant, she knew very well. There was panic in Zhu Yuxia's eyes. No, the formation pattern must be repaired immediately. Thus, she left her thoughts behind and continued to try to mend the formation pattern. It was only when she had just gathered a bit of spiritual light from her fingertips that her movements suddenly stalled. She no longer knew how to proceed. For a moment, anxiety and panic filled her heart. What to do? The more anxious she was, the more she was at a loss. Gradually, without Zhu Yuxiu realizing it, the bit of spiritual light that had condensed at her fingertips had quietly dissipated. Her entire person just stood in place in a daze, becoming at a loss for words. Ka-ching, ka-ching, several consecutive crisp cracks once again came from the petrified blood dragon. Only then did Zhu Yuxiu wake up again, as she looked at the increasing number of cracks on the petrified blood dragon's body. Her heart seemed to suddenly calm down for a moment. Gradually, she recalled the situation when she first entered the Taixuan sect. At that time, she had also nearly made a big mistake because of her eagerness, almost destroying her own cultivation foundation. Now she had encountered such a similar situation. Recalling this, her heart became calmer and calmer. In a single thought, the cluttered thoughts in her mind and the anxious emotions in her heart were instantly swept away. She gradually emptied herself, falling into an ethereal state. At this time, what remained in her mind was only everything related to formations. Formation, extreme changes, the way to observe the heavens, the way to perform the acts of the heavens. Paragraphs and paragraphs of memories surged in Zhu Yuxia's mind, starting from her first acquaintance with formations to everything she had experienced afterward. In the end, it settled on the last words left behind by Yu Xuanwei as he was leaving. Your own way. My way. Zhu Yuxiu was speculating on the deeper meaning of those words when suddenly her eyes brightened. So senior sister has already shown me the way. She came to her senses, her heart becoming clear and lucid. The Tao of formation, with its exhaustive changes, should be unconstrained in form and not enslaved to the heart. With this in mind, Zhu Yuxiu no longer hesitated and tried to mend the formation pattern once more, recalling Yuxuan Gui's movements in her mind. She once again condensed a bit of spiritual light at her fingertips, and in a swift manner, pointed it towards the formation pattern. As the spiritual energy condensed at her fingertip hit the formation pattern, the spiritual energy was like ink dripping into water. Dots of it haloing away, causing the dull formation pattern to brighten up slightly. It's working, seeing that this had an effect. She no longer hesitated and continued to mend the array pattern in this manner, as a little bit of spiritual energy was injected and haloed away in the formation pattern. That originally dull formation pattern gradually brightened when her last finger fell. The entire formation pattern instantly lit up. It's not over yet. Yukshu and Gui had said before that the formation pattern still had flaws and needed to be polished. Compared to repairing the formation pattern, polishing it would be much more difficult. However, it was fortunate that this heavenly gate dragon locking grand formation was a combination of golden gate locking stone formations, and she was very familiar with every formation pattern combination in it. This made it much simpler to make up for the flaws between the formation patterns. Zhu Yuxiu recalled in her mind again about every single formation pattern of the golden gate locking stone formation. Soon, she discovered the end. It seems like it needs to be shifted a bit to the left here, and that side needs to be converged inward. With that, she began to adjust the entire formation pattern according to her own thoughts as she made adjustments, during which she also discovered that multiple parts of the formation pattern were not rounded enough. Thus, Zhu Yuxiu carefully polished them with her spiritual energy. Gradually, the entire formation pattern merged more closely with the entire formation, and the flow between the formation patterns was gradually rounded as it should be. When the formation pattern was completely polished and integrated into the large formation, that kind of stagnation in the operation of the formation seemed to be much less at once. Just like earlier, when Yukshu and Gui finished repairing the formation pattern. The same feeling, seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu was able to breathe a long sigh of relief. It's finally done. This should do it. Zhu Yuxiu counted the time and realized that she had spent 2 days just repairing this one formation pattern. Not intending to stop there, she continued to work on trying to mend the other formation patterns, with the experience of repairing the first formation pattern. It was much faster when repairing the second formation pattern. It was just that even though the mending was faster, polishing the formation pattern still took a lot of time. Just like that, time flashed by and the third day arrived. Zhu Yuxiu also finished repairing the second formation pattern at dusk on the third day. 2 consecutive array patterns were repaired, causing the stability of the grand array to rise a lot. However, the cracks on the stone statue of the blood dragon still existed, signaling that it still had the possibility of breaking through the seal should we continue repairing the formation lines. After thinking about it, Zhu Yuxiu decided that she should continue repairing the formation pattern. She didn't want to let the blood dragon as well as the eagle hooker break through the seal again. Thus, she then continued to open the mending formation pattern again. As she continued to mend the formation patterns, she gradually immersed herself in them, forgetting about time. By the time all the formation patterns were repaired, the last formation pattern was polished and integrated into the grand formation, with the operation of the large array. There was no longer the slightest stagnation between the array patterns, and there was a vague sign of fusion. But it seemed that there was still something missing, making the entire large array unable to become self-contained. Perhaps this is the combination of the formation. There will inevitably be a disadvantage. There was nothing Zhu Yuxiu could do about it. Suddenly, Zhu Yuxiu realized a problem. She had clearly finished repairing all the formation patterns. So why had she not seen that senior sister Fish again? Fish senior sister wouldn't have forgotten about me. Right, Zhu Yuxiu secretly speculated. The fact is also true, only to see a recluse light in the sky speeding up. And after landing, it revealed the figure of Yukshu and Gui. Ya junior sister, I'm really sorry, I almost forgot you here. As soon as she arrived, Yukshu and Gui said to Zhu Yuxiu with apologetic embarrassment, hearing her words. Zhu Yuxiu was speechless for a while. At this time, Yuxiu and Gui also saw the repaired grand formation and couldn't help but nod her head, praising junior sister. Well done, Ah. You finished repairing those formations so quickly. I'm really as accurate as ever in reading people. Many thanks, senior sister, for your guidance. Zhu Yuxiu knew that being able to complete the mending of the formations was largely due to the guidance of Yu Xuanwei. Without her guidance, it would have been impossible for Zhu Yuxiu to do it on her own. Senior sister instructing senior sister, it's all due, no need to thank me, Yu Xuangui said, removing a purple gold gourd from her waist and tossing it into the air. The purple gold gourd flew into midair and opened itself, its mouth aimed at the blood dragon stone statue. In the next moment, purple light erupted from the gourd's mouth and rolled towards the blood dragon statue. Then see that huge blood dragon stone statue, inch by inch shrinking, was purple light rolled into the purple gold gourd. After collecting the blood dragon stone statue, the purple gold gourd automatically returned to Yuxiu and Gui's hands. Zhu Yuxiu looked at the purple gold gourd that automatically flew back into the hands of Yuxiuenji. She was shocked beyond measure. What kind of spiritual artifact was that, to be able to take in the entirety of such a large blood dragon stone statue? Perhaps, sensing Zhu Yuxiu's shocked gaze, Yuxiu Gui laughed and shook the purple gold gourd in her hand, saying, Junior sister, this is a magic treasure. Oh, magic treasure. Zhu Yuxiu was a little puzzled. This was the first time she had heard this word. After all, she had only been cultivating for a short while, and much of the cultivation world's cognition was still stuck in the cultivation 100 hearings distributed by the sect. There was no record of records about mana treasures in it. A magic treasure is an artifact above a spirit weapon. And when you reach the Jai Dan stage, you will also be able to refine your own magic treasure. Yuxiu Gui seemed unwilling to go into detail, only saying a generalization. She then turned her words around and said, Junior sister, the matters here have almost been dealt with. It's time for us to return to the sect. The immortal boat rose into the air, transforming into a stream of light as it flew towards the Teixuan sect. It wasn't until this moment that Zhu Yuxiu realized. It turned out that while she was repairing the array pattern, Yuxiuanqi had already finished dealing with the Zhang family's affairs. The Zhang family's spirit veins had ended up being included in the Teixuan gate. This also meant that the Zhang family now belonged to the Teixuan sect-affiliated families. At this moment, the immortal boat not only contained 3 Teixuan sect disciples, Zhu Yuxiu, Yu Xuanji, and Zhang Yuanyuan. It also carried the remaining 312 members of the Zhang family. They would be abandoning the place they had been living in for generations, and moving to the new place that Teixuan sect had divided up for them. In response, Zhu Yuxiu did not feel much emotion in her heart. It was only when she thought of the spirit-melting skill that Zhang Qingfeng had given her that her heart felt a little more at ease. Perhaps this was the result that Zhang Qingfeng had hoped for. Thinking this in her heart, Zhu Yuxiu's gaze shifted outside the immortal boat and looked in the direction of the Teixuan sect. Finally being able to return to the sect, she was vaguely looking forward to it inwardly, as if she was a wanderer returning to her hometown. Unconsciously, she already had a sense of belonging to the Teixuan sect. The immortal boat flew extremely fast under the control of Yu Xuanwei. After only about 2 hours, it flew to the Teixuan sect, returning to the Teixuan sect once again, bathing in the rich spiritual Kai. Zhu Yuxiu had the illusion as if a long time had passed. This time, she had indeed been away from the sect for a long time. In counting, almost more than 4 months had passed. Zhu Yuxiu disembarked her immortal boat at the Teixuan sect's mountain gate, and caused some passing disciples to watch. Isn't that the inner sect true disciple candidate, Senior Sister Fish Xuangui? Heavens, I'm so lucky to see Senior Sister Fish's real face. Did Senior Sister Fish just come back from a mission? And who is that outer sect disciple who came down from Senior Sister Fish's immortal boat? I don't know. Seeing as she's only at the 4th level of Kai refining, she should be the one that Senior Sister Fish brought back on her way. Some disciples speculated, in their opinion, an outer disciple who was only at the 4th level of Kai refining wouldn't have any deep relationship with Fish Xuan Gui. Zhu Yuxiu also heard their words and didn't care. At this point, Yu Xuanqi resumed her inscrutable stance. It was just like how Zhu Yuxiu had looked when she first saw her when she came to the Zhang clan. At this time, a young man dressed in inner disciple attire with a white appearance hurriedly ran to the front of the immortal boat and said with his mouth open, "Senior sister, finally, I've waited for you. If you don't come back, I'll have to go look for you in person. Senior brother Mo Xuan, what is the reason for looking for me in such a hurry?" Yu Xuan Gui looked towards the teenager and asked slowly. Mo Xuan was speechless for a moment when he saw his senior sister's slow, talking demeanor. "Senior sister, Master is back. He's looking for you. I can't hide it anymore. So hurry up and go back to see Master first." Yu Xuan Gui nodded. "I see. Then I'll go see Master, his old man. I'll leave these people to you." She explained a few more words to Mo Xuan, and then stepped on her feet to step out of the immortal boat with spirit light, slowly walking towards the mountain gate. Without saying much, Mo Xuan stepped onto the immortal boat in the air and maneuvered it to leave the mountain gate. The direction the immortal boat went was not within the Taixuan sect, but towards the outside of the Taixuan sect. The residence that the sect had arranged for the Zhang family was not within the sect. This was something that Zhu Yuxiu had already been informed of on the immortal boat's way back. Zhu Yuxiu glanced at the departing back of the immortal boat, then withdrew her gaze and turned around to head inside the mountain gate as well. She first went to the outer sect's miscellaneous affairs hall, and after removing the record of leaving the sect, she headed towards Green Bamboo Peak. She had just entered Green Bamboo Peak when she met Fang Lin Evening, who was inspecting the area head-on. It's you again." Since she had already met several times, Fang Linian recognized Zhu Yuxiu with a glance. Senior sister Fang, Zhu Yuxiu also symbolically, politely greeted. After all, she had lied to this senior sister Fang several times, and when she saw Fang Linian, she couldn't help but still feel a little weak inside. "It seems like it's been a while since I've seen you. You've even broken through to the 4th level of Kai refining." Fang Lin Evening remembered that a few months ago, when she saw Zhu Yuxiu, she was only at the 3rd level of Kai refinement, and in this short period of a few months, she had broken through to the 4th level of Kai refinement, and with such a speed of cultivation, it could be compared to that of some of the inner disciples. At this, she was quite surprised. "Recently, when I was out on a mission, I had some opportunities, and only by chance did I break through to the 4th level of Kai cultivation." Zhu Yuxiu was secretly glad that she had suppressed her cultivation. If she was now displaying her cultivation at the 5th level of Kai refining, this senior sister Fang was afraid that she would be even more shocked. "Well, not bad." Fang Lin Evening nodded with a relieved expression, and she did not ask any further questions. Opportunity, after all, was equivalent to a cultivator's secret, and any cultivator would not wish for someone to pry into their secrets. If they insisted on prying, it would be equivalent to picking a fight. After the two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, Fang Lin Evening left on the grounds that she still had an inspection to do. Zhu Yuxiu also did not stay, and went straight up to Green Bamboo Peak, returning to the small courtyard where she lived, returning to Green Bamboo Peak's small courtyard again. It seemed to be quieter than before. Her divine sense swept through and did not sense a single person's breath. The 4 people in the small courtyard other than her were all absent. Zhu Yuxiu had an answer after a little thought. The 1-year protection period for new disciples of the outer sect had arrived, so they now had to complete a certain amount of sect tasks every month before they could do so. Thinking about the 4 of them, they should all be going to do the task. Zhu Yuxiu pushed open the door of her house, just walked in, and saw that the house that had not been lived in for a long time had already fallen into dust. Seeing this, she casually released her spiritual energy and set off a gust of wind in the house, rolling all the dust out before collecting her spiritual energy. After cleaning up the dust, the interior of the house was instantly refreshed, closing the door to the room. Zhu Yuxiu began to organize the proceeds of this trip to the Zhang clan, although there were many dangers, during which she nearly lost her life several times, but the good thing was that she had survived in the end. Not only that, she had also gained a huge boost from this experience. Among them, especially her formation technique had improved the most. Not only had she learned the eagle hooker's type of link formation deployment, she had also gained guidance from the true candidate disciple, Yuxuan Gui. It could be said that she had benefited greatly. After that came the improvement in cultivation. Zhu Yuxiu had not only broken through from the 4th level of Kai cultivation to the 5th level of Kai refining on this trip, but she felt that she was not far from the 6th level of Kai refining. She believed that it wouldn't take long to break through to the 6th level of Kai refining. It was just that as her cultivation continued to increase, Zhu Yuxiu could deeply feel the berserkness within her Danshan, which was also becoming stronger as her cultivation increased. This caused her to feel a bit of a headache. After that, there was the gift from the Zhang family, the secret method that the Zhang family had inherited from the ancient times. The spirit melting skill. Zhu Yuxiu took out the spirit melting skill and carefully observed it, as her divine sense probed into the jade slip. A stream of information entered her mind. Within a short time, she had memorized all the contents of this spirit melting skill. Zhu Yuxiu thought about it and decided to cultivate this spirit melting skill. Previously, when she was in the Zhang clan, she had seen the power of the spirit melting skill with her own eyes. That kind of enhancement to a cultivator for a short period of time could be considered tremendous. Once she had this secret technique by her side, she would be equivalent to having an additional card to save her life. After experiencing the Zhang clan incident, Zhu Yuxiu profoundly realized the importance of her own strength. The cultivation of the spirit melting skill did not have any harsh requirements. There was only one, and that was to reserve enough spiritual energy to be ready to explode at critical moments. There were a total of 3 layers in this remnant spirit fusion skill. Cultivating the first layer would allow one to fuse 3 channels of spiritual energy. The second layer could fuse 8 channels of spiritual energy, and the third layer was 15 channels of spiritual energy. Each of these spiritual forces was equivalent to the sum of one's entire spiritual force. It also meant that one had to hammer all of one's own spiritual energy into a single channel, and then reserve it in the way of the spirit fusion techniques reserve spiritual energy. This process, Zhu Yuxiu felt, was the most difficult. Her spiritual energy was already pure, so if she were to hammer it again, it would be very difficult. Still, she wanted to try. Thus, Zhu Yuxiu adjusted her state and began to try. She plopped her knees, closed her eyes, and gazed at her spirit in a single breath. Immediately, she mobilized the spiritual energy within her Danshan and started hammering by running the spirit melting skill. However, right in the middle of the spirit melting skill's operation, Zhu Yuxiu only felt that the Danshan was suddenly agitated. As she observed with her divine sense, she realized that her Danshan was actually being divided. The original frenzy also weakened a lot. Seeing this situation, Zhu Yuxiu was very flustered to know the Danshan is the fundamental cultivation of the cultivator. If the Danshan problem, the light is the cultivation of the whole waste, reduced to mortals, heavy may be life, threatening directly to death. She was in a hurry to stop the operation of the spirit melting skill. However, right at this moment, Zhu Yuxiu realized that she couldn't even control the spirit melting skill, even if she didn't take the initiative to run it. The spirit melting skill was still running on its own. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuxiu was somewhat desperate. She felt that she was finished. She could only watch as the spirit melting skill, which was running on its own, split her Danshan apart little by little. As the Danshan was split, the spiritual energy that was in the Danshan was also being split in two. In an instant, Zhu Yuxiu felt that her cultivation level had fallen a layer. This time, she would really only be at the 4th level of Kai refining. As the spiritual energy continued to divert to the Danshan that was being split apart, her cultivation level continued to fall. Gradually, her spiritual energy appeared in 2 different colors, one red and one blue. The red one was like fire, and the blue one was like water. At the same time, the berserkness within her Danshan also completely dissipated at this moment. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxia's emotions that were in despair were suddenly stunned. She felt that as the berserkness within her Danshan dissipated, her Danshan actually became incomparably comfortable, without the uncomfortable feeling of being under the impact of the berserkness in the past. With an uncertain mind, she continued to observe the changes within her Danshan under the operation of the spirit melting skill on its own. She could see her Danshan divided into 2 halves. Half of it was coiled with fire spiritual energy, and half was coiled with water spiritual energy. The 2 were in contact, but they were clearly separated. Zhu Yuxiu was greatly shocked. She didn't understand whether this change in her Danshan was good or bad. When the spirit melting technique gradually subsided, her Danshan was also completely finalized as of this moment. Her cultivation had directly dropped to the 2nd level of Kai refining. Zhu Yuxiu felt her cultivation fall from the 5th level of Kai refining to the 2nd level of Kai refining in one fell swoop. And this huge sense of disparity made it very difficult for her. However, the good news was that the berserkness within her Danshan disappeared, which meant that she was able to absorb and refine aura like a normal cultivator, with her perfect quality dual spirit roots. Her cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. In this way, the hidden dangers of my Danshan have been solved like this. Zhu Yuxiu felt as if she was dreaming. Could it be that this spirit melting skill is the ancient method that solves the hidden problems of water and fire spirit roots? She thought about it and decided to try running the spirit melting skill again. With a thought, the spirit melting skill was run. With the second running of the spirit melting skill, Zhu Yuxiu saw that the spiritual energy within her Danshan unexpectedly began to show a fusion trend again. With the fusion of the spiritual energy, her cultivation was once again restored. Her breath around her body climbed up, and in an instant, she recovered to the 3rd level of Kai refining. After another breath, it reached the 4th level of Kai refining. Eventually, after 3 breaths, her cultivation returned to its original state, reaching the 5th level of Kai refining. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu was overjoyed. However, just as she was lost in thought, the spirit melting skills operation came to a standstill. The aura around her body fell back to the 2nd level of Kai refining in an instant. It seems that if you want to maintain the 5th level of Kai refining, you need to keep running the spirit melting skill to do so. Zhu Yuxiu fell into deep thought. If I cultivate both the water and fire spiritual energy to the 5th level of Kai refining, what level will I reach if I fuse them again? Thinking of this, she was somewhat impatient to raise her cultivation level. But right now, with her cultivation at the 2nd level of Kai refining, she was afraid that as soon as she went out, she would be discovered, and it was unknown what consequences that would cause. In order to be on the safe side, Zhu Yuxiu decided to at least restore her cultivation to the 3rd level of Kai refining first. Thus, she immediately immersed herself into cultivation. As the frenzy within her Danshan disappeared, her consummate quality water, fire dual spirit root, was utilized to its fullest extent when she was running her Kai refining technique. The incomparably large amount of spiritual Kai was absorbed into her Danshan before it was refined and turned into spiritual energy. At this time, she also discovered that as the spiritual Kai was refined into spiritual energy, those spiritual forces were actually autonomously divided into 2 strands, which were injected into the water and fire spiritual forces. In this way, Zhu Yuxiu felt that the spiritual power enhancement wasn't as fast as expected. It just became much faster than before. However, the spiritual energy she was refining now was also not as pure as it had been in the past. For a moment, Zhu Yuxiu was somewhat nostalgic for the previous berserkness, although the berserkness within her dantian in the past had greatly hindered her cultivation speed. It had been able to bring her pure spiritual energy. Now if she wanted to have the same pure spiritual energy as before, she would have to spend her own time to purify it. When converted in this way, it was somewhat not worth it. Zhu Yuxiu was bitter, but now that the dantian had become like this, it was too late to regret. She could only endure it in silence. It's better to raise my cultivation first. Immediately, she threw away the distractions in her thoughts and fully immersed herself into cultivation. Half a month passed when she cultivated this time. When she stopped cultivating again, her cultivation had already recovered to the 3rd level of Kai refining. Such a fast cultivation speed made Zhu Yuxiu's uneven heart feel slightly more balanced. With her cultivation restored to the 3rd level of Kai refining, she wanted to try again to see to what extent she could raise herself under spirit fusion. With a movement of her mind, the spirit fusion skill went into motion. As the spirit melting skill operated, the water and fire spiritual forces began to merge with each other. Zhu Yuxiu's aura around her body once again climbed. This time, after only 2 breaths, her cultivation had already reached the 5th level of Kai refining. However, at this time, the spiritual energy within her dantian had yet to fully merge. When 3 breaths passed, her aura around her body once again soared, and she actually directly broke through to the 6th level of Kai refining. At this point, her spiritual energy was considered to be completely fused. Zhu Yuxiu felt her cultivation at the 6th level of Kai refining, only to feel a powerful sense of strength flooding her entire body. It gave her an impulse that she couldn't help. Wanting to release it, 6th level of Kai refining, Zhu Yuxiu carefully felt the sensation under the fusion of spiritual energy. There seems to be something different. Feeling carefully, she realized that the spiritual energy fused together was actually being continuously hammered. Those spiritual forces that were originally not pure enough were actually being hammered a little bit under the fusion state, gradually becoming pure. It was just that the speed of this hammering wasn't really fast. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu's tender little face finally revealed a smile. She thought of a way to keep running the spirit melting skill. As long as the spirit melting skill was running, the spiritual energy within the dantian could be continuously hammered. In this way, it would even be a solution to the problem of the spiritual energy she was currently refining not being pure enough. While Zhu Yuxiu was rejoicing, a sound transmission note flew in. The transmission note was from the contribution hall, and the content was about the situation of the tasks that the outer disciples had to perform in the monthly competition. Zhu Yuxiu knew that she could no longer cultivate in seclusion without worry like before. Now she must complete the mandatory tasks that she had to do every month according to the sect's regulations. It was a good thing that her cultivation had already recovered to the 3rd level of Kai refining, and under the operation of the spirit melting skill, she could even reach the 6th level of Kai refining. However, she did not intend to show her cultivation at the 6th level of Kai refining. For one thing, right now, she was not able to suppress her cultivation while running the spirit melting skill. Another was that originally, when she had returned to the clan, she had displayed her cultivation at the 4th level of Kai refining. It was only half a month ago that she jumped up to the 6th level of Kai refining, and it would be a shame to be discovered. Zhu Yuxiu stopped the operation of the spirit melting skill, and her breath instantly fell to the 3rd level of Kai refining. Immediately, she got up and pushed the door out, heading towards the contribution hall, precisely as she was walking down Green Bamboo Peak. She encountered Fang Lin evening again. He, how did your cultivation fall to the 3rd level of Kai refining? Fang Linian was the first to notice the aura around Zhu Yuxiu, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Zhu Yuxiu was silent, not knowing how to explain. She secretly said in her heart, how could she meet this senior sister, Fang, every time? If it was someone else, it would be fine. They were not familiar with her, and even if they could see her cultivation, they would not feel that there was anything unusual. However, this senior sister Fang was different. They had dealt with each other a few times. The memories of cultivators were so powerful, therefore. They were also considered to know each other. Seeing that Zhu Yuxiu was silent, Fang Lin Evening seemed to have thought of something. Probably this Zhu Yuxiu junior sister is hiding her cultivation. It seems that this junior sister is also someone who knows how to hide her clumsiness. Fang Lin Evening secretly guessed in her heart and nodded rather agreeably. In the cultivation world, it is good to know how to hide one's clumsiness, but I am afraid of some cultivators who think that they have some cultivation. And then, they are so domineering and unself-conscious. That kind of cultivator in the cultivation world can only be said to be too long life. Zhu Yuxiu saw Fang Lin, nodding to herself, and was a little unsure. What was wrong with this senior sister Fang? While she was wondering, Fang Linian spoke. Junior sister is going to do a quest here. Right, Zhu Yuxiu nodded in response. Then I won't delay you from going on your quest. With that, Fang Linian stepped aside suddenly. She seemed to have thought of something and reminded again, right. With your current cultivation level, it's still dangerous to do the mission alone, so it might be better if you team up. Team up? Zhu Yuxiu nodded. Thank you, senior sister, for reminding me. Immediately, the two parted ways. Zhu Yuxiu went straight to the contribution hall, not encountering any more accidents on the way. In the contribution hall, as usual, there were many outer sect disciples coming in and out, handing over and receiving tasks. There were also various types of conversations mixed in between. Recently, the sect is not peaceful. Many elders have been sent out to compete for the ancient relics. I heard that all over there have already fought out the fire. If it continues like this, I think it is likely that there will be a tendency for the sect to go to war. It's true, it is said that several Jai Dan elders in the outer sect have died, and one Yuan Ying elder has fallen in the inner sect. Patriarch was furious, but he sent out 2 peak masters from the 7 main peaks, surprisingly. Even the peak masters of the 7 main peaks have been dispatched. That's a goddess of transformation powerhouse. It seems that this situation is really getting harder and harder to control. It's not just an ancient relic. Are all the major sects going to make such a big fuss about it? This you don't know. I heard that the ancient relic is not ordinary. It seems to be extremely complete within it. It has not been greatly damaged. Such an ancient relic. How can its value be comparable to an ordinary ancient relic? I see. No wonder there are still some small and medium-sized clans that dare to risk coming to participate. It seems that they also want to take advantage of this to get a piece of the pie. HMPH, those small and medium-sized sects, can only be said to be unaware of death. Even if they are involved, they are only material for cannon fodder. They deserve to be exterminated a dozen or more during this period of time. Tell us in detail what small and medium-sized sects have been exterminated. We might be able to go and scavenge as well. Hearing the news about the ancient ruins once again, Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but stop and listen. When she heard that the fight for that ancient relic was so fierce that even Dan and Yuan Ying elders had fallen, her heart instantly tensed up. The competition is so fierce, I don't know if I still have the chance to enter that ancient relic. Zhu Yuxiu became a little apprehensive in her storage pouch, but she still had a map of the ancient relic, as well as a key to the relic's treasury. If she couldn't enter that ancient relic, these things would be useless. After that, her heart became even more apprehensive after hearing that the sect had even sent out the transformation gods. Zhu Yuxiu calmed the tumultuous emotions in her heart. I'm still only in the Kai refining stage. It's useless to think about this. So I might as well get down to the business of cultivating, dissolve those mixed emotions. Zhu Yuxiu no longer listened to their words after. Directly inspect the task. The monthly mandatory tasks for outer disciples needed to be registered separately. Zhu Yuxiu came to the counter and showed her identity token to the deacon disciple behind the counter. Deacon brother, I'm here to receive the monthly tasks. The deacon disciple behind the counter was a young man of around 20, who glanced lightly at Zhu Yuxiu with a slight frown. Third level of Kai refining. Do you want to receive a task alone? Zhu Yuxiu nodded, and when the youth saw this, he didn't say anything more. This is the list of quests. Pick one for yourself. He placed a long scroll on the counter and pushed it to Zhu Yuxiu before saying no more. Zhu Yuxiu slowly unfolded the scroll and examined it. There were many tasks in the scroll, and the contribution points for each task were worth a lot of money, with as few as 40 to 50 contribution points, and as many as hundreds of contribution points. However, Zhu Yuxiu knew that the more contribution points given, the more difficult and dangerous the mission would be. She is not the kind of person who is not self-importance, so she directly skipped the tasks that have more contribution points, and looked towards the tasks that are at the bottom of the contribution points. Wind Whistling Mountain Medicine Picking Quest. You need to collect 12 auxiliary medicines for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill. Chewing Silk Grass. Rewarded with 50 contribution points for a period of 1 month. 100 Demon Mountain Range Demon Beast Hunting Quest. Need to hunt and kill a flying winged snake of the 6th Kai refining layer. Reward contribution points of 60. Duration of 1 month. Green Jade Valley Beast Hunting Mission. Need to capture a 3-eyed spirit fox. Reward 40. 5 contribution points. Duration 1 month. Looking down in turn, Zhu Yuxiu realized that all of these tasks were somewhat difficult. Among them, she knew about the Chuan Silk Grass, which was an auxiliary medicine for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill, and its growing place was very treacherous, making it difficult to collect. The winged snake not to mention. That is a kind of winged demonic snake. Not only its speed can fly in the sky, there is also a poisonous. A little inadvertent bite by it, even if it is refining Kai 8 or 9 layer of the cultivator, there may be a violent death on the spot. As for the Green Jade Valley, I heard that it is a very dangerous place. Every year, many disciples of the outer door folded in it. According to the Return of the Disciples said, where the 3-eyed spirit fox, the lowest have 6 layers of Kai refining. And 3-eyed spirit fox is also extremely good at illusions. Not 7 or 8 people teamed up. Into which is looking for death. Zhu Yuxiu pondered for a while, and suddenly noticed another kind of mission. It was a long-term mission. Each mission was calculated in terms of years. It also stated that as long as one took such a mission, during the mission period, one would not need to complete the mandatory monthly tasks. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu became interested. Zhu Yuxiu's gaze wandered through the long-term missions. Spirit Vein Mountain Mining Quest. Quest requirement requires the mining and submission of 100 spirit stones per month for a period of 5 years. Rewarding 120 contribution points per year. Mining was said to be tiring and laborious. And although one could earn some extra spirit stones if they worked hard, it was not in Zhu Yuxiu's scope of consideration. She continued reading down again. Imperial Spirit Academy Feeding Spirit Beasts Task. Need to feed the spirit beasts on time to ensure their normal growth for a period of 5 years. The task rewards 800 contribution points. Feeding spirit beasts. It was said that one also needed to have knowledge related to spirit beasts. Zhu Yuxiu had no experience with this, and although this task gave more contribution points than the mining task, she did not intend to take this task. Spirit Medicine Garden Cultivate Spirit Medicine Task. Need to turn in the appropriate spirit medicine on time and in quantity for a period of 8 years. Rewarding contribution points of 1003. Weapon Refining Task. Talisman Making Task. Planting Spiritual Rice Task. After that, she saw many more assorted tasks. The rewards were higher than one another, but the duration was also extremely long. Take that mission of planting spiritual rice. It unexpectedly required a 10-year period. Zhu Yuxiu was unwilling to waste too much time on this, and she directly ignored those missions with very long durations, only targeting tasks that were less than 5 years old. After finally looking around, she chose to go on a mission that didn't seem too difficult. Spirit Stream Valley Spirit Dew Collection Mission. Need to submit Spirit Dew on time and in quantity. Mission duration 5 years. Annual reward 150 contribution points. This task seemed rather simple. There was no difficulty. As long as one submitted the Spirit Dew on time and in quantity, it would be fine. Spirit Dew Zu Yux, you more or less knows some. That is the dew condensed into the aura. Cultivator's take can greatly increase the speed of cultivation. But also do not have to worry about the side effects. Is an extremely valuable cultivation resources. In Taikshuanmen, only the inner disciples. Every month there is a certain amount of distribution. The outer disciples that is not even think about it. Zhu Yuxiu fancy this task point. Lies in the task does not specify, if the extra spirit dew, whether it should be turned in. If it is not necessary to turn in, then stay some of their own use is not bad. She was now in need of this spirit due to aid in her cultivation. Senior Deacon, I would like to receive this task. She pointed to an item in the long scroll and said to the deacon disciple behind the counter. The deacon disciple glanced at it, and his brows furrowed once again. Spirit Stream Valley to collect spirit dew. Are you sure you want to receive this task? After a moment's thought, he explained collecting spirit dew is not as simple as you think. This task requires at least the 5th level of Kai refining before it can be completed. You're only at the 3rd level of Kai refining. It's better to consider switching to another task. Hearing that this task requires at least the 5th level of Kai refining. Zhu Yuxia's heart stirred. If she were to use the spirit melting skill, she would be able to reach the 6th level of Kai refining. So this task was not that difficult for her. After thinking about it, she still thanked the deacon disciple before continuing. Thank you for reminding me. But I still want to try. Seeing that Zhu Yuxiu still insisted on choosing the Spirit Stream Valley's Spirit Dew Gathering task. That deacon disciple did not say anything more, for this kind of disciple who wouldn't turn back until they hit the south wall. No amount of persuasion would be of any use, only by letting them really taste the bitterness. By then it would be too late to regret. After the deacon disciple finished registering on her identity token, he handed it back to her along with a jade slip. Zhu Yuxiu took the identity token and the jade slip and headed towards Spirit Stream Valley. Recorded in the jade slip was a map of Spirit Stream Valley, and following the map's guidance, Zhu Yuxiu soon arrived at the entrance to Spirit Stream Valley. The Spirit Stream Valley was just like its name, with a small stream flowing out from the mouth of the valley. Zhu Yuxiu felt an abundant spiritual energy just by standing next to the brook. Curious, she used her spiritual energy to take in a little bit of the stream, but when it reached her hands, it turned into ordinary water without the slightest bit of spiritual energy contained in it. At that moment, a passing disciple couldn't help but scoff when he saw her in this state. Look, here comes another bumpkin. She thought that she could directly ingest the water containing spiritual Kai from the spirit stream. It's really funny, there are people like this every year. It's nothing new. It's just that she's an outer disciple of the 3rd level of Kai refining. What's she doing here? It couldn't be that she has taken up the task of collecting spirit dew. Tisk tisk. There are really so many unsuspecting ones these days. The last one already owed a buttload of debt that probably won't be repaid for decades. This one is probably even worse. They spoke without the slightest hint of concealment. Zhu Yuxiu heard every word in her ears, her eyebrows slightly frowning as she glanced towards those people, only to see that those few disciples were also outer sect disciples. Only their cultivation levels were all above the 5th level of Kai refining. Seeing Zhu Yuxiu look over, they looked rather smug. Dirtbag, what are you looking at? Never seen a man as handsome as me. A male disciple with an okay look raised an eyebrow. Zhu Yuxiu frowned as she watched. She wanted to go up and give this male disciple a kick in the face. Ever since she had experienced the Zhang clan, her mindset had changed, knowing that in this cultivation world, simply holding back would only make people think that you were good at bullying. However, this was within the sect, and it was strictly forbidden for disciples to fight privately, and if they were found out, they would not be spared a severe punishment. Suffering punishment for such a person was not worth it. Zhu Yuxiu forced down the urge to hit someone, turned around and walked towards the valley. Just after entering the Spirit Stream Valley, he saw a large hall towering over him. Zhu Yuxiu raised his feet into the hall. There are not many people, only a middle-aged cultivator sitting at the top of the hall position. Is flipping through the account book, writing something, perhaps sensing that someone had come. He stopped his hand movements and looked up. Frowning slightly, outer disciple, 3rd level of Kai refining, this is not a place for you to come. Leave quickly. Saying that, he was about to wave his hand to drive Zhu Yuxiu away. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu immediately opened his mouth and said, "Deacon, I have taken the task of collecting spirit due to come here." Hearing Zhu Yuxiu's words, the middle-aged deacon's action of waving his hand to drive people away stalled. Revealing doubt in his expression, "You're here to collect spirit due. Give me your identity token." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu immediately handed out her identity token. The middle-aged deacon took the token and swept his divine sense. Finding that it was still true, he looked a little dissatisfied, but still opened his mouth and said, "Since you've chosen this mission, there are some things I still need to explain to you." Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu listened carefully. He paused before saying, "My surname is Kyan. You can call me Deacon Kyan, the collection of spirit dew. You need to rely on the condensation dew flower. At that time, you will be given some condensation dew flower seeds. You have to plant them yourself. After that, every month you have to turn in 10 pounds of spirit dew to me. If you fail to do so, for every pound that is missing, then you will have to deduct 10 points of contribution points. Do you understand me?" Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu nodded, indicating that she understood. Immediately, she then asked with some doubt, "Then what if the extra spirit dew comes out?" Extra, Deacon Kyan felt a bit amused, a 3rd level Kai refining, still hoping that there would be extra spirit dew. However, he didn't say this out loud, just shaking his head slightly. He said, "If you are able to collect more spirit dew, then for every extra caddy you can choose to turn it in for 10 spirit stones, or 5 contribution points. Or you cannot turn it in and keep it for yourself." Hearing this, Zhu Yuxiu was able to sort of figure out the entire task of collecting spirit dew, and at the same time was secretly happy in her heart that it was really similar to what she had guessed. All right, this is the seed of the condensation dew flower. Choose a place in the valley to plant it yourself. After saying that, Deacon Kyan stopped talking and signaled that Zhu Yuxiu could leave. Zhu Yuxiu collected a storage bag of condensation dew flower seeds and left the main hall. In the Spirit Stream Valley, the spiritual Kai was exceptionally abundant. A stream ran through the entire Spirit Stream Valley, flowing out from the inside to the outside, like a pouring purifying bottle. Looking around, the deeper one went into the valley. The more people there were, while the more one went in the direction of the valley's entrance, the number of people thinned out. It is thought that the spiritual Kai in the depths of the valley is more dense and easier to cultivate dew condensation flowers and condense spiritual dew. Zhu Yuxiu originally also wanted to go deeper into the valley. However, just as she wanted to do so, she was stopped by someone. The one who stopped Zhu Yuxiu was a young man at the 5th level of Kai refining. He was dressed in outer Sect disciple clothing. His skin was slightly tanned, but his body was very strong, and his appearance looked a little naive. "This junior sister, stay back." Zhu Yuxiu frowned, looking at the teenager who stopped in front of him. "What is this senior brother's business? This junior sister is trying to head deeper into Spirit Stream Valley." "Right." The teenager revealed a naive smile, and the few outer disciples not far away from him couldn't help but show strange colors on their faces when they saw his movements. This dilettante was meddling again. He was thinking of watching a good show, but now that this douchebag was making a move, it seemed like the good show was not going to happen. Immediately, they lacked interest and stopped paying attention to this side. Zhu Yuxiu naturally noticed the movements of those cultivators. She was a little curious, What's wrong with going to the depths? Hearing this, the teenager naively said, I see that junior sister is only at the 3rd level of Kai refining. It's better not to go to the depths of the valley, where it's all been occupied by all the senior brothers and sisters. Saying this, the teenager spoke out some unwritten rules within the Spirit Stream Valley. After listening to it, Zuyuxiu also sort of understood why the teenager blocked himself. It turns out that this Spirit Stream Valley, the closer to the source of the stream, the more dense the spiritual Kai is, the more spiritual dew can be collected daily through the dew condensation flower. It's just that those good places in the valley have been occupied by senior brothers and sisters with high cultivation levels all year round. They do not allow other people to go in and share the rich spiritual Kai in their depths, unless their cultivation is comparable to theirs. There is only this possibility, otherwise to enter will only be asking for trouble. It was precisely when the teenager saw that Zhu Yuxiu was only at the 3rd level of Kai refining that he stopped her to persuade her. And looking at the teenager's appearance, he shouldn't have done such a thing too often. In response, Zhu Yuxiu still had a hint of goodwill towards him. Thanks for reminding senior brother. Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head and thanked him. She just wanted to gather spirit dew without worry now and didn't want to invite trouble. Thus, she stopped her footsteps. And after finding a location near the stream in this neighborhood, she began preparing to cultivate the condensed dew flower. Seeing this, the teenager also smiled nervously and without further ado, continued to return to his condensation dew flower and sat down on his knees. Zhu Yuxiu opened the storage containing the condensation dew flower seeds and inspected it. Within it was not only the condensation dew flower seeds, but also some jade bottles, as well as a jade slip. She took out the jade slip and swept her divine sense through it, realizing that it contained a record of the cultivation method of the condensation dew, as well as matters related to the collection of the condensation dew. The condensation dew flower was not like other spiritual flowers and herbs that were difficult to cultivate. The only thing it relied on, from germination to growth, was spiritual Kai, and as long as there was enough spiritual Kai, it would be able to grow actively. After molding, the condensed dew flower will be able to convert part of the absorbed spiritual Kai into spiritual dew. If there was a lack of spiritual Kai at this time, the condensed dew flower would wither, and along with the condensed dew within it, it would also dissipate. This point required constant attention. Zhu Yuxiu memorized the contents of the jade brief, and then took out a condensation dew flower seed from her storage bag. This condensation dew flower seed, the outer shape like soybean, the color is dark gray, looks very ordinary after a few glances. Zhu Yuxiu buried the dew condensation flower seed into the soil by the stream in accordance with the jade slip. As the condensation dew flower seed entered the soil, she began to inject spiritual energy into the flower seed. This was the first step in cultivating the condensation dew flower, using her own spiritual energy to quickly catalyze the germination of the flower seed. When the flower seed sprouted, it could absorb the spiritual energy to grow on its own. Zhu Yuxiu had just injected her spiritual energy into the flower seed when she saw that the flower seed began to light up with an emerald green glow. The light was very faint, but as time passed, cracks began to appear on the surface of the flower seed. The emerald green light also became stronger and stronger, until it reaches a certain critical point. The flower seed shell boing sound broke open. A shoot from the broken shell drilled out. With the bud breaking out of the shell, a wisp of spiritual Kai began to be greedily absorbed by it. Within a few moments, the shoots had completely sprouted. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu stopped the injection of spiritual energy. Next, the growth of the condensed dew flower would not need her assistance, although Zhu Yuxiu collected her spiritual energy. Her eyes were unblinking as she gazed at the buds that had just sprouted their heads, just under her gaze. Although the shoots are still absorbing the spiritual Kai, but the growth rate is slowed down with nothing else to do. Zhu Yuxiu's gaze glanced at the teenager in front of her, only to see in front of him grew a flower, such as a small jade bottle, varying in size. That is the condensed dew flower look. Zhu Yuxiu felt quite novel. It was the first time she had seen such a shaped flower. She only lightly swept a few glances before withdrawing her gaze. Shouldn't I plant a few more as well? In the storage bag containing the condensation dew flower seeds. There were quite a few more flower seeds. Zhu Yuxiu roughly calculated that there were at least no less than 100 of them. Seeing this, she didn't hesitate to take out a few more flower seeds and bury them in the soil. Then, following the previous method, she used her own spiritual energy to ripen the flower seeds, causing them to take root and germinate. Within a few moments, 5 bot shoots broke out of their shells, absorbing the spiritual Kai and starting to grow slowly. Zhu Yuxiu didn't dare to be greedy and plant multiple condensation dew flowers at once, with nothing else to do next. She plopped down on her knees and began to cultivate. The spiritual Kai in the Spirit Stream Valley was very dense. As Zhu Yuxiu operated her Kai refining skill, the huge amount of spiritual Kai was triggered at once. It caught the attention of several disciples nearby. They felt the fluctuations in the aura and looked towards Zhu Yuxiu. She dares to cultivate by the freshly sprouted flower seeds. She really doesn't know how to die when the condensed dew flower doesn't grow. Let's see how she collects the spiritual dew. A few people didn't utter a word of warning, all waiting to see Zhu Yuxiu's joke. The naive teenager, who also glanced at Zhu Yuxiu and saw her enter a state of cultivation, hesitated for a while, wanting to speak out to remind her, but ultimately gave up. After all, Zhu Yuxiu was still cultivating right now. Disturbing her cultivation would be bad. It's better to wait until she finishes her cultivation and then talk to her. The naive boy thought this in his heart. Zhu Yuxiu knew nothing about this and was completely immersed in her cultivation. The Spirit Stream Valley was rich in spiritual Kai. Cultivating here was a lot faster than on Green Bamboo Peak. Zhu Yuxiu operated the Kai refining skill, feeling the spiritual energy within her dantian increase little by little. Incomparably delighted, she estimated that if she kept cultivating here within about a year, without running the spirit melting skill, her cultivation would be able to recover to the 5th level of Kai refining again. There was just one thing that made her quite uncomfortable, and that was the fact that there were other disciples here. So she couldn't always run the spirit melting skill to purify her spiritual energy. Zhu Yuxiu exited her cultivation state and, after some thought, decided to set up an isolation formation to isolate others from prying eyes. As soon as she thought of it, she did it. She took out a formation flag from her own storage bag and inserted it one by one into the surrounding ground. As she pinched her magic, a formation instantly rose, enveloping her in it. The naive young man saw Zhu Yuxiu exit the cultivation state, just wanted to open his mouth, then saw the formation rise. Will Zhu Yuxiu, shrouded in it, can no longer see its figure. His movements just about to open his mouth came to an abrupt end when the remaining few disciples saw this. They could not help but have their pupils shrink. What a rich lord, even bringing a formation flag. They were first surprised for a moment, and then, immediately, they revealed a snort in this way, even if that dilettante wanted to remind. There was no way to do so. Zhu Yuxiu was in the middle of the formation. A layer of light mist isolated her from the outside world, making it impossible for others to peer into it. Only her formation was only a primary formation called the Hidden Trace Formation, which could only isolate the probing of Kai refining cultivators, and could not isolate the prying eyes of Foundation establishment cultivators. In this Spirit Stream Valley, only that Deacon Kyan was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and the rest of them were all supposed to be disciples in the Kai refining stage of the outer sect. Looking at Deacon Kyan's demeanor, he shouldn't go out of that hall easily. Therefore, Zhu Yuxiu felt that with this formation, it would be enough with the array's isolation. Zhu Yuxiu stopped worrying and began to operate the spirit melting skill to purify the spiritual energy within her dantian. Previously, after her cultivation had recovered to the third level of Kai refining. Although her spiritual energy had risen a lot, it had become less pure. Now it was just the right time to take advantage of the period of time when the condensed dew flower was still growing and forming, and use it to purify some of her spiritual energy, just like this. Zhu Yuxiu silently calculated the time while running the spirit melting skill to purify her spiritual energy. 10 days passed in a flash. On this day, Zhu Yuxiu stopped running the spirit melting skill, her eyes noticing the several flower bones in front of her. With sufficient spiritual energy nourishing them, after 10 days, the condensed dew flower was on the verge of taking shape. At this moment, she stared unblinkingly at the flower bones that were slowly blooming, after waiting for about a quarter of an hour. The 6 flower bones finally bloomed completely, turning into a small jade bottle-shaped flower at this time. Zhu Yuxiu observed that in the small jade vase-shaped flowers, a liquid slowly began to condense. She knew that this was the condensation dew flower about to start condensing spirit dew. Seeing the condensation process of spirit dew for the first time, Zhu Yuxiu was very much looking forward to it. While observing, she silently noted down the time of the condensation of the spirit dew. Soon, the first drop of spirit dew condensed into shape. Zhu Yuxiu couldn't wait and used her spiritual energy to ingest the spirit dew from the flower. Is this condensed dew? She curiously surveyed before her eyes the spirit dew that was controlled by her spiritual power and quietly suspended at her fingertips as transparent as a water droplet. From it, Zhu Yuxiu felt a rich fluctuation of spiritual Kai. Looking at it, she couldn't help but send this drop of spirit dew into her mouth. Spirit dew entered her mouth, and in the next moment, a rich spiritual Kai erupted within her body. Zhu Yuxiu was invigorated and hurriedly operated her Kai refining skill to begin refining the spiritual Kai that erupted within her body. With the operation of the Kai refining skill, the constant flow of spiritual Kai in her body was guided into the Danshan to be refined. However, this speed was not enough for Zhu Yuxiu to quickly absorb the spiritual Kai that erupted within her body. There was still a portion of the spiritual Kai that was not absorbed in time, escaping outside of her body, which was considered a waste. It was only after about 3 hours that she finally finished refining that drop of spirit dew's aura. Opening, Zhu Yuxiu's eyes brightened slightly. This drop of spirit dew is actually worth the aura I absorbed in 3 days of cultivation. At this, Zhu Yuxiu was quite surprised. She hadn't thought that a single drop of spirit dew could contain such a huge amount of spiritual Kai. No wonder the cultivation of inner disciples could rise so quickly. A large portion of it must be due to the role played by this spirit dew. However, in a whirlwind, Zhu Yuxiu clapped her hands again. Why did I take the spirit dew by myself? She was a little chagrined. Clearly, she hadn't collected enough spirit dew for this month, and this consumed a single drop. After thinking about it, she was relieved anyway. It had been taken and refined, so she couldn't spit it out again. So be it, she lowered her head and looked into the 6 flowers, only to see that in the 6 flowers, some more spiritual dew had coalesced. Zhu Yuxiu took it out with her spiritual power, took out a small jade bottle, and put these spirit dews into the small jade bottle. When she finished filling it, she realized that the condensation that had condensed out over these few hours had not even filled a small jade bottle, only managing to fill a small half bottle. To know, this one small jade bottle was a portion of 1 or 2. She had to submit a full 10 pounds a month, so if she did the math, the remaining 10 days would not be enough to collect enough for 10 pounds of spirit dew. 1 caddy less is 10 contribution points to be deducted. What should be done after thinking about it? Zhu Yuxiu felt that she could only plant more condensation dew flowers. This way, it would ensure that at the end of the month, there would be enough spirit dew collected. Just looking at the other disciples, they were all only planting a few condensation dew flowers, and they didn't know what would happen if they planted a few more. Zhu Yuxiu was a little hesitant, but after only a few moments of hesitation, She cast away these thoughts and began to work on continuing to cultivate condensation dew flower seeds. She roughly calculated that according to the time it took for each condensation dew to condense spirit dew, at least 10 more condensation dew flowers would have to be cultivated before she could do so. Taking out the 10 flower seeds from her storage bag, she buried them one by one into the soil next to the stream. Immediately after, Zhu Yuxiu began to mobilize her spiritual energy and injected it into these flower seeds. Following the example of the gourd, soon all 10 flower seeds were ripened and sprouted. Looking at these shoots, Zhu Yuxiu felt that the condensation dew flower was growing a little slow like this, since condensation dew flower only needed spiritual kai to grow. Then arranging a spirit gathering array would be able to promote the rapid growth of condensation dew flower. This idea came to mind. Zhu Yuxiu wanted to try something. Gathering spirit formation belongs to a special kind of formation, which can be big or small, complicated or simple, and there is no specific classification, as long as the attainments in formation were high enough. Even setting up a spirit gathering formation was not a problem. Spirit Kai was abundant in Spirit Stream Valley, and the spirit gathering formation that was set up did not need to be at the cost of consuming spirit stones. Zhu Yuxiu reconfigured a spirit gathering formation out in her mind. Then, she condensed spiritual energy at her fingertips. But near the condensed dew flower, she inscribed the formation pattern of the spirit gathering formation. A formation pattern transformed with the spiritual light from her fingertips and landed near the condensation dew flower. Within a few moments, the outline of a small spirit gathering formation had already appeared. Afterward, Zhu Yuxiu began to inscribe even more detailed formation patterns. After spending about another hour or so, a complete spirit gathering formation was formed. As the spirit gathering formation took shape, Zhu Yuxiu used her own spiritual energy as a catalyst, and the formation slowly began to operate. After the spirit gathering formation began to operate, a large amount of spiritual kai began to be attracted, and above the hidden trace formation, the outline of a spiritual kai vortex had already been faintly formed. Such a sight quickly attracted the attention of a few more nearby cultivators. This little girl, what on earth is she doing in there? To have attracted such a large amount of spiritual kai, so much spiritual kai, if it was all absorbed by the condensed dew flower, how much spiritual dew would have to be condensed? Surprise, envy, and even jealousy surfaced on their faces. However, in a whirlwind, they suddenly reacted. This little girl, it couldn't be that she was breaking through inside. Thinking of this, the envious and jealous look on their faces instantly dissipated and was replaced with a gloating look. Seeing that half of the month had already passed, at that time, let's see how this little girl submits a sufficient portion of spirit dew. Zhu Yuxiu in the hidden trace formation did not know the thoughts of the few people outside. The spirit gathering formation she had constructed relied on her spiritual energy to keep it running. In this way, as long as her spiritual energy output was fast enough, the spirit gathering formation's speed of operation would speed up accordingly, and the speed of gathering spiritual dew would naturally become faster as well. Of the 15 spirit gathering flowers in the spirit gathering formation, the 10 shoots that were still in the germination stage, nourished by a large amount of spiritual kai, began to grow at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxia's heart secretly rejoiced. According to this growth rate, I'm afraid that as long as just 2 or 3 days, these condensation dew flowers can grow into shape. At this time, Zhu Yuxiu also noticed a phenomenon. Those already formed condensation dew flower, even in a large amount of spiritual kai nourishment. Another change occurred with the constant nourishment of a large amount of spiritual kai. Zhu Yuxiu noticed that those condensed dew flowers that had originally been molded had actually started to grow again. Seeing this change, her heart was enlightened. Earlier, looking at other people's condensation dew flowers, there were both large and small, and she thought that those larger flowers should be the result of growing for a long time and being nourished by more spiritual Kai. In this way, the big dew condensation flower is able to condense more spiritual dew. Zhu Yuxiu still didn't know much about this. On the Jade Brief, there was only the cultivation method of the condensation dew flower, and there was no introduction to the condensation dew flower after it was formed. I think that those are the words of experience, need to pay attention to their own observation, thinking of this. Zhu Yuxiu focused her attention on the 6 condensation dew flowers that had already taken shape, with the passage of time. The growth rate of the 6 already presented condensed dew flowers was also gradually slowing down. Gradually, Zhu Yuxiu saw that new flower bones began to appear on the flower branches again. Seeing the new flower bones, she was somewhat startled. Could it be that a condensation dew flower could generate more than just one flower? At this point in the molded condensation dew flower, the largest of them, the flower had grown to 3 inches, and the color of the flower had become much darker. Only then did that flower stop growing, and as the flowers stopped growing, the second flower bud that emerged gradually began to blossom. Zhu Yuxiu noticed that as the second flower bloomed, the spiritual Kai in the spirit gathering formation, the consumption became faster. There were a total of 3 plants that started to bloom their second flower at the same time. In just a few moments, these 3 flowers had already consumed almost a third of the spirit Kai in the spirit gathering formation. If it continued, the spirit gathering formation's spiritual Kai, it was feared that it wouldn't be long before it would be absorbed by these 3 flowers that were still in the blooming stage. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu increased the output of her spiritual energy, prompting the spirit gathering formation to operate at a faster speed, thus gathering more spiritual Kai. But soon, she realized that things didn't seem to be as simple as she thought. As the spirit gathering formation operated faster, although it was able to gather spiritual Kai quickly, it was not yet proportional to the rate of consumption. The spirit gathering formation's spiritual Kai was still decreasing. Only the rate of decrease had slowed down a bit. Zhu Yuxiu frowned slightly. She couldn't care less and continued to increase the output of her spiritual energy. At this time, she also faintly felt a hint of strain. With such a large amount of spiritual energy output, a quarter of an hour had consumed 30% of her spiritual energy. The effect in return was also really obvious. Under the rapid operation of the spirit gathering formation, more spiritual energy was gathered into the formation. The replenishment and consumption of spiritual energy in the formation had finally formed a relatively balanced state. The 3 flowers that were in full bloom were also nourished by the spiritual Kai, and had already bloomed to half open and half closed. There seems to be a little bit of spiritual light flowing inside, compared to the first flower. Seems to have a few more points of difference. Wait until the 3 flowers fully bloomed. Zhu Yuxiu Danshan within the spiritual energy has also been almost consumed. She collected the spiritual energy that maintained the operation of the spirit gathering formation. And the formation also stagnated all of a sudden. Looking again at the 3 condensed dew flowers that had bloomed their second flower, Zhu Yuxiu observed for a while and found that this second flower, which seemed to be a bit smaller than the first flower that was originally in full bloom, was darker in color than the first flower when it first bloomed. It reached the same depth as the first flower, which was now the same color after waiting for an hour or 2. A drop of spiritual dew condensed from the second flower. Zhu Yuxiu used her spiritual power to ingest the spirit dew from the flower and put it in front of her eyes to observe. She realized that the spirit dew condensed out of this second flower was no longer so transparent. Instead, it was more milky and didn't look as aesthetically pleasing. Such spirit dew, is it good or bad? Zhu Yuxiu was a little uncertain, and she planned to try and see for herself. Thus, she took this somewhat milky drop of spirit dew and sent it into her mouth. When this drop of spirit dew just entered her mouth, it instantly transformed into a huge spiritual Kai that spread out steeply within her body. It made Zhu Yuxiu feel as if her body was about to burst. Seeing this, she hurriedly began to run the Kai refining skill. guiding this aura into her danshin to refine it. However, even though she was already running the Kai refining technique to refine the spiritual Kai in her body, the feeling that her body was going to be bursting was still not alleviated much. In desperation, she could only endure this unbearable feeling in her body and run the Kai refining skill with all her might in an attempt to quickly refine the spiritual Kai filling her body. Finally, after continuing to run the Kai refining skill for 2 to 3 hours, only then did Zhu Yuxiu feel much better in his body. It was only after running the Kai refining technique for another hour or so that she managed to refine all of the aura from that drop of spirit dew. Opening her eyes, Zhu Yuxiu let out a long breath, only to feel an incomparable relief around her body. This drop of spirit dew, the spirit Kai contained, is surprisingly so terrifying. If I were to take one more drop, I'm afraid that my body right now would be able to be burst. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuxiu had a moment of fear. In the future, one must never try such a dangerous thing with one's body again. She estimated that with such a drop of spirit dew, she was afraid that she would need to be at least at the 6th or 7th level of Kai refining to withstand it. Otherwise, it would most likely cause one's body to explode and die. The benefits it brought, however, were also very great. Just the aura content in this drop of spirit dew, Zhu Yuxiu felt that it could at least match the amount of spiritual Kai that he had absorbed in more than half a month of cultivation. If she could take this kind of spirit dew for a long period of time, she was confident that within a month, she would be able to restore her cultivation to the 4th level of Kai refining. But after thinking about it, she couldn't help but shake her head. This month's portion of spirit dew collection hadn't been reached yet. She wouldn't dare to consume spirit dew recklessly again. Thinking of this here, Zhu Yuxiu lowered her head to see how much spirit dew had already condensed out of the flowers. However, at that moment, she saw 3 withered dew condensation flowers. That was exactly the 3 condensation dew flowers that gave birth to the 2nd flower bulb afterward. It was thought that when the flower buds were in full bloom, they didn't receive an abundant supply of spiritual Kai, which caused these 3 condensation dew flowers to wither. In this regard, Zhu Yuxiu felt quite distressed. The entire 3 condensation dew flowers withered, and the condensed spirit dew naturally dissipated. This was equivalent to wasting half of the spirit dew that she only had. If she had known earlier, she should have collected the spirit dew from these 3 flowers first. Now it was too late to regret. Zhu Yuxiu sighed helplessly and placed her gaze on the 3 condensation dew flowers that had 2 flowers. At this moment, some spirit dew had already accumulated in the 6 flowers on these 3 condensation dew flowers. She did not hesitate to collect these spirit dews and put them in jade bottles. Among them, there were 3 whole bottles of ordinary spirit dew collected, while the kind of spirit dew with a slight milky white color was only 6 drops collected. Its portion was simply pitifully small. Counting the time, there were only 7 days left until the end of the month. It seemed that it was no longer realistic to rely on these 3 condensed dew flowers to collect a sufficient amount of spirit dew. She couldn't help but place her gaze on the 10 newly cultivated condensation dew flowers again, only to see that those 10 condensation dew flowers, after more than 10 days had passed, had yet to be fully formed. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Is it only the first month? Will not be able to complete the task. Be deducted contribution points. According to the current speed of the spirit dew's generation, she would be deducted at least 10s of contribution points this month. Calculating like this, she would be working for nothing this year. Thinking about it, she could not even cry. In the midst of her agony, her gaze shifted slightly, and she caught a glimpse of the jade bottle containing 6 drops of spirit dew in her hand. Spirit dew, suddenly, an idea surfaced in her mind. The stream water of the spirit stream valley contained spiritual Kai, but it was impossible to ingest the stream water that contained spiritual Kai. What if the stream water that did not contain spiritual Kai was ingested and added to the spirit dew? Zhu Yuxiu had this thought in her mind, but immediately she hesitated a little. The spirit dew in her hand was just this much. If adding the stream water didn't work, then it would be a waste. In that case, the contribution points to be deducted this month would be even more. Thinking about it, it's just like that anyway, so what can I do if I try it out? With this mindset, Zhu Yuxiu ingested a small jade bottle full of stream water before taking another empty jade bottle. She first poured a drop of ordinary spirit dew into the empty jade bottle and then began to blend water into it. Zhu Yuxiu didn't pour an entire bottle of water into it, but only a third of the amount with the addition of the stream water. She carefully probed with her divine sense and found that the drop of spirit dew was directly integrated into the stream water after it was added. Seeing this, she was first delighted, then frowned slightly, although the spirit dew had integrated into the stream water. The spiritual Kai in it had become much fainter. The 1/3 amount of water in the small jade bottle contained spiritual Kai, but it was very thin. If one were to turn in such a thing, one would be afraid that it would be recognized at a glance. After thinking about it, Zhu Yuxiu decided to try with the kind of spirit dew with a milky white color. Thus, she ingested a drop of spirit dew with a slightly milky white color, and then carefully added it to the water, just as the drop of spirit dew entered the water. The jade bottle was suddenly filled with aura. Zhu Yuxius' divine sense probed, and was surprised to find that within the jade bottle, the stream that had previously only contained a meager amount of spiritual Kai had now become half the spiritual Kai content of an ordinary spiritual dew. This discovery shocked her. If another drop of that kind of spirit dew that had a slightly milky color was added, wouldn't it make this 1/3 of the water directly turn into ordinary spirit dew? Thinking of this, Zhu Yuxiu added another drop into it without hesitation. As expected, the jade bottle within 1/3 of the half-finished spirit dew. In this drop of milky white spirit dew to join, instantly turned into ordinary spirit dew. Zhu Yuxiu carefully ingested a drop out and sent it into her mouth. Immediately, a spiritual Kai filled her body. She spent some time refining the spiritual Kai in her body. As she opened her eyes, her face was filled with joy, although the spiritual Kai seems to be a bit less. It's almost the same as ordinary spiritual dew. 2 drops of high-quality spirit dew could be exchanged for 1/3 of a bottle of ordinary spirit dew. Zhu Yuxius' mood was instantly much better. Next, she added the remaining 4 drops of spirit dew with a slight milky color to the jade bottle that still had 2/3 of the stream water left, and blended it into ordinary spirit dew. This time, a whole bottle of spirit dew was obtained. Zhu Yuxiu estimated the time. This kind of condensation with a milky white color, condensing 1 drop would take 3 hours. A flower could condense 4 drops in a day. 3 flowers would be 12 drops. Calculating like this, a day would be 2 bottles of ordinary spirit dew. 1 bottle was 1 or 2 servings, and 7 days would be enough to collect 1 caddy and 4 tails. Calculating like this, even if she added in the normal collected ordinary spirit dew, she wouldn't be able to collect a sufficient portion of 10 pounds of spirit dew in the next 7 days. If only those 3 condensed dew flowers hadn't withered. Zhu Yuxiu murmured bitterly. She placed her gaze back on the 10 condensation dew flowers that had yet to be fully formed. Gritting her teeth, Zhu Yuxiu decided to see if she could, again, spawn a few more double-flowered condensation dew flowers. She once again activated the spirit-gathering formation and began to nurture those condensation dew flowers. Once again, nourished by a large amount of spiritual Kai, the 10 condensation dew flowers began to grow again at a speed visible to the naked eye. A day passed, and the 10 condensation dew flowers took shape. 2 days passed, and out of the 10 condensed dew flowers, 6 of the flowers grew to their limit, giving birth to a second flower bone. At this time, the spiritual energy within Zhu Yuxius' Danshan was once again depleted. After thinking about it, she directly took a drop of ordinary spirit dew to replenish the spiritual energy within her Danshan. Not long after, her spiritual energy recovered once again, and she began to activate the spirit gathering formation again. However, in such a short period of time, another condensed dew flower, which had grown a second blossom, had already withered. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu didn't dare to stay. After starting the spirit gathering formation, she began to output a large amount of spiritual energy. The spirit gathering formation hummed and operated. A huge amount of spiritual energy filled the formation. With the experience of the first time, Zhu Yuxiu slightly controlled the output of spiritual energy this time, making the consumption of spiritual energy slowed down and able to maintain the operation of the spirit gathering formation for a longer period of time. However, even so, the 5 condensed dew flowers that had grown a second blossom, when the second blossom was in full bloom, the amount of spiritual energy that needed to be consumed was even more enormous. Zhu Yuxiu had to increase the output of her spiritual energy in order to maintain the speedy operation of the spirit gathering formation. In this way, the consumption of her spiritual energy became rapid. In only a quarter of an hour, 1/3 of the spiritual energy within her dantian was consumed. Such a terrifying depletion of spiritual energy caused Zhu Yuxiu to feel pressurized. She had to once again swallow a drop of ordinary spirit dew to replenish the spiritual energy within her dantian. In this way, after consuming a total of 3 drops of spirit dew before and after, it was only after the second blossom on those 5 condensed dew flowers had fully bloomed into shape. Zhu Yuxiu let out a long sigh of relief and disconnected her spiritual energy from the spirit gathering formation. At this moment, she made a new discovery, that original 3 double flowered condensation dew flower. The second flower had actually become a bit larger as well, only the extent of the change was not as large as the first flower. Driven by curiosity, Zhu Yuxiu ingested a drop of the spiritual dew from the flower, only to see the spirit dew at this time, which the milky white color is much more prevalent. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu loaded another bottle of stream water. This spirit dew into the stream water. The first drop just entered the water, causing a change in the stream water within the jade bottle. A faint aura came out. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu ingested out another drop and added it. The changes within the jade bottle regenerated. The stream's aura was even more intense until adding the third drop. The whole bottle of stream water only completely changed into ordinary spirit dew. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu could not hide the color of surprise on her face. Previously, the first flower had grown to its limit, and the time to condense the spirit dew had been greatly shortened. She felt that with this second flower that had changed, the time to condense spirit dew should also be shortened. Thus, she began to focus on observation and calculation. Through observation and calculation, Zhu Yuxiu concluded that this second flower that had become a bit bigger, the time to condense spirit dew had been shortened by half an hour. Now it only took 2.5 hours to condense a drop of higher quality spirit dew. In this way, the amount of ordinary spirit dew she could collect each day had increased again, together with the 5 newborn twin flower condensation dew flowers. The remaining time was enough for her to collect all of this month's portion of spirit dew. Next, Zhu Yuxiu didn't just wait around, but continued to use her spiritual energy to catalyze the spirit gathering formation into operation. She realized that with the assistance of the spirit gathering formation, the time it took for the condensing dew flower to condense the spirit dew would also be shortened. In this way, as the end of the month arrived, Zhu Yuxiu had finally collected enough portions of spirit dew. There was also a small extra half bottle of ordinary spirit dew. She did not intend to use this extra spirit dew to exchange for spirit stones or contribution points. Instead, she was going to keep it for herself. After collecting the spirit dew, Zhu Yuxiu got up and walked out of the hidden trace formation, going to submit this month's share of spirit dew. The great hall at the end of the month was almost full of people. When Zhu Yuxiu arrived, she realized that she couldn't even squeeze into the main hall anymore. So she had no choice but to wait outside first. Outside the main hall, there were also many people like her. Waiting outside, when they saw Zhu Yuxiu, their eyes couldn't help but show a different color, but they didn't say much. Brothers, our portions of spirit due this month are not up to standard. What should we do? Some of the people outside the great hall were talking to each other with a sad frown on their faces. What else can we do? A bad scolding is unavoidable. It's not like you guys don't know Deacon Kyan's nature. A scolding is a small matter, but the main thing is to deduct the contribution points. My heart is dripping blood every time I watch the contribution points being deducted. What are you afraid of? Isn't there another one at the 3rd level of Kai refining? It is estimated that she is going to be deducted at least a few dozen contribution points this time. Which is much more miserable than us. Their gazes couldn't help but look toward Zhu Yuxiu. Yes, we once deducted a maximum of a few points of contribution. A little upside down and dozens of points earned. She deducted once. A year will be in vain. Think about the heart is a little better. With her padding, maybe we can also be scolded less by Deacon Kyan. So toward those who didn't collect enough portions of spirit do also seem to be in a much better mood. They didn't avoid speaking on the basis of their cultivation being higher than Zhu Yuxiu. Zhu Yuxiu heard their words in her ears, but was unconcerned. These people were also really funny. They didn't even know how much spirit due she had collected, and they just acted as if they swore that she hadn't collected a sufficient portion of spirit due either. When the time came to hand in the spirit due, there was no telling what their expressions would be. Zhu Yuxiu secretly shook his head, and at this time, the noise in the great hall also quieted down at once. The silhouettes within the hall blocked the view ahead, and Zhu Yuxiu could only sense the appearance of a powerful aura that wasn't there earlier. It should be Deacon Kyan arriving. At that same time, the crowd inside the hall began to move in an orderly fashion. Not long after, someone with a smile on their face walked out of the hall. After that, one after another. People came out again. Some of them had smiles on their faces, while others had sad faces, to name a few. It didn't take long for the crowd in the temple to thin out. Zhu Yuxiu saw the opportunity and finally entered the hall. After waiting for some more time, the number of people in the hall decreased once again, and many disciples who had finished submitting their spirit due had already left the hall. The rest were disciples who hadn't submitted their spirit due yet, and there were only a few dozen of them left. Zhu Yuxiu also finally got a good look at submitting spirit due at this time. Deacon Kyan sat behind the table at the top of the main hall, and one by one, the disciples came forward to submit their spirit dues, anyone who submitted a sufficient amount of weight. Deacon Kyan would nod his head and show a satisfied smile. As for those who didn't submit enough portions, they would be scolded angrily by Deacon Kyan, and the fewer the poor portions, the fiercer the scolding would be. And after scolding them, they would then deduct a sum of contribution points, making those disciples who were scolded. They all lowered their heads, not daring to say much. Asshole thing. Your cultivation of the 5th level of Kai refining is for eating. Even only collected 8 pounds and 6 taels of spirit due. So far, it is you who paid the least. Still want to do it or not? If you don't want to do it, give me a roll. The disciple who was scolded made his head hang low, not daring to look at Deacon Kyan's face or retort. Rolling is impossible to roll. He knows a little bit to take this mission. If he gives up and leaves in the middle, but he will be deducted double contribution points. That was over 1,000 contribution points. How could he afford it? He could only suffer in silence. The disciples who were still here also cast pitying glances at him. Feeling the gazes of the rest of the disciples, that disciple who had been scolded was simply ashamed of himself. But soon he noticed Zhu Yuxiu, who was only at the 3rd level of Kai refining. Isn't there another one at the 3rd level of Kai refining? With her here, how can I be the one to submit the least amount of spirit due? Thinking of this, his face slowed down a little, and his mood improved. Soon, it was Zhu Yuxia's turn. She went up with a calm demeanor and placed a storage bag in front of Deacon Kyan. The gazes of many disciples also focused on that storage bag at the same time. That disciple who had submitted the least amount of spirit due before also looked over with anticipation. Deacon Kyan glanced lightly and directly picked up the storage bag to inspect it. Well, that's good. 10-pound portions are just right, so keep up the good work in the future. A moment later, Deacon Kyan revealed a smile and nodded his head in encouragement. Wow, his words immediately caused an inner uproar among all the disciples present. The expressions on each and every disciple's face were incomparably wonderful, which especially belonged to those disciples who had previously felt that Zhu Yuxiu must not be able to submit a sufficient amount of spirit due. And they had the most wonderful expressions on their faces. How is it possible? She is a third-level Kai refining. Cultivating condensation due flowers is a problem. How can she collect enough portions of spirit due? There must be something fishy about this. A disciple couldn't help but speak out, and the one who said this was the same disciple who, earlier, had submitted the least amount of portions. HMPH? Deacon Kyan snorted coldly, slanting a glance at the disciple, and coldly said, "So, you're questioning this deacon for harboring her?" A coldness came over him, and the disciple shivered, immediately realizing that his words were wrong, and hurriedly apologized respectfully. A Kai refining fifth layer. Not even as good as someone's Kai refining third layer. All your years of cultivation have really gone to the dogs. Facing Deacon Kyan's insults once again, that disciple was so ashamed that he no longer had the face to stay here. He respectfully bowed to Deacon Kyan again and turned around to leave in a hurry. Seeing this, the rest of the disciples didn't dare to doubt any more. Deacon Kyan transferred all of the spirit due in the storage bag, and after handing the bag back to Zhu Yuxiu, he ticked off an entry in the ledger. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu was ready to leave as well, just as she had reached the entrance to the Great Hall. Someone stopped her. This young senior sister, please stay. Zhu Yuxiu saw that the person who stopped him was a tall, thin youth who looked to be about 20 years old and at the 6th level of Kai refining. She couldn't help but frown and ask this senior brother, "Is something wrong?" The tall and thin youth laughed and said, "I see that you, junior sister, are only at the 3rd level of Kai refining. But you were able to collect a sufficient amount of spirit due, so there should be some kind of know-how. Could you, speaking of which?" The youth raised an eyebrow in a you-know, what kind of way? Zhu Yuxiu also heard the meaning of his words and nodded. "I do have some tricks you want to know." As soon as she said that, a few more people gathered around. "This young senior sister, quickly tell us what the trick is. We are willing to listen." They were all looking at Zhu Yuxiu with an expectant face, just waiting for her to speak. Zhu Yuxiu looked around at them and immediately said, "It's very simple. Just set up a spirit gathering formation, gathering spirit array." Those disciples were startled. Could it be that junior sister is still a formation master? Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head and did not hide it. "Yes, I am indeed a formation master." She said it as if it were a matter of course. However, it caused those disciples to suck in a breath of cold air. So junior sister is really a formation master. No wonder junior sister was able to collect a sufficient portion of spirit, due just by virtue of being at the 3rd level of Kai refining. "We can't learn such methods," they sighed secretly, and a look of disappointment could not help but appear on their faces. "I don't know if junior sister has the time. I'm willing to offer 10 spirit stones and ask junior sister to set up a spirit gathering formation for me." At this time, the tall and thin youth from before spoke out again, striking out with 10 spirit stones, requesting Zhu Yuxiu to help him set up a spirit gathering array. The rest of the people also reacted quickly when they heard these words of the tall and thin youth. "Junior sister, I'll offer 12 spirit stones, $15, $20, as he watched the offers go up. The commotion in the area drew more attention. Even Deacon Kyan couldn't help but look over. How powerful was Deacon Kyan's aura? Just by casting his gaze over, he made many disciples feel their hearts sink. For a while, silence fell over the great hall. Zhu Yuxiu was also aware of the commotion she had caused and was about to apologize to Deacon Kyan. However, At this time, Deacon Kyan was the first to speak. "You're a formation master. How sharp was the perception of a foundation, establishment, cultivator?" He had heard those conversations long ago. "I am," Hyo Su acknowledged with a nod. "I would have underestimated you." Deacon Kyan revealed a smile and asked again with interest, "How are you in terms of formation attainments?" Back to the deacon's words, "I happened to meet senior sister Fish Chuanwei some time ago, and I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from senior sister Fish. And I've already reached the level of an intermediate formation master." Zhu Yuxiu thought for a moment and uttered these words. "You've actually received guidance from Yu Chuanwei?" Deacon Kyan looked solemn, a surprised expression on his face. The rest of the disciples who heard these words also had shocked expressions on their faces. Fish Chuangui is the closed-door disciple of the heavenly Pivot Peak Master. Not only is his cultivation near the end of the Dan, but in the line of formation, when looking at the entire younger generation of the Taixuan sect. There is no one who can compete with him. Even some of the elders in the sect were somewhat inferior to her when it came to formation techniques. Moreover, when looking at the entire younger generation of the Tianlan cultivation world, the only one who could compete with this sister fish in the field of formations was afraid to be the one from the Tianjai Pavilion. Lai Yuangang, Zhu Yuxiu was actually able to receive guidance from Yu Xuanwei, which was simply unimaginable to them. The outer disciples, immediately, the gazes they looked at Zhu Yuxiu became even more eager. Deacon Kyan also noticed his own demeanor, lightly coughed, eased some face, said again, "You can have such high attainments in formation, can also give some help to the same door. It will be good for you in the future." The reason why Deacon Kyan had said these words was also because he wanted more disciples to be able to steadily submit sufficient portions of spirit due. He manages the Spirit Stream Valley. Every year also has a spirit due portion indicator. The gap is small can also be made up. If the gap is big, even he himself have to personally go down to collect the spirit due. This was undoubtedly a bit of a loss of face for him. A foundation establishment deacon, and if Zhu Yuxiu could help, so that more disciples could submit sufficient portions of spirit due, his own could be much easier. Zhu Yuxiu also heard the meaning in Deacon Kyan's words as she nodded. Seeing this, the rest of the disciples were also unable to hide the joy on their faces. Well, that's it for today. When Deacon Kyan saw Zhu Yuxiu nod her head, she didn't say any more and waved her hand to indicate that they could leave. After the crowd exited the hall, they surrounded Zhu Yuxiu again. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu was also quite helpless. She took a rough look. There were at least 20 to 30 people here, senior brothers and sisters. Regarding the matter of the formation, we can discuss it immediately. The crowd gathered around Zhu Yuxiu and began to discuss. After some discussion, Zhu Yuxiu made a reasonable arrangement that everyone could accept. It was only then that the crowd finally dispersed. At this time, only 2 people were left by Zhu Yuxiu's side, and one of them was the tall, thin youth. Through conversation, Zhu Yuxiu also learned the name of this tall and thin youth, called Huang Biking. She was precisely going to set up the spirit gathering formation for these 2 today. Junior sister. "Please follow me." Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head, so she followed the duo towards the valley. While passing near the condensed dew flower she had planted, Zhu Yuxiu stopped, then activated the hidden trace array completely, causing this place its interior to be completely isolated and hidden. Seeing her actions, Huang Biking asked rather curiously senior sister Zhu, "Could it be that you've been collecting spirit dew here previously?" Zhu Yuxiu nodded. Huang Biking was astonished and immediately spoke. "Senior sister Zhu, the amount of spiritual kai here is too low. How about going near me?" In response to Huang Biking's invitation, Zhu Yuxiu was a bit hesitant. "Thank you, Senior Brother Huang, but I've already planted several condensed dew flowers here, so I'm afraid it's inconvenient to move the place again." Hearing her words, Huang Biking smiled and said, "Doesn't Senior Sister Zhu know that this condensation dew flower can be transplanted? If you're willing, I can personally help you transplant it, How about it? Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but hesitate when she heard that condensed dew flowers could be transplanted. She thought about it and agreed to Huang Biking's invitation. She was also quite eager about being able to enter the deeper parts of Spirit Stream Valley. Previously, Zhu Yuxiu was willing to stay here because she didn't want to expose her true cultivation. And now that she had someone to help cover for her, why wouldn't she? It was just that she didn't ask Huang Biking to help her transplant the condensed dew flower. But instead, she asked for advice on how to transplant condensed dew flowers, intending to do it herself. When Huang Biking saw her promise, he also looked happy. It was undoubtedly a good thing for him to be able to make a good relationship with a formation master like Zhu Yuxiu. The method of transplanting the condensed dew flower was not considered to be precious, and he told Zhu Yuxiu about the method of transplanting the condensed dew flower without any hesitation. After Zhu Yuxiu memorized the method of transplanting the condensed dew flower, she entered the formation alone and began to transplant the condensed dew flower. The two of them, Huang Biking, then waited outside the formation. Zhu Yuxiu's movements were quick, although it was her first time transplanting a condensation flower. This condensation flower transplantation was not that difficult, as long as the root aura was guaranteed to continue. The condensed dew flower would not wither. Zhu Yuxiu stuffed a spirit stone into the root stem of each condensed dew flower, and then put it into her storage bag. After that, she collected the formation flags that had been set up here, and then followed the Huang Biking duo, walking into the depths of the Spirit Stream Valley. As she was leaving, Zhu Yuxiu came in front of the naive teenager and said, "This senior brother, you can transplant your condensed dew flower to the same place I was in earlier." The naive teenager was a bit puzzled. "I'm fine here. Why would I want to transplant to that place of yours?" Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu had no choice but to explain, and only then did the naive teenager understand and hastily thanked her. "Junior sister, are you leaving?" The naive teenager also seemed to have guessed something after seeing the Huang Biking duo. Zhu Yuxiu nodded her head, so she said no more and left the place with Huang Biking and the two of them. Until the trio's backs disappeared, the nearby cultivators couldn't help but show strange colors. She's a 3rd-level Kai refinement layer. To be able to obtain the favor of a 6th-level Kai refinement layer senior brother, she's really lucky. Alas, what method do you guys think she used to be able to gain the favor of a senior brother at the 6th level of Kai refining? Shouldn't it be? They guessed wildly, and then all of their faces couldn't help but show disdain. Bah, she's so young that she knows these crooked ways. She really doesn't know how to be ashamed. The naive teenager also heard their words. He indignantly stepped forward and theorized, "Don't you guys talk about senior sister Zhu like that. She's not what you guys say she is. Come on, douchebag, do you know her? What are you to her? We can say whatever we want. What do you care?" The naive teenager was dumbfounded and mute by their words, a burst of anger, but not knowing how to retort. "Young fool, you probably like her, right? Hey, listen to our good advice and break off the relationship with her quickly. There is no benefit in getting entangled with her." Those people spoke in a serious manner, but with a smile on their faces, when the naive teenager heard this. His face also blushed. I didn't, after saying that. He turned his head and left, no longer paying attention to these people. The sight of him in action elicited a round of laughter from the men. Zhu Yuxiu was unaware of what was happening here. She had already arrived at the place where Huang Biking had planted the condensed dew flower at this time. The arrangement of the spirit gathering array was not difficult to say the least. Any cultivator who followed the example could set it up successfully. It was just that the spirit gathering formation that was set up like that could only be considered the most basic spirit gathering formation. And if you want to increase the effect of the condensed dew flower's output of spirit dew, the basic spirit gathering formation won't be able to do much. Only the improved spirit gathering formation of the formation master could have a significant effect on the production of spirit due by the condensing dew flower. This was also the purpose of Huang Biking and the others asking for Zhu Yuxia's help. Otherwise, they could have set up the basic spirit gathering formation on their own. And there was no need for Zhu Yuxiu to help. Nearby Huang Biking were almost all cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of Kai refining. After seeing Zhu Yuxia's arrival, their eyes couldn't help but have a strange color, just because it was brought by the Huang Biking duo. They didn't say anything more. Huang Biking was also a very strong one in the eyes of some of the disciples in this neighborhood. And there wasn't going to be anyone who would touch him at this time. Zhu Yuxiu took a few glances at the condensed dew flower that Huang Biking had planted. It was found that the condensed dew flower he had planted had flowers that were significantly much larger, and was on the verge of reaching the first flower limit size, if assisted by the spirit gathering formation. I'm afraid that they could all give birth to a second flower. After thinking about it, Zhu Yuxiu set up the spirit gathering formation that she had used before. After the explanation, she went to set up for another person. It took her more than 2 hours to get down. By the time we got back to the neighborhood of Huang Biking, it was nearing evening. It was a lot of work, and she hadn't even finished her own business yet. So, after greeting Huang Biking, she set up a hidden trace formation here, and then entered the formation to start transplanting the condensed dew flowers she had brought with her. It was only until this moment that the nearby cultivators were able to realize that this little girl, who was only at the 3rd level of Kai refining, was actually a formation master. Seeing this, they couldn't help but be a bit moved. Senior brother Huang, this junior sister. At this point, someone came to inquire and approached Huang Biking. After some conversation, they kind of knew something about Zhu Yuxiu when they understood they were even more moved. And there were already people secretly calculating whether or not they should also ask this junior sister to set up a spirit gathering array for themselves. This is not known to Zhu Yuxiu. After she transplanted the condensed dew flower in the formation, she was ready to start setting up the spirit gathering formation. Zhu Yuxiu was just about to make a move, but she stopped abruptly. She was hesitant to continue setting up the kind of spirit gathering formation that was catalyzed by spiritual energy. Such a spirit gathering array can be controlled freely by oneself though, but ultimately it's a pain in the ass. Once the spirit gathering formation was activated, she wouldn't be able to cultivate after thinking about it. She decided to reconstruct a new spirit gathering formation out of it. The new spirit gathering formation needs to be able to operate on its own. That way, she could free up time to spend on cultivation. Thus, in Zhu Yuxia's conception, a new spirit gathering formation slowly took shape in her mind. She was supplemented by 36 array patterns and constructed with 8 array nodes. It made this spirit gathering formation reach the top level of primary formations. Of course, this made the area covered by the spirit gathering formation much larger. Where she was now was not enough to support the setting up of such a large spirit gathering formation. Therefore, the scale of this spirit gathering formation had to be scaled down a bit. It wasn't difficult to scale down this new spirit gathering formation. What was difficult was trying to make the spirit gathering formation work on its own, and that was much more difficult to scale down. Even if it was difficult, Zhu Yuxiu was confident that he would be able to scale down the formation. She then continued to concentrate and conceptualize the idea in her mind. After spending 3 days, she finally reduced the size of the new spirit gathering formation to the extent she wanted. During that time, she finished setting up the spirit gathering formation for 6 more people, and with the addition of Huang Biking's duo, she had earned almost 100 or so spirit stones in those 3 days. Zhu Yuxiu hadn't thought that she would be able to earn so many spirit stones in a short period of time. This could be faster and more profitable than if she made her own formation flags. After completing today's mission, Zhu Yuxiu rushed back to her hidden trace formation without stopping, starting to set up her newly conceived and completed spirit gathering formation. After slightly easing his breath and making his mind tranquil, Zhu Yuxiu then began to inscribe formation patterns. A bit of spiritual light appeared on his fingertips, and in the vicinity of the condensed dew flower. He scratched out a formation pattern. As the formation pattern fell, a brand new spirit-gathering formation slowly began to take shape. As the last array pattern fell, the entire spirit-gathering formation flickered with light, forming a single unit and wrapping the condensed dew flower in the formation. At the same time, the spirit-gathering formation began to operate on its own, and the spiritual Kai in the formation gradually thickened. The condensed dew flower swayed in that rich aura. Wisps of aura drilled into the flower and were absorbed by the condensed dew flower. Zhu Yuxiu didn't stop her hand, but instead injected spiritual energy into the spirit-gathering formation again and began to actively manipulate it. She did not remove the spiritual power manipulation from the spirit-gathering formation, but kept it. With the injection of spiritual energy, the spirit-gathering formation steeply boosted its speed from the state of running on its own at an even speed. In a flash, a large amount of spiritual Kai was gathered by the spirit-gathering formation. At this time, Zhu Yuxiu noticed that those twin-flower condensed dew flowers had begun to change again after being nourished by such a large amount of spiritual Kai. The original first flower is much darker in color, and the second flower was growing larger at a slow pace. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu secretly said, sure enough, she had guessed before that this condensed dew flower should still change if it reached deeper into Spirit Stream Valley. Now it seemed that it was not what she had expected. She then continued to increase the output of her spiritual energy. In terms of her current amount of spirit power, it was already no less than the 6th level of Kai refining. Where spirit power was like a lake, it was just that required the spiritual energy within her Danshan while she was running the spirit melting skill in order to merge into the spirit lake. Such a huge amount of spiritual energy, coupled with the improved spirit gathering formation, made it possible for her to maintain the spirit gathering formation for a longer period of time. As the spirit gathering array operated at high speed, under the nourishment of the huge spiritual Kai, the second flower of the condensed dew flower began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, after spending several hours. The second of all the condensed dew flowers finally grew to its limit. The size is not as big as the first flower, but it is half the size of the first flower. At this time, Zhu Yuxiu discovered that a few more condensed dew flowers had given birth to a third flower bone. It's the third flower. Zhu Yuxiu was a little surprised. Despite her earlier suspicions, she was surprised to see the third flower bone. The spirit dew condensed from just the second flower already had that effect. Then what effect would this third flower, the condensed spirit dew, achieve? Thinking about this, Zhu Yuxiu couldn't help but look forward to it. Just as quickly, she realized that those condensed dew flowers that gave birth to the third flower skeleton. Under the nourishment of such a huge amount of spiritual Kai, the flower skeleton of the third flower, however, didn't have the slightest hint that it was going to bloom. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxiu continued to increase the output of her spiritual energy, causing the spirit gathering formation to operate at a faster speed. But even though she had increased the speed of the spirit gathering formation's operation to the extreme, that third flower bone, however, did not move in the slightest. By this point, Zhu Yuxiu had also roughly thought of some situations. It should be that the concentration of spiritual Kai here was not enough to support the third flower to bloom, and it seemed that one needed to go deeper into the Spirit Stream Valley in order to do so. After figuring out what happened, Zhu Yuxiu then withdrew her spiritual energy and let the spirit gathering formation run on its own. She had a new plan. In the next few days, after Zhu Yuxiu helped the remaining dozen or so people set up the spirit gathering formation, she stopped going out. By now, she had earned almost 300 spirit stones in total. Such a speed of earning spirit stones was an eye-opener for Zhu Yuxiu, and it also made her realize why the array of laws was able to be ranked alongside Dan, talismans, and weapons. Zhu Yuxiu put these spirit stones away and didn't use them. She was now in the Spirit Stream Valley. and there was no place where she needed to use spirit stones. After these days, Zhu Yuxiu realized that the spirit dew condensed from that second flower that had grown to its limit had turned completely milky white. She examined it with her divine sense and could detect that the spiritual kai contained within it was already far beyond that of an ordinary spirit dew. Now, this single drop of milky spirit dew could be diluted into a whole bottle of ordinary spirit dew. At the same time, the time it took for this second flower to condense the condensation was also greatly reduced. And on average, a drop of milky white condensation could be condensed in about an hour or so. The production of spirit dew from the first flower was even more rapid. Almost a drop a quarter of an hour. With this kind of calculation, she didn't have to worry about the amount of spirit dew she would receive each month. And she could also feel at ease to use spirit dew to aid in her cultivation. However, Zhu Yuxiu knew that she couldn't directly use milky white spirit dew to cultivate right now. She could only cultivate with ordinary spirit dew. The milky white spirit dew's aura content within it was too terrifying. Not something her current cultivation level could afford. I'm afraid that only when one breaks through the 7th level of Kai refining, or higher, can one use that milky white spirit dew to cultivate. Zhu Yuxiu took out a bottle of ordinary spirit dew, ingested 3 drops and sent them into his mouth. Then he began to operate the Kai refining skill, performed the method of small circumference, and began to refine it. 3 drops of ordinary spirit dew was the most comfortable amount she could afford at the moment. Neither would it be a waste of aura nor a load on her body, as the gong method operated and the small circumference was guided. The aura flowed straight into the danshan like a clear spring. It took several hours of refining before she was able to refine all the aura in her body. In this way, the spiritual energy within Zhu Yuxiu's danshan had been raised by another degree. Next, she followed this method and began a long period of cultivation. 2 months later, with the assistance of the ordinary spirit dew, her cultivation had recovered to the 4th level of Kai refining. During that time, someone else came to her to ask for her help in setting up the spirit gathering formation, and she didn't oblige. It was also for this reason that it took her 2 months to restore her cultivation to the 4th level of Kai refining. If not, in about a month's time, she would have been able to restore her cultivation to the 4th level of Kai refining. At the same time, also during this time, Zhu Yuxiu fame also spread in a small area. From there, it also invited more people to come to her for help in setting up the spirit gathering formation. Among them, there were even disciples of Kai refining 7 and 8. In this regard, Zhu Yuxiu feel quite a headache. Senior sister Zhu is back. How has senior sister Zhu been doing lately? Which senior brother is senior sister Zhu helping to set up another formation? Zhu Yuxiu had just returned to her location in Spirit Stream Valley when some of the disciples nearby greeted her warmly during this period of time. They had also all begged Zhu Yuxiu to help set up the spirit gathering formation, causing the spirit dew they had obtained for these 2 consecutive months to overflow. This made them very happy and at the same time gave birth to the idea of befriending Zhu Yuxiu even more. Hio Yusu also responded to them enthusiastically. Senior sister Zhu is back. I didn't expect that you, junior sister, not only have outstanding array talent, but even your cultivation talent is so extraordinary. In just 2 months' time, you were able to break through from the 3rd level of Kai refining to the 4th level of Kai refining. That's really a rare sight to see. Zhu Yuxiu had just walked to the front of the hidden tracer formation when Huang Biking greeted her with a smile. And between his words, there were more than a few compliments. In the past 2 months, there were constantly senior brothers and sisters at the 7th or 8th level of Kai refinement looking for Zhu Yuxiu's help. He had seen it all in his eyes, and knew that the current Zhu Yuxiu was not the same as she was 2 months ago. The heart can't help but feel a little more respect. In response, Zhu Yuxiu was not amused. She only said, well, recently, the production of spirit dew has been abundant, and with the aid of spirit dew, I was able to break through so quickly, and am afraid that my cultivation speed will slow down next. Hearing her words, Huang Biking nodded. That's also true. Spirit dew is a good thing, but the breakthrough aura needed to reach the 4th to 5th level of Kai refining. Even if you take a drop of spirit dew every day, I'm afraid it would take more than half a year to break through. Spirit dew was originally reserved for inner disciples, and among the outer disciples, only those of them who had taken the task of collecting spirit dew might have the opportunity to taste it. But every month, there is a certain amount of portions to be submitted up, and it would be nice to get the job done. So how many can there be left over? Huang Biking also had the spirit gathering array that Zhu Yuxiu had helped to set up in order to be able to have 2 extra bottles of spirit dew in these 2 months. With just these 2 bottles, he couldn't afford to take a drop every time he cultivated. As for why he only had this much extra spirit dew with the assistance of the spirit gathering formation that Zhu Yuxiu had helped set up, there is also a reason for HS Yu Su in it. After Zhu Yuxiu had set up the spirit gathering formation in the first place, she had only taught Huang Biking the method of maintaining the operation of the spirit gathering formation, and had not taught him the method of accelerating the operation of the spirit gathering formation. Therefore, in Huang Biking's spirit gathering formation, it was just that the spiritual Kai content was much higher, so that the condensed dew flower that he planted could condense the spiritual dew much faster, that's all. The others, Zhu Yuxiu, did the same and did not show any favoritism. It was also done because she had thought it through carefully. If too many disciples could spawn a double, flowered condensed dew flower, then she wouldn't be annoyed to death. As of now, she had already felt the enthusiasm of the group of disciples from Spirit Stream Valley. How could one dare to invite more disciples to come, after exchanging a few more pleasantries with Huang Biking? Zhu Yuxiu entered the hidden tracer formation. As the formation closes, Zhu Yuxiu was sort of relieved. She had a few tired looks on her brow at the moment. It wasn't tiredness. It was the exhaustion felt in the mind. For 2 consecutive months, although she only helped set up 2 spirit gathering formations every day. But what a large number of disciples in Spirit Stream Valley. People come to her every day to the point that it wears her down. Going on like this is not an option. It will greatly delay my cultivation. Zhu Yuxiu frowned and pondered in the middle of the formation, as she wondered what methods she could use to push away these people's requests. Thinking about it, she couldn't come up with anything good. Suddenly, as her gaze flowed, she saw the formation flag of the hidden tracer formation. She clapped her hands, and her eyes lit up bright. Why didn't I think of this solution? Selling formation flags directly to them. With this in mind, Zhu Yuxiu planned to make a trip out of the valley to purchase a batch of materials for making formation flags and return. The next day, she pushed off some of the disciples who came to see her today on the pretext that she had something to do and had to make a trip out of the valley. Seeing this, those disciples couldn't say anything more, but they still paid the deposit. Zhu Yuxiu had no choice but to accept it. After exiting the Spirit Stream Valley, Zhu Yuxiu then went straight to the Treasure Pavilion. Spirit Creek Valley is some distance from the Treasure Pavilion. It took her about an hour or so to arrive at the Treasure Pavilion. Walking into the Treasure Pavilion again, Zhu Yuxiu saw Zhang Yuanyuan at a glance. I haven't seen Zhang Yuanyuan for a few months. Zhu Yuxiu noticed that Zhang Yuanyuan, at this time, seemed to have lost her previous liveliness and became much colder. So much so that very few disciples went in front of her counter. It seems to be very cold.